Chapter 1: The Great Freedom Demon Sutra. The Great Qi Dynasty. In the western border, Tianwu City, the Gu family. As night fell, the hall was brightly lit. In the center of the hall lay a blood-soaked boy on the brink of death, surrounded by dozens of core Gu family members, each radiating a murderous aura, like a pack of wolves, circling their prey. Today, we have the Gu family's adopted son, Guhan, an act of treachery, a violation of human ethics, a madman who harmed his own kin, intending to kill his father. A tall youth glared at the boy, his eyes filled with cruelty and satisfaction, and slowly said, "The elder of the clan has decreed to deprive him of his position as the young master, to cripple his cultivation, sever his meridians, expel him from the family, and banish him outside the city as a warning to others." Below, Guhan could not move, remaining silent, his face covered in blood, but his eyes were fixed on the crowd, seemingly burning with a fierce flame, as if wanting to incinerate everything before him. Young master. At that moment, a sudden cry came from outside, revealing a girl about 13 or 14 years old, holding a tattered black sword, with bright eyes and white teeth. Slap! A crisp sound echoed as a guard slapped the girl across the face, causing her to stagger and fall to the ground, her fair cheek visibly swelling, blood at the corner of her mouth. Unfazed, she struggled to stand up, still trying to rush into the hall, only to be knocked down again by the guard. How rare that you've fallen to this state, yet this fool remains loyal to you. Glancing outside, the youth sneered, "You, a picked-up wild child, what right do you have to be the young master of the Gu family? What right do you have to enjoy the resources of my Gu family? What right do you have to have someone so loyal to you? Do you deserve it? You are jealous of me." The fire in Guhan's eyes blazed even brighter, his voice weak but tinged with mockery. "Even if you use this despicable method to cripple me and kill me, you are still not as good as I am." The youth's fingers twitched, a flicker of wariness and murderous intent passing through his eyes. Guhan suddenly crouched down, speaking seriously. "I have waited for this day for 17 years. Do you think, in your current state, you and she can last long outside the city against the beasts? A day, half a day, or even shorter? I will return." Guhan's eyelids drooped slightly, concealing the hatred and flames in his gaze. "Good." The youth slowly stood up, looking down from a height. "I will wait for your return, wait for your revenge, wait for you to kill me. Enough." At the head of the hall, an old man with an eagle nose and hawk-like eyes waved his hand and said lightly, "Throw him out." It was the elder of the Gu family, Gu Chang. "Yes." Someone responded immediately, dragging Guhan out. As the figures moved, the flickering lights made Gu Chang's face seem to shift between light and shadow, adding a layer of cruelty and malice to his already deep expression. Truly like a dog. Watching Guhan being dragged away, the youth exhaled the pent-up frustration in his chest, saying with satisfaction, "A stray dog. From today onwards." Gu Chang pointed at the youth, surveying the crowd, and said solemnly, "My grandson Gu Yang is the new young master of the Gu family. Greetings, young master." The crowd responded enthusiastically, bowing in submission. Everyone, no need for formalities. Guyang Laugid Heartili, failing Elatet. Outside the hall, the night was dim. The young boy and girl were carelessly dragged away, accompanied by the biting cold wind and the girl's sobs, completely disappearing into the darkness. Inside the hall, servants added more lights, bright as day. The crowd was full of warmth, and the sounds of compliments and celebrations echoed like the scorching sun of summer, heating Gu Yang's heart. 3 days later, in Tianwu City, as the sun rose, this small border city regained some vitality. In the city, on a long street, a frail girl of about 13 or 14, gritting her teeth, was carrying a boy on her back, struggling to move forward slowly. The boy was around 17 or 18 years old, bound with coarse cloth to a black broken sword on his back, covered in blood, barely breathing, and had already fainted for quite some time. It was Guhan. The girl's condition was not much better than his. Her dress was already unrecognizable. Her originally fair and delicate face was now covered in dust, with several bright red handprints very noticeable, sweat continuously trickling down, flowing over her wounds, causing her to frown in pain from time to time. It was unclear how far she had walked. Her shoes were already worn out, her feet bloody and mangled. With each step, She left faint red footprints on the bluestone ground. Bah, beast. You overrate him. He is even worse than a beast. Indeed, the Gu family had raised him for 17 years, yet he committed such a treacherous act as patricide, simply insane. Seeing the two, the crowd was filled with mockery and disdain, and they began to curse loudly. In these 3 days, under Gu Chang's intentional propaganda, Gu Han's act of patricide had spread throughout Tianwu City, and he had transformed from the glorious young master of the Gu family 3 days ago into a dying man despised by all, the words of the crowd. The girl seemed to have not heard, yet perhaps she did hear, but had no strength left to retort. Staggering, she painfully took a step forward, her somewhat dazed eyes filled with determination, leaving behind blood footprints as she continued onward. The direction clearly was the city lord's mansion. At the same time, in the main hall of the Gu family, Gu Chang and Gu Yang were discussing matters secretly. Grandpa, Gu Yang asked in confusion, why didn't we just kill Gu Han that day? Wouldn't that have resolved everything? Kill him? Gu Chang glanced at him, that we secretly surrounded Gu Tian and seized back the power of the Gu family. That's one reason. To throw the blame on a Gu Han and now completely cripple him, that's another reason. Gu Tian was the head of the Gu family, also Gu Han's adoptive father. Moreover, Gu Chang continued, he is now heavily injured, his meridians completely shattered by me. He surely won't survive for 3 days. Why should I take action myself? Besides, the longer he drags this out, the more advantageous it is for us. I understand. Gu Yang suddenly realized. Grandpa wants to use this incident to build our momentum? Exactly. Gu Chang nodded in satisfaction. The more tragic his end, the more it can deter others and showcase our Gu family's mercy. It will even greatly benefit you when you go to the Great Qi Martial Academy later. Moreover, the beasts outside the city are frequently active by now. He has likely become a delicious meal for those beasts. The Great Qi Martial Academy. Located in the capital of the Great Qi, it is a place where the younger generation's elites gather and countless young talents strive to enter. If one performs exceptionally well, they might even be noticed by higher sects and accepted as disciples, thus soaring to great heights. However, the academy has strict admission standards, and for a small place like Tianwu City, there is only one quota every 5 years, leading to fierce competition among families. Forget it. Let's not mention him. He changed the subject and advised, remember, 1 month from now is the competition for the Martial Academy quota. You must not be negligent and miss this divine opportunity. Rest assured, Grandpa. Upon hearing the words Martial Academy, Gu Yang smiled proudly. Without Gu Han, the others are simply not worth worrying about. This battle is destined to be the beginning of my rise. The path of cultivation is endless, condensing qi, opening meridians, connecting acupoints, gathering essence, spiritual mysteries, connecting with the divine. Within each realm, there are further divisions into 9 small realms. At just 19 years old, he had already reached the 5th level of opening meridians. Although he was slightly behind Gu Han's 7th level, he was still far ahead compared to the other youth in Tianwu City. Just a pity. A flash of regret crossed his eyes. If only I could get my hands on that golden seal from Gu Tian, it would be perfect. One must not force it. Ji Yuchang waved his hand. Have the Gu family in our hands and have that little wild seed wasted is already the best outcome. As for that golden seal, at this point, a trace of caution flashed in his eyes that I thought it was some remarkable divine object. But as you have seen, Gu Tian has gone mad because of it, completely disregarding his kin. Who knows what kind of tremendous risk it poses? Even if you obtain such a thing, you may not be able to control it. Grandpa, do you really think Gu Tian is dead? He cannot survive. Gu Chang squinted his eyes, his expression full of certainty. That sword was personally thrust into his heart by me. Not to mention him, even if it were the city lord, there would be no chance of survival. At that moment, hurried footsteps came from outside. Great elder, young master. In? Gu Yang looked at the panting servant, a cold light flashing in his eyes. What did you call me? Young master. The servant trembled in fear and quickly changed his words. Young master Gu. Gu Han has returned. What did you say? Instantly, Gu Yang's expression darkened. Where is he? It seems he has gone to the city lord's mansion. In front of the city lord's mansion. Bold. A guard coldly stared at the girl. What kind of status does my young lady have? How could she be friends with this parricide? speak another word of nonsense and slander my young lady's reputation, and don't blame me for killing you. But the girl was somewhat at a loss, murmuring, Miss Lu is the young master's friend, right? Please, let me in the young master. He's dying. Fool. Suddenly, a weak voice came, startling the unconscious Gu Han awake. You, how did you get here? Young master, I want to ask Miss Lu to save you. It's useless, just go. But, listen to me, we are leaving. In the city lord's mansion. In the back garden, got a woman dressed in a light blue dress, with skin as fair as snow and a graceful figure, stood quietly there, her demeanor cold and elegant. She was the city lord's daughter, Lu Ying. Mississippi. Behind her, a maid looked puzzled. He's about to die. Won't you help him? Why should I help? But he is still. That was 3 days ago. Miss, do you really believe Gu Han is a parricide? I think. He is not that kind of person. Parricide? Lu Ying turned around, revealing a face that made the fragrant garden seem dim. It doesn't matter whether I believe it or not. Her voice was filled with indifference and detachment. How can a swan associate with a sparrow? How can the bright moon be compared with fireflies? He once held himself in high regard, shining like a star, the #1 genius of Tianwu City, but now he is already a useless person with a short life, while I remain as I am. Calculating. She changed the subject that esteemed guest should be arriving in Tianwu City today. Come with me to welcome him. Yes. The maid responded and hurriedly followed. In a secluded street corner, Asha was still carrying Gu Han on her back. Even though her strength had nearly been exhausted, she refused to let go. Behind her, the bloody footprints had long disappeared. The flesh had already worn away, so where would there be bloodstains? Every step was a heart-wrenching pain. Suddenly, her body swayed, unable to hold on any longer, and she collapsed to the ground, causing Gu Han to roll off her side. Cough, cough. The movement aggravated his injuries, and Gu Han spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Medicine. Seeing this, Asha's dim-witted mind finally seemed to awaken. Young master, wait for me. I'm going to find medicine. I won't let you die. As she spoke, she staggered off towards the distance. Come back. Ji Yuhan wanted to stop her, but how could he? Gu Chang. Guiyang. Thinking of his own plight and that of his adoptive father, an overwhelming anger and hatred surged within him. He struggled to raise his arm and fumbled in his chest. After a moment, his blood-stained hand trembled as it opened a gold seal, about the size of a thumb, square-shaped and covered in dense inscriptions, lay quietly in his palm. I cannot die. His eyes turned blood-red, a flash of madness crossing them. If I die, I can't avenge my adoptive father. If I die, Asha will also her fate will be more terrible than death. She is very important to me, very important. I cannot let anything happen to her. Adoptive father. He gritted his teeth. I'm sorry, I didn't listen to you. Puff. As the words fell, he summoned the last of his strength and spat out a mouthful of vital blood onto the golden seal. In an instant, the golden seal burst with brilliant light. The inscriptions on the seal seemed to come alive, slowly flowing down, transforming into mysterious runes that surged into his forehead. Countless runes gathered together, forming a massive golden book in his mind. Divine light shone, mysterious and inexplicable. On the cover of the book, 6 large characters shone brilliantly. The Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Scripture. At the same time, a voice full of emotion suddenly came from within the golden seal. Guhan, the compatibility of your physical body is passable. Your talent is passable. As for your appearance, TSK, but not at all compatible. A far cry from this Lord, but it will do. In times of trouble, how can one be choosy? It will be you. Chapter 2. The Great Yen Sword Scripture Verses. The Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Skill. Over a month ago, Gu Tian returned from outside with a mysterious golden seal. Little did he know, after several days of comprehending the golden seal, Gu Tian's mind became somewhat unclear, and he was secretly schemed against by the long-planned elder Gu Chang, framing Gu Han. For it, however, after comprehending the golden seal, Gu Tian's physique underwent a transformation. Although he was stabbed in the vital point, he did not die immediately. He fought his way out of danger and, taking advantage of a brief moment of clarity, handed the golden seal to Gu Han and earnestly warned him. There are great opportunities within the golden seal, but also great dangers. If your cultivation is insufficient, you must not rashly comprehend it. Otherwise, it will surely bring about a catastrophic disaster. However, at this moment, Guhan found himself in a desperate situation and had no choice but to activate the golden seal. As the voice from within the golden seal faded, a pitch-black, eerie aura suddenly burst forth from within, instantly drilling into Guhan's forehead. Moments later, Guhan's dazed eyes suddenly regained their brilliance. Only now, he was like a completely different person compared to before. His demeanor was sinister, his gaze cold, faintly exuding a killing intent, and the dark energy swirling around him made him appear less than human. After examining his own condition, he frowned slightly. Not lightly injured. It seems I will have to expend quite a bit of effort. Very well. Having taken on your body, your karma will naturally be borne by this lord, and those who harmed you will be made to suffer worse than death, avenging your grievances. As he spoke, he looked at the golden seal in his hand, his tone filled with hatred. Those two dogs dared to betray this lord. Who would have thought? This lord relied on this golden seal to protect a wisp of remnant soul and fortunately escaped. You wait. Once this lord's cultivation is restored, I will return to the 9 layers of demon realm and make you pay in blood for your debts. Having said that, he focused his mind, and the golden seal in his hand instantly disappeared. Now, after doing this, he scanned his surroundings. I need to find a place to heal first. At this moment, he noticed the broken sword lying on the ground that in fact, to call it a broken sword was already somewhat flattering. The sword was entirely black, and it was hard to tell what material it was made of. The blade was pitted and full of nicks, and even a part of the tip was missing, making it look extremely shabby. This kid is too poor to actually use such a piece of junk. Hey, no wait. His keen eyesight suddenly detected something unusual. This sword. He picked up the long sword and examined it closely, his brows instantly furrowing. Something's off. As soon as he spoke, a ghostly light suddenly flashed from the sword. Damn it! He was momentarily stunned and cursed out loud. What the hell is this? Ah! A scream echoed. The ghostly light had already entered his brow. Smack! The long sword fell to the ground, still looking as shabby as before, seemingly unchanged at all. In the realm of consciousness, Guhan naturally didn't know what was happening outside, nor did he know what kind of existence was hidden within that golden seal. His mind had been completely captivated by the golden book in front of him. Great freedom, heavenly demon scripture. With his mind slipping, he couldn't help but slowly move closer to the golden book. In the depths of his being, there seemed to be a voice full of temptation constantly urging him. Open it. Quick, open it. Once opened, he would gain an opportunity and fortune that ordinary people could hardly imagine. The dire situation before him was no longer a dead end. The threat from the Gu family was no longer a threat. As long as he could comprehend the true meaning of the Golden Book, he could break all shackles and restrictions, and from then on, obtain eternal freedom and great ease. Unknowingly, he had already arrived in front of the Golden Book. This moment, his eyes were filled with confusion and obsession, and aside from his desire for the Golden Book, there was nothing else in his heart. His right hand stretched out. He was just about to touch the cover of the Golden Book. Suddenly, an unexpected change occurred. Swish! A ghostly light suddenly flashed, landing on the golden book, and a layer of transparent ripples spread out, pulling Guhan's mind back from the edge of losing itself. Looking at the huge golden book, Guhan felt a wave of fear. No wonder. Foster father said that until my cultivation is sufficient, I must not rashly comprehend this golden seal. However, he stared at the ghostly light that was entangled with the golden book. What is this? Boom! Before he could finish speaking, the ghostly light suddenly exploded. A vast and overwhelming sword intent descended, directly tearing the golden book into countless fragments, which then transformed into mysterious runes that flickered for a brief moment before completely disappearing. Guhan's mind went blank. This sword intent had become so powerful that he couldn't comprehend it at all. In this world, could there really be someone capable of unleashing such a sword strike? Buzz! At that moment, the residual sword intent trembled lightly and transformed into a profound and obscure scripture. Upon closer inspection, every character in that scripture was composed of tiny sword intents, stroke by stroke. Great Evolution Sword Scripture. The four characters carried boundless sword intent and dominance. And the overarching summary at the beginning firmly captivated Guhan. In this world, there are countless divine abilities and myriad paths, but only by understanding their meaning can one grasp their essence. And the word sword is the most pure. Cultivating this sword scripture, one can condense the ultimate sword body. At the initial stage, one can slay mountains and rivers and the strongest in the world. At the minor success stage, one can slay countless stars and celestial demons. At the major success stage, one can slay the nine hells and all karmic ties. At the ultimate realm, the cycle of the great Tao, the river of time, one sword gives life, one sword takes life. Dominance. Confidence. Upon seeing this, Guhan was deeply shaken. Someone who could say such things was either extremely arrogant or truly had the backing to do so, from the might of the earlier sword intent. It was clear. He was the latter. Gathering his thoughts, he continued to read on. Besides introducing this sword scripture in the overarching summary, it also recorded a sword technique. Great Evolution Sword Chi, using the spiritual energy within the body as a guide. Under specific incantations, one could forge and refine to condense Fortinine Great Evolution Sword Chis. Unbreakable. Nothing can withstand it. In the world of divine abilities and techniques, apart from a few exceptions, most are categorized into 4 levels: heaven, earth, yellow, and black, with heaven being the highest, and yellow the lowest. And within each level, it can be divided into upper, middle, and lower grades. Although it's best for divine abilities and techniques to perfectly match oneself, setting aside those factors, the higher the grade, the greater the power. The Gu family also had a technique, Fiery Flame Burning Technique, ranked as an upper grade yellow technique. It was quite famous within Tianwu City and was the foundation of the Gu family. But compared to the Great Evolution Sword Chi, it seemed like worthless trash. How strong! Guhan's eyes lit up for a moment before dimming again. With his current cultivation completely wasted and his meridians shattered, he couldn't carry any spiritual energy, so where would he find the spiritual power to practice? Techniques and refined sword chi. As if sensing Guhan's thoughts, a matchless sword intent suddenly dispersed from within the scripture, instantly exploding and scattering in all directions. His eyes widened in shock. The meridians that had been shattered inch by inch in his body were actually regrowing continuously under the nourishment of this sword intent. In just a moment, the meridians were completely reforged. Not only that, but his injuries, which had nearly taken his life, had also recovered by over 80% under the nourishment of the sword intent. Moreover, the newly formed meridians were several times wider than before, adorned with endless silver light, and their resilience far surpassed what it used to be, making them extremely difficult to damage. Just the overarching summary is this powerful. Then what about the rest? Suppressing the surge of excitement in his heart, he continued to read on. However, no matter how he looked, aside from the overarching summary, the text in the back of the scripture was completely blurred, and he couldn't see any content at all. Perhaps, he suddenly realized, my current strength is too weak. I don't have the qualifications to see the content behind. Sigh. Just as he was about to return his consciousness to his body, a voice full of fatigue and extreme age suddenly emanated from within the scripture. We can only help you this much. Hurry is about to awaken. Who? Guhan's heart tightened. Who is speaking? And who is about to awaken? No one answered. The scripture remained quietly suspended there, mysterious and vast, without any change, as if the voice from earlier was just an illusion. This is bad. Suddenly, he seemed to hear something, and his expression changed drastically. Asha, in his urgency, he failed to notice that deep within the realm of consciousness, in a prison made entirely of pure sword intent, a shadow was rushing around, cursing incessantly. Chapter 3. She's foolish, so you can bully her? Want elixirs? Inside a pill shop, the chubby shopkeeper looked at the anxious Asha with disdain. Sure, buy with yuan crystals. How many do you need? I have plenty. Yuan crystals are condensed from the rich spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Not only can they be used for cultivation, but they are also the most basic currency in the cultivation world. Asha shook her head sadly. I don't have any yuan crystals. Then get lost. Don't waste my time. But I have this. Asha seemed to think of something, reaching out with her small hand to produce 3 or 4 thumb-sized, irregularly shaped, transparent crystals. The young master said these can be exchanged for yuan crystals. Beast cores? The chubby shopkeeper's eyes lit up with a hint of greed, but he did not show it on his face. But it's just a first-tier beast core. It's not worth much. Beast cores are the essence condensed within the bodies of magical beasts. Whether for alchemy or forging, they are an indispensable precious material. Although a first-tier beast core is the lowest level, it can still be worth a considerable amount of money. The reason Gu Han was further injured was that he encountered a few first-tier magical beasts outside the city. What to do? Asha was at a loss. I only have this much. Forget it, forget it. The chubby shopkeeper snatched the beast cores from Asha's hand and tossed out a bottle of pills. I'm a good person. Seeing your poor condition, I'll take a loss. Here, take it. Thank you. Thank you. Asha was overjoyed, treating the elixir like a treasure. And despite the pain in her body, she hurriedly left the shop. Bah! The onlookers saw the chubby shopkeeper looking like he had struck gold and cursed him silently. What a scoundrel! Even cheating a fool. Those few beast cores could at least be exchanged for 10 bottles of top-quality healing pills. Yet he only gave her a bottle of the lowest-grade pills. His heart is truly black. The chubby shopkeeper ignored them, glancing at the beast cores in his hand and then at the direction Asha had left. The greed in his eyes grew stronger. After running a distance, Asha saw Gu Han's figure again. Young master. She raised her small hand and called out repeatedly. I found the medicine. Just then, a foot extended out from the side. Asha lost her balance, cried out, and instantly fell to the ground. The jade bottle also fell, shattering into pieces, and a black elixir rolled out, covered in dust. Yo! A sarcastic voice came over. Isn't this Asha? Another voice chimed in. Stupid girl. Can't you walk more carefully? What? Are you so heartbroken over that useless one? It was two men, one tall and one short, dressed as servants. Medicine. Asha seemed oblivious, disregarding her pain and wounds, and reached out, grabbing the elixir tightly along with the broken porcelain. I'm talking to you. The tall man's expression turned cold. Are you deaf? As he spoke, he walked over and stepped on the girl's hand. In an instant, the sharp porcelain pierced her palm, and blood flowed continuously from her small hand. Medicine. The girl cried in pain, tears streaming down her face. But she still held onto the elixir tightly, refusing to let go. Young master's medicine. Bah! The tall man sneered. She is indeed a fool. Foolish as she may be, she still looks decent. Let's deal with that useless one first, then. Haha, how reasonable. The young master has given us a good job. As they spoke, the two men approached Asha, whose face was filled with despair and her eyes vacant. Give me your dog legs. Suddenly, a chilling voice filled with killing intent came from not far away. Get away. Huh? The tall man shivered and quickly withdrew his foot, instinctively looking in the direction of the voice. Gu Han, TSK, to have survived such severe injuries. You really are lucky. Seeing that it was Gu Han, the two men immediately breathed a sigh of relief. A notorious, severely injured waste. Did he still think he was the former young master of the Gu family? Asha. Gu Han ignored the two men and quickly approached Asha, his face full of concern. Are you all right? Nurtured by the mysterious sword intent. Not only had his meridians been reshaped, but he had also recovered part of his cultivation, though still far from his peak. He had reached the 4th or 5th level of the Qi condensation stage. Young master, a bloodied little hand reached out. I found the medicine, so you don't have to die. Foolish girl. Seeing Asha's pitiful appearance, Gu Han felt a pang in his heart and carefully tucked the elixir away. My life is important, but it can't compare to yours. He could naturally tell that the quality of the elixir was extremely low and would not help with his current injuries at all. He did not know where Asha had found it. Zhang Fu Lilu, his gaze, filled with killing intent, landed on the two men. You two scoundrels. It was Gu Yang who sent you here, wasn't it? The two were indeed servants by Gu Yang's side, and he recognized them at a glance. You're bold. Zhang Fu sneered. The young master's name is not something you can. Before he could finish, a flash of sword light passed, followed by a piercing pain. He let out a scream, his body swaying as he fell to the ground. Looking at the leg that had been severed from his body, his eyes filled with horror. Puffed. The cold light flashed again. A spray of blood burst from his neck, and he gasped twice, his head tilting to the side, and he was silent forever. Gu Han instinctively glanced at the long sword. It seemed sharper and heavier than before. However, this was not the time to ponder. Now, he pointed his sword at Li Lu. Your turn. Li Lu, seeing Gu Han's ferocity, had long lost the arrogance he had just displayed and was trembling in fear, completely frozen. You bullied Asha, you must die. Gu Han declared. No, young master. Spare me. The sword light flickered again. A head fell to the ground. Slurp, not even looking at the two corpses. Gu Han tore off a piece of cloth and carefully bandaged Asha's wounds. Young master. It was only then that she reacted. Are you all right? Gu Han touched her little head and said softly, for now, I won't die. That's great. She suddenly threw herself into Gu Han's arms. Young master doesn't have to die. Yes. Gu Han gently carried her on his back. I'm not dead. Give me some time, and they will be the ones to die. With that mysterious sword technique in hand, and having recovered most of his injuries, he naturally had endless confidence. As long as he spent some time, his cultivation would surely improve significantly. At that time, it would be the day of blood for blood. He glanced deeply in the direction of the Gu family and walked briskly out of the city with Asha on his back. Gu family. Martial arts arena. Gu Han. Seeing the two corpses brought back, Gu Yang was furious. The two were naturally sent by him to humiliate Gu Han, but instead, they lost their lives. I will make you die. Commander Gu. Taking a deep breath, he looked at a person behind him. What do you think? Not simple. Commander Gu judged after just one glance. Those two also had the cultivation of the third level of Qi condensation, but looking at the wounds, they had no resistance at all when they were slain. With Gu Han's current severely injured state, he couldn't possibly have such strength. Golden Seal. Gu Yang's heart skipped a beat. He instinctively recalled the situation with Gu Tian that day. Could it be that the Golden Seal is in Gu Han's hands? Suddenly, he felt a bit uneasy. Go. Quickly take people to catch up with him. I want him dead. But Commander Gu hesitated. The old man from the Gu family said the situation has changed, and I will return to discuss it with my grandfather. Gu Han is a potential disaster if left behind. A month from now will be the qualification competition for the Martial Academy, and during this time, I don't want to be disturbed by anyone, understand? Yes, I will go right away. Gu Han. Gu Yang's expression slightly twisted. This time, let's see how you escape. Outside Tianwu City, Gu Han hurried along without stopping. As for Sha, she had long since collapsed and was deeply asleep on his back. The area outside the city was sparsely populated and adjacent to the wild forest, where demonic beasts occasionally roamed. However, for Gu Han, being outside the city was still much safer than being inside. No matter how terrifying the demonic beasts were, they could not compare to the malice of humans. If he stayed inside the city, the Gu family would definitely not let him go once they learned that his injuries had healed. After this incident, his mind matured further. Suddenly, he seemed to have discovered something and paused in his steps. In the distance, a man and a woman were walking together. Among them, the woman was stunningly beautiful, with an elegant and refined demeanor, laughing and chatting with the man beside her, resembling a pair of perfect couple. It was Lu Ying. Lu Ying also saw him. Their eyes met. Gu Han's face was indifferent, while Lu Ying's brows slightly furrowed, seemingly surprised. Chapter 4. Wild Forest Encirclement. After just a glance, Gu Han withdrew his gaze and continued on his way. He had known Lu Ying since childhood and was naturally very familiar with her character, well aware of the cold and merciless heart hidden beneath her beautiful appearance. Moreover, in his heart, while Lu Ying was indeed beautiful, she could not compare to Asha in the slightest. Once, one was the #1 genius of Tianwu City, and the other was the most beautiful person in Tianwu City. Everyone thought they were a pair, and even the city lord Lu Yuan had intentions of bringing them together. Under her deliberate approach, Lu Ying had developed quite a friendship with Gu Han. However, all of this happened before Gu Han was crippled. Her expression, however, was caught by the man beside her. What is the matter? Do you know him? Not very well. Lu Ying shook her head, seemingly unwilling to mention Gu Han further. But you, 7th Prince, with your noble status, I didn't expect you to come to this small Tianwu City. Cough, cough. The 7th Prince lightly coughed a few times. Although Tianwu City is small, the wild forest stretches for thousands of miles, with countless spiritual materials and treasures. I just happened to follow Elder Shui here to join the excitement. Elder Shui? Is he the famous physician Shui? Liu Ying's face could no longer maintain its calm. Physician Shui, with profound cultivation and extraordinary medical skills, was well known in the Great Qi dynasty for his humility and kindness. Indeed, the seventh prince coughed a few more times, his face showing a sickly pallor. That s him. As he spoke, his gaze turned to the direction of the wild forest. I hope Elder Shui can find a way this time. The cold poison in my body can no longer be endured. As dusk fell, Gu Han continued to move forward while carefully sensing the changes in his body. Although his cultivation had only reached the 4th level of qi condensation, it seemed that the newly awakened meridians were so extraordinary that the spiritual power within him had become much purer and more refined than before. Naturally, the power he could exert at this moment was far greater than that of the 4th level of qi condensation. Roar! Suddenly, a roar sounded not far away. Gu Han paused. A demonic beast. Whoosh! The next moment, a demonic wolf over 3 feet long appeared before him. Its eyes were filled with bloodthirst and brutality. Its drool dripping from its fangs, staring intently at Gu Han. A first-level demonic beast. Just like humans, there are also rankings among demonic beasts. The first and second levels correspond to the various realms of human cultivators. It is said that if a demonic beast evolves to a high level, it can transform into a human form and call itself a demon clan. In addition to the innate abilities carried in its bloodline, it can also learn various secret techniques from humans, becoming extremely powerful. Gu Han had never seen one like this. The highest level demonic beast he had encountered in the wild forest was only 3rd level, which corresponded to the human realm of qi opening. Roar! The demonic wolf roared again, creating an afterimage as it pounced towards Gu Han. A Sha was instantly awakened, greatly alarmed. Young master, be careful. It's fine. Gu Han said in a deep voice, hold on tight. Whoosh! As he spoke, he raised his sword and struck towards the wolf demon on the sword blade. A barely visible glimmer flashed. Puff! With a light sound, the demonic wolf didn't even make a sound and was directly cleaved in two by the long sword. The cut was incredibly smooth, like a mirror. Gu Han raised the long sword, looking at the blade full of nicks, lost in thought. This broken sword was the only clue he could find about his origins, discovered by Gu Tian when he picked him up all those years ago. Therefore, over the years, he had treated this long sword as a treasure and never left its side. Just now, the spiritual power within him had actually faintly resonated with the long sword. The matter could not be clearer. The great Yin Sword Classic had always been hidden within this long sword. And that golden seal, young master. A Sha's small face was full of surprise. You were amazing just now. Really? Gu Han withdrew his thoughts, gently patted her little head, and smiled warmly. Are you hungry? Let me. Just as he was about to clean up the demonic wolf's corpse, his expression suddenly changed. He gently set a Sha down and looked towards the dimming distance with a face full of coldness. Come out. TSK, TSK, TSK. A mocking voice came over. It seems my pill has helped young Master Gu's injuries recover quite a bit. I wonder what young Master Gu plans to use to thank me. As he spoke, a plump figure walked out from the shadows. It was the fat shopkeeper from the pill shop earlier. Oh, Asha naturally recognized him. It's you? Asha. You know him? Yes. Asha was a bit happy. Young master, he is a good person. He gave me that pill. She spoke without any scheming. Clearly having been deceived, but still thinking someone had helped her, excitedly recounting what had happened earlier. Is that so? Gu Han's eyes narrowed. You even tricked Asha. It seems you really are a scoundrel. Hee hee. The fat shopkeeper was unbothered. With what young Master Gu has done, you probably don't have the qualifications to say that to me. I didn't expect young Master Gu to be crippled, yet still hiding good things like beast cores. If you're sensible, hand over all the remaining beast cores on you, and I might consider letting you go. If you don't cooperate, then, as he spoke, he slowly approached, his aura surging, revealing that he was at the 8th level of qi condensation. Now, everyone in the city knew that Gu Han was already a cripple. He was confident he had Gu Han under his thumb, which made him feel fearless. Want beast cores? Gu Han's eyes filled with killing intent. Then come and take them with your life. His adoptive father Gu Tian and his maid, Asha, were the only two relatives he had in his life. And they were also his reverse scales. Once his reverse scales were touched, it would naturally bring forth his endless rage and killing intent. Looking for death? The fat shopkeeper sneered and charged at Guhan with a speed that was extremely inconsistent with his body. Then I will fulfill you. Opposite him, Guhan's remaining spiritual power within his meridians was already pushed to the limit, and suddenly, a faint light shone on the dark sword body. In the blink of an eye, the two figures crossed each other. Puff! A light sound. You! The fat shopkeeper's body froze. A line of blood quickly spreading from his neck, and he fell straight forward. Behind him, Guhan's figure swayed slightly. His current cultivation had not recovered, and he had struck down his opponent across 4 small realms, which naturally consumed a lot of energy. Young master, Asha looked worried. Are you okay? Let us go. Guhan did not dare to delay for even a moment. He quickly found the beast core of the wolf demon and rummaged through the corpse of the fat shopkeeper. Then, he carried Asha on his back and set off toward the savage forest. He understood that it was not just the fat shopkeeper who had his eyes on him now. The night was deep. A long time had passed since Guhan left. The corpse of the fat shopkeeper naturally attracted many vultures that liked carrion, who eagerly pecked at it. Suddenly, the vultures scattered in all directions. In the darkness, the figures of a dozen people quickly approached. Commander Gu. One person checked the corpses of the fat shopkeeper and the wolf demon, then looked back. The wounds are smooth, just like the way Zhang Fu and the others died. It's him. Commander Gu's gaze fell on the distant savage forest. He must be hiding in there. Chase. Commander, the savage forest is so vast, and there are demon beasts everywhere. With just us, we won't be able to catch him. Commander Gu took a deep breath. Have you forgotten the young master's orders? Catch up to him, and don't hold back. Kill him directly. Yes, the savage forest was incredibly vast. The outer areas were already filled with dense jungles and surrounded by mountains, with countless demon beasts and poisonous insects inside. Every year, many cultivators lost their lives there. The deeper one went, the more dangerous it became. As for what lay within the innermost part, no one knew. Perhaps someone had been there, but no one had ever come out alive. Of course, it was precisely because of this unique environment that the savage forest was home to countless spiritual materials, precious medicinal herbs, and valuable mineral veins. Therefore, despite the dangers, many loose cultivators chose to come here to try their luck. Moreover, even if they couldn't find spiritual herbs, the beast cores from the demon beasts were still quite valuable. In a secluded, dense forest, Guhan casually killed a first-tier demon beast, occupied its lair, and carefully set Asha down. Young master. Asha tugged at her wound, tears streaming down her face. It hurt so much. Silly girl. Guhan felt both amused and heartbroken. She had carried him for such a long way without a word, but now that they were temporarily safe, her originally fragile nature was revealed. Wait a moment. He gently comforted her. I'll treat your wound right away. Suddenly, his expression tightened. Young master, what's wrong? Someone is talking. I didn't hear anything. It's someone. As a practitioner, Guhan's hearing was naturally far beyond the ordinary, and he began to carefully sense. It sounds like cursing. Not good. As he sensed the source of the voice, his expression instantly darkened. That curse was surprisingly coming from his own mind. Chapter 5. Where is your unruliness? Recover it? Damn it. Why is my hand so restless? What was the point of touching that broken sword? In the depths of his consciousness, within a sword prison about 10 feet wide, a shadow with an indistinct face stared blankly at the prison in front of him, filled with despair and regret. Now look at this. Staying in such a damn place. I don't know how long I will have to wait to escape. He had tried to break through the sword prison before. However, although the sword prison looked ordinary, every time he tried to rush out, a pure sword intent would fall, cutting away part of his soul power. Previously, after just a few collisions, a third of his soul power had been cut away, so he naturally didn't dare to try easily again. Sigh. He felt immense regret. The moment he saw the sword intent, he understood. Not to mention that he only had a remnant soul left, even if his original body were here at its peak. It would not be able to withstand that sword that could almost sever the great Tao. So greedy. If I had known, I would have chosen that Gu Tian earlier. Although his aptitude is terrible and his body doesn't match mine, it's still better than being trapped in this damn place. After a long time, he sighed dejectedly, slowly opening his hand to reveal a mysterious golden seal lying quietly in his palm. Is this thing really destined to have no connection with me? It's all that little bastard's fault. Seeing the golden seal, he thought of Guhan. Damn it, clearly having such an incredible Sword Dao inheritance by his side. Yet he ended up in such a state. What a waste. Not only is he a waste, but he also dragged me down with him. While cursing, he felt a twinge of regret. What a pity that his body was still very compatible with me. What you're holding? Suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind him. What is it? Who? The shadow's heart sank, and he quickly turned around, only to see a young man with a stern expression and eyes full of vigilance standing outside the sword prison. Who else could it be but Guhan? It's you. Upon seeing Guhan, the shadow's eyes turned red with anger, almost cursing again. You little bastard. You set me up and still dare to show up before me. I forget it, endure. He naturally understood his situation. Although he hadn't seen the great Yin sword cannon with his own eyes, just from this sword prison, he could tell how terrifying the inheritance Guhan had obtained was. No matter how powerful and ferocious he was outside here, he was just a piece of meat at Guhan's mercy. You finally come. Guhan looked at him coldly, remaining silent. How is it? The shadow pretended not to see his expression. Are you satisfied with this inheritance I gave you? You. Guhan finally spoke. What exactly is this thing? Thing? The shadow's figure trembled, almost bursting out in anger. As the supreme demon lord of the 9 layers of Demon Realm, commanding 72 demon generals and ruling over billions of lives, how could he be humiliated by a mere little ant like this? Young man, he suppressed his anger, his tone unfriendly. Be polite when speaking to your benefactor. Benefactor? That's right. The shadow snorted lightly. I am the lord of the 9 layers of Demon Realm, the supreme demon lord. Unfortunately, I was ambushed and accidentally came to this continent. Earlier, when I saw you gravely wounded and dying, I specially appeared to grant you a great fortune and inheritance. Isn't that considered a benefactor? That great Yin sword cannon, is it yours? What great, cough, that's right. It was created by me, the golden seal you hold. This is a supreme divine object, within which is a trace of my divine soul. I understand now. Guhan Nu did. So, you want to take over my body and occupy my flesh. With a jolt, the shadow's heart skipped a beat. Young man, he exploded in anger. How can you twist right and wrong like this? I am. No need to act. Guhan's tone was unfriendly. Just now, from start to finish. I heard every word you said clearly. Gu Tian, golden seal, flesh. He wasn't a fool. Upon hearing these words, how could he not understand what had happened? There are great beings in the world, not only at the peak of power, but they can also be reborn through blood. Even if their physical body is destroyed, they can place a trace of their remnant soul in various divine objects. And when they find a suitable body, they can be reborn and live again. This is commonly known as body snatching. The shadow was left speechless. He wanted to slap himself twice. My hand was restless. My mouth was also restless. What? No more to say? You little brat. The shadow was furious. Don't speak so harshly. At that time, you were about to die, and your body happened to be compatible with my soul. What's wrong with me making use of a waste? Making use of a waste? Guhan laughed angrily. You're already trapped, yet you still act so arrogantly. You're really not a good thing. A flash of killing intent suddenly passed through his heart. Buzz, sensing his intentions, the sword prison trembled lightly, and a fine sword intent suddenly descended, instantly penetrating the shadow's body. Ah! A scream erupted. A transparent hole, the thickness of a thumb, appeared on his body in an instant. Guhan was momentarily stunned. It turned out that he could control this sword prison. With a thought, whoosh, another strand of sword intent fell. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Following that, a series of sword intents surged out from the sword prison, nearly turning the shadow into a sieve. Kid. The shadow immediately sensed something was wrong. What are you doing? Stop. Whoosh. Guhan was unwilling to listen, and another strand of sword intent fell. I command you to stop. Didn't you hear me? Whoosh. Kid, don't be ungrateful. If you provoke me, don't blame me for being merciless. Whoosh. Bastard. I will kill you. Whoosh! Gradually, the shadow's voice became weaker and weaker, and his form grew more and more transparent. In contrast, Guhan felt his spirit becoming increasingly robust, his spiritual perception sharpening, and even his control over his cultivation and physical body far exceeding what it was before. He naturally didn't realize that the parts of shadow that were severed were transformed into strands of pure soul power, continuously flowing into his body after being refined and extracted by the sword intent. In the cultivation world, there is a theorem: divine abilities and secret techniques are easy to practice, but enhancing soul power is the hardest. Apart from a few rare secret techniques, ordinary cultivators can only rely on grinding away at their physical bodies and cultivation to supplement their souls to gain some improvement, even if it was just a remnant soul. The shadow's original form possessed immense cultivation and a remarkably strong soul. Even a strand of soul power would greatly benefit Guhan. At this moment, Guhan's soul power was almost more than twice that of an ordinary cultivator. He had a vague feeling that now, although his cultivation had not improved at all, his control over his internal cultivation had reached a level of perfection, precise to the millimeter. If he were to face that fat shopkeeper again, he could kill him without injury in an instant. Outside, not far from the cave where Guhan was resting, look, a guard from the Gu family pointed at the corpse of a monster on the ground. Another one, looking at the wound, it must have been done by Guhan. The guard accompanying him flashed a hint of joy in his eyes. Moreover, this monster has only just died. He must be nearby. You go inform Captain Gu. I'll closely follow him and leave marks along the way. This time, let us make sure he can't escape. Good. Inside the consciousness space, Guhan naturally did not know about the happenings outside. At this moment, his soul power was continuously increasing, and he was gradually immersed in it. Whoosh! Whoosh! However, the sword intent that was supposed to fall did not decrease at all. Wait. After a long time, the shadow finally couldn't hold on any longer and softened. At this moment, he was transparent, his tone weak, and he had long lost his previous arrogance. Ahem, young man, you should stop for a moment. How about we make a deal? Whoosh! Another strand of sword intent fell. Guhan slowly opened his eyes, but there was no hint of mercy in him. Weren't you trying to seize my body? This is just a misunderstanding. The great freedom heavenly demon scripture in the Golden Seal not only harmed my adoptive father, but almost harmed me too. The shadow looked speechless. That great freedom heavenly demon scripture, even when I was at my peak, I wouldn't dare to practice recklessly. You and your adoptive father are just insignificant beings. Your cultivation is insufficient, and your willpower is lacking. You insisted on forcing comprehension. How can that be blamed on me? Are you admitting defeat? The shadow fell silent. As a dignified demon lord, he naturally didn't want to show weakness to a mere ant like Guhan, nor did he want to live without dignity. However, in the face of such a massive grudge, he could give up anything. He would not rest until he avenged himself. Have you surrendered? I have. Do you want to live? I want to live. Why aren't you being arrogant anymore? Guhan sneered. Actually, I preferred your previous defiant demeanor. Can you restore that? The shadow finally completely broke down, cursing non-stop. You bastard! A noble man can be killed, but cannot be humiliated. I have been gifted since childhood, fought throughout my life without defeat, and cultivated 6 ultimate realms, renowned across the stars. Which of my 72 demon generals is not famous, intimidating countless powerful beings? Now that I have fallen to this low state, I have been humiliated by you, a mere ant. You might as well kill me. After saying that, he remained motionless and did not speak again. Unexpectedly, the expected sword intent did not fall upon him. Just now, Guhan frowned slightly, deep in thought. What exactly is that ultimate realm you mentioned? Chapter 6 Crisis. 4th tier monster. In a dense forest, bang. With a casual gesture, a 1st tier monster was sent flying. And Captain Gu turned to the guard in front of him. Is it confirmed to be him? From the wounds, it matches exactly with the previous ones. It must be him. Good. Captain Gu nodded. Well done. Being able to kill a 1st tier monster so cleanly means his strength must have recovered considerably. It was right not to act recklessly. Next, I will personally deal with him. Yes, the so-called ultimate realm, inside the consciousness space. The shadow returned to his previous calm and confident demeanor, speaking to Guhan at length. It is a special realm hidden beyond the ordinary realms. How could a weak cultivator like you, who has just stepped into cultivation, know about it? Moreover, even those who know about the ultimate realms find it extremely difficult to cultivate. In the past, I get to the point. The shadow was choked up and spoke irritably. In short, it's extremely difficult. Not every realm has it. Additionally, to cultivate such a realm, one must spend a long time and effort. And luck is also a huge factor. Earlier, he had reached an agreement with Guhan. He would tell Guhan the method to cultivate the ultimate realm in exchange for Guhan letting him go. Thus, even though he felt aggrieved, he still relayed the information truthfully. The realms of condensing chi, opening meridians, and connecting spirits may seem to end at the 9th level, but that is not the case. The 10th level is the true endpoint. That is what I just referred to as the ultimate realm. And surpassing the 9th level means breaking the shackles of the great Tao, the difficulty of which is unimaginable. Back then, what about after that? Guhan unceremoniously interrupted him. You, the shadow, was furious. Didn't you just say you were only at the condensing chi stage? Why do you want to know so much? Young man, do not be overly ambitious. Being practical is the right way. All right, Guhan no longer pressed for answers. First, tell me how to cultivate the ultimate realm in the condensing chi stage. He was well aware of the other's little calculations, deliberately not revealing everything to keep him from easily attacking again out of curiosity and desire to grow stronger. In fact, Guhan initially intended to keep his promise. With the sword prison in place, the shadow could not play any tricks, and besides, his origins were extraordinary. Keeping him alive would be more beneficial than killing him. Cultivating the ultimate realm in the condensing chi stage is not difficult. Seeing that Guhan was no longer pursuing questions, the shadow secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The usual method of cultivation is to draw chi into the body, and once the spiritual energy fills the main meridians, it reaches the 9th level, after which one can open the meridians and enter the next realm. The ultimate realm, however, is about not opening the meridians and continuing to draw chi into the body. Once the spiritual power in the meridians is compressed to the limit, transforming from spiritual energy into spiritual liquid, then it is considered a success. Just think about it, he said, his tone full of temptation. When you fight against someone of the same realm, your spiritual power concentration is several times that of your opponent. How could they fight against you? Haha, don't even mention the same realm. Even a typical opening meridians realm cultivator may not have as much spiritual power stored as you. Setting aside divine abilities and secret techniques, just in terms of spiritual power, you could easily kill them. Several times, Guhan felt a sense of yearning. If it can really be achieved, it will not only lay a solid foundation for his future cultivation path, but will also greatly enhance his combat power. And then, he suppressed his emotions and asked again, "Is that all?" "Yes, that's all." "Is it really that simple?" "It's that simple. You don't need to doubt it. With my status, how could I deceive someone like you? A mere bug. Anyway, just focus on your cultivation. If anything goes wrong, just come find me." "All right," Guhan nodded. "I'll trust you this once." The life and death of the shadow were in his hands, so he wasn't too afraid of the other party playing tricks. Seeing that everything here was settled, he didn't linger any longer. Leaving Shah alone outside made him somewhat uneasy. As Guhan left, the shadow suddenly sneered coldly. "Indeed, naive. The method is naturally correct and is indeed the easiest extreme to achieve. But if one hasn't strengthened and expanded their meridians with various elixirs since childhood, and if there isn't a master to carefully protect them, allowing the meridians to carry a massive amount of spiritual energy, who would dare to do this? Kid, wait for your body to explode. When you die, I will be completely free." Inside the cave, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. Shah, exhausted, had already fallen into a deep sleep, her beautiful eyelashes fluttering occasionally, as if worried about Guhan's safety even in her dreams. He didn't disturb her. Guhan took out the storage bag from the plump shopkeeper, just as he was about to open it. Suddenly, he sensed something was off. Someone, right nearby. Had it been before, he wouldn't have had such clear insight. But after being nourished by the shadow's soul power, His spiritual perception had greatly enhanced, and everything around the cave was within his perception. He could even clearly hear the sound of the grass on the ground swaying in the wind. Glancing at the sleeping Asha, he quietly stepped outside the cave. Under a giant tree with a thick, twisted trunk about a yard in diameter, a guard from the Gu family carefully left a mark on the ground, then quietly lurked. It was confirmed. Guhan was right in front. As long as Captain Gu arrived in time, he would achieve great merit. Strange. He still felt a bit puzzled. Clearly, his cultivation had been wasted by the elders of the clan, and even his meridians were gone. How could it be possible? Suddenly, the edge of a sword gently pressed against his back. Who? He suddenly turned around, only to meet Guhan's eyes, filled with coldness and killing intent. Guhan, I knew you would give up. Guhan pushed his sword forward by an inch. How long have you been here? Guhan, I advise you to surrender. Captain Gu will be here soon. The sword light flashed. An arm fell to the ground in an instant. I asked you, how long have you been here? And not long. How many people are there? 10 or so. Good. Guhan nodded. You go down and wait for them. Puffed. The sword's brilliance flickered again, and the body separated from the head. This guard he recognized, merely at the 5th level of chi condensation. Killing him was naturally effortless. Captain Gu, he let out a light breath, feeling a bit scared. If it weren't for his greatly enhanced spiritual perception at this moment, he would definitely not have discovered the guard's presence. And Captain Gu was a master of the 8th level of meridian opening, if he had arrived. With Guhan's current cultivation, he would definitely not be his match, and then everything would be over. With time, there would be cultivation. Thinking of this, he stopped delaying, tidied up quickly, and immediately returned to the cave. He carried the drowsy Asha on his back and hurried deep into the wilderness forest. There, the majority were 2nd-level demon beasts. At the same time, it was also a place where many rogue cultivators wandered. Not long after Guhan left, Captain Gu also tracked down this place following the marks left by the guard. Just died recently. It was indeed his doing. After checking the guard's corpse, he casually left a mark and meticulously searched for traces left by Guhan. Moving forward, as he gradually went deeper, the jungle became denser, even blocking most of the light above, making the already dim forest appear even more eerie and terrifying. Along the way, Guhan naturally encountered many people. Some were alone, while others were in groups of 3 to 5, most of them at the meridian opening realm or above, coming from the many rogue cultivators around Tianwu City. Guhan's spiritual perception was sharp, and he could naturally sense the dangerous glances from the crowd. However, no one acted rashly. Killing and robbing treasures requires first understanding the opponent's strength. Someone like Guhan, who dared to wander in the wilderness forest with a little girl, was definitely not easy to provoke. He didn't know how long it had been, but he could gradually no longer see any signs of people around. The deep green vegetation on the ground also changed its monotonous color, mixed with a hint of fiery red. The further he went, the deeper the red became. At the same time, a faint, refreshing fragrance continually wafted from ahead. Young master, Asha groggily woke up. It's so warm and fragrant. Guhan had naturally already noticed. Although he often came to the wilderness forest before, this kind of phenomenon was the first time he had seen. However, even a fool could understand the situation. There were spiritual herbs ahead. Moreover, judging by the situation, these spiritual herbs were absolutely extraordinarily precious. At this moment, he was eager to enhance his cultivation, and other than the dozens of elemental crystals obtained from the plump shopkeeper and the guard, he had nothing else. Encountering such a treasure, he naturally wouldn't let it go easily. Slowing his pace, he cautiously approached forward. This place was not hidden. He didn't believe those rogue cultivators were blind and couldn't see the abnormality here. The only reason, there was a great danger here, a danger that no one dared to approach. As if to validate his guess, after moving forward a distance, the hairs on his body suddenly stood up, and a sense of warning surged within his spiritual perception. Danger, run quickly, otherwise it would be life-threatening. Young master, sensing Guhan's abnormality, Asha also became tense. What's wrong? It's nothing. Guhan glanced around and, seeing no signs of demon beasts, gently set her down. You rest here for a bit. I'll go check ahead. He understood that to survive, he had to risk it all. Now that Captain Gu was closely pursuing him from behind, he had no time to pick ordinary spiritual herbs. And besides, with so many people gathered here, those spiritual herbs were probably long since looted. So how could there be any left for him? Young master, seeing the seriousness on Guhan's face, Asha's heart tightened. Ahead, Guhan slowly moved forward again, and the fragrance grew more intense, while the warning in his spiritual perception became increasingly strong. Suddenly, Guhan abruptly stopped, 100 feet away, on a small tree that was entirely pitch black, oddly shaped, and 2 feet tall, without any leaves. A red fruit the size of a baby's fist swayed in the wind, dispersing its heat and fragrance around. Just taking a breath, Guhan felt a surge of heat rushing into his body. Even his own spiritual power became lively. A treasure. Absolutely a rare treasure. However, he did not act rashly. Even his breathing became lighter. This was because a small snake, about the thickness of his thumb and a foot long, was coiled around the branches of that small tree. And the warning in his spiritual perception was coming from it. Although this little snake looked unassuming, the aura on its body faintly surpassed the third-level demon beast he had seen before. Fourth level. This little snake was definitely a fourth-level demon beast, or even higher. Guhan instantly made the judgment. No wonder. Not only did no one dare to come here, but even the demon beasts had vanished without a trace. All because of the intimidation from this little snake. At this moment, as if sensing his gaze, the little snake on the branch suddenly opened its eyes, its cold vertical pupils locking onto him tightly. Chapter 7. Entering the Extreme Realm. Tenfold Qi Condensation. The feeling of death instantly enveloped Guhan. This is bad. His heart sank, and the spiritual power within him surged wildly as his body instinctively began to retreat. Just because one dares to fight does not mean one should foolishly seek death. Hiss! Guhan's movement seemed to anger it, and the little snake flicked its bright red tongue, transforming into a streak of red light that lunged at Guhan with a speed almost impossible to catch with the naked eye. In an instant, it was right in front of Guhan. The white venomous fangs were incredibly menacing, and a foul, intense odor rushed toward him. There's no escaping. He had to fight. In the blink of an eye, that thought crossed Guhan's mind. At that moment, his extraordinary spiritual sense helped him immensely. Although the little snake was too fast, he could barely catch its flight trajectory within his perception. Without any hesitation, he swiftly drew his long sword. In the little spiritual power, he had surged out frantically as he slashed toward the little snake's neck. That was indeed its vital point. Hiss! A hint of human-like wariness appeared in the little snake's blood-red vertical pupils. Its body twisted slightly, instantly avoiding the fatal blow. Clang! The sound of metal clashing echoed. Sparks flew as the little snake's scales sparked, but a deep white mark instantly appeared. Aside from that, there was no other damage. However, Guhan's entire right arm had lost sensation, trembling uncontrollably, and even the long sword felt unstable in his grip. Hiss! In pain, the little snake became ferocious, twisting its body once more, and instantly bit down on Guhan's tiger mouth. Pain! Heat! In an instant, the poison was injected into his body, an unbearable fiery sensation spreading from the wound along his arm, turning it a bright red. Soon after, the fire poison spread throughout his body. Flesh, bones, and organs. His consciousness began to blur, but Guhan clenched his teeth, holding onto the last bit of clarity in his mind. Wielding his sword in his left hand and continuously slashing at the little snake's body. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew. The little snake writhed in pain, its eyes filled with ferocity, and more fire poison surged into Guhan's body. Quickly, the fire poison spread into his meridians. Just then, an unexpected change occurred. The newly formed meridians were not only unharmed, but the silver specks adorning them suddenly lit up, transforming into tiny, nearly invisible whirlpools that continuously attracted the fire poison from within. Under the whirlpool's filtering, the toxins from the fire poison vanished without a trace, leaving behind pure spiritual power that flowed continuously within the meridians. In an instant, Guhan's cultivation level surged at an astonishing speed. 5-fold chi condensation, 6-fold, 7-fold. Soon, he reached the 9th level, and it seemed he was about to break through the barriers of the meridians and enter the open meridian realm. He must not break through. The fiery sensation within him gradually dissipated, and the clarity in Gu Han's eyes increased. Noticing the unusual situation within his body, he made a decisive choice. Such an opportunity was rare. The extreme realm. At this moment, he couldn't afford to ponder the reasons for this change. His mind tightened as he firmly sealed the various barriers in his meridians, locking in more and more spiritual energy. The little snake's rank was too high. Farsur Pasinguan. The fire poison was the essence of its being, and the spiritual energy it transformed into was naturally massive. Soon, a series of slight, swelling sensations continued to arise from his meridians. If it were an ordinary person, they would have been unable to endure it and would have been crushed by the chaotic spiritual energy, leading to a violent explosion of their body. However, Gu Han's newly reformed meridians were incredibly resilient and several times wider than those of ordinary people. Although it was somewhat uncomfortable, it was far from reaching the limit. Not sure how much time passed. The little snake had exhausted its fire poison, having already fallen to the ground, motionless and completely limp. No longer the fierce and brutal creature it once was. Meanwhile, the swelling sensation within Gu Han's meridians suddenly weakened. The massive mist-like spiritual energy had now transformed into a gentle stream, flowing quietly within the meridians. Liquid spiritual power. 10-fold chi condensation. Gu Han let out a soft breath, slowly standing up and carefully sensed the changes within his body. Is this the extreme realm? The liquid spiritual power, though only 1/5 the thickness of his thumb, was nearly 5 times the total amount of an ordinary cultivator in the same realm, and even more than that of those in the open meridian 5th or 6th levels. Moreover, the purity of his current spiritual power far surpassed that of the past. Indeed, it was very strong, although he still remained at the chi condensation stage. Those at the open meridian 5th or 6th levels would absolutely not be his match. That guy didn't lie to me. This extreme realm isn't that difficult. However, glancing at the red little snake on the ground, he felt a lingering fear in his heart. Next time, he must not be so reckless. After a moment's thought, he understood the cause and effect. Although this red little snake had a high rank, its primary method of attack was the fire poison. If used against an ordinary person, even a master in the open meridian realm would not dare to confront it head-on. But facing Gu Han's extraordinary meridians, it encountered its natural nemesis. Unable to exert even 1/10 of its full power, how could it not be defeated? However, if it were another demon beast, he would have been torn to pieces long ago, and it would have been impossible for him to turn misfortune into fortune and gain such great fortune. Hiss! Just as Gu Han was feeling emotional, the red little snake seemed to regain some strength. It flicked its tongue, and its blood-red eyes were filled with resentment as it lunged toward Gu Han's face with lightning speed, clearly aiming for his eyes. However, it underestimated Gu Han's spiritual sense. The moment it moved, Gu Han had already reacted. Swish! With a sweep of his long sword, the liquid spiritual power within him surged out in an instant, following a mysterious trajectory around, fully merging into the sword. The speed at which he drew the sword was now more than double what it had been before. This time, he aimed once more for the little snake's vital point. The little snake was severely injured, while Gu Han's cultivation had significantly increased. Under the circumstances, their speeds were surprisingly on par. Buzz! With the continuous infusion of spiritual power, a 3-inch sword light emerged from the tip of his long sword, which was previously missing. Swoosh! With a soft sound, just half a foot away from Gu Han's face, the long sword struck down on the little snake's vital point. This area was much weaker than the rest of its body, naturally allowing the long sword to cut through easily. A burst of scorching blood sprayed out, and its slender body was instantly severed in two, twitching on the ground a few times before becoming still. Just then, Gu Han looked at the long sword in his hand. Was that the great Yin sword chi? With a thought, the spiritual power within him began to operate again according to the records of the Great Yin Sword Classic, and in an instant, the 3-inch sword light reappeared, replacing the missing tip of the long sword. As his spiritual power continued to surge forth, the sword light grew longer until it reached half a foot. At this moment, his internal spiritual power had decreased by a full fifth. Swish! With a flick of the long sword, the sword light shot out instantly, transforming into a sword energy that slashed toward a nearby piece of grayish-green giant stone. Without any obstruction, the sword energy flashed by, directly embedding itself into the distant mountain wall, leaving a deep and unfathomable small hole. Moments later, that giant stone suddenly cracked in half, rolling to the side. The cut was as smooth as a mirror, incredibly smooth, indestructible. Nothing could withstand it. Guhan took a deep breath and tightly gripped the long sword in his hand. The great Yin Sword Manual is indeed powerful. However, with my cultivation at the 10th level of Qi condensation, I can only barely cultivate a single sword aura. I can't imagine what it would be like to master 49 sword auras. Retracting his thoughts, he stored the little snake's corpse into his storage bag and walked toward the small tree. With this spirit fruit, my cultivation will surely see a tremendous boost. And with every advancement in my cultivation, the moment of revenge will draw closer. Young master, run. Suddenly, a cry came from a distance. Oh no! Guhan recognized it was Asha's voice. Without caring to pick the spirit fruit, he unleashed his spiritual power and rushed toward the source of the sound. In a moment, he arrived at the dense forest. There stood a middle-aged man, his large hand tightly covering Asha's mouth to prevent her from speaking. It was the Commander Gu, who had been pursuing him. Chapter 8. Borrowing your head for use, to honor my foster father. Gu Tao. Upon seeing Commander Gu, Guhan's eyes instantly turned red. Let her go. Guhan. Commander Gu released his grip and looked Guhan up and down, frowning slightly. Your injuries have indeed healed, I said. Guhan pressed forward step by step. Let her go. That's right. Commander Gu suddenly laughed. Guhan, you're still the same Guhan. Capturing this girl is equivalent to capturing your life. As he spoke, he gently placed his hand on Asha's neck. The meaning was self-evident. You. Guhan suppressed the killing intent in his heart and stopped. What do you want? Naturally, your life. Commander Gu replied leisurely. The young master said that 1 month from now is the day he goes to the Daki Martial Academy. During this time, he doesn't want to be troubled by you. The parricide. Do you understand? Parricide? A hint of sadness flashed in Guhan's eyes. Do you really believe such words? You were promoted by my foster father. You were his trusted aide. I have always regarded you as an elder since childhood. Do you think I would be insane enough to kill my foster father? Guhan. Commander Gu shook his head. You're still as naive as before. As he spoke, he waved his hand and took out a long spear from his storage ring. The spear was bright red, engraved with countless runes, looking far better than the long sword in Guhan's hand. Fire Cloud Spear. Guhan's heart trembled. Why is my foster father's Fire Cloud Spear in your hands? No merit, no reward. Commander Gu said expressionlessly. This spear is naturally my just reward. So, it is. Guhan quickly understood his meaning. His voice choked with emotion. You harm my foster father. You share the blame. People always strive for greater heights, right? I have diligently followed Gu Tian for so many years, not just for a mere commander position. You ungrateful dog, I'll kill you. Stop. Commander Gu exerted a little force with his large hand. If you come closer, she dies. Though he was at the 8th level of the Open Veins realm, Guhan always gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. Being as cautious as he was, he would not let go of Asha, this important bargaining chip. Young master, Asha cried, her voice trembling. Whoa, don't worry about me, you run. In her simple thoughts, Guhan, freshly injured, was certainly no match for Commander Gu. Speak. Guhan suddenly calmed down. What do you want? Naturally, I want you dead. Commander Gu sneered. Put down the sword first, then suddenly, he let out a painful cry as Asha bit down on his hand with all her strength. Fool! He was furious. I'll kill you. With a slight force of his hand, Asha's small face instantly turned red, but she was determined to die and did not let go, biting even harder than before. She hated her own uselessness. More so, she hated Commander Gu's despicability. The grievances and sadness accumulated over these days erupted at this moment. A pair of distinctly colored big eyes fixed on Commander Gu, lacking a bit of the previous dazedness, but gaining a depth and eeriness, suddenly locking eyes with her. Commander Gu's expression momentarily turned dazed. At that moment, Gu Tao, a chilling voice came from the opposite side, like ice from the depths of the abyss. You dare! As the voice fell, a light suddenly illuminated the dark forest. Commander Gu instantly woke up. However, that light was too fast, so fast that he couldn't react in time. He barely caught a glimpse from the corner of his eye before the light reached him. Great Yin's sword aura. In the blink of an eye, the sword aura swept past his left shoulder, then disappeared into the depths of the forest. He was completely stunned. What on earth is this? Before he could finish his sentence, blood surged out, along with his left shoulder and left arm, completely severing from his body. At this moment, he finally felt the excruciating pain, his body tilted, half kneeling on the ground, and Gu Han, taking the opportunity, gently held Asha in his arms. Young master, Asha's voice was somewhat weak. I'm sorry, Asha has caused you trouble. It's my fault for leaving you alone here. Young master, Asha is so tired. Then sleep for a while. Gu Han gently stroked her head. When you wake up, I'll make you something delicious. Okay. Before he finished speaking, she had already fallen into a deep sleep. Gently putting her down, Gu Han slowly approached the pale-faced Commander Gu. You deserve to die. Gu Han, I'm my foster father's spear. Do you even deserve to wield it? Puff. In a flash of sword light, the long spear and Commander Gu's right arm fell to the ground in an instant. Gu Han, he struggled to endure the excruciating pain, raising his head with difficulty, his pale face covered in cold sweat. I know I was wrong. I also know I deserve to die. But we have shared so many years of affection. You used to ride on my neck every day when you were young. Don't you remember? So, Gu Han's expression was emotionless. You want me to let you go? Good. You lend me one thing, and I'll agree. What? Commander Gu's face brightened. Good. Whatever you want, I can give you. The fire cloud spear? Just take it. I don't deserve to use it. No. Gu Han shook his head. I want to borrow your head to honor my foster father. Puff. As his words fell, a sword aura flashed by, and Commander Gu's head fell to the ground, his eyes still retaining a hint of joy. Foster father. Gu Han deeply bowed to the long spear. This is the first one. Those who harmed you will not escape. Want to go to the Daki Martial Academy? He glanced into the distance, an expression of coldness on his face. A month later, you all must pay with your lives for my foster father. Waste. Scoundrel. Inside the main hall of the Gu family, Guyang looked at Commander Gu's corpse placed before him, furious. You can't even deal with Gu Han. What good are you? Below, several guards trembled in fear, not daring to breathe. Enough. Above, Gu Chang cast a cold glance at Guyang. In times of great trouble, maintain your composure. Have you forgotten the lessons I've taught you? Yes, grandfather. I ask you. Gu Chang's gaze shifted to several guards. Did you witness Gu Han kill Gu Tao with your own eyes? Actually, we didn't see it, but Commander Gu's wound. Father, beside Guyang, a middle-aged man suddenly spoke. There's something strange. Gu Han was still a waste yesterday, but today he has the strength to kill Gu Tao. He was Gu Cheng, Guyang's biological father. Step back. Gu Cheng waved his hand, dismissing the guards. If it really was him, being able to recover his strength in just one day and even have the power to kill Commander Gu must be due to that golden seal. But Gu Chang frowned deeply. That day we all saw Gu Tianquang go berserk, turning against his own kin. How could he possibly give the golden seal to Gu Han? What a blunder. Gu Chang's gaze was profound. We only saw him going mad, yet we don't know how far gone he truly is. Perhaps he still retained some last bit of clarity. We all fell for his trick. Father, if that golden seal is really in Gu Han's hands, would he also go mad like Gu Tianquang? It's possible. Gu Chang's gaze remained deep. Of course, whether he is mad or not, this disaster must ultimately be eliminated. I made one mistake and cannot make a second. Immediately issue a bounty to the loose cultivators in the wilderness forest. Gu Han has rebelled and killed his father, slaughtered his kin, and shows no remorse. Anyone who captures him, regardless of life or death, will be rewarded with 2,000 yuan crystals and a top-grade spirit weapon. Grandpa, Guyang felt a bit pained. So many 2,000 yuan crystals are nearly half of his resource allocation for half a year. And treasures in the world certainly have grades. There are tools, spirit weapons, precious artifacts, and mysterious artifacts, which are also divided into inferior, middle, superior, and top grades. A top-grade spirit weapon is indeed rare in the Gu family. It's nothing. Gu Chong waved his hand. The wilderness forest is too vast, and relying on the Gu family's limited manpower is far from enough. Moreover, if you can smoothly reach the Great Qi Martial Academy, this bit of expenditure can be made up tenfold or 100-fold. Don't worry, Grandpa. Speaking of the Great Qi Martial Academy, Gu Yang regained his confidence. My cultivation will break through soon, and I will soon practice the family blaze burning technique to the realm of both form and spirit. This spot is mine alone. Good. A smile finally appeared on Gu Chang's face. Truly worthy of being my Gu family's Qilin child. The future of our Gu family depends on you alone. In the wilderness forest, as always, the deeper one goes, the darker it becomes. In the heavy shadows, two figures moved forward, one after the other, unhurriedly. The person in front had white hair and a youthful face, full of energy, with kind eyes. Half a body's distance from him was an old man with a soft demeanor, pale skin, and a hunched back. Stewardly, is your injury all right? Cough, cough. Thank you for your concern, Elder Shui. It was our carelessness. We didn't expect that fire toad to evolve to the 6th tier. You've worked hard. Elder Shui, don't mention it. We came this time to protect you. The 7th Prince's cold poison is getting worse, so we must trouble Elder Shui. Sigh. The person in front sighed. My methods can only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. If our master were here, everything would be fine. The ghost doctor has been elusive and has not appeared for decades. In such a vast east wilderness, where can we find him? Sigh. Why must the 7th Prince be so unfortunate? Fortunately, Elder Shui felt somewhat comforted. We've found quite a few spiritual herbs this time. After we go back, what is wrong, Elder Shui? That fragrance seems to be from the blaze sunfruit? The blaze sunfruit? Steward Li's face lit up with joy. Isn't that the spiritual herb we need? Exactly. Good. Elder Shui, wait here. Let me go ahead and check it out. Be careful. The place where the blaze sunfruit is born must be accompanied by the crimson flame serpent. Once it matures, it becomes a 6th-tier demon beast, and its fire poison should not be underestimated. Elder Shui, don't worry. I know what I'm doing. As they spoke, Steward Li swiftly moved away. Along the way, he followed the faint fragrance, and it didn't take long to find the oddly shaped little tree, which was also the place where Gu Han and the little snake fought. Huh. His smile froze. It's gone? The little tree in front was bare, with only a trace of fragrance remaining. But where was the trace of the blaze sun fruit? Damn it! He cursed under his breath. His gaze swept over to a newly opened cave, not far away. You inside. Get out here. His voice was sharp and cutting, echoing far away. Moments later, a young man emerged, holding a tattered long sword, with a wary expression. It was Gu Han. Chapter 9. The soul is lacking. An incurable disease. Looking at Steward Li not far away, Gu Han's heart suddenly tightened, instinctively gripping the long sword in his hand. Strong. Very strong. This old man, who claimed to be from our family and spoke with a soft tone, gave him an extremely dangerous feeling, one he could not resist. He cautiously took a step, instantly blocking the cave entrance behind him. There, Asha was still asleep. It had been 2 days since the battle with Commander Gu. Yet, Asha had been unusually sleeping until now. Gu Han thought it was because she was too exhausted, so he dug out a cave here for her to rest. The lingering scent of the red little snake meant few dared to approach this place, making it a relatively safe spot for the time being. As for that fruit, he had long since picked it and eaten it. However, although this fruit was miraculous and helped him successfully break through to the Qi gathering stage, he had only stepped into the 2nd layer of the meridian opening stage, which was far inferior to the venom of that red little snake. After thinking it over and finding no clues, he could only attribute it to the liquid spiritual power in his body and his exceptionally broad meridians. Kid, saying Guam Han Silin, Stawart Li Greu Impatien. We're asking you a question. Where did that blaze sun fruit go? Blaze sun fruit? Is that the name of that fruit? I don't know. Gu Han naturally wouldn't admit it. I've never seen the blaze sun fruit you mentioned. You slippery little brat. Steward Li raised an eyebrow. Are you daring to deceive us? Never seen it? Where did the scent of the blaze sun fruit on you come from? Hurry up and tell us the truth. Guhan was speechless. This guy can smell it? Just obediently hand over the fruit. And if you make me happy, you'll have your benefits. If you dare to babble again, you'll get a taste of our methods. As he spoke, a cold aura pressed down. You're late. Seeing him so aggressive, Guhan naturally understood that today's matter would not end well. So he simply stopped hiding and spoke the truth. The fruit is gone. What do you mean? I ate it. What did you say? Stawar li skramat. Ate it? Kid, there's a limit to arrogance. That Blaze Sun fruit has a domineering effect. Even someone at the Qi gathering stage must be careful when refining it. With your mere meridian opening cultivation, how could you withstand such violent medicinal power? Whether you believe it or not, I ate it. Good. Stawarat lisnarat. You want to listen to advice. So don't blame us for using our size to bully you and teach you a lesson. After saying that, the cold aura instantly intensified several times. Guhan felt like he was facing a great enemy. Gritting his teeth, he instantly mobilized all his cultivation, ready for the great transformation, Sword Qi. Stop! Suddenly, a furious shout came from afar, timely stopping stewardly. It was Elder Shui. Stawardly. He approached, his expression slightly dark. What are you doing? Elder Shui. You don't know. Stewardly glared fiercely at Guhan and recounted the events. This brat has a terrible temper. We had no choice. Across from him, Guhan coldly stared at him. My temper is terrible? Just look at your own character. Enough. Elder Shui frowned deeply. This matter is your recklessness. He arrived first. The Blaze Sun fruit ought to belong to him. If he is unwilling to give it, you should not have forcibly taken it. That is inappropriate. Very inappropriate. Yes. Elder Shui is right. We are worried about the seventh prince's safety and did not consider things carefully. However, he did not think so in his heart. This Dr. Shui is great at everything, but his character is a bit too soft, just a pushover. Young friend, Dr. Shui pondered for a moment and looked at Guhan. Although the fiery sun fruit is precious, it is known for its strong fire energy. Not only is its medicinal effect domineering and fierce, but its effect on improving cultivation is also not as great as one might imagine. Moreover, for your cultivation level, this thing is just a waste. Strong fire energy? Guhan suddenly understood. No wonder the fruit's effect on his improvement was far below expectations. It turned out to be this reason. Young friend, Dr. Shui continued, this fiery sun fruit is of great use to me. Why not let me have it? Rest assured, I will definitely not let you suffer a loss and will offer equivalent cultivation resources in exchange. Guhan actually felt a bit regretful. If he had kept the fruit until now, the cultivation resources he could have exchanged for might have pushed his cultivation to the third or even fourth level of meridian opening. Senior, Dr. Shui's attitude was kind, and he did not pressure him, so Guhan naturally would not respond coldly. It's not that I don't want to. I really did eat that fruit. Kid, Stewardly screamed again. You. Dr. Shui shot him an unhappy glance and shook his head. Since the young friend is unwilling, I want to force you. Stewardly, let us go. Seek, Fina. Stewardly was somewhat unwilling and glared fiercely at Guhan. Kid, don't let us see you again. Guhan remained expressionless. Threat? He was naturally not afraid, although from the tone and address, he had vaguely guessed Steward Li's identity. He had little feeling towards the royal family of the Qi. Since childhood, Gu Tian had instilled a principle in him. A real man stands between heaven and earth, respecting but not fearing. Young master, at this moment, a soft and weak voice came from behind. It was a Sha, stumbling out, still looking drowsy, as if 2 days and nights of rest couldn't replenish her energy. A Sha? Guhan's expression brightened, and he hurried to support her. You're awake? Don't move around. Your foot is still injured. Young master, I'm so hungry. Without any cultivation to rely on, and having not eaten or drunk anything for so long, she naturally couldn't hold on anymore. Hungry? All right, young friend. Just then, Dr. Shui's voice came again, returning to stand in front of Guhan. Senior, Guhan's heart tightened, and he quickly protected a Sha behind him. That fruit. I really ate it. Not about that. Dr. Shui smiled, took out a jade bottle from his storage ring. I see this little girl is seriously injured. This is a medicinal powder I prepared in my spare time, so I'll give it to you. Thank you, Senior. Guhan sighed in relief, not being pretentious. Taking the jade bottle. Just looking at the exquisite jade bottle, one could tell the preciousness of the medicinal powder inside, far surpassing the ordinary pills he had obtained from Commander Gu. In the distance, Stewardly had a dark expression, wanting to explode but not daring to. Bah! He got lucky. He actually encountered Dr. Xue, such a well-known pushover in the Deqi dynasty. What good luck! Thank you, Grandpa. A Sha peeked out from behind Gu Han, weakly expressing her gratitude. Good. Hearing her call him Grandpa, Dr. Xue seemed to think of something, his expression momentarily distracted. Little girl, pulling back his thoughts, his gaze softened even more. You are quite polite. This medicinal powder is not given in vain, right? Halfway through his words, his brow suddenly furrowed. Wait, Senior, what's wrong? Gu Han's heart sank. It seems. Dr. Xue examined Asha carefully, pondering for a moment. Girl, come here, let me have a look. Huh? Asha timidly looked at Gu Han. Young master, go ahead. Gu Han smiled. This senior had no ill intentions. He naturally understood that both Dr. Xue and Stewardly had unfathomable cultivation levels, far surpassing him. If they wanted to harm him, they could just do it directly without needing to go through all these motions. Dr. Xue's large hand slowly covered Asha's forehead. A faint milky white glow circulated continuously. After a while, sigh, Dr. Xue withdrew his hand and looked at Asha with a bit more pity in his eyes. Poor girl. Senior. Gu Han's heart tightened. What happened to Asha? If I'm not mistaken, this girl seems to be suffering from the legendary soul deficiency syndrome. Soul deficiency syndrome? What is that? The soul is the foundation of a person. Whether a practitioner or a common person, the soul is tightly locked within the spiritual platform without any leakage. A person with a missing soul is muddled and dull, and in severe cases shows signs of being foolish. The more Gu Han listened, the colder his heart became. It all matched. Ever since he picked up Asha 10 years ago, she had always been in this slow-witted state. 10 years? After hearing Gu Han's account, Dr. Xue's brow furrowed even deeper. According to the records, a person suffering from soul deficiency syndrome has their soul energy continuously depleting and cannot live beyond 3 years. But this girl, meanwhile, Asha looked at him weakly, seeming to understand a little. Senior, Gu Han felt very anxious. Can you cure this soul deficiency syndrome? My skills are lacking. Dr. Xue said. Gu Han's eyes dimmed. His heart sank to the bottom in an instant. However, Dr. Xue's next sentence reignited his hope. Chapter 10, I have a friend, my master, known as the Ghost Doctor, has unparalleled attainments in medicine and alchemy. It's somewhat embarrassing to say, although I am referred to as a divine doctor, my skills are not even a fraction of my masteress. I only have a bit of fame in this corner of the Deqi dynasty. If he were here, perhaps he would have some methods. Ghost Doctor? Gu Han's heart leaped with joy. Where is he? Speaking of which, Dr. Xue gave a bitter smile. I haven't heard from him for decades. Decades? Gu Han's heart chilled again. He could wait, but could Asha wait? Young master, Asha finally understood the meaning behind their words and felt a bit sad. Is Asha going to die? Asha is not afraid of death, but Asha doesn't want to leave young master. Don't worry. Gu Han's heart ached as he tightly embraced her. I won't let you die. I will definitely find a way to save you. This is my promise to you. You know, I never lied to you. Sigh. Dr. Xue seemed to think of something and sighed deeply again. What a talented girl. Such a pity. Hesitating for a moment, he took out a small bottle again, presenting it in pure gold color, the bottle engraved with countless exquisite patterns, far more precious than the jade bottle from before. This is a spirit-nourishing pill. It was left to me by my master when he left, originally meant for me to break through to the divine communication realm. However, I had some other fortunate encounters and didn't get to use it. The pills my master refined are naturally extraordinary. I'll give it to you now, and it can serve some temporary purpose. Dr. Xue, Stewardly jumped up anxiously. That's a pill refined by the Ghost Doctor himself. How can you? Dr. Xue's expression darkened. It's my own thing. Do I need your permission to give it to anyone? His usually gentle nature had turned genuinely angry with such a remark. I wouldn't dare. Stewardly quickly smiled apologetically. It's our family's lack of manners. Please don't be angry, Dr. Xue. He was also puzzled. Although Dr. Xue was known as a pushover, He had never seen him be this generous. Even giving away a pill refined by the ghost doctor for a little girl he had never met before. The seventh prince didn't he even have such treatment. Great kindness from the senior. Guhan respectfully bouve deeply. The younger generation will always remember this. At this moment, his heart, which had been frozen for a long time due to the betrayal of the Gu family, felt a hint of warmth. Thank you, Grandpa. Asha is learning by example. Grandpa is truly a great person. Ha. Seeing Asha's innocent and carefree appearance, Dr. Shue couldn't help but laugh heartily. Good. The elixir I have given is worth it. Stewardly curled his lips. You give the elixir to our family, and our family can call you Grandpa or Great-Grandpa. Guhan solemnly took the small vial and gently opened it. At the bottom of the vial, 3 thumb-sized, yellowish elixirs lay quietly. In an instant, a soft, refreshing fragrance, different from the fiery, sunlight fruit, wafted out. Just taking a breath made Guhan feel that his spiritual sense had become a bit sharper. Young master. Asha was almost drooling. It smells so good. Come, let us eat one first. It's really delicious. After taking the elixir, Asha became a bit dizzy. Her body swayed, and she instantly collapsed into Guhan's arms. Senior, no worries. It seems to have had an effect, but she has no cultivation base. So she will naturally need some time to absorb the elixir's medicinal power. Thank you, Senior. Dr. Shue glanced at Asha again, sighing slightly in his heart. What happens next depends on your fortune. All right. Collecting his thoughts, he no longer intended to stay. Senior. Guhan suddenly called out to him. May I ask what you need that fiery sunlight fruit for? No need for that. Dr. Shue was taken aback for a moment, then waved his hand. I give you the elixir simply because if you think I am asking for the fiery sunlight fruit in return for my kindness, then you underestimate me. Senior, you misunderstood. Guhan thought for a moment. That fiery sunlight fruit was indeed eaten by me, but I wonder if it can be replaced with something else? Something else? Just this. Guhan gently set Asha down and took out the red little snake. The crimson flame snake, stewardly exclaimed and hurriedly approached. No wonder. Old Shue said that the place where the fiery sunlight fruit is born must have the crimson flame snake around. We were wondering why we hadn't seen it. It turns out it was in your hands. Kid, why didn't you take it out earlier? Guhan directly ignored him. Senior, can this thing be useful? Naturally. It is useful. Dr. Schwinn nodded in satisfaction. This crimson flame snake is a rare species. Although it has not matured, it is still of the 4th rank. Its beast core is just as effective as that fiery sunlight fruit, and may even be better. Looking at the smooth wound on the snake's body and the broken sword in Guhan's hand, he seemed to understand something. It seems I underestimated you. Senior, you flatter me. It was just luck. Guhan naturally did not want to reveal his secrets. Dr. Shue did not ask further. Everyone has secrets, including himself, and he had no interest in probing further. However, at this moment, he believed Guhan's earlier words. To be able to slay the crimson flame snake with the cultivation of the opening veins realm, then swallowing the fiery sunlight fruit would naturally not be a remarkable feat. Only Steward Li was sneering in his heart. Dr. Shue wouldn't he really think that the crimson flame snake was killed, right? How could that be? He probably just stumbled upon it. Kid, the more he looked at Guhan, the more displeased he became. At least you understand the principle of gratitude. So hand it over. You want it? Nonsense. Trade it for spirit crystals. What did you say? This crimson flame snake is for the senior, and I naturally don't expect anything in return. But you have to trade it for spirit crystals. Guhan choked stewardly for a moment, then turned to give the crimson flame snake to Dr. Shue. Even though he urgently needed cultivation resources now, he still did not take a single spirit crystal from Dr. Shue. Saving Asha was equivalent to saving himself. Since childhood, Gu Tian had taught him one principle. Kindness should be repaid tenfold, and enmity should also be repaid tenfold. Before leaving, Steward Li was still unwilling and harshly dropped the sentence. Kid, don't let us see you again. Guhan took it as a fart. At the same time, the bounty issued by the Gu family had spread to most of the scattered cultivators in this area in just 2 days. 2,000 spirit crystals. High-grade spiritual weapon. What a big deal. Who is Guhan that they're willing to spend so much? I heard he is a parasite. No wonder the Gu family is offering a reward for him. So, What do you think? Are we going to do it? Nonsense, of course we are. If we can really kill him, this reward is enough for us to enjoy life for several years. Everyone was discussing enthusiastically. Among them, those who had seen Guhan and Asha were now regretting deeply. Such a large fortune. They missed it for nothing. For a time, all the scattered cultivators threw aside the matters of gathering spiritual herbs and killing monsters, frantically searching for Guhan's whereabouts based on the clues provided by the Gu family. Guhan naturally did not know any of this. Inside the cave, Asha was still sound asleep, but her expression had lost some pain and gained a bit of calm and tranquility. Beside her, Guhan was carefully applying medicinal powder to the soles of her feet. The medicinal powder given by Dr. Shui was naturally extraordinary, just as he applied it. The blood that had been continuously oozing from the wound immediately stopped. Suddenly, Asha gently turned her body and began to mumble. "Young master, Asha is hungry. Asha wants to eat chicken legs." Hearing these two words, Guhan's expression went blank, and memories seemed to return to 10 years ago. In the icy cold, a 3 or 4-year-old little girl, starving and freezing, fainted in front of the Gu family and happened to be found by him. A chicken leg, a pot of hot coals, brought her back from the gates of hell. Since then, he simply kept her in the Gu family, and she became his personal maid. Over the past 10 years, the two had shared joys and sorrows, living together day and night, and had long regarded each other as their only one. Asha, looking at the pale little face so close to him, Guhan took a deep breath. "I will never let you die. Your adoptive father is already gone. You absolutely cannot leave me again. Soul deficiency disease, ghost doctor elixir." His thoughts gradually scattered. Suddenly, he seemed to think of something, and his eyes lit up. That guy might have a way. In the consciousness space within the sword prison. Damn it! The shadow that was originally sitting cross-legged suddenly jumped up, cursing again. What kind of day is this? I can't die, nor can I live. Am I going to be trapped here forever? How am I supposed to take revenge? Sighing after cursing for a long time, he sat down dejectedly. Forget it. After so many years, what's a little more time? Wait until that kid breaks through to the 10th level of chi condensation. What are you mumbling about? Suddenly, a familiar voice came from behind him. Cough, cough. The shadow froze and quickly turned around. Why are you here again? Just came to see you. Regarding Asha's safety, Guhan's tone softened a bit. See me? The shadow was a bit suspicious. Would you be so kind? Well, I have a question to ask you. A question? The shadow suddenly realized. No wonder you were speaking so politely. It turns out you have a favor to ask. Kid, he put his hands behind his back, saying proudly, "You're not having trouble with your cultivation, are you? It's just the chi condensation stage, a realm inferior to ants, and you actually have problems? Just listen to me. Don't be too ambitious. Just focus on your hard work. It's not about cultivation." Guhan shook his head. "Moreover, I have opened my veins." Open my veins? The shadow scoffed. Open your veins? What did you say? He instantly broke his composure and became furious. Who allowed you to open your veins? Who gave you permission to open your veins? I had already told you not to aim too high. But did you just ignore it? What's wrong? Guhan's expression darkened. When did I need your permission to open my meridians? In an instant, the sword prison trembled lightly, and several sword intents were ready to strike. The shadow finally realized its own gaffe. Ahem, that's not it. The 10th level of chi condensation, although it is the simplest extreme realm, can lay a solid foundation for you. If you can master it, it will be of tremendous benefit to your future cultivation. How could you give up so easily? It's not just foolish, it's downright stupid. He looked pained, as if he truly cared about Guhan's future. Guhan wore a skeptical expression. Is this guy acting differently? Why is he so concerned about me? In fact, I have already mastered the 10th level of chi condensation. What? The shadow stared intently at Guhan. You've achieved it? Yes. Then ahem, do you have any special feelings? Feelings? Guhan thought for a moment. Aside from my meridians feeling a bit swollen, there's nothing else. You were right earlier. Mastering the extreme realm in the chi condensation stage is indeed not difficult. I see. It seems I misunderstood you. Not bad, not bad. The shadow appeared to be approving on the surface, but was cursing internally. Damn it. How could this little brat's life be so tough? He should have been killed by such a pitfall. Little did he know about the wonders of Guhan's newly formed meridians. He originally intended to harm Guhan, but ended up inadvertently helping him achieve the 10th level of Qi condensation, which naturally made him feel frustrated. I ask you, Guhan, worried about Asha, ignored the Shadow's somewhat strange attitude. Have you heard of the soul deficiency syndrome? Soul deficiency? The Shadow replied weakly. Isn't it just the damage to the soul and the loss of soul power? Why are you asking this? After a brief silence, Guhan slowly spoke. I have a friend. Chapter 11. Giving in is a matter of 0 times or countless times. Guhan detailed Asha's condition to the Shadow. Huh. The Shadow showed some interest. Your little maid has quite an extraordinary background. Why do you say that? The soul is the foundation of a cultivator. If it is damaged, unless one reaches a state like mine, where the spirit is indestructible otherwise with her mortal body, she definitely won't live past 3 years. But your little maid has no cultivation and has lived steadily for so many years, which means someone must have used a forbidden method to seal her soul and prevent the loss of soul power. A person with such strength, even if not as strong as me, will be close. Guhan furrowed his brow. He had naturally inquired about Asha's background, but Asha was unclear about even the last 2 years of her memories. So how could she remember such things? In her simple mind, there are only Guhan, chicken legs, and half of Gu Tian. Since there is a seal, then why? Is that even a question? It must have broken. Didn't you say she has been complaining about being tired these past 2 days? That's a sign of soul power loss. What should we do? Very simple. The Shadow suddenly decided to keep it a secret. But there is a condition. Speak. You have to release me. Guhan fell silent for a moment. Uff. The next moment, a chilling sword intent instantly pierced through the Shadow. Little brat. He was furious. You promised not to attack me again. I changed my mind. Do you? Say it or not. In her case, she either needs a soul-nourishing elixir to prolong her life, or we wait for me to recover my cultivation to reseal her soul. Apart from that, there's no other way. He could see that if he continued to threaten, Guhan would genuinely tear his face and completely annihilate him. Giving in is a matter of 0 times or countless times. So, this time he chose to instantly back down. No other way. Guhan was a bit unwilling to accept. Aren't you claiming to be a demon lord? You talk about ants all the time. Is that all you can do? Kid, the Shadow was angry. Do you really think I'm omnipotent? Besides, do you know what a demon lord is? In simple terms, it means a person of the demonic path, only capable of killing, not saving, covering the heavens with one hand, suppressing all beings. Those who follow me prosper. Those who oppose me perish. This is what I intend to do. Have you ever seen a demonic path practitioner who focuses on researching ways to save people? After this speech, Guhan was left speechless. It seemed he had a point. However, letting him go, absolutely impossible. Not to mention how long it would take for him to recover his cultivation. If he released him, he would probably take action against him immediately. Sensing that Asha seemed to be showing signs of waking up, he no longer lingered or paid attention to the Shadow, immediately leaving the consciousness space. Damn it. Seeing Guhan leave, the Shadow cursed. This little brat, young as he is, his heart is exceptionally dark, and his methods are exceptionally ruthless. At this rate, one day, I'll end up under his hand. No, I have to kill him. Just wait. There will be plenty of time in the future. Let's see. Outside, Guhan opened his eyes, and right in front of him were Asha's bright, sparkling eyes. Compared to before, they were less dull and more lively. If before she was a stagnant pool, now she was a clear spring, and paired with her already stunningly beautiful face, she seemed to have acquired a hint of enchanting charm. Young master. Being stared at by Guhan like this, Asha's pretty face turned red. What are you looking at? Guhan instantly reacted. Asha, have you become smarter? The previous Asha was muddled and lacked many emotions. Apart from Guhan and chicken legs, even when Commander Gu and others died in front of her, she did not show the usual reactions. But now after taking the elixir, her emotions seemed to have enriched considerably. Oh, Asha also realized. I feel like I've become smarter too. From now on, besides the young master, no one can call me Asha? Good. Guhan smiled gently. From now on, if anyone calls you Asha, I'll beat them up. Young master. I just had a dream. What? I dreamed that someone took me away, and I can no longer see the young master. Silly girl. Guhan laughed. You can rest assured, with me around, no one can take you away. Asha obediently nodded. Roar. Suddenly, a faint roar echoed in their ears. Demon Beast. Young master. Asha felt a bit nervous. Don't be afraid, it's fine. Roar. The roar sounded again, becoming clearer. Guhan's expression darkened. It wasn't because of the demon beast, but because his powerful spiritual sense instantly detected that several people were approaching him. Asha, he said calmly. Stay here and don't move. I'll go take a look. Okay. Outside, several loose cultivators were fleeing in panic. Unknowingly, they had approached the cave where Guhan was located. Second brother, we can't go any further. Yes, second brother. The demon beast there seems even scarier. There's no time. A man in his 30s glanced back. Being caught by is also death. So it's better to fight for a chance. Roar. As they spoke, the huge creature behind them was getting closer. Over 10 feet long. With sharp fangs and covered in needle-like black fur, a silver-white tuft of fur sprouted from its forehead and spread to its lower back. A second-tier demon beast, Silverline Ironback Bear. In an instant, the few of them arrived near the cave. Second brother, there is someone here. The demon beast here seems to have disappeared. Oh no, it's chasing us. Roar. Behind them, the Silverline Ironback Bear seemed to have lost its sanity, completely ignoring the lingering aura of the Crimson Flame Snake, and charged straight in, opening its massive jaws to bite at the group. It's over. The faces of the few people were filled with despair. Just then, a bright light suddenly flashed and pierced into the bear's forehead. With a thud, the bear let out no sound as its body fell in front of the group, instantly splitting in half. In their stunned gaze, Guhan stepped out from the shadows, not even glancing at them, calmly taking out the beast core and placing the bear's corpse into his storage bag. Only then did the group realize that the Silverline Ironback Bear, known for its tough skin and strong flesh, had the strength to match a cultivator at the 5th level of the Meridian opening stage, and was inherently brutal and vengeful, which had forced them to flee in panic. They never expected it to be easily dealt with by Guhan. Little brother, a man approached with cupped fists. Thank you for saving us. As he got closer, he suddenly recognized Guhan's appearance. What's wrong? Guhan frowned. Nothing. Thank you for saving my life, little brother. No need to thank me, Guhan said expressionlessly. I just didn't want to miss the beast core. If there is nothing else, you can leave. After saying this, he ignored the group and walked into the cave. The survivors, having escaped death and seeing Guhan's indifference, naturally did not wish to linger. Along the way, the man was filled with excitement. Hey, a female cultivator looked surprised. Second brother, what's wrong? That boy, I know him. Know him? The female cultivator scoffed. What's so great about knowing someone like that? He.S. just showing off his strength. If elder brother were here, would he even get the chance to act? What a waste of that beast core. No. The man shook his head. You don't understand. A beast core is nothing. He seems to be Guhan. Guhan? The one wanted by the Gu family? Exactly. So what you mean is haha. I didn't expect that we would benefit from disaster. We're going to make a fortune now. But another person looked troubled. He was able to easily slay the Silverline Ironback Bear, so his cultivation must be at least the 8th level of the Meridian opening stage. And I didn't even see how he made his move. Among us, the highest cultivation is only the 3rd level of the Meridian opening stage. That's the one they call second brother. Find elder brother. The man sneered. He is an expert at the Chi opening stage. Dealing with this person is a piece of cake. Yeah, how could I forget about elder brother? Let us go, let us go. Or, if that kid gets discovered by someone else, we'll be in big trouble. As they spoke, the group seemed to have completely forgotten that Guhan had just saved their lives. So delicious. In the cave by the campfire, Asha was happily gnawing on a perfectly roasted bear paw, revealing her true nature as a foodie. Beside her, Guhan was also working hard on another bear paw. It wasn't that he was hungry. At his cultivation level, he could go half a month without food or water. However, this giant bear was a second-tier demon beast, and the essence in its flesh could provide a slight boost to his cultivation. Although it was minimal, he was currently broke and naturally wouldn't miss any opportunity to enhance himself. Burped so full, after finally enjoying the meal, Asha set down the bear paw she had gnawed on, which was as big as 4 or 5 of her heads, and let out a satisfied burp. Full? Guhan wiped the grease from her mouth. Then let us go. He urgently needed to find spiritual herbs to enhance his cultivation. So he naturally wouldn't stay any longer. Moreover, the crimson flame snake had been dead for several days, and the remaining aura here was becoming weaker, making it no longer a safe place. Otherwise, that Silvaline ironback bear, no matter how fierce, would not have dared to step in here. Okay, Asha didn't ask more. Wherever Guhan went, she went too. After 10 years, the two had formed a tacit understanding. Young master, Asha suddenly spoke up from Guhan's back. I also want to cultivate. Cultivate? Yeah, I want to help young master. All right, Guhan smiled. I'll teach you. Previously, he had tried to teach Asha cultivation, but at that time she was muddled and couldn't even sense spiritual energy, let alone draw it into her body. Over time, this matter naturally fell by the wayside. Now, these obstacles were no longer present. Not long after Guhan left, a group of people arrived at the cave entrance. It was the same few who'd been saved by Guhan. Oh no! Upon seeing the situation inside the cave, the man's expression darkened. Big brother, he's gone. No problem. A middle-aged man with a sinister scar on his face glanced at the fire pit. There's still warmth, he isn't gone far. Let us chase. This bounty must not fall into someone else's hands. Chapter 12. Counterattack. Old Shwe. Outside the barbaric wilderness forest, Stewardly could no longer suppress his doubts. We can't understand why you gave such precious pills, especially those refined by the ghost doctor, to a girl we've never met. Isn't that a bit cough? He wanted to say it was a waste, but was afraid of angering the divine doctor and didn't dare to speak out. What kind of person was the ghost doctor? Not to mention the seventh prince. Even the Dechi royal family had to look up to him. The pills he refined were certainly not ordinary, not to mention one worth tens of thousands of gold. Even hundreds of thousands or millions of gold would have many people fighting to buy them. It's fine. The divine doctor shook his head. That pill is of no great use to me, just a decoration. If it can help that girl live a little longer, it's worth it. As he spoke, he glanced at the storage ring on his hand, his gaze dimming slightly. Old Shwe, Stewardly said, a bit surprised. You Stewardly. The divine doctor seemed unwilling to elaborate further and change the subject. I just heard those scattered cultivators discussing that someone in the city has issued a bounty to capture someone. Have you heard anything about it? Seeing that he didn't want to say more, Stewardly naturally wouldn't pry further and coldly laughed. A small temple with big demons. A little Tianwu city has stirred up quite a bit of trouble. Enough, the divine doctor looked towards Tianwu city. Let's go back. We can't delay any longer with the seventh prince. In the barbaric wilderness forest, Guhan carried Asha, moving up and down, weaving through the dense forest. Along the way, he encountered several second-tier demon beasts. With his current cultivation at the second level of the Meridian opening stage, coupled with the formidable Great Yin Sword Chi, those demon beasts posed no threat to him at all, only offering their lives in beast cores. However, until now, he and T encountered a single spiritual herb. It was no wonder. This area was only slightly deeper than the outskirts of the barbaric wilderness forest, and many people had come here. After years of foraging, any spiritual herbs or fruits with some age had long been picked clean, making them hard to find. Hey, just as Guhan was contemplating whether to delve deeper, Asha on his back suddenly exclaimed, Young master, there's something glowing over there. Something? Guhan paused and looked in the direction Asha pointed. Besides a sturdy ancient tree and some tangled vines, where was there anything? Asha, did you see wrong? No, Asha said confidently, right under the tree roots. I saw it very clearly. Oh, it looks like a chubby baby. Chubby baby? Guhan walked over and gently pushed aside a foot of decaying leaves, half believing. Is it here? Yes, it's here. Young master, hurry and dig. Guhan didn't think Asha would lie to him for no reason. So he could only helplessly become a laborer and began to dig under her direction. A bit deeper. Almost there, just a little more. Not long after, a pit 3 feet deep appeared before Guhan. Asha. The inside of the pit was empty. He inserted his sword. Is it still? Just then, a rich aura of spiritual energy suddenly surged out from the pit. There really is something. Guhan's expression brightened, and with a wave of his sword, as the dirt flew, a spiritual herb about half a foot long, tender and white, with roots all around, appeared before him. Around him, The aura of spiritual energy became even denser. Xian Shun. Guhan recognized it just in time. Although the Xian Shun was not as rare as those extremely rare spiritual herbs, it was still considered uncommon in this herb-like dark and humid environments, mostly growing underground. It was extremely difficult for ordinary people to discover it without special means. Thus it held quite a high value. Back then, when he broke through to the opening of the meridians, Gu Tian had spent a lot to find one for him, but no matter the size or quality, it was far inferior to the one before him. Asha, with Xian Shun in hand, the rich spiritual energy made all the pores on his body open up. How did you do it? Huh? Asha scratched her head. I don't know. I was just casually looking around. Casually looking around? Guhan stared into her eyes. Clear black and white, lively with a hint of playfulness. Aside from that, there was nothing unusual. The previous Asha definitely did not have this ability. Could it be that the emergence of this ability is related to that soul deficiency syndrome, or perhaps the pill refined by the ghost doctor? Young master. Beside him, Asha had a look of waiting for praise. Am I very impressive? Really impressive. That's great. Asha was so happy she almost jumped up. I can finally help the young master. Silly girl? Suddenly, Guhan sensed a slight movement and instinctively pulled Asha behind him. Looking towards the depths of the empty forest, his spiritual awareness was sharp, and he had not relaxed his vigilance, so he naturally noticed the anomaly. Crack! Crack! A series of sounds of dry branches breaking drew closer. Footsteps, and they were human. Who? A cold light flashed in Guhan's eyes, and he immediately raised his sword. Big brother, this kid's ears are so sharp. He actually discovered us. No worries, so what if he found out? This time, he can't escape. Hee. When Big Brother takes action, it will naturally be easy. Amidst the conversation, the owner of the footsteps finally appeared, leading a group of men with the scar-faced man at the forefront. It's you. Guhan naturally recognized the people behind him. Big Brother. That female cultivator looked at Guhan's left hand, a glint of greed flashing in her eyes. Look at what he has, Xian Shun. The scar-faced man's expression brightened. Good stuff. I didn't expect to have unexpected gains this time. The Xian Shun in Guhan's hand was worth at least several hundred crystal coins, which was quite a significant fortune for them. This Xian Shun is mine. Guhan naturally did not know he was being hunted and thought they were here to seize the Xian Shun. Yours? One of them, a man in his 30s, sneered. You can barely keep your life, and you still want the Xian Shun? Yesterday, a surge of anger suddenly rose in Guhan's heart. I saved your lives. Hee. You also said that you acted for that beast core, which has nothing to do with us. Now you want to put gold on your face. Enough. The scar-faced man waved his hand. Don't waste time. Surround him. Don't let this 2,000 crystal coins slip away. 2,000 crystal coins? Guhan was taken aback. Kid. The scar-faced man slowly approached, his aura rising, revealing his cultivation at the second level of the opening of the meridians. The murderous aura surrounded his fists. It was a low-grade yellow rank technique he had practiced for many years, the 7-kill technique. Meeting me, you're out of luck. Swish. Before he finished speaking, a streak of sword light suddenly flashed. Oh no. The scar-faced man's pupil shrank, and he sensed a crisis of death. At the critical moment, he forcibly twisted his body and narrowly avoided the sword light. Poof! A light sound. The expression of the proud woman behind him instantly froze. The next moment, her head was severed from her body. So close. The scar-faced man looked at the long line of blood drawn on his body, filled with lingering fear. If it weren't for the reminder he received yesterday, knowing that Guhan had a great killing weapon hidden in his hand, and that his own cultivation was one major realm higher than Guhan's, he might have been the one to die now. What are you staring at? He was furious. Everyone attack. First, capture that little girl. The man knew Guhan's strength well, and naturally did not dare to confront him directly. With a flash of cold light in his eyes, he redirected his attacks suddenly towards Asha. You guys, Guhan's pent-up rage exploded in an instant, seeking death. Swish. In his fury, his spiritual energy surged out as if it cost nothing, and with a wave of his sword, another great sword energy flew out, heading towards that man. A scream rang out. He was only at the third level of the opening of the meridians and could not dodge at all, instantly being cut in half at the waist. At this moment, The other two were only a foot away from Asha. However, she seemed to be stunned with fear, frozen in place, and two ghostly lights reappeared in her eyes. In a critical moment, Guhan's figure suddenly blocked in front of her, the sword energy on his sword condensing and piercing directly into one man's brow. Without a moment's hesitation, he turned the sword and cleaved down, severing the head of the other man. "Kid, die for me." Suddenly, an angry shout came. It was the scar-faced man taking advantage of Guhan's distraction, closing in with both hands surrounded by murderous aura, slapping towards Guhan. "You will die." At this moment, Guhan's eyes were blood red, his killing intent boiling, and spiritual energy surged endlessly from within him, swinging his sword back. Poof! In the scar-faced man's astonished gaze, his arms flew off in an instant. "You." He could only manage to utter one word before his head followed suit. His eyes still held a trace of shock, seemingly unable to understand why Guhan, with only the cultivation of the opening of the meridians, possessed such strong combat power. In just a short moment of the 5 attackers, apart from a man who was still howling in agony, the other 4 were all killed. Kill me, please kill me." The man howled incessantly. He had cultivation to rely on and wouldn't die for a while, but the immense pain almost completely destroyed his sanity. "Please." Guhan walked over. He struggled to extend his hand. "Kill me. Just now." Guhan's eyes were cold. "What do you mean by 2,000 crystal coins? Is the Gu family behind them?" In a broken manner, the man revealed everything he knew. "Wanted?" Guhan suddenly laughed, but there was no warmth in his smile. "Good, as expected of the Gu family. I hope you can bear this cost." Ignoring the man's desperate pleas, he gathered the spoils of war from the scene before walking to Asha. "Asha, let's go." Asha stood still. "Asha?" He instantly sensed something was wrong. "What's wrong with you?" He subconsciously looked into Asha's eyes, and his body suddenly stiffened, his mind going blank. That gaze was too strange, too terrifying. It seemed as though his body, mind, and even consciousness were being eaten away bit by bit. Chapter 13. Special Bloodline, Eye of Breaking Illusions. Asha. Enduring the immense discomfort, Guhan bit his tongue, tremblingly extending his arm, resting it on Asha's shoulder. "What's wrong with you, young master?" As soon as Guhan touched her, the two ghostly lights in Asha's eyes instantly disappeared. However, her gaze became muddled again, filled with confusion, as if the previous liveliness and spirit had dissipated along with the ghostly light. "Young master." A strong sense of fatigue appeared on her face, and she directly lay in Guhan's arms. "Asha, I'm so tired." "Oh no." Hearing her address him, Guhan's heart sank. Before he could finish his words, Asha fell into a deep sleep again, just like before. "Kill me, please." The man beside him continued to plead, but his voice grew weaker. Guhan was filled with rage. If it weren't for you, how could Asha have ended up like this? Want a quick death? Impossible. He shot a cold glance at him, picked up Asha, and vanished in an instant. Roar. Moments later, several roars echoed. It turned out that nearby demon beast had sensed the smell of blood and rushed over. His fate was self-evident. "What did you say?" In the consciousness space, the shadow listened to Guhan's account, becoming extremely excited, suddenly standing up and rubbing his hands incessantly. Good. I didn't expect to encounter such a heaven-defying bloodline in this corner. Ha. This is my fortune. Fortune? Bloodline? Guhan frowned deeply. "What bloodline?" "Kid, you don't understand." "Do you?" The shadow was still very excited. "Do you think everyone in the world is like you, a useless mortal body to the extreme?" Let me tell you the truth. There are countless geniuses in the world, and some of them will awaken special physiques or bloodlines in their youth. And these people are called the geniuses among geniuses. As long as they can grow smoothly and cultivate their physique or bloodline to great success, they can at least become a regional overlord. And that little girl, you felt a bit envious. The awakened bloodline is the Eye of Void Breaking. TSK. It can certainly take a place among the top 10 most powerful bloodlines and physiques. As for your claim that she can see where the spiritual herbs grow, that is just the most basic use. It is rumored that if the Eye of Void Breaking is cultivated to great success, it can see through the past and future and in battles. It is born to be invincible. On the contrary, he looked at Guhan, his tone full of disdain. A mere mortal body is actually taken in a maid with the eye of void breaking. TSK, TSK, TSK. What kind of dog's it luck is this? What about you? Guhan coldly looked at him. What is your physique and bloodline? I am a naturally indestructible demon body. Although it is not as good as the eye of void breaking, it can still rank among the top 50. Kid, you can't envy that. Is that so? Guhan sneered. Then what happened to your demon body? How come you are left with only this remnant soul? The shadow was left speechless. This little bastard may be lacking in other areas, but he was truly skilled at hitting where it hurts. Ahem. He didn't dare to anger Guhan excessively and immediately changed the subject. The reason you said her soul is incomplete is right here. The great Tao is the most fair. The eye of void breaking is so heaven-defying, and if it reaches great success, it is nearly invincible. But it has a fatal flaw. That is, every time it is used, it consumes soul power. The stronger the bloodline, the greater the consumption. In ancient times, there is a fully developed eye of void breaking that was invincible and nearly shattered the heavens and earth. But in the end, it mysteriously disappeared, likely due to exhausting its soul power. Guhan instantly understood. Aisha's 2 bouts of deep sleep were due to her worry for him, which subconsciously activated the eye of void breaking, leading to the loss of soul power. Kid, the shadow had exposed his true intentions after all that talk. How about this? I take that little girl as my disciple. Don't worry, once she becomes my disciple, no. Guhan refused without a second thought. How about this? I'll trade you the golden seal for her. What do you say? No, you really don't know what's good for you. This golden seal is... Ahem, how about this? I truly swear by the great Tao this time. As long as you let me go and allow her to be my disciple, I will definitely do my best to cultivate her. As for her soul power loss issue, I will naturally find a way to solve it. How about it? So the oath you mentioned last time was fake? Guhan's expression turned grim. Sure enough, you're not a good thing. Your words cannot be trusted. That is not important. Just say whether you agree or not. Do you know how many people are crying and begging to join my sect? Goodbye. Guhan was too lazy to pay him any mind and turned to leave. Wait. Seeing Guhan disappear in an instant, the shadow was furious and cursed loudly. I will kill you sooner or later. That disciple, I have decided. In a hidden cave, Guhan slowly opened his eyes and glanced at Aisha, who had taken another pill and was sleeping soundly. He collected his thoughts and took out the spoils from this time. Several beast cores, over 300 spirit crystals. In addition, there was a bottle of spirit gathering pills for improving cultivation and a bottle of blood-enhancing pills for healing. All were low-level pills. However, from a storage bag of that Scarman, Guhan discovered 2 spiritual herbs. Although they were not as good as the Xian Shun, they were still a pleasant surprise. In fact, scattered cultivators were mostly poor and often faced various crises and disputes, so when they obtained resources, they would immediately enhance their cultivation, making it naturally not very profitable. He poured the spirit gathering pills directly into his mouth. He also grabbed several spirit crystals, fully absorbing the spiritual energy within them. If others were to see this, they would naturally laugh at Guhan for being reckless. The pills contained pill poison, and the spirit crystals contained impurities. Therefore, ordinary cultivators practiced with caution, slowly refining them. If one were to absorb them all directly like Guhan, although it could temporarily raise cultivation, over time, it would corrode the foundation with impurities and pill poison, making further progress extremely difficult. Guhan naturally understood this principle. However, after absorbing the Fire Sun fruit last time, he realized the peculiarity of his newly formed meridians. Impurities? Pill poison? No matter what, after being washed by those small whirlpools, everything would be expelled, and what finally entered his meridians would only be the purest spiritual energy. Within the meridians, strands of pure spiritual energy continuously descended, becoming part of the spiritual liquid, flowing endlessly through the meridians. The so-called opening of meridians means thoroughly unblocking all the meridians in the body. There are 12 main meridians and 360 branches in the human body, corresponding to the number of the heavens. Thus, although the human body is weak, it has naturally received the gifts of the great Tao, making it the easiest physique to cultivate. Whether it be demon beasts or other species, most ultimately choose to transform into human form, and this is the reason. As each branch was unblocked, the number of spirit crystals on the ground visibly decreased. 89. 90. Suddenly, Guhan's aura trembled, instantly stepping into the third stage of meridian opening, and those spirit crystals, along with the 2 spiritual herbs, were completely consumed. Huh. He exhaled a breath of turbid air and then took out the Xianshan. Without thinking, he stuffed it into his mouth, chewing randomly a few times before swallowing it. In an instant, a surge of spiritual energy, much more vigorous than before, filled his meridians. The spiritual power provided by this Xianshan directly exceeded all previous ones. After a while, he opened his eyes again. His cultivation had reached the 4th stage of meridian opening. However, he showed no signs of joy. The widening of the meridians and the liquefaction of spiritual power naturally brought about extremely strong combat power. But the subsequent consumption was also more than 10 times that of ordinary people, and the further he went, the more terrifying this consumption would become. At this moment, Aisha seemed to have finally had enough sleep, rubbing her eyes as she sat up. Young master, Aisha, Guhan felt a surge of joy in his heart, no longer troubled by the matter of resources. How are you? I slept so comfortably. Although Aisha's eyes had regained their spirit, her enthusiasm seemed a bit low. But I had a dream again. A dream? I dreamed again that I was taken away. But I can't bear to leave young master, Aisha. Seeing that she finally returned to normal, Guhan didn't think much of it, but instead wore a serious expression. Tell me, what did you feel when you saw those people before? They're all bad people. Aisha huffed angrily. Just like Commander Gu. They all want to kill young master. I have no cultivation, so I can't help young master fight. I can only glare at them. Young master. At this point, she became a bit excited. I feel like I'm still useful, Aisha. Guhan's expression suddenly turned serious. Remember, you must never do that again. Do you understand? Why? No, why? Guhan's tone grew increasingly stern. Listen to me. Not doing it means not doing it. Those people can't hurt me, let alone kill me. What you need to do is watch how I counterattack them. Understand? Seeing Guhan rarely getting angry at her, Aisha instinctively nodded. I understand now, young master. You've already helped me a lot. Seeing her agree, Guhan finally sighed in relief, his tone softening again. The Xianshan you helped me find has been a huge help. Without it, I wouldn't have made such quick progress in my cultivation. Young master. Aisha's eyes brightened again. Can I continue to help you find spiritual herbs in the future? That is possible. Great. Then shall we go now? Let's go now. Guhan slowly stood up, a cold light flashing in his eyes. And let's kill. Kill. Foster father said, those who kill will be killed. Many people in this wild forest want my life, so I decided to take their lives first. Somewhere in the wild forest, more than a dozen people gathered together. With varying levels of cultivation, the lowest being the first level of opening veins, and the highest being the 6th level. They had spontaneously banded together to cooperate in order to earn the bounty. Damn it, we haven't even found a ghost. Could he have heard the news and hidden? This area is so big. Where do you go to find him? Sai, I told you, this 2,000 yuan crystal isn't easy to earn. We have to find him even if we can't. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. The crowd continued to discuss. Suddenly, a cold voice came from not far away. I've heard you are looking for me? Before the words fell, a young boy appeared, carrying a cute little girl on his back, holding a broken sword in his hand. Slowly approaching the crowd. It was Guhan and Aisha. Chapter 14. The plot unfolds, Gu family's siege. Who? The crowd was startled, quickly turning around with a wary expression. However, upon seeing Guhan, their wariness gradually turned into excitement and greed. Isn't he that Guhan? That's right. He looks exactly like the description on the bounty. TSK. I was worried I couldn't find this kid, but he came knocking on our door. Is he not a fool, exposing his identity like this? As they spoke, the crowd began to slowly close in on Guhan. Bad people. Aisha spat angrily from Guhan's back. Young master doesn't even know you. Why do you want to kill him? Just because he killed his father. Among the crowd, the highest-ranking person had a righteous expression. If we kill him, it's to eliminate a disaster for the world. Not only can we eliminate this disaster, but we can also earn spirit crystals. Why not? Exactly. In my opinion, we've helped the Gu family so much. 2,000 yuan crystals is still too little. The crowd exchanged words, making Asha tear up with anger. You, Asha. Guhan's expression was emotionless as he slowly raised his long sword. There's no need to waste words with them. Whether I kill my father or not is no longer important. What matters is, my life is worth 2,000 yuan crystals now. Remember, trying to reason with unreasonable people is the dumbest thing in the world. Young master, Asha wiped her tears. What should we do then? Very simple. Guhan's gaze swept over the crowd, gently uttering one word. Kill. Swish. As soon as the words fell, a sword aura, about a foot long and unmatched in sharpness, suddenly flew out, splitting in two midway and landing among the crowd. With his cultivation at the 4th level of opening veins, he had successfully condensed his second great transformation sword aura. Help! The speed of the sword aura was such that even those at the connecting aperture realm found it hard to dodge, let alone them. Screams of agony echoed. In the blink of an eye, several people fell to the ground, howling in pain. Go! The highest-ranking person felt a sinking feeling in his heart and quickly shouted. This kid is not simple. Everyone attack together. Whoever dares not to contribute. Don't think about getting a single yuan crystal. Swish! Before he could finish speaking, the sword light flashed again. With a chill at his neck, relying on his remaining instincts, he uttered the last 2 words, and then everything spun, darkness enveloping him, losing all consciousness. At this moment, the crowd finally realized Guhan's terrifying nature. However, it was too late. Accompanied by screams and wails, in just a moment, the place had turned into a scene of carnage. Dark soil mixed with a large amount of blood, the stench overwhelming, making one feel nauseous. From start to finish, the battle was one-sided. The prey had become the hunter, while the hunters had turned into helpless lambs. On his back, Asha's body trembled slightly. With her soul power replenished somewhat, she naturally regained some of the normal emotions, and having lived in a daze for 10 years, her mind was blank. Suddenly witnessing such a bloody scene, she was naturally at a loss. Asha, are you scared? A little. That's fine, you'll get used to it. Since he had decided to teach Asha to cultivate, Guhan naturally steeled his heart and instilled some principles of the cultivation world in her. Survival of the fittest. The weak are prey to the strong. This was particularly evident and cruel in the cultivation world. If he had enough strength back then, how could Gutian have been besieged by his clan? How could he bear the label of patricide and be sent outside the city, nearly losing his life? Everything was simply because he wasn't strong enough. Since he wasn't strong, then he must become strong. After quickly cleaning up the battlefield, he didn't linger and left again. In the blink of an eye, more than half a month had passed. During this time, Guhan often appeared, using himself as bait to lure others to attack him. As for the outcome, it went without saying. The loose cultivators coming here were at their limits at the connecting aperture realm, while those at the gathering yuan realm could only be considered strong within the Daki dynasty. They either occupied a place to live freely or became guests of various families. Unless there was an exceptionally urgent matter, who would risk coming to this wild forest? After a period of time, everyone was almost terrified by him, and no one dared to mention the bounty anymore. On a small hill, several people gathered here, discussing incessantly. Have you heard? Yesterday someone was still not giving up, trying to besiege that Guhan, and was counter-killed by him. Of course I know, there's someone in there I recognize. A practitioner at the 9th level of opening veins, but unexpectedly, he wasn't his opponent. This Guhan. One person had a face full of apprehension. How strong is he? Who knows? But now even those experts at the connecting aperture realm don't dare to act lightly against him. This is few. It's better to give up on that idea. Yuan crystals are great, but we need to have our lives to earn them. Hee. That damn Gu family opened a bounty, but didn't mention Guhan's strength. Clearly, they're trying to trick us. I told you it wouldn't be that easy. Suddenly, a cultivator rushed up from the slope, looking horrified. I just saw that Guhan heading in our direction. What? How did this killing god come here? Quick, run. The crowd dared not linger any longer. In the blink of an eye, they fled in all directions, disappearing without a trace. Moments later, Guhan's figure appeared atop the hill. Young master, Asha, who was beside him, looked around. They seem to have run away again. Indeed, Guhan replied with a mocking expression. Anyone would fear death. They're no exception. Since being besieged and nearly killed yesterday, he had not encountered a single loose cultivator. Even if he caught a distant glimpse, the other party would run away as if they had seen a ghost, not daring to approach at all. Young master, should we go after them? Not anymore. Guhan took a deep breath. Time is running out. Now everyone fears him like a tiger. Chasing those loose cultivators has lost all meaning. Besides, there are still a few days until the qualification battle at the Martial Academy, and I need to convert all the resources I've gained during this time into cultivation. Then, he would settle the score with the Gu family. Young master, Asha's gaze dimmed. Are we going to take revenge for Uncle Gu? Although Gu Tian did not treat her as family like Guhan, he was still quite good to her, so she was naturally saddened by Gu Tian's death. Yes, Guhan's eyes burned with hatred. Blood debts must be repaid in blood. At this moment, if anyone else were present, they would certainly notice the deep hostility emanating from Guhan. Soon, various news from the Wild Forest reached the Gu family. Father, in the main hall of the Gu family, Gu Cheng looked at Gu Chong, who was seated at the head, with a worried expression. What should we do now? These loose cultivators are utterly useless. Not only are the other families in the city laughing at us, but rumors are also gradually spreading, saying, what are they saying? Gu Chang's face darkened. They're saying that we were the ones who harmed Gu Tian, and Gu Han is just a scapegoat. Let them talk. Gu Chang sneered. It's nothing but a scheme by those few families. Once Gu Yang emerges from seclusion and obtains the qualification to enter the Martial Academy, they will all obediently shut their mouths. By then, the truth won't matter anymore. Our Gu family will completely rise above Tianwu City and become an existence they can only look up to. Father makes a good point, but what about Gu Han? Gu Cheng hesitated. With him around, he's always a troublesome factor. This child cannot be left alive. Gu Chong squinted his eyes. I thought I was paying enough attention to him, but it turns out I underestimated him. Take 2 people with you. Go to the storeroom and get 5,000 spirit crystals, then head to the Wild Forest. With a generous reward, there will surely be brave men willing to help surround and kill him. Since we underestimated him before, we cannot let our guard down this time. Yes, Guhan naturally had no idea how much Gu Chong was willing to spend to deal with him. At this moment, within a hidden cave, he sat cross-legged with his eyes closed, surrounded by piles of spirit crystals, working diligently to improve his cultivation. During this time, he had indeed gained quite a bit. Over 1,000 spirit crystals for ordinary spirit herbs, more than 10 bottles of spirit gathering pills, over 100 first-tier beast cores, and more than 20 second-tier beast cores. Additionally, the most precious were the 2 rare spirit herbs that Aisha helped him find, a bright red Zhu fruit and a spirit herb whose name Gu Han couldn't recall, both of which were not inferior to the mysterious ginseng. Suddenly, a fluctuation in Gu Han's aura signaled that he had successfully broken through to the 6th level of the Meridian Opening Realm. However, at this moment, the resources from those loose cultivators were nearly depleted. As before, he did not hesitate at all, grabbing the Zhu fruit and the spirit herb and stuffing them directly into his mouth. In an instant, a large amount of spiritual energy surged into his meridians, replenishing the previously waning spiritual power, and the momentum surged again, continuing to spread toward the remaining branches. Meanwhile, the Gu family's bounty was once again announced in the Wild Forest. This time, however, it was not to capture Guhan, but to reward for his location. It didn't need to be too specific. Just a general area would suffice for 100 spirit crystals. This time, the loose cultivators stirred again. 100 spirit crystals, while far less than 2,000, posed no risk at all and felt like picking up something for free. Some lucky cultivators who caught a glimpse of Guhan's trail couldn't wait to rush over to claim a bounty. Soon, after spending several hundred spirit crystals, Gu Cheng had already learned of Guhan's exact location. He then led 3 loose cultivators who had come looking for him in secret, along with 2 elders from the family, and charged with murderous intent toward Guhan's location. Inside the cave, Guhan's aura fluctuated unpredictably, but he was right at the critical moment of breaking through. Beside him, Asha, having eaten and drunk enough, did not disturb Guhan. Instead, she rested her head on her hands, her big eyes fixed on him, filled with affection. Suddenly, a faint sound of discussion came from outside. Is it here? Don't let those people deceive you. Umph. In Tianwu City, no one has ever dared to deceive the Gu family. All right, just search carefully. Look, there's a cave on the cliff. It seems to have been newly opened. Inside the cave, Gu Han suddenly opened his eyes. If it were any other day, with Gu Han's spiritual awareness, he would have detected the incoming people in advance. However, at this moment, he was in the midst of breaking through, and his senses were weaker than before. Young master, Asha's expression tightened. It's them. Hearing that familiar voice, Gu Han's heart surged with hatred. Gu Cheng, as hatred intertwined, the scene of being framed that day resurfaced in his mind. That day, he was ambushed and fell into a coma. When he woke up, he found the crazed Gu Tian charging at him, a sword stabbed into his chest. His sword. At that time, just as he was about to approach Gu Tian, he was struck down by Gu Tian, who was gravely injured and delirious. By the time he regained consciousness again, apart from the blood-stained long sword on the ground, there was no trace of Gu Tian, and within his collar, there was an additional golden seal, with Gu Tian's warnings still echoing in his ears, telling him not to rashly comprehend the seal. Soon after, he was framed by Gu Cheng and the others for patricide. His cultivation was abolished. He was expelled from the Gu family. He naturally understood that from beginning to end, the instigators of this matter were Gu Cheng and those people. But with his cultivation at the time, facing several experts in the Qi opening realm, he had no ability to resist at all. Foster father. Thinking of all that Gu Tian had done for him over the past 17 years, his eyes instantly turned blood red. The murderer was right in front of him. Young master, even Asha felt that Gu Han was somewhat terrifying at this moment. Asha. Gu Han turned around, trying to maintain the last bit of rationality in his heart. Don't go out. Wait for me to return. Young master, Asha looked like she was about to cry. You mustn't die. The ones who will die are them. Gu Han slowly stood up, gently touching a storage bag at his waist. Inside was the fire cloud spear. Boom! As his emotions surged, the spiritual power within him roared like a tidal wave, instantly breaking through the last barrier, pushing him into the 7th level of the Meridian opening realm. It was the realm he had before being crippled. Those who harmed you. The sword energy on the long sword had already gathered to the utmost, contained but not released. I will make them pay the price. As the words fell, leaving behind a blurred shadow, Gu Han's figure suddenly shot out. In the distance, Gu Cheng, along with 5 others, was drawing closer, a confident look on his face. Don't forget, one of the young loose cultivators seemed somewhat uneasy, looking at Gu Cheng. After we kill him, the spirit crystals and spiritual weapons you promised. He wasn't not thinking about earning those 2,000 spirit crystals, but Gu Han's achievements were too dazzling. He thought he might not have a guaranteed victory and didn't want to share the bounty with others. After much deliberation, he ultimately chose not to take action. It wasn't just him, the other 2 had the same thought. However, this time, Gu Cheng offered 5,000 spirit crystals along with that high-grade spirit weapon. Even if they split it, it would still be a considerable fortune that they couldn't ignore. Moreover, among the 6, he and Gu Cheng were at the 4th level of the Qi connecting realm, while the remaining 4 were at the 3rd level. This power, unless they sought death by going deeper, was synonymous with invincibility in this area. Rest assured, Gu Cheng sneered. In Tianwu City, my Gu family's reputation is second to none. As long as you kill him, the spirit crystals and spirit weapon will be yours. Likewise, you must go all out. Before the last word left his mouth, a beast-like roar suddenly erupted. Gu Cheng, before the voice fell, a chilling sword energy was already mere steps away from him. So fast, his pupils constricted. A faint red glow suddenly lit up around him, and he tilted his body, narrowly avoiding the sword energy. Boom! Boom! Behind him, several ancient trees were struck down by the sword energy, crashing to the ground. Gu Han. Gu Cheng's expression turned extremely ugly. Strong. Too strong. At this moment, Gu Han seemed reborn, much stronger than before. If Gu Han hadn't attacked from a distance, even with his 4th level Qi connecting realm cultivation, he wouldn't have had any confidence in dodging that sword energy. Beside him, the 3 loose cultivators were also drenched in cold sweat. Fortunately, they had been cautious beforehand and chose not to take action. Otherwise, facing that inexplicable sword energy alone would have been extremely perilous. Gucheng. Guhan ignored the others and pointed his sword directly at Gucheng. Today, you will pay for my adoptive father's life. Pay for your life? The youth was taken aback and looked at Gucheng. Did you not say this kid is a patricide? How come he wants you to pay for his life instead? None of your business. Gucheng's face was cold as ice. If you still want the spirit crystals, stop prying into matters that don't concern you. The youth immediately shut up. Compared to the spirit crystals, the truth of this matter was of little importance. You little bastard. The item is in your hands, right? Hand it over, and perhaps I'll be in a good mood and leave you with a whole corpse. Go to hell. Guhan Gruvlet. What did you say? I said. Guhan slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with unrestrained hatred. Go to hell. All right. Gucheng trembled with anger. You little beast, when Gu Tian picked you up back then, I knew you had a rebellious nature and would be a calamity. As expected, non-clan members must have different hearts. You are nothing but a wild seed. Gu Yang is the true bloodline of my Gu family, the future of my Gu family. It's because of your appearance that he lost what belonged to him. Beside him, the two elders wore expressions of indifference. Guhan was a thorn in everyone's side in the Gu family. If he were mediocre, it would be fine, but he was too outstanding. So much so that everyone in the Gu family felt ashamed in his presence. And the more outstanding he was, the deeper this thorn dug into the hearts of the Gu family members. Gu Tian was the same. Gucheng continued to provoke Guhan. As a member of the Gu family, you don't consider your own clansman Gu Yang and instead favor this wild seed. How ridiculous. On that day, he was almost dead and still tried to bargain with my father for that thing, wanting him to safely send you out of Tianwu City. Huh, what a deep father-son bond. It's truly disgusting. Adoptive father. 2 lines of blood tears streamed down Guhan's face, completely washing away the last trace of his rationality. I will make them all die. The word die had just left his lips when he had already left his original position, his long sword exuding a chilling sword energy as he stabbed directly at Gucheng. Up. Gucheng sneered. The spirit crystals of my Gu family are not so easily taken. Swish. Before his words fell, the youth seemed to have trained in a technique specializing in speed, moving even faster than Guhan. In a flicker, he created several afterimages and instantly blocked in front of Gucheng. At the same time, the other 2 loose cultivators attacked from the left and right. The youth had a good idea. Faced with such an assault, the best option for Guhan was naturally to retreat. At that time, he could use his nimble movement to cooperate with the other 2 to exhaust Guhan to death. But he was wrong. Guhan, filled with rage at this moment, only wanted to kill Gucheng, refusing to dodge and taking 2 heavy hits head-on. He spat out a mouthful of blood, just influenced by this force. His speed increased by a third. A light sound, a chilling sword energy, suddenly flashed past and pierced the youth's brow. Until death, the youth's eyes still held a trace of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why Guhan would choose such a self-destructive fighting style. And, at this moment, the distance between Guhan and Gucheng was only a single step. You little beast. Gucheng grinned savagely, but in an instant he took out a long knife. Flames swirled around him, instantly covering the blade. Flamme burning technique. Today, I will rid the Gu family of this calamity. Whoosh. As he spoke, the long knife swept through the air with a whistling sound, bringing a wave of heat as it slashed towards Guhan. Clang. A metallic ringing. The long sword and long knife collided instantly. In Gucheng's astonished gaze, Guhan's tattered long sword unexpectedly severed his long knife completely. The remaining force of the long sword suddenly swept past in front of him, chopping off his right arm at the elbow. A cry of pain erupted. Kill this little beast for me. In that brief moment, he had sensed a hint of a death crisis. In an instant, fear surged in his heart. Suddenly, another scream rang out. He looked up and saw Guhan covered in blood, hatred soaring to the heavens, while the remaining 2 loose cultivators had lost another one. Gucheng. Guhan ignored the others and rushed directly toward him. This was bad. Gucheng's heart skipped a beat, and he lost all courage. He had severely underestimated Gu Han's strength. If he stayed here any longer, he might really end up in a dire situation. Run. Without a moment's hesitation, he exerted all his strength and fled into the distance. In his ears, the sounds of cursing, roaring, and screaming gradually faded into the background. After a while, he glanced back and saw no one pursuing him, so he slowed his pace and gasped for breath. So strong, he couldn't understand why Gu Han had become so formidable. 6 in the Qi connecting realm? No, it would probably take at least double that number to have a chance of winning. You little beast. Being frightened by someone he hated the most, he was filled with shame and anger, his eyes filled with resentment and unwillingness. Just you wait. I will definitely, Gu Cheng. Suddenly, a voice that seemed to come from hell sounded from behind him. It was Gu Han. This was bad. Gu Cheng's heart sank, but he didn't dare to look back and prepared to flee again. Suddenly, a flash of sword light cut through. He felt a sharp pain in his legs and plunged headfirst into the dark, foul-smelling mud. Forgetting all semblance of dignity, he struggled to raise his head, only to see Gu Han looking down at him, drenched in blood, with his own and even more of others' blood covering him. Those eyes looked as if they had been stained with blood. Gu Han. At that moment, Gu Cheng's mind raced as he desperately thought of how to escape with his life from Gu Han's hands. But Gu Han gave him no chance to speak. The sword light flashed, and a head fell to the ground. Adoptive father. This is the second one. In the cave, Asha curled up in the corner, hugging her legs, listening to the faint sounds of battle from below, her face full of helplessness and worry. Young master, you must not die. If you die, I won't listen to you anymore, she murmured to herself. Suddenly, the light at the cave entrance was blocked. Young master. Asha instinctively looked up and saw Gu Han, as if he had come out of hell. Are you okay, young master? Well, why? Why don't you let me help? I know I can help you. Don't cry. Gu Han's voice carried a hint of fatigue. These little injuries won't kill me. It's about time. Let us go. Go. Asha wiped her tears. Where to? Back. Gu Han gently held her small hand, his voice soft. To take revenge. Chapter 16. Anger. Gu Tian's Spirit Tablet. At the same time, the wild forest was once again in an uproar. What a big shot. 5,000 yuan crystals. 6 experts in the Aperture Realm, TSK. The Gu family has really bled this time. What a pity, we have no share in it. What are you thinking? Let us just enjoy the show. In my opinion, that Gu Han is in for a rough time. Of course, a loose cultivator scoffed. With 6 experts in the Aperture Realm, they can walk all over this place. Just Gu Han alone, no matter how strong, can he really turn the tide? He is doomed. Suddenly, another person's face showed terror. Look, what are you looking at? It can't be that Gu Han is back again, right? The fear on that person's face grew stronger. It's him. What? The crowd turned to look in the direction he pointed, their expressions changing drastically. In the distance, a blood-soaked youth, exuding a murderous aura, was holding a little girl's hand and slowly walking towards the outskirts of the wild forest. With such obvious features, who could it be but Gu Han? Moments later, Gu Han and Asha gradually disappeared from the crowd's sight. Phew! Unknowingly, everyone let out a sigh of relief. Gurgle. The loose cultivator who had predicted Gu Han's certain death swallowed hard. He is still alive? Of course, didn't you see? He is doing just fine. He is alive then, a sudden thud. The crowd's hearts jumped at this thought. No way. It can't be. Could it be that the 6 experts in the Aperture Realm who surrounded him were all killed by him? What is he going to do? By the direction. It seems like he is heading to Tianwu City. What for? Of course, if you were surrounded and killed by others, would you swallow that anger without seeking revenge? Let us go. A cultivator suddenly spoke up. Let's go take a look. For these low-level, loose cultivators, often walking on the edge of danger, with no tomorrow. This rare spectacle was something they didn't want to miss. Just watch. Don't get too close to him. That is unnecessary to say. He is a killer. Who wouldn't want to keep their life? In an instant, everyone called their friends and formed groups, following Gu Han from a distance. In the Gu family. In the main hall, unlike the usual quietness, it was now filled with people. They were naturally all core members of the Gu family's main lineage. Grandfather. Below. Gu Yang bowed to Gu Cheng, his gaze sweeping over the clan members, his face full of vigor. I just came out of seclusion today. Is it too late? Not late. Gu Chang stroked his beard, a smile appearing on his originally gloomy face. The timing is just right. He could naturally see that Gu Yang's cultivation had broken into the 6th level of the Aperture Realm. Today he slowly stood up. Is the qualification battle for the Great Qi Martial Academy. After today, Gu Yang will be the new head of our Gu family. Do you have any objections? No. The young master's talent is astonishing. He is the most suitable candidate. Indeed, the young master is the direct descendant of our Gu family. It's only right for him to become the head. Unlike some people who are too selfish and want to hand the Gu family over to a wolf cub that can't be raised. The clan members all spoke up, flattering him and simultaneously belittling Gu Han and Gu Tian in a roundabout way. All right, Gu Chang was quite satisfied with everyone's response and waved his hand. Step back and wait. We will set off soon. Yes, grandfather. Seeing everyone retreat, Gu Yang asked, Where's my father? No news yet? Don't worry. Gu Chang sat back down. He has been gone for several days. Things should have been settled by now. If nothing unexpected happens, he should be back today or tomorrow. Great. This time, Gu Han is definitely doomed. What you should be concerned about is not this. Gu Chang's expression turned serious. This time, you must give it your all, understand? Why? Gu Yang was taken aback. With those few guys, they don't have a right to make me go all out. The royal capital. Gu Chang's gaze was deep. A noble guest has arrived. Noble guest? Indeed, that noble guest is a member of the royal family. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for both you and the Gu family. You must win cleanly and beautifully this time. If you can catch that noble guest, your future achievements will be limitless. Even though it wasn't deliberately publicized, the news of the 7th prince arriving in Tianwu City had already been learned by various families. Rest assured, grandfather, Gu Yang's spirit lifted. This time, I will let them see who the most outstanding person in Tianwu City is. Good. Gu Chang nodded. You are the hope and future of our Gu family. Whether the Gu family can soar to greatness depends on your performance this time. In Tianwu City, the long street still remained. However, compared to before, it seemed a bit deserted. The qualification competition for the Great Qi Martial Academy was a major event that occurred only once every few years. Apart from those who truly couldn't leave, everyone else naturally rushed to watch. I really want to see it. At the city gate in a shop, the clerk looked regretful. If we miss this time, we'll have to wait another 5 years. Nothing to see. Beside him, the shopkeeper shot him a glance. I heard the young master Gu Yang has been in seclusion for a month and has already broken through to the 6th level of the Aperture Realm. This qualification for the Martial Academy is undoubtedly his. TSK. It seems we underestimated him before. Is that so? The clerk, bored, glanced outside and suddenly froze. Gu Han. Wasn't he wanted? Why is he back? Outside, under the astonished gaze of the clerk, Gu Han slowly walked into the city. Everything seemed to be the same as a month ago. However, last time Asha carried him, this time, it was he who carried Asha, ignoring the gazes of those around. He gently set Asha down. Young master. This qualification for the Martial Academy isn't yours? Those people were too despicable. Not only did they harm you, but they also took your things. Let us go. Gu Han held her small hand. Let us go see uncle. Compared to before, his expression and tone were now extremely calm, almost to an unsettling degree. This guy, looking at Gu Han's back, the shopkeeper was amazed. He really has 9 lives. If it were someone else, they'd be dead 8 times over. Suddenly, a large crowd surged in from outside the city gate, causing the shopkeeper to stare blankly. This brother. Moments later, he grabbed a loose cultivator. What are you all doing? Of course, watching the excitement. Excitement? You don't know? Did you see that, Gu Han? 6 experts in the Aperture Realm surrounded him. Guess what happened? What happened? All killed by him alone. What? The shopkeeper was completely stunned. The 6 major gateways were ambushed by Gu Han alone. You watch here. He could no longer contain his curiosity and quickly instructed his companions, hurrying to catch up with the crowd. The qualification battle of the Martial Academy occurs once every 5 years, which isn't too uncommon. However, this kind of revenge ambush might only be seen once in a lifetime in this small Tianwu city, so he naturally didn't want to miss it. Gu family. Main entrance. Half an hour ago, Gu Chang had taken most of the elite family members away, leaving only a few guards to watch over the place. Bang! Suddenly a loud noise. The majestic and exquisitely carved door cracked open, turning into a pile of fragments. Who? Bold. Which reckless person dares to intrude into the Gu family and seek death? Hearing the commotion, several guards and family members rushed over, their faces filled with indignation. In the dust, Gu Han slowly appeared with Aisha in front of everyone. Gu Han. The crowd was startled. It's you. You dare to come back. Quickly, capture this parasital villain. In an instant, several guards charged forward. Get lost. Gu Han said calmly. Boom. As soon as he finished speaking, the spiritual power that had been dormant in his body suddenly surged violently. An invisible momentum erupted, instantly sending several guards flying and spitting blood. Throughout, Gu Han didn't even glance at them, just walked with Asha toward the backyard. There, unexpectedly, was the Gu family ancestral hall. Stop! Suddenly, a gray-haired member of the Gu family blocked Gu Han's path. This is the Gu family ancestral hall. You, an outsider, have no right to enter. Step aside. Gu Han slowly raised the long sword in his hand. Otavais, D. Truly a wolf cub that cannot be tamed. Gu Tian was blind to have picked you up with a troublemaker like you. He still thinks of handing the Gu family over to you. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he was already spitting blood and flying far away. No one dared to speak again. Asha, wait for me. In clang. Gu Han casually plunged the long sword into the bluestone ground. The meaning was clear. Whoever dares to approach will die. Pushing open the door of the ancestral hall, a long offering table came into view with the spirit tablets of the Gu family's ancestors arranged neatly by generation. In the corner, a spirit tablet covered in dust lay carelessly on the ground. On the spirit tablet, a footprint was clearly visible. Gu Han's body trembled, his eyes instantly reddened. That spirit tablet belongs to Gu Tian. Thud! Gu Han knelt heavily on the ground. Foster father. Chapter 17. Revenge. Returning to the Gu family. Outside, a crowd of Gu family members looked at the long sword with faces filled with hatred and trepidation, but no one dared to approach. In recent days, they had certainly heard a lot about what Gu Han had done in the barbaric forest. Now that the Gu family's main combat strength was absent, they dared not stop him, nor could they. However, various curses were inevitable. Hurry, go inform the elder of the clan. What does this wild seed want to do? Does he plan to dismantle the ancestral hall? Truly a wolf cub. He is repaying kindness with enmity. Nonsense. Asha could no longer hold back, arguing with the crowd. The young master has not wronged the Gu family. It is the Gu family that has wronged the young master. However, her voice was soon drowned out. The biggest mistake Gu Tian made was bringing him back. Don't mention him. Always favoring Gu Han. He is not fit to be the family head. Dying at the hands of this wild seed is just him reaping what he sowed. You all. Asha was so angry that tears welled up in her eyes. You're talking nonsense. Inside the ancestral hall, foster father. Gu Han carefully wiped the dust off the spirit tablet, murmuring, You heard it. We have fought so hard for the Gu family for so long. Step by step raising the Gu family to its current status, but they are all blind and can't see. Foster father, the Gu family is already rotten. While speaking, he slowly closed his eyes. Then there is no need for existence. In the consciousness space. The shadow saw Gu Han again, and his spirit lifted. Kid, you're back. So, have you figured it out? I told you before, being my disciple is the little girl, right? Halfway through his words, he suddenly noticed Gu Han's abnormality. TSK, TSK, TSK. Such heavy malice. Previously, although Gu Han spoke and acted with malice, it was nowhere near a tenth of today's. Unexpectedly, the shadow looked surprised. You are indeed a born practitioner of demonic arts. So, what do you think? Want to be my registered disciple? I want revenge. Gu Han cut to the chase. Help me with a favor. Help you? Why should I? Consider it a debt of gratitude. Nonsense. Your gratitude is worth nothing. I don't care. Cough, cough. Seeing the dozens of sword intents hovering beside him, his expression turned serious. Seconds later, he softened. Cough. Let's talk. What favor, although I am a demonic practitioner. I am also a warm-hearted person. My foster father. Gu Han's tone was low. He was harmed by those family members he trusted the most. So, after listening to his story, the shadow fell into an unprecedented silence. Previously, he had spent most of his time in slumber, only knowing that the golden seal had suddenly fallen into Gu Han's hands, and he hadn't understood much about what happened to Gu Tian. So that is how it is. After a long while, he suddenly sighed. I understand the feeling of being betrayed by the most trusted person. All right, today I shall help you with this. In Tianwu City, in the center of the inner city, stood a martial arts arena built of blue stone, measuring 10 zhang square. At this moment, the arena was surrounded by layers of people, tightly packed. In front, a dignified middle-aged man in a brocade robe sat at the center. He was the city lord of Tianwu City, Lu Yuan. On either side of him sat the heads of various families in the city. However, apart from Gu Chong, the other family heads had somewhat grim expressions. They naturally understood that this competition was merely a formality. With Gu Yang's current strength, winning the crown would be effortless. Lu Yuan naturally didn't care. As the city lord, he only needed to maintain the stability of Tianwu City. The more fiercely the families fought, the better. Reporting to the city lord, at this moment, a guard stepped forward. The time has come. Lu Yuan nodded, somewhat absent-minded. Then let us begin. After speaking, he unconsciously glanced at the quiet room behind him. Sitting inside was the seventh prince. Sur capturing technique. In the consciousness space, the shadow explained to Gu Han. Strictly speaking, it is not considered a divine ability. Just a technique for manipulating soul power. Your soul power is strong, far surpassing others. As he spoke, he felt a pang of regret. All this soul power is mine. This damn little brat, since he met me, has not had a single good thing happen. Good. Gu Han nodded. I understand. This soul-capturing technique is naturally carefully selected by the shadow, perfectly suitable for the current situation. By the way, before leaving, Gu Han suddenly turned around. That favor is still valid. Spit. The shadow cursed inwardly. Nonsense favor, I don't care. However, he pondered, this kid is indeed a person of feelings and righteousness. No. Halfway through his words, he suddenly shook his head. Can't be soft-hearted. Still need to find a way to kill him. Outside, the crowd of Gu family members grew more and more agitated in their curses. Suddenly, the door of the ancestral hall was opened again, and Gu Han slowly walked out holding Gu Tian's spirit tablet. In an instant, there was dead silence. Asha. Gu Han ignored the crowd and drew his long sword. We are leaving. Asha wiped away her tears and glared fiercely at everyone. Young master, these people are too wicked. I never want to come back. Then don't come back. Behind him, everyone looked at Gu Han's back, wishing they could devour him. By the way, Gu Han Suden Lu stupid. There is one more thing. Buzz. The long sword trembled lightly, and two unmatched sword energies suddenly flew out. Boom! In the desperate and resentful gazes of the Gu family members, that grandly built ancestral hall instantly turned into a pile of ruins. In the martial arts arena, bang! Gu Yang's spear glowed a bright red and instantly struck his opponent. The man spat out a mouthful of blood and directly fell outside the ring. Gulme. Gu Yang didn't even look at him, swinging his spear. Next, young master Gu Yang is too powerful. Who would dare to come up now? None of them are his match. TSK, the qualification for the Martial Arts Academy seems to be without suspense. Around the arena, everyone was discussing, satisfying Gu Yang's vanity to the fullest. In contrast, the expressions of the various family heads in the front row were extremely unsightly. First, there was Gu Han. Now there is Gu Yang. What kind of good fortune is the Gu family having? Indeed, Lu Yuan nodded, looking at Gu Chong beside him. Some potential. Your Excellency, you flatter me. Even Gu Chong, who was deep-minded, couldn't hide the smile on his face. If Gu Yang can go to the Martial Arts Academy, it would be a fortunate event for our Tianwu City, and even for the city lord. That's the reasoning. Lu Yuan naturally would not refuse his goodwill. I still have some old friends at the Martial Arts Academy. Before Gu Yang goes, let him come to the city lord's mansion. Thank you, city lord. The smile on Gu Chang's face could no longer be contained. Lu Yuan also came from the Martial Arts Academy with his recommendation. Even if he couldn't gain the favor of the seventh prince, his future would still be bright. Suddenly, a strange voice came. Although Gu Yang is excellent, He is still a bit lacking compared to Gu Han. Not a bit, but a lot. The two speakers were the heads of the Zhang and Wang families in the city, the only two families that could barely compete with the Gu family. What do you mean by that? Gu Chang's expression darkened. Such a parricide deserves to be punished. No matter how talented, what's the use? But your Gu family has offered such a high bounty, and he hasn't suffered a bit. Hee, your Gu family should be careful. The two were naturally not defending Gu Han. They were purely upset and wanted to annoy Gu Chang. Gu Chang sneered. You two don't need to worry about that. At the latest, within half a day, that wretched spawn will be dead. On the arena, Gu Yang remained calm, occasionally glancing at the quiet room behind Lu Yuan. That noble should have seen his potential, right? In the quiet room. Cough, cough. The seventh prince coughed violently twice, his complexion becoming even paler. Your Highness. Behind him, Steward Li hurriedly stepped forward, pouring spiritual energy into him, as if it were free. That's enough. The seventh prince waved his hand. Save your strength. It's of no use. Your Highness. Steward Li felt heartbroken. What is there to see in this qualification battle? Your body is so weak. You might as well go see if old Shui has come up with a solution. Hee. The seventh prince smiled. If I could think of it, I would have thought of it long ago. Sigh. These years have been hard on old Shui. While I can still move. He looked toward the outside. I should take a good look at the beautiful scenery of this world. Moreover, this person looks young, and his strength is indeed quite good. I didn't expect such talent to exist in a small Tianwu city. Him, Steward Li snurta. This kind of person can be considered a talent? If we talk about true potential, I encountered someone with old Shui in the barbarian forest. Remembering Gu Han, his face darkened. What is wrong? Nothing. Your Highness, let us go back to old Shui. The competition is almost over. There is nothing to see. Sieg, Fina. The seventh prince slowly stood up. This time, I'll trouble him again. Outside. What? Gu Yang saw that no one was coming up for a long time and smiled arrogantly. Is no one left? Hee. As expected, they're all good-looking but useless things. Below, being humiliated like this, the young disciples of various families clenched their fists, their faces turning red. But due to Gu Yang's strength, no one dared to step onto the arena again. City Lord, regardless of the ugly expressions of the other family heads. Gu Chang smiled proudly. In my opinion, this competition no longer needs to continue. Indeed, there is no need. Lu Yuan slowly stood up. In that case, this qualification for the Martial Arts Academy. Suddenly, a low, hoarse voice came from a distance. Who is speaking? Everyone looked at each other. But there were simply too many people here, and it was difficult to find the owner of the voice for a while. Lu Yuan, with his cultivation at the third level of gathering essence, easily found the source of the voice. Gu Han, it's him. Those who found out a bit later were naturally Gu Chang and the heads of various families. Gu Han? Which Gu Han? What nonsense, who else could it be? Now that he is back, what does it mean? Does he still want that qualification for the Martial Arts Academy? What a joke. A parricide? How can the city lord tolerate him? Amidst the discussions, the crowd parted to make way. Gu Han, with Gu Tian's spirit tablet in his left hand and Asha's hand in his right, walked expressionlessly to the edge of the arena under various gazes. Gu Han. On the arena, Gu Yang's expression darkened. The qualification for the Martial Arts Academy. Gu Han looked at him calmly. It's mine, if you want it. You have to ask me first. Chapter 18, Soul Capture, The Truth Revealed. In the quiet room, the seventh prince, who was about to leave, suddenly became interested upon seeing the scene outside. Steward Li. Ooh, it seems there is some excitement again. Seeing Gu Han's figure, Steward Li's face turned as dark as a pot bottom, feeling even more uncomfortable. What a narrow road for enemies. How did I encounter him again? Steward Li? Seeing his unusual expression, the seventh prince curiously asked, What is wrong? Do you know him? The prince had also seen him from a distance before. Remembering Gu Han's attitude earlier, Steward Li's face darkened as he recounted what had happened in the barbarian forest. Scoundrel! Outside, Gu Chang shouted angrily. You, a parricide, are deeply sinful, and you dare to speak here. TSK, really good at labeling people. You don't even let him finish speaking. Do you really think this Tianwu city belongs to the Gu family? Beside him, the heads of the Zhang and Wang families mocked again. City Lord. Gu Chang ignored the two of them. This child is the disgrace of my Gu family, and also the disgrace of our Tianwu city. It's better to capture him quickly. He was cursing inwardly. What is Gu Qing doing? 6 major opening channels surrounding him, and he still let him escape. Guhan. Lu Yuan's expression darkened. Step down. I want a fair fight. Guhan stared directly into his eyes. You dare to say it again? Lu Yuan's eyes narrowed. In the past, he had somewhat admired Guhan, even considering marrying Lu Ying to him. But later, with Guhan bearing the infamous title of parricide and his cultivation completely wasted, he naturally no longer paid attention to Guhan. Moreover, with the 7th prince in Tianwu City now, he had Lu Ying entertain him in every way, naturally looking down on Guhan even more. I want a fair fight. Guhan took a deep breath. I hope the city lord can give me a chance. Bold. Lu Yuan shouted angrily. Come, take it. Halfway through his words, his expression suddenly changed. Good. He sat down again, but his attitude had changed drastically. I'll give you this opportunity. City lord, Gu Chong said somewhat anxiously. You don't need to say much, just watch. Inside the quiet room, Stewardly looked unwilling. This kid has a terrible temper. What is there to see? Just now, it was the 7th prince who had him send a message to Lu Yuan, allowing this match to continue. You are biased. The 7th prince glanced at him, half smiling. In any case, that beast core of the Scarlet Flame serpent was given by me, and for that reason alone, I naturally have to give him a chance. Steward Li's face darkened again. That was exchanged for a pill personally refined by the ghost doctor. That kid profited immensely. Guiyang, seeing Lu Yuan agree. Guhan looked at Guiyang again. Fight me. Do you dare? At this moment, he was already soaked in blood, and several gruesome wounds were clearly visible on his body. Although he looked extremely miserable, his momentum directly overshadowed Guiyang. Just then, a hurried member of the Gu family rushed to Gu Chang's side and whispered a few words. Crack! A flash of killing intent flickered in Gu Chang's eyes as he crushed the hard armrest of the chair into pieces. You little brat, seeking death. On the arena, Guiyang was already in a difficult position. All right, he glanced at Guhan. Today I will clean up the Gu family and completely eliminate you, this disaster. If Guhan were unharmed, he certainly wouldn't dare to agree so easily. But looking at Guhan's current appearance, he felt his own cultivation and abilities had improved significantly, naturally gaining a confidence he never had before. Today, Guhan handed the spirit token to Asha and slowly walked onto the arena. To avenge my adoptive father. Avenge? The crowd was stunned. Did he just say he would avenge the head of the Gu family? It seems so. Wasn't that head killed by him? What kind of revenge is this? It's hard to say. Just keep watching. Amidst the discussions, their eyes were glued to the arena, afraid of missing anything. Who? On the arena, Guiyang swung his spear, instantly pushing his cultivation to its peak. A faint layer of red light spread down like flowing water, enveloping his entire being, including the spear. Is this the Gu family's flame burning technique? Impressive, truly impressive. Young master Guiyang's cultivation is not low either. Hee hee. One Gu family member smiled proudly. My young master is exceptionally talented. Not to mention his cultivation, just this flame-burning technique alone has been cultivated to the realm of form and spirit combined. He is a rare talent in our Gu family. Taking care of a Guhan is a piece of cake. Puffed. Suddenly, a wandering cultivator who had been following along laughed. What are you laughing at? I'm laughing at your young master being overconfident. He'll probably be cut down by Guhan in a bit. Nonsense. The spear in my young master's hand is a top-grade spirit weapon. With Guhan's broken sword and his injuries, he absolutely cannot be a match for my young master. Hee hee. The wandering cultivator couldn't be bothered to respond. Your eyes aren't blind. Just watch for yourself. These wandering cultivators had all witnessed Guhan's strength, so they naturally understood how formidable the broken sword in Guhan's hands truly was. Guhan. On the arena, Guiyang stared fixedly at Guhan. Today, I will take your life to clear my name. Defeating Guhan head-on was naturally a long-held wish buried deep in his heart. Who, while speaking, he took the initiative to attack. Like an arrow released from a bow, his figure swayed, and with a shake of the spear, the cold spear tip pointed directly at Guhan's brow. Guhan remained motionless. Guiyang's speed increased by 3 points, and the red light around him grew even more intense. Just as the spear was half a foot away from Guhan, Gu-Han moved. Swish. He casually swung the long sword, making a light slash. Clang. A crisp sound rang out. The arena fell silent in an instant. On the arena, Gu Yong's figure froze. Gu-Han's sword tip was just half an inch away from his forehead. While the top-grade spirit weapon spear in his hand had already broken into 2 pieces, its brilliance dimmed, becoming a useless piece of scrap. TSK, TSK. The wandering cultivator mocked. Form and spirit combined. Top-grade spirit weapon? Hee hee. No. The Gu family member's face turned pale. Impossible. How could the young master lose? The crowd was dumbfounded. Just a moment ago, Gu Yong was still full of confidence, claiming to be invincible among the younger generation of Tianwu City. Yet he couldn't even withstand a single sword strike from Gu-Han. Gu Yong. In the distance, Gu Chang instantly stood up. This. Gu Yang's face was ashen, filled with disbelief. You were clearly injured. My cultivation has clearly improved. I cannot lose. Gu-Han ignored him. He pressed the sword down 3 points. In an instant, a stream of blood flowed from Gu Yang's forehead, with no choice but to lower his body. Gu Yang's body sank lower as the long sword continued to press down. Hiss! The crowd suddenly understood Gu-Han's intention. He wanted Gu Yang to kneel. You little beast. Gu Chang's face was twisted with rage. Let him go. Otherwise, I will ensure you are torn to pieces. Saying this, Gu-Han remained unmoved. How did you harm my adoptive father? As he spoke, 2 ghostly lights suddenly flashed in his eyes, seemingly shining deep into Gu Yang's heart. Sur capturing technique. Thud. Gu Yang's eyes glazed over, and he instantly knelt on the ground. Gu Tian's cultivation is too high. My grandfather was no match. So he bribed Commander Gu to secretly drug Gu Tian's food. Shut up. Gu Chang was furious. You shut your mouth. As he spoke, he was about to make a move against Gu-Han. Let him speak. Yes, let everyone know that your Gu family is nothing but a bunch of hypocrites. The faces of the family heads turned sour as they blocked Gu Chang. The opportunity to overthrow the Gu family was right before them, and they certainly wouldn't allow anyone to disrupt it. As the drug took effect, Gu Yang continued to speak in a daze. My grandfather secretly took your sword and, along with my father and 2 elders, surrounded and killed Gu Tian. Unexpectedly, he counterattacked at the last moment and nearly escaped. Why? Gu-Han's body trembled slightly. My adoptive father has worked hard for the Gu family all his life. Because he has selfish motives. A hint of resentment suddenly crept into Gu Yang's tone. He thinks of you in everything, giving all the benefits to you. Why should it be so? You are nothing but a picked-up wild seed. I am the true bloodline of the Gu family. I should be the young master. No, I should be the head of the family. Every word fell clearly into everyone's ears. The arena fell silent for a moment. How vicious. The dignified Gu family is just a bunch of hypocrites. Alas, I didn't expect Gu-Han to be wronged. The Gu family's actions are truly despicable. Still the first family of Tianwu City? Ha! A cacophony of voices erupted. Except for the Gu family members, the tide was overwhelmingly in favor of Gu-Han. How did this first place come about? Who doesn't know it's all due to the hard work of the Gu family head? And to say Gu-Han is a wild seed? The mineral veins of Hongfeng Valley weren't earned by him, and those medicinal fields and spiritual veins outside the city weren't won back from the other families by him. Every year, the Gu family submits so many beast cores. Hasn't he always been Gu-Han leading the charge into the barbarian forest to slay the beast first? Most of the Gu family's assets were built by him and his father. Without them, where would you, Gu Yang, find the Yuan crystals to buy this top-grade spirit weapon? Exactly. A bunch of useless people who only know how to enjoy the fruits of others' labor, yet still have the face to say others have selfish motives? The crowd erupted in outrage. Among these people, there are indeed some who genuinely feel guilty and speak out for Gu-Han, but more often, it's just a few other families stirring the pot. The effect is naturally significant. From today onwards, the reputation of the Gu family is completely ruined, and they are utterly finished. In the crowd, the Gu family members are being scolded so badly that they can't hold their heads up. With this layer of shame stripped away, they feel utterly humiliated and furious. But instead of feeling the slightest bit of regret, they hate Gu-Han even more. After all, they have never acknowledged Gu-Han. At this moment, Guhan also no longer needs their acknowledgement. He gently takes Gu Tian's spirit tablet and places it in front of Gu Yang. With a swipe of his hand, clang, a fiery red spear instantly pierces the bluestone ground. Fire Cloud Spear. Foster father, those who harmed you must pay with their lives. As he speaks, he takes out 4 heads, neatly placing them in front of Gu Tian's spirit tablet. The first one is the head of Commander Gu. The other 2 are the heads of 2 elders from the Gu family. The last one is startlingly Gu Cheng. Slap. After doing this, he strikes Gu Yang's shoulder with his sword, a chilling sword energy instantly penetrating his body, shattering his meridians. The immense pain jolts Gu Yang awake. What have you done? My cultivation, my meridians. Father? How could this happen? Seeing Gu Cheng's head, his face twists in agony, just like a dog. Guhan stares at him, his voice icy, a lost dog. Gu Yang's face turns pale. This sentence was exactly what he had said to Guhan that day. And now, with their positions reversed, it has been returned to him unchanged. You dare insult me? His eyes are bloodshot, glaring at Guhan. You dare to kill my father? He harmed my foster father, so he must pay with his life. You little beast. Not far away. Gu Cheng's face is filled with cold fury. You dare to kill my son and cripple my grandson. Today, I will not let you go. Swish. As he speaks, a layer of red flames ignites around him, charging towards Guhan. This time, no one stops him. The goal has been achieved. And now it's time to watch the show. Watching Gu Cheng nearly go mad, Guhan's eyes also turn red. Foster father. This is the last one. Chapter 19. Revenge for father. Turmoil reignited. Damn it. Lu Yuan's face turns ashen. Everyone stop. Usually, he couldn't be bothered with the squabbles and fights between these families. And sometimes he would even secretly fan the flames. But today is different. In front of so many eyes. Especially at such an important moment in the Deqi Martial Academy qualification battle. If Guhan continues to stir the situation, he would lose all face as the city lord of Tianwu. However, Guhan and Gu Cheng are already blinded by rage, eager to kill each other. So how could they listen to him? In an instant, the 2 figures are about to collide. Such boldness. Lu Yuan's eyes flash with cold light, and his aura rises sharply, revealing his cultivation at the 3rd level of Gathering Yuan. With a slight sway, he instantly appears beside the 2 about to collide, his spiritual power erupting and pushing them apart. Little beast, Gu Cheng roars repeatedly. The one thing I regret the most is not killing you with my own hands that day. Old dog, Guhan glares at him. Today, you must pay with your life for my foster father. Before the words are even out, a 3-inch sword light gathers at the tip of his sword, ready to charge at Gu Cheng again. The hatred in his heart far exceeds that of Gu Cheng. Arrogant, Lu Yuan's eyes narrow, and he unleashes a powerful palm strike. Bang! The difference in cultivation is substantial, and Guhan had already sustained serious injuries, so he naturally can't withstand it. A mouthful of blood spews out, and he continuously retreats. City Lord. At this moment, Gu Cheng regains some rationality and hurriedly bows to Lu Yuan. Thank you, City Lord. No need. Lu Yuan coldly glances at him. I'm not helping you. Yes, yes. Gu Cheng bows again. After today, I will personally go to the City Lord's mansion to apologize, allowing the City Lord to deal with me as he sees fit, and I will not dare to have a single complaint. Old fox. The heads of the various families change their expressions, secretly cursing Gu Cheng's cunning. After today, the Gu family will have no foothold in Tianwu City, and will undoubtedly face resistance from everyone. This large family business will surely be unsustainable, so it's better to offer most of the benefits and completely rely on Lu Yuan. In this way, if the other families want to act against the Gu family, they will have to think twice. Good. Lu Yuan naturally understands his meaning, and his tone softens a bit. This mess must be dealt with properly before I leave. Yes. Gu Cheng breathes a sigh of relief, glancing at Gu Cheng's head and the completely crippled Gu Yang, gritting his teeth in hatred. Even if it costs everything, Guhan must be eliminated. Sigh. Below the arena, the crowd looks at the silent Guhan, secretly sighing. With the city lord protecting him, this revenge is likely impossible. In contrast, the Gu family members have expressions of having survived a disaster, secretly praising Gu Cheng's wisdom. Young master, A silly girl runs over crying. At this moment, she is the only one who can truly understand Guhan's feelings. Revenge. Guhan mush. It must be avenged. What? The crowd gasps in shock. Has Guhan gone mad? With the city lord here, how can you take revenge? What will you use to take revenge? Hearing this, Lu Yuan's expression darkens again. City lord. Gu Chang feels a surge of joy in his heart and seizes the opportunity to say, "This child is unruly and does not take you seriously at all. If he is left alive, he will surely become a disaster." Swish. Before he finishes speaking, a beam of light suddenly flashes. The light is so fast that even with Lu Yuan's cultivation, he cannot intercept it in time. Poof! A light sound. A blood hole suddenly appears in Gu Chang's chest. In the distance, Guhan gently lowers his long sword. With the speed of the great yin sword energy, the arena is only 10 zhong wide, so it naturally arrives in an instant. How could Gu Chang dodge? Good. Inside the quiet room, the seventh prince, seeing this sword strike, is so excited that his face turns red and he stands up. Refreshing. So refreshing. Cough, cough. Before he finishes speaking, he starts to cough violently. Your Highness, Chief Steward Li is deeply pained. Didn't Elder Shui say that your emotions shouldn't fluctuate too much? Why don't you listen? Cough, cough. He's amazing. Amazing? Chief Steward Li is filled with anger. To show such ability for a moment, he's just a reckless man. Reckless? The seventh prince shakes his head. The enemy who killed my father is right in front of me. If I cannot take his life, I don't know what kind of pain I will endure. Sigh. He sighs, his expression somewhat despondent. If only I could have half of his courage. Then, Your Highness, not knowing what he thought of. Chief Steward Li's eyes suddenly turn red. It's the old servant's fault. It's not your fault. The seventh prince self-deprecatingly smiles. Forget it. I am just a person clinging to life. Being able to live until now is already a blessing. What more is there to think about? It's just that seeing him makes me a bit emotional. Speaking of which, he and I have some kind of fate. Your Highness, please continue watching. Outside, the atmosphere is silent. Everyone is completely stunned. Guhan really made a move? He really dared to make a move? Moreover, he is clearly at the opening veins realm. How could he kill Gu Chang, who is at the channeling chi realm? And what was that light they just saw? On the arena, looking at the fist-sized blood hole in his chest, Gu Chang feels as if he is about to collapse. At this moment, he seems to understand why the 6 channeling chi realm experts surrounded Guhan, yet he was killed in return. It's just that? It's too late. The strength and vitality within him quickly faded away. He stared intently at Guhan, his face filled with unwillingness. He staggered forward a few steps, but finally couldn't hold on any longer and knelt on the ground, no longer making a sound. In front of him was exactly where Gu Tian's spirit tablet was located. Grandpa, Gu Yang's face was filled with terror and despair. Why is it impossible, adoptive father? Your revenge has been avenged. Guhan breathed out gently, his body swaying slightly. The exhaustion and travel of the past few days, coupled with the injuries from the previous battles, all flared up at this moment. Even with his deep foundation, he was struggling to hold on. Young master, Asha quickly supported him. Are you all right? Guhan. Suddenly, a roar filled with anger came from nearby. You bold one. Lu Yuangled Guhan. His face ashen. You dare to disrespect my orders. Gu Chang was dead. Moreover, he was killed right before his eyes. Not only did Lu Yuan lose the benefits from the Gu family, but from now on, his prestige as the city lord would also be greatly diminished. He's coming. Everyone's hearts tightened. In Tianwu City, Lu Yuan was like the sky. No one ever dared to defy his words, and Guhan was the first. Not far away, the heads of various families were already laughing in their hearts. They could see that Lu Yuan had murderous intent. At this point, it was no longer about whether Guhan could keep his qualification for the martial arts academy, but rather whether he could survive. Everything that happened today made them the biggest winners. It's unfair. Unexpectedly, before Guhan could speak, Asha stood up first. What did you say? It's unfair. Asha repeated. Those people framed the young master and wanted to kill him. Why can't the young master kill them? Protecting those villains is unfair. Hiss. The crowd gasped. Goodness, is this still the dim-witted Asha? How did she suddenly become so clever? Unfair? Lu Yuan smiled coldly. I am the city lord of Tianwu, and my words are the rules. You violated the rules and still dare talk to me about fairness. City lord. On the platform, Gu Yong suddenly spoke. His eyes filled with resentment. Please kill Gu Han to avenge my father and grandfather. I am willing to offer everything from the Gu family. Before he finished speaking, a long sword pierced through his chest. Good. Lu Yuan, extremely angered, instead calmed down. Gu Han, you repeatedly commit murder in front of me. It seems you truly do not put me, the city lord, in your eyes. As he spoke, dozens of city guards instantly surged through the crowd, surrounding the entire platform. Asha is right. Gu Han gently held Asha's hand. You are unfair. I have no need to respect you, listen to your words, or follow your rules. Saying this, he slowly retreated, and the somewhat weak spiritual power within him began to operate at full strength. He was already prepared to break out. Capture him. Lu Yuan narrowed his eyes. Take him down. Sigh. The crowd's mood was somewhat complicated. The Gu family was finished. But Gu Han himself was also finished. Was it worth it to sacrifice himself for revenge? TSK. Just as Gu Han was preparing to break out with all his strength, a sharp and harsh voice suddenly rang out. City Lord Lu, how imposing you are. We don't want to follow your rules either. Are you going to take us down as well? Chapter 20. Visiting Elder Shui. Meeting Lu Ying again. Who? The crowd was stunned again. Someone actually dared to speak to City Lord Lu like that? And the voice was truly unpleasant. Lu Yuan's expression changed. The heads of the various families could not sit still. They knew that a nobleman was sitting in the quiet room behind them, and unexpectedly, he wanted to intervene in this matter. Manager Li. Lu Yuan quickly bowed. How did I disturb you? Seeing Manager Li's appearance, and then looking at Lu Yuan's respectful demeanor, the crowd's hearts skipped a beat. Goodness, could this be? Oh, everyone else was being cautious, but only Asha happily waved her hand. It's you. We meet again. Lu Yuan's heart sank. Could she know Manager Li? Little girl. Manager Li smiled, but his eyes were cold. We are not familiar. Don't try to get close. Oh, Asha looked a bit disappointed. Manager Li. Seeing this, Lu Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. What instructions does the esteemed one have? He understood that Manager Li's appearance must have been authorized by the Seventh Prince. City Lord Lu. Manager Li glanced at him. I want to ask you, has the qualification battle for the Martial Arts Academy ended? It has ended. Who won? It was him. Lu Yuan annoyingly pointed at Gu Han. Oh, Manager Li didn't even glance at Gu Han. Then there's no problem. At this point, it was already very clear. Gu Han's qualification for the Martial Arts Academy was preserved. Manager Li. Lu Yuan was somewhat unwilling, but he repeatedly committed murder and disregarded the rules of Tianwu City. We have said, Manager Li emphasized, this matter ends here. Do you understand? Yes. After glancing at Gu Han, Manager Li's face darkened again. Good for nothing kid. Let him have such good luck again. Wait. As he was about to leave, Gu Han suddenly spoke. What for? Manager Li looked impatient. Where is Elder Shui? I want to pay a visit. Now that Gu Han had avenged his great enmity, he naturally needed to find a way to treat Asha's soul defect. Naturally, a master like Elder Shui, who was proficient in alchemy and pharmacology, was the best choice. Impatiently, he provided an address and turned to leave. The more he looked at Gu Han, the worse his mood became. Your Highness. Back in the quiet room, Manager Li was still somewhat disgruntled. The matter you instructed has been taken care of. You. The Seventh Prince shook his head, about to tease him a few words, but suddenly broke into a violent cough. At the same time, a visible chill continuously emanated from his body, soon forming a thin layer of frost on him. Your Highness. Manager Li quickly stepped forward to protect his vitality with spiritual power. Hang in there. Old servant will take you to find Elder Shui immediately. Outside, Lu Yuan's mood was extremely poor at this moment. The Seventh Prince's words were definitely not something a city lord of a small border city like him could defy. Even though he hated Gu Han in his heart, he could no longer act. Unless he wanted to die. With a cold snort, he didn't even look at the crowd and was about to lead the city guards away. Wait, Gu Han sudden Lu spoke. My qualification for the Martial Arts Academy. Just wait. Lu Yuan stared deeply at him. Someone will deliver it to you. As he left, the scene erupted again. That person just now, could it be? Nonsense. Didn't you hear the city lord call him managerly? He must be from the royal capital. TSK, a big shot, a big shot. Our Tianwu city hasn't seen such a big shot in many years. Don't think about it. You can't reach him. The crowd was discussing animatedly. What happened today was too exciting, with various twists and turns that left them breathless. In such a small border city, such significant events would be talked about for 10 or 8 years. In comparison, the Martial Arts Academy qualification battle seemed trivial. Gu Han ignored them, putting away Gu Tian's spirit tablet and the fire cloud spear. He took a deep breath, and the pent-up resentment within him dissipated by more than half. Young master, Asha gently asked, where are we going next? To find Elder Shui. Gu Han patted her head. To treat your illness. Young master, Asha's gaze dimmed. Is my illness not treatable? Nonsense. Gu Han's expression softened. I will definitely find a way to save you. All you need to do is stay by my side and help me search for treasures with peace of mind. Upon hearing about the treasure hunt, Asha's eyes lit up. After all, this was the only way she could help Gu Han. In casual conversation, the master and servant gradually walked away. Looking at Gu Han's back, everyone was envious. It was obvious that regardless of the attitude, the appearance of that steward Li was to help Gu Han. With such a big shot backing him, it was clear that Gu Han would soar to great heights and have an unlimited future, unlike the excitement of others. The Gu family members were like mourners, their faces filled with despair and confusion. Not only had their family name become notorious, but even the person in charge had died. In a few days, the Gu family's vast assets would definitely be divided cleanly among the other families. By then, the Gu family members, who had relied on their family's power to flaunt their might in Tianwu City, would know what awaited them. In the city lord's mansion. Damn it! In the main hall, Lu Yuan's face turned ashen with anger. Damn thing, Dad. Such a commotion had drawn Lu Ying over. What happened? Gu Han. Lu Yuan gritted his teeth. This damn thing is truly hateful. Gu Han. Lu Ying was taken aback. Isn't he in the wilderness forest, being hunted by the Gu family? Hunted? Lu Yuan sneered and recounted what had happened today. Because of him, I lost all my face today. Lu Ying's heart shook. She had long learned that Gu Han had a fortuitous encounter and regained his cultivation. But she never expected Gu Han to become so powerful that he single-handedly destroyed the Gu family. Although there were reasons related to the Gu family itself, Gu Han's combat power could not be underestimated. By the way, Lu Yuan seemed to think of something. How have you been getting along with the seventh prince? Why didn't I see you go with him today? Lu Ying's expression became somewhat unpleasant. After spending a few days with the seventh prince, she had naturally gained quite a bit of goodwill, but after Steward Li's return, he had been extremely dismissive of her, not only cold in attitude, but also sharp-tongued. She had not gone to watch the Martial Academy qualification battle today, partly because she had been ridiculed by Steward Li and had sulked in anger. Dad, I don't know why, but thinking about how Gu Han has returned to being that genius makes me feel a bit uncomfortable. You just said the seventh prince helped Gu Han out? That's right. Lu Yuan frowned. But it's strange. Although he helped him out, Steward Li's attitude towards him is extremely cold. Cold? Lu Ying inexplicably breathed a sigh of relief, and a guess formed in her heart. Could it be that Gu Han has allied with the seventh prince? Dad, upon thinking of this, she immediately had an idea. I'll go meet the seventh prince. Perhaps I can find out some useful news. That works. Lu Yuan nodded. You are about to head to the Martial Academy. Even if the seventh prince is not valued, he is still a member of the royal family. Gaining his friendship is a good thing. Although there's only one spot in the Martial Academy, as the city lord, he will naturally have other ways to send Lu Ying there. In the south of Tianwu City, in a secluded alley. Young master. Asha raised her small face. Are we going to see that Grandpa Shui? Gu Han smiled. Last time, Senior Shui helped us a lot. Speaking of which, I haven't properly thanked him yet. Before he could finish speaking, he paused. In the alley, 5 or 6 people were respectfully guarding a small courtyard door, eagerly waiting, as if hoping to see the person inside. From their attire, Gu Han immediately recognized them. These people were all managers from various merchant associations in the royal capital. The wilderness forest is rich in resources, and every year, the merchant associations from the royal capital send a large number of people to the border to collect various cultivation resources, such as spiritual herbs and beast cores from those wandering cultivators. Tianwu City is naturally one of them. Hey, upon seeing Gu Han, the last person in line was somewhat surprised. Little brother, are you also here to see divine Dr. Shui? That's right. Saying this, Gu Han was about to step forward to knock on the door. What are you doing? The person at the front immediately blocked Gu Han's way. Kid, do you understand the rules? Rules? Nonsense. Divine Dr. Shui didn't say he would see you. Yet you rashly knock on the door. If you upset the old man, can you bear the consequences? Look at how ragged you are. You came empty-handed. Yet you expect divine Dr. Shui to see you? Even if you want to see him, you should follow the order, right? Go to the back of the line. Ha! A small place is just a small place. You don't understand any rules. A few people from the royal capital looked down on the people from Tianwu City and ridiculed Gu Han without hesitation. Gu Han's face turned ugly. Don't look down on people. I know that grandpa. Oh, you know divine Dr. Shui? Little girl, aren't you afraid of the wind flashing your tongue while bragging? Even our association's managers must show him respect. How could he know a wild girl from a small place like you? The group sneered, which made Asha clench her small fists in anger. You. Gu Han's eyes turned cold. Let me, little brother. The person who was at the back quickly grabbed Gu Han and whispered, just bear with it. They are from the royal capital and all in the Qi realm. You can't afford to mess with them. Take my advice. You don't need to be anxious. We just need to wait patiently. We will definitely get to meet divine Dr. Shui. TSK. Chen Ping, you are so kind. Look at what you have become. Yet you still want to meddle in other people's business? I heard that your contribution points at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion have been at the bottom for 2 consecutive years. You're about to be kicked out. No family would keep a useless person. Having exposed Chen Ping's old background, his face turned red. You guys, Gu Han felt his anger rising. Just then, a beautiful woman slowly walked in from the other end of the alley, dressed in a light yellow long dress. Her face covered with a light veil, her figure was graceful, and her demeanor was cool, like a fairy. Lu Ying? Gu Han. The two instantly recognized each other. Their eyes met, and there was no tenderness, only coldness. Chapter 21. This Lu Ying loves to put on an act too much. In the small courtyard. In the side room. Old Shui, Steward Li was sweating profusely, his voice trembling. Do you have a way to save the prince? It's difficult. Looking at the 7th prince sitting cross-legged, eyes closed, surrounded by a layer of fiery aura, divine Dr. Shui shook his head. I can only temporarily suppress the cold poison. I cannot completely eradicate it. But you know, the cold poison has long since penetrated his bones and has become one with him. Each time I suppress it, it will inevitably rebound. Now I'm already exhausted. After a pause, he sighed. This time, I can still manage to suppress it. But what about the next time it erupts? Your Highness. Steward Li naturally understood the meaning of his words and couldn't help but shed tears. Poor Empress. She only has this one child. If anything happens to your Highness, our family will never be able to atone for our sins. Steward Li. Just then, a weak voice came over. You don't need to be sad. I know my own situation. If it weren't for you and old Shui working hard for me over the years, how could I have lived to this day? Even if my mother knew, she wouldn't blame you. It was the 7th prince waking up faintly. Your Highness. Steward Li couldn't bear to look at him anymore. Speaking of which, having narrowly escaped death, the 7th prince seemed to have opened up about life and death, feeling somewhat emotional. Today, I met a very interesting person. Coincidentally, old Shui. You know him too. Outside. Ah, Lu. Asha's expression brightened, just about to greet her, but suddenly recalling her attitude towards Gu Han a month ago, her small face suddenly drooped, and she angrily turned her head away. Gu Han. The sound of the willow warbler was as cold as ever. I've heard about your situation. Is it true? You seem quite well informed. What are you doing here? That's not something Lady Lu should be concerned about, right? Lu Ying frowned slightly. She was already certain. Gu Han's coincidental appearance here must mean he had allied himself with the 7th prince. Here is a piece of advice. Her tone was calm, but carried a hint of condescension. The most important thing in being a person is to keep to your place and not overstep. Your previous troubles were precisely because you were too ostentatious. If you don't learn to restrain yourself, even if you can escape this time by luck, you won't be able to next time. Pretending. Gu Han let out a cold laugh. Gu Han, act is not something you can dictate. That's all I have to say. Whether you listen or not is up to you. After saying this, She was about to knock on the door. Wait. The few people at the front were unhappy again. They didn't know Gu Han, nor did they know Lu Ying, so why would they let them pass? Who are you? Here, to see the divine Dr. Xue as well? My father is the city lord, Lu Yuan. Lu Ying chuckled lightly. I am here to see the seventh prince. We are friends. Saying this, she cast a casual glance at Gu Han. The difference between a friend and a subordinate could not be more obvious. The city lord's daughter? A friend? The few people felt a jolt in their hearts. The former identity was manageable, but the latter was a bit frightening. Although the seventh prince was not well known and not taken seriously in the capital, he was still of royal blood. How could they, mere small officials, aspire to that? My apologies, I was rude earlier. Please don't take offense, Miss Lu. The attitudes of the few changed dramatically, from haughty to humble. We hope Miss Lu can say a few good words for us when you go in. Yes, we've been waiting here so long. We haven't even seen the divine Dr. Xue. Lu Ying's demeanor was elegant. Her speech and actions were refined, and coupled with her stunning beauty, they naturally did not doubt her words. Such a captivating woman was rare even in the royal capital, and it was not surprising that she had befriended the seventh prince. No problem. Lu Ying glanced at Gu Han indifferently. When I see the seventh prince later, I will ask for you. Thank you, Miss Lu. The crowd was overjoyed. Young master. Aishan had an expression of discontent. We also know that old man. Why don't they believe us? Hee. Guan sneered. It's just that they look down on others. You dare to insult us. Kid, I see you're impatient to live. The people from a small place had little experience, but were quite bold. The expressions of the few turned unfriendly. What a joke. Guan scoffed, naturally not intimidated by them. You say we can't enter, so we can't enter? Today I insist on going in. Come on, Aishan. Saying this, he took Aishan's hand and stepped forward slowly. Sigh. Chun Ping sighed deeply. Little brother, why don't you listen to advice? These people rely on their background in the royal capital and are used to giving orders in front of those wandering cultivators, but they dare to act. Suddenly, a joyful voice came from inside the courtyard. Little girl, what brings you here? Come in, let me take a look. It was indeed the divine Dr. Xue. The few instinctively turned their gaze to Lu Ying. Could it be that she is also very familiar with the divine Dr. Xue? Lu Ying was naturally curious, but she remained calm, gently performing a salute. Thank you, elder. Just then, the small wooden door was opened. What are you making a fuss about? Manager Li had a belly full of anger with no place to vent, and upon seeing the crowd, he immediately cursed. A bunch of scoundrels, daring to disturb the seventh prince and Elder Xue's rest. I'll slap you to death. The few were so frightened that they shrank back, not daring to say another word. Little girl. Manager Li looked at Aishan, and his face darkened again. Come with me. Huh? Aishan pointed at himself. Are you calling me? Nonsense. You're not familiar with me? Manager Li's face darkened even more. Elder Xue wants to see you, despite being full of anger. He naturally couldn't disregard the words of the divine Dr. Xue. As he passed by, Gu Han almost couldn't hold back his laughter. Did he know why? But every time he saw Manager Li getting the short end of the stick, it made him feel particularly pleased. The crowd's expressions were uncertain. Could this little girl really know the divine Dr. Xue? All right. Aishan seemed to suddenly think of something and turned to look at Chen Ping. Do you want to see Elder Xue too? Yes. Chen Ping nodded instinctively. I want to see. Then come over here. Aishan waved. You just help the young master. You're a good person. Thank you, miss. Thank you, miss. Chen Ping was overjoyed and hurriedly followed. He naturally didn't expect that just some instinctive acts of kindness would bring him a reward he never dared to dream of. Manager Li twitched his lips. Just thinking about Elder Xue's inexplicable attitude toward Aishan, he suppressed the impulse to stop Chen Ping. Forget it. We won't interfere with Elder Xue's matters. The remaining few were so jealous their eyes were almost popping out. Is this how it goes in? Why is it him? Instinctively, they cast hopeful glances at Lu Ying. Don't panic. There is still a chance. Manager Li, feeling the gazes of the few, Lu Ying took a deep breath and displayed what she believed to be a flawless smile, stepping forward to bow gently. The seventh prince. He is too busy to see you. Manager Li coldly replied to her. Seemingly not satisfied, he added, What are you pretending for? Gu Han could no longer hold back and laughed out loud. Kid. Manager Li almost couldn't help but act. What are you laughing at? I think what you said makes too much sense. Guhan gave a thumbs up, feeling for the first time that Manager Li wasn't so annoying. Bang! Manager Li waved his sleeve and closed the courtyard door. Come in with me. You wait here. Naturally, he was talking to Chen Ping. Hey. Chen Ping kept bowing, honestly waiting in place. To be able to enter this courtyard door meant he would definitely get to see the divine Dr. Shui, which was much better than those outside who had no hope at all. Outside, the few were so jealous they were almost going mad, and their gazes toward Lu Ying became somewhat strange. The seventh prince's friend? Hee. Sounds nice, but why can't even pass through Manager Li's barrier? Meanwhile, Lu Ying's face alternated between red and white, her heaving chest clearly showing her agitation. Wait for me, leaving behind a pale and powerless threat. She was so humiliated and angry that she could no longer stay here, and not daring to meet the disdainful looks of the others, she left in a hurry. Inside the room, the divine Dr. Shui withdrew his large hand. With the support of my Master pill, although her soul power has still leaked a bit, it won't be a big problem in the short term. Thank you, Senior. Guhan breathed a sigh of relief. With this, he had time to continue searching for ways to treat Aishan. Of course, the premise was that Aishan would not use the power of the broken illusion eye again. Thank you, Elder Shui. Aishan looked delighted and quickly bowed. Good. The divine Dr. Shui patted her head, clearly treating her better than the other people in the room, including the seventh prince. I've heard about your situation. He glanced at Guhan again. You did well. Being able to maintain your core is quite rare. Compared to before, Guhan no longer had that bitter and vengeful feeling, and the hostility between his brows had decreased by more than half, restoring the state and temperament that a young person should have. Indeed, the seventh prince beside him sighed. Earlier, watching you cough, seeing you act with such passion and vengeance, I was quite envious. Thank you, seventh prince, for saving me today. Guhan cupped his fists. Kid, Manager Li raised an eyebrow. This is my seventh prince of the Qi. Speak politely. Guhan had a blank expression. Then he let out a fart. You're done. The seventh prince smiled self-deprecatingly. With my status as a prince, I can only scare those who don't understand. Don't you know the real situation? He looked at Guhan again. Speaking of which, cough, you gave that red flame, snake, to old Shui, which really helped me a lot. You, Guhan frowned slightly. Do you also have an illness? Hey, kid, how are you speaking? Not bad. The seventh prince nodded, sighed. I really do have an illness, and it's already in the late stages. It turns out that when the seventh prince's biological mother was pregnant for 10 months, she was attacked, and the cold energy entered her body, resulting in his congenital deficiency. He was already injured before he was born. If it weren't for these years of careful treatment by old Shui, he probably wouldn't have survived past 2 years old, as that cold energy would have taken his life. Of course, the cold energy has been suppressed until today, and even old Shui is helpless. You are so pitiful. Asha looked at the seventh prince with sympathy. It's nothing. The seventh prince smiled. Everyone has their fate. It can't be forced. I want to try. On the side, Guhan frowned tightly, as if he had finally made up his mind, and suddenly spoke. Earlier, if it weren't for the seventh prince coming to the rescue, not to mention the qualifications for the martial academy, he wouldn't even have been able to escape from Tianwu City. Yes, tenfold revenge. Revenge will also be tenfold. This has been his belief all along. What did you say? Stewardly didn't hear clearly. I said I want to try. You? Even old Shui is helpless. What can a kid in the Meridian Opening Realm do? What if I can? Guhan Vietotid. The little bit of good impression that Stewardly had left him was completely gone. Kid, Stewardly pointed to several beast cores beside the seventh prince. Do you see these? If you can really come up with a solution, we'll eat these things in front of you. Really? Guhan's eyes lit up. Hee. When we speak, we always keep our word, and there's absolutely no reason to go back on it. All right, wait for me. After the words fell, Guhan slowly closed his eyes. What are you doing? Taking a nap, and when I wake up, I'll have a solution. Stewardly. Chapter 22. Do you understand what it means to be a demon cultivator? Which demon cultivator saves people? Kid, are you here? In the sword prison. The shadow occasionally appeared to Guhan, and he was no longer surprised. How is my soul-stealing technique working for you? Hey, why is the malice on you gone? You seem a bit regretful. TSK. What a pity with that malice to assist you, if you practice demonic techniques. you would definitely achieve twice the result with half the effort. So what have you considered? Do you want to be my disciple? No. Guhan refused decisively. Not an outer disciple, but an inner disciple. That's not happening either. You. The shadow was momentarily speechless. Then why are you here? Are you just here to tease me out of boredom? I came to thank you. Guhan's expression became more serious. If it weren't for the soul-stealing technique taught by the shadow, he would not have been able to restore his innocence and kill the enemy who killed his father so smoothly. Thank me? The shadow's expression brightened. Are you planning to let me out? No. Then how do you plan to thank me? I haven't thought of that yet. The shadow was so angry he trembled. This little brat, is his face this thick? No, this is not just thick-skinned. This is shameless. By the way, Guhan suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I have a question to ask you. Speak. I have a friend. Hearing this familiar tone, the shadow's heart suddenly tightened. Sure enough, as soon as Guhan finished speaking, he completely exploded. Didn't I tell you before? I am the Demon Lord. The Demon Lord. I only know how to kill, not how to save. What nonsense extreme cold syndrome. I can't cure it. Let your friend wait to die. Really no way. The shadow answered so bluntly that Guhan had some doubts. Think again. No. No. The shadow roared. How many times do I have to tell you before you understand? You. He stopped halfway through his sentence. It seemed like he thought of something, and his tone suddenly softened. There's a way, but I have a request. If it's about letting you go, then it's off the table. Guhan shook his head. That's his bottom line. Without sufficient strength to protect himself, he would absolutely not let the shadow go. Naturally not. The shadow also understood. To let Guhan release him was simply impossible, so he didn't bring it up. What is that request? Guhan was a bit curious. I haven't thought of that yet. The shadow imitated Guhan. When I think of it, I will naturally tell you. Guhan hesitated. All right. After a moment, he nodded. I agree. Huh? The shadow was a bit surprised. If Guhan had agreed without a second thought, he would naturally doubt Guhan's sincerity, but from Guhan's current reaction, as long as he agreed to this request, he would definitely not go back on it. This friend, is he very important to you? The first time we met. Then why are you helping him? He helped me. Guhan's expression became serious again. I am someone who doesn't like to owe others favors. He helped me, so I will naturally help him. I have also helped you. That's different. If you don't help me, I will kill you. The shadow was choked by him and almost exploded again. After a while, he finally calmed down. The cold energy in his body had already invaded his bones. I am not skilled in medicine, and I can't think of a way to save him. But he doesn't really need treatment. Doesn't he need? Strictly speaking, he can already be considered an extreme cold body. Although it's somewhat inferior, it is still a type of special physique. As long as there are suitable techniques, he can naturally transform the cold energy into assistance, eliminating the worry of life. Of course, with this kind of physique, future achievements will also be mediocre. Do you have techniques? Of course. Aren't you a demon cultivator? Where did you get such techniques? By robbing. The shadow instantly became interested. Back then, I, the Demon Lord, fought across the universe, looking down on all directions. No resources, then rob resources. No techniques, then rob techniques. No women. Cough, cough, kid. There are many benefits to cultivating demons you really don't consider. Give me the techniques. The shadow was interrupted and glared at him fiercely, casually sketching out a technique. Although this technique is average, the idea is good. It follows an extreme path, and it seems specifically tailored for extreme cold bodies. Back then, I found it interesting and wrote it down. The more Guhan looked at this technique, the more profound it seemed. What rank is this? According to your classification here, it should be heavenly rank. The shadow said nonchalantly. Heavenly rank. Guhan's heart skipped a beat. Probably in the entire Qi dynasty, there wouldn't be any techniques above Xian rank. Unexpectedly, the shadow casually threw out a technique, and it was heavenly rank. And this is not considered mainstream? Then, he took a deep breath. How does this technique compare to the Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Scripture? What a comparison. That Great Freedom Heavenly Demon Scripture leads directly to the highest realm of the demonic path. Even I, the Demon Lord, cannot comprehend it for the time being. Comparing this with it is an insult. How about this? Guhan pointed to the sword prison. Naturally, it can't compare. A hint of apprehension flashed in the shadow's eyes. This sword intent is truly something I have never seen in my life. The owner of this sword intent has already exceeded my understanding. Hee hee. No wonder you're not interested in being my disciple. With this kind of swordsmanship inheritance, which is no less than the great freedom heavenly demon scripture, all other techniques to you are naturally trash. I didn't expect it. Guhan was a bit surprised. You can also be humble. I have never been an arrogant person. Instead, it's you. The outside world is so wonderful, yet you never take the initiative to ask a single question. Where is your ambition? If my cultivation were sufficient, I would naturally see all the scenery of the world. If my cultivation is not enough, knowing more is also in vain. You seem to understand clearly. The shadow waved his hand. All right, I've given you the cultivation method. So don't linger here and be an eyesore. You just said Guhan didn't move. Do you have many cultivation methods of this heavenly rank? Not all are of the heavenly rank. I only collect the best. Those trashy methods that are everywhere, even if they surpass the heavenly rank. I wouldn't bother to glance at them, understand? Why are you asking this? Guhan smiled. It was a joy of discovering a treasure. Outside, Steward Lee was anxiously pacing back and forth, wanting to wake Guhan, but thinking of that almost non-existent 1 in 10,000 hope, he held back. Nearby, Asha was a bit bored and drowsy. Suddenly, Guhan opened his eyes. Young master, Asha wiped his drool, looking delighted. You're awake. Kid, Steward Lee's voice trembled. Have you thought of a solution? Not just him. Even Dr. Shui and the 7th Prince were staring intently at Guhan. Although they knew the hope was slim, they couldn't help but feel a hint of nervousness in their hearts. Got it. Guhan gently exhaled, picking and choosing, repeating the shadow's words. So, the cold energy in the 7th Prince's body does not need to be suppressed, nor is it necessary to suppress it, as long as a suitable cultivation method can be found. This cold energy will not only not take his life, but will instead become his greatest aid on the path of cultivation. As soon as the words fell, the room fell silent. Only Asha blinked, not knowing whether he understood or not. What's wrong with you? Guhan was a bit puzzled. Kid, Steward Lee was stumbling over his words. You said the prince has a special constitution? Special constitution. Extremely rare. Even in the 100 years since the establishment of the Great Qi dynasty, with a large population, only 3 people with special constitutions have emerged, one being the founding ancestor, one having gone to the upper sect early, and one currently in the royal family. Strictly speaking, Guhan really wanted to say it's not impressive. But seeing the hopeful look on the 7th Prince's face, he quickly changed his words. It's sort of like that. Your Highness. Tears streamed down Steward Lee's face. Did you see? The prince has a special constitution. If you know from the underworld, you should be at ease. Young master, Asha quietly leaned over. What is a special constitution? Is it very powerful? This Guhan rubbed his nose. Powerful my ass. Compared to your broken illusory eye bloodline. It's nothing in the realm of the unremarkable. Wonderful. Wonderful. Nearby, Dr. Shui was deeply moved. I used to go down the wrong path, only thinking about how to suppress the cold poison, but never thought about this aspect. Alas, young friend, you are young, yet your knowledge and experience far exceed mine, truly making me feel ashamed. Asha had a gleeful expression. The young master is amazing. Even while sleeping, he can come up with a way to save people. Guhan felt embarrassed. In fact, it wasn't entirely Dr. Shui's fault for having a shallow understanding. After all, he was only skilled in medicine and naturally knew little about other areas. Furthermore, he was facing a dimensional strike from an unfathomable demon lord. Suddenly, a sigh sounded. It came from a 7th Prince. It's too late. He had a bitter expression. If I had met Brother Gu a few years earlier, I might still have some chance. But now, Dr. Shui, how long can I live? A month? 2 months? I'm afraid the next time the cold poison erupts, I will surely die. With a thud, Steward Lee and Dr. Shui's hearts skipped a beat. The joy that had just appeared on their faces instantly vanished without a trace. This cultivation method suitable for extreme cold bodies is not only extremely special, but also precious to a degree that ordinary methods cannot compare. Not to mention the Great Qi dynasty, even the entire East Wilderness might not be able to find it, even if by some stroke of luck it were found. How could the 7th Prince wait until that time? Aren't you a prince? Asha was a bit puzzled. Your family's power should be great, right? Have them help you find it. Useless. The 7th Prince smiled bitterly. They don't care about my life at all. Your Highness, Stewardly said sternly, you absolutely cannot give up easily. You are the only bloodline of the royal consort. Even if this old servant has to risk my life, I will definitely find this cultivation method for you, even if I have to traverse the entire East Wilderness. Alas, Dr. Xue sighed. Clearly, Stewardly had lost his rationality in his excitement. Young master, Asha seemed to think of his own experience, his gaze dimmed. He is so pitiful. Guhan was speechless. I haven't finished speaking yet, and you all look like you're about to die. Is it that serious? He cleared his throat. I have the cultivation method. Chapter 23. Heavenly Rank Cultivation Method. WH what? Perhaps not daring to believe it, or perhaps not hearing it clearly, Stewardly suddenly became stammering. I said, I have the cultivation method. Guhan repeated. Suddenly, the seventh prince stood up, his body trembling with excitement. Then you on the side? Stewardly's face suddenly turned red. You can give. Seeing his expression, Guhan subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. He knew he had won the bet. Although Stewardly spoke sharply and had a bit of a bullying attitude, he was not fundamentally bad. Otherwise, he wouldn't have this reaction. We understand. Seeing that Guhan was silent, Stewardly gritted his teeth, waved his large sleeve, and swallowed several beast cores next to the seventh prince. In an instant, his face turned pale. His cultivation method leaned towards the feminine, and these beast cores were full of fiery intent. Eating them rashly would naturally put a considerable burden on his body. Stewardly, the seventh prince sighed. You didn't have to. Your Highness, no need to say more. Stewardly looked at Guhan, saying that in the past, we were humiliated like a dog. If it weren't for the royal consort's rescue, we would not have today's situation. The seventh prince is the only bloodline of the royal consort, as long as he can be saved. Even if it means swallowing the beast cores or kneeling down, we would have no second words. Saying this, he suddenly softened his knees, intending to kneel down. Dr. Xue couldn't bear to watch anymore. However, the cultivation method belonged to Guhan, and he believed he had no right to speak, so he naturally couldn't persuade him. I actually wanted to say. Guhan felt a headache coming on and quickly stopped him. Even if you don't eat the beast cores, I will still bring out this cultivation method. You, Stewardly's expression stiffened. Why didn't you say it earlier? I didn't have time. Thinking of his previous embarrassment, Stewardly wanted to die. Ha ha ha. Nearby, Asha saw him in such a predicament and laughed heartily. Well, Guhan was about to speak when he saw Dr. Xue stand up. The person outside is here to see me, so I can't let him wait too long. Senior, Guhan hurriedly said, you don't have to. It's fine. Dr. Xue waved his hand. To completely solve the seventh prince's problem would also fulfill a wish of mine. This cultivation method is incredibly precious. To avoid suspicion, he found a reason to leave. All right. Guhan shook his head helplessly, no longer hesitating, and recited the content of the cultivation method word for word to the seventh prince. 9 Nether Ice Soul Technique. Ranked in the middle tier of heavenly rank. In an instant, both the seventh prince and Stewardly were mesmerized. After a long while, Stewardly finally looked at Guhan, his face full of suspicion. I have lived for so many years and have never seen such an extraordinary cultivation method. You certainly have never seen it. Guhan was relentless. This is a heavenly rank cultivation method. Heavenly rank. Hiss. Instinctively, the two of them took a sharp breath, frozen in place. Not to mention heavenly rank. The most precious martial arts of the Great Qi dynasty are only of the Xian rank's upper tier, which was accidentally obtained by the founding emperor of Great Qi and has been treasured by the royal family, passed down to this day, rarely shown to others. As for the Tian rank, they wouldn't even dare to think about it. At this moment, Guhan's image suddenly became profound and inscrutable in the eyes of the two. Brother Gu, the seventh prince, suppressed his excitement. This martial art is so precious. Why do you? It's simple, Guhan smiled. You help me, so naturally. I will help you, right, Asha? Yes. Asha's small face was full of seriousness. The young master said, tenfold repayment for kindness, and also tenfold repayment for enmity. The seventh prince fell silent. He understood that by revealing this martial art, Guhan not only exposed his own secret, but also took a great risk. If even a hint of this news leaked, it would be a catastrophic disaster. Yet Guhan still did not hesitate. just to repay the little kindness he had previously shown. Yes, tenfold repayment for kindness, and also tenfold repayment for enmity. As the seventh prince pondered over these two sentences, he suddenly bent down and bowed deeply. Great kindness, I won't say thanks. Brother Gu, rest assured you saved me. I will never do anything as despicable as repaying kindness with enmity. What happened today will not be leaked a bit. If I go against this heart, may heaven punish me. Just call me Jiangfeng. The seventh prince suddenly felt that his identity as a prince meant nothing in front of Guhan. Brother Jiang. Guhan held Asha, indicating their intention to leave. There's no need for thanks. The martial art has been handed over to you. The sooner you start cultivating, the sooner you can escape the pain of the cold poison. Let's meet again in the royal capital. Wait. Suddenly, Chief Stewardly called out to him, biting his teeth and deeply bowed as well. We have offended you before. Please don't take it to heart. You saved the seventh prince. Our family owes you a life. In the future, if you need anything, we will never refuse. Chief Stewardly, Guhan felt a bit emotional. Actually, aside from being sharp-tongued, petty, and like to bully others, you don't have many shortcomings. Chief Steward Li's mouth twitched continuously. Is that what you call having no shortcomings? Next to them, the seventh prince shook his head and chuckled, then began to recall the content of the martial art. His heart stirred with boundless waves. From this day on, the precarious seventh prince was no more. His fate would be completely changed because of Guhan. Outside, Chun Ping's honest personality naturally won the favor of Dr. Xue. Thank you, Elder Xue. Thank you, Elder Xue. After receiving the pill, personally refined by Dr. Xue, he expressed his gratitude repeatedly and left joyfully. Dr. Xue was very well known in the Great Qi dynasty. The pills he refined could elevate Chun Ping's contribution ranking in the treasure pavilion to the top 3. In the alley, several people watched Chun Ping's departing figure, their eyes almost spitting fire with jealousy. I didn't expect this guy to get such a bargain. Sigh. Why didn't we think that the ragged boy really knows Elder Xue? Bah, what daughter of the city lord, so self-righteous. It's useless to say these things. One person said resentfully, we should think about how to deal with this. Such a huge benefit cannot be left to him for free. How about? Another person's eyes flashed with a cold light. We deal with him quietly. What if the treasure pavilion investigates? Just find more manpower, be discreet. It's so far from the royal capital. How could they trace it back? All right, let us do it this way. But there are too many people here. Let us wait until he leaves the city. In a small courtyard, after Dr. Xue sent Chun Ping away, he quietly sat on a stone bench, gently rubbing a piece of ancient jade in his hand, his gaze dim. Senior. Seeing this scene, Guhan was a bit surprised. What's wrong? Dr. Xue suddenly came back to himself and put away the jade. I just have some feelings and remembered some past events. The seventh prince is fine now. That's good. Dr. Xue let out a long sigh of relief. Then I can leave at ease. Grandpa Xue. Asha looked reluctant. Are you leaving? Indeed. Dr. Xue patted her head, full of reluctance and affection. Back then, I fled to Great Qi because of a disaster, and the seventh prince's mother saved me. So I stayed. Just as the seventh prince fell ill with cold poison, I treated him and unexpectedly stayed for 20 years. Now that his cold poison is no longer a threat, I should go do some things I want to do. Guhan hesitated. From that piece of jade earlier, he sensed that Dr. Xue had some secrets, but since he was unwilling to say more, Guhan naturally didn't want to pry. Girl. Dr. Xue thought for a moment, took off a storage ring, and gently placed it in Asha's hand. Be careful. Don't hurt yourself again. Okay. Asha nodded obediently. I will remember. Seeing her expression, Dr. Xue felt a pang in his heart. If she hadn't died, she should be a few years older than this girl. After calming his emotions, he looked at Guhan. Are you going to the martial academy? Yes. Guhan Nu did. The path of cultivation is endless. Tianwu City is too small. I want to see the outside world. Moreover, it's relatively easier to find the spiritual herbs that can replenish soul power in the royal capital. That's good. Dr. Xue smiled. Tianwu City is indeed too small for you, but the royal capital is complex, and the martial academy has many factions. You need to be cautious in your actions. Thank you, Senior. Guhan sincerely thanked him before leaving with the reluctant Asha. In the royal capital, Dr. Shui focused on Gu Han's departing figure. The entire Great Qi is still very small for you. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. During this time, Gu Han casually found an inn to stay in, and after adjusting his injuries, he immediately left, preparing to head to the royal capital. Along the way people looked at him had completely changed. A month ago, he was the Gu family traitor burdened with the infamous crime of patricide, hunted by everyone. A month later, he was the one avenging his father, recognized by noble figures in the royal capital, and soon to head to the Martial Academy as the first genius of Tianwu City. Gu Han remained calm. After going through so much, his mental fortitude grew rapidly. At the city gate, Gu Han happened to bump into Lu Ying being sent out, returning to the city with several guards. However, the two did not exchange a single glance. The city lord glanced at Gu Han's back, and the captain of the guards quietly approached. This kid is too arrogant. Should I? You want to die? Lu Yuan shot him a cold look. Do you really think what Chief Stewardly said that day was a joke? We, a small Tianwu city, cannot afford to offend him. A few days ago, after Lu Ying returned, she told him about her experiences, which made him even more certain that Gu Han's relationship with the seventh prince was definitely more complicated than it appeared. Even though he harbored resentment, he did not dare to act against Gu Han. Yes, my subordinate spoke out of turn. Please punish me, City Lord. It's fine. Lu Yuan chuckled coldly. Does he really think that going to the Martial Academy means a bright future? Humph. The dangers of the royal capital are beyond his imagination. Young master. Asha looked back at the dark city walls. Aren't we coming back? Yes. Guan did not look back. With Gu Tian gone, there is no one left in Tianwu City worth his nostalgia. Let us go. After glancing at the Great Qi map in his hand, he gently carried Asha and strode forward. Before long, the city walls behind them were no longer visible. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks. Ahead, several people were lingering, and upon seeing Gu Han, they quickly rushed toward him, as if they had been waiting specifically for him. Chapter 24. Heading to the royal capital, re-entering the wild forest. Brother Gu, we have been waiting for you. Yes, we wanted to visit you earlier, but there were too many things on our hands, and we couldn't get away for a while. We hope Brother Gu won't mind. Several people spoke at once, fearing to anger Gu Han. They were, after all, the heads of various families in the city. What are you doing? Guam Khan's Bijilansa Atstanat. Brother Gu, the head of the Zhang family, quickly cupped his hands and smiled. We come with no ill intentions. Yes, Brother Gu, we know you're going to the Martial Academy. We specially came to send you off. Beside him, the head of the Wang family quickly took out a storage bag, a small token of our respect. We hope Brother Gu will accept it. Gu Han took it with suspicion, glancing inside. He was secretly astonished. The storage bag was neatly packed with crystal coins, and at a rough glance, there were over 10,000. These crystal coins were naturally part of the benefits they gained from the Gu family. If Gu Han had been captured by Lu Yuan earlier, they would have chosen to keep it all for themselves. But now, Gu Han not only retained his qualification for the Martial Academy, but also had ties with the seventh prince, so they couldn't ignore him. After all, most of the Gu family's wealth was accumulated by Gu Tian and Gu Han father and son. Offering the crystal coins, besides fawning, also gave them peace of mind. With this intention, Gu Han naturally wouldn't sympathize with the Gu family and accepted the storage bag. I will accept this gift. He was currently in need of cultivation resources, so he wouldn't refuse such a benefit that came to his doorstep. Ha! Brother Gu is a straightforward person. On this journey, we wish Brother Gu a brilliant future and fame in the royal capital. Amidst the flattery, Gu Han set off on his journey again. Seeing him leave, the group finally relaxed and hurried back without further delay. The large Gu family certainly had more than just these benefits. This time, each of their families would profit immensely. As night fell, Gu Han had traveled for nearly a day. Although he didn't feel tired, he still found a secluded place to rest and also took the opportunity to count the resources he had on him. About 140 to 150 first-tier beast cores, over 50 second-tier beast cores, more than 10 third-tier beast cores, 1 high-grade spirit weapon, and over 17,000 spirit crystals. These were all of Gu Han's current possessions, including the resources he obtained after killing Gu Chang that day. Sigh. He couldn't help but let out a sigh. Young master, Asha has put down the deliciously roasted beast meat. What's wrong? Asha, we're so poor. If outsiders heard this, they would definitely scold him for being ungrateful. With so many resources, it could rival the total possessions of a small family in Tianwu City, and yet he was still lamenting poverty? But Guhan understood in his heart. With his resource consumption rate, during cultivation like a whale swallowing, this amount would not last long. Eventually, he would become completely broke. Although he would receive resources regularly at the Martial Academy, it would still be a drop in the bucket for him. If he had known earlier, he would not have been so generous. Thinking back to how casually he had given a heavenly-level cultivation method to the seventh prince, his heart suddenly ached a bit. Young master, Asha suddenly felt that the beast meat in her hand was no longer appetizing, her little face filled with seriousness. I want to help you make money. Good. Guhan patted her head. I believe you. Shaking his head, he temporarily set aside these worries and picked up the map to look at it again. The terrain of the Great Qi dynasty resembled a crescent moon, with its borders bordering the wild forest, while Tianwu City and the royal capital were situated at the two tips of the crescent. If one were to go straight, they would have to pass through the wild forest, which, although only the outskirts, would add many variables and dangers. If one were to take a detour, although it would be less dangerous, the journey would increase more than threefold, and they would also have to pass through several checkpoints and cities along the way, which would take considerable time. For a moment, he fell into deep thought. Young master, having finished the beast meat, Asha leaned her little head over again. What are you looking at? Asha, Guhan explained the situation to her. If it were you, which route would you choose? This one, without any hesitation. Asha pointed directly at the route through the wild forest. Why? I can help the young master find spirit herbs. Didn't you say we are very poor? These spirit herbs can sell for a lot of money, right? Clever. Guhan smiled. Then it's settled. We will take this route. Asha's idea naturally aligned with his own. After making a decision, he put away the map and again used his cultivation to help Asha organize part of her meridians, guiding her to sense qi, preparing for the upcoming cultivation, and then began to cultivate himself. The next morning, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. After a night of cultivation, he had consumed over 1,000 crystal coins again, and his cultivation was still a considerable distance from reaching the 8th level of meridian opening. At this moment, his desire to earn crystal coins grew more urgent. Carrying Asha on his back, he used only a little over half a day to arrive at the fork in the road, diving into the wild forest. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. This is it. Watching Guhan put a fist-sized green fruit into his bag, Asha laughed happily. In her heart, there was nothing happier than being able to help Guhan. Not even chicken legs could compare. After picking the spirit fruit, Guhan was naturally in a very good mood. This area was quite far from the major cities and checkpoints, and mostly inhabited by third-tier monsters. So there were naturally fewer people around. Over the past few days, he had only seen 2 groups of people from a distance. Correspondingly, there were a lot more spirit herbs here. With Asha's help, including this green fruit, he had already harvested 5 spirit herbs, and among them, 2 were of significantly higher value just based on their appearance than that ginseng, added to the beast cores obtained from slaying monsters along the way. His gains over these few days could match the efforts of an ordinary person searching for half a year. Of course, while searching for spirit fruits, he did not neglect his cultivation and had smoothly advanced to the 8th level of meridian opening, consuming over 4,000 crystal coins. Still very poor. He shook his head with a bitter smile and continued forward. Asha also perked up, her big watery eyes scanning around constantly, afraid of missing any spirit herb. After a little more than half a day, after a long time of concentrating, the somewhat tired Asha's eyes suddenly brightened. Young master, over there. There's something ahead. A huge ball of light. It must be very valuable. Where? Guhan also perked up, rushing in the direction she pointed. Now, he believed deeply in Asha's words. If Asha said it was very valuable, then it must be a remarkable treasure. Here. Moments later, a vine as thick as an arm, covered with sharp thorns over half an inch long, appeared before the two. Young master, Asha pointed to the purple bud the size of a human head on the vine. It's right inside. Guhan let out a gentle sigh of relief, finally understanding why such a precious spirit herb had gone unnoticed. The wild forest was filled with such oddly shaped flowers that had no value. and no one would ever spare them a second glance. This vine looked completely ordinary, unless one was as knowledgeable as Dr. Shui. How could an ordinary loose cultivator recognize its peculiarity? Without hesitation, he gently set down Asha and reached out to pick the flower. Suddenly, a change occurred. The vine seemed to sense the impending danger and came alive, its thick body curling towards Guhan like a giant snake. "Young master, be careful." Asha couldn't help but exclaim. "It has consciousness?" Guhan felt a surge of joy in his heart. This was the first time he had seen a spirit herb react this way, which was enough to show that the treasure inside that flower bud was far more valuable than he had imagined. Whoosh! A flash of sword light. The vines were instantly cut into several pieces, falling to the ground and writhing incessantly. At the same time, streams of deep purple liquid flowed out from the broken parts, transforming into wisps of purple smoke that dispersed into the air. Oh no! Just after inhaling a breath, Guhan felt dizzy and his ability to mobilize spiritual energy became sluggish. Asha! He couldn't care less about collecting the spirit herb and quickly picked up Asha, fleeing far away. Once he escaped the range of the purple mist, he broke out in a cold sweat. He never expected that the thorns on those vines were just a ruse. The real danger was the highly toxic purple liquid. With his current cultivation, he couldn't resist it, and if Asha inhaled even a trace of it, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, his heart felt like it had been doused with a bucket of cold water, and he instantly became clear-headed. He had been careless. The wilderness forest was fraught with danger and was no laughing matter. Just a seemingly ordinary vine was so treacherous, and the hidden dangers ahead must be even greater. Asha, thinking of this, his previous excitement diminished significantly. "Wait for me here." While speaking, he didn't wait for Asha to respond and leaped back into the purple mist that had already spread to a radius of several meters. "Young master." Asha's heart tightened. As soon as he entered the mist, the dizzying sensation returned, and Guhan quickly held his breath, decisively swinging his sword to cut down the flower bud. In a daze, he seemed to hear a sharp hiss. The next moment, the concentration of the purple mist suddenly intensified several times. Even though he held his breath, the purple mist continuously seeped into his body through his pores, spreading into his flesh and organs, rushing towards his meridians. Just when he was struggling to move and was about to collapse, the silver vortex on his meridians began to operate again, drawing in all the purple mist from his body. After wearing down the toxins, it transformed into strands of pure spiritual energy, mixing into his spiritual power. Opportunity! Guhan's mind cleared, and with a step, he instantly broke through the blockade of the purple mist. "Young master." Asha finally let out a long breath. "Are you okay?" "I'm fine." At this moment, Guhan finally confirmed one thing. His newly formed meridians were so extraordinary that they came with a body immune to all poisons, something that countless people would envy. This thing, calming his emotions, he finally had the chance to closely examine the seemingly ordinary flower bud in his hand. Just then, a figure suddenly flashed past him. The figure was so fast that he couldn't react at all, and even his powerful spiritual sense had no warning at all. There was only one reason. The person's cultivation was far superior to his. Guhan broke out in a cold sweat again. Fortunately, they were just passing by. Otherwise, whoosh! To his surprise, before he could breathe a sigh of relief, the figure actually returned, appearing before him again. Guhan also got a clear look at the person's appearance. In his 20s, dressed in white, with a long sword on his back, he had an impressive demeanor. Oh no! Guhan's heart sank, and he quickly pulled Asha behind him. He instantly had a guess. This person returned definitely for the spirit herb in his hand, as the potency of the purple mist indicated that the spirit herb's value was certainly not less than that of the blazing sun fruit. To give or not to give? This young brother. While Guhan was in a dilemma, the young man spoke. Surprisingly, he didn't even glance at the spirit herb in Guhan's hand. Suddenly clasping his fist, his expression filled with embarrassment and indignation. "Help me with a favor." Chapter 25. This warrior is actually a woman? What? Guhan was a bit taken aback. Help? Help with what? With your cultivation. Do you need a mere opening meridian realm cultivator like me to help? Little brother, you must help me, the young man repeated, his tone even carrying a hint of pleading. If someone asks later, you mustn't say you saw me. Absolutely must not say. My entire happiness depends on you. Whoosh. As soon as he finished speaking, he created a gust of wind and ran off without a trace. Happiness? Guhan was still a bit dazed. What happiness? Young master. Asha peeked her little head out. Who is he? Doesn't he want our spirit herb? Ignore him. Guhan quickly put away the spirit herb. This person might be crazy. What happiness has anything to do with me? Of course, while complaining, he didn't dare to linger any longer. If that person returned again and noticed the spirit herb in his hand, it would truly be more trouble than it's worth. Carrying Asha, he deliberately chose a direction opposite to that of the young man and ran off at full speed. About an hour later, seeing that no one was chasing him from behind, Guhan let out a sigh of relief. Luckily, no one followed. He had already expended most of his energy fighting the vine earlier, and now, after using all his strength to travel such a long distance, even with his deep spiritual power, he felt somewhat fatigued. Young master, Asha felt a bit heartbroken and wiped the sweat off him. Should we keep running? No more running. Guhan shook his head. Let's find a place to rest for a while, then. Roar. Suddenly, a roar suddenly echoed. A beast. And judging by the sound, this beast's strength was definitely not weak. Guhan's heart tightened, and he instantly became alert, holding his sword ready. First the magic vine, then that mysterious man, and now encountering a powerful beast. It seemed like today was particularly unlucky, just as he was thinking this. Roar. Another roar. With several towering ancient trees falling one after another, the beast's figure also came into his view. It resembled a wild boar, measuring about 2 meters long, with a row of 3-foot-long bone spikes along its back, glimmering coldly. This beast was at least 4th rank. Guhan's heart sank. 4th rank was equivalent to a master in the Gathering Yuan realm. Even in perfect condition, he might not be able to defeat it, let alone now when his energy was severely depleted, making his chances of victory even slimmer. Young master, Asha suddenly tightened her grip on him. Let me handle it. She could naturally see Guhan's caution and understood that this beast was definitely formidable. Moreover, she had a vague feeling that if she used that inexplicable ability, dealing with this beast would be easy. No way. Guhan firmade if seeth. Did you forget what I said? You stay aside and watch. I can handle it. Before he could finish, the beast ignored the two of them and charged straight ahead. Guhan was stunned. Just now, it seemed like he saw a hint of fear in the beast's eyes. Whoosh! Before he could think further, a sound of slicing through the air came. A huge purple gold hammer, measuring 2 feet square, fell from the sky and accurately landed on the beast. Boom! With a loud bang. Guhan felt the ground shake beneath his feet. Looking again, he saw a deep pit several meters wide where the beast had been, now reduced to a pile of mush. This, Guamfans pupils constricta. Boom! Boom! Before he could react, the ground shook again. Soon after, an incredibly sturdy figure appeared in his line of sight. Guhan was once again dumbfounded. Even Asha was stunned. Bang! Bang! A figure waved a large hand, and the purple gold hammer instantly flew back into his grasp. Taking 2 steps at once, he arrived directly in front of Guhan. Kid, a voice like a bell rang out. Did you see anyone pass by here, running particularly fast? Guhan instinctively looked up. He had no choice but to look up. The figure was at least 3 heads taller than an average person, and his muscles were bulging. Even the oversized green robe couldn't hide his robust physique. Just standing there gave off an immense sense of pressure. Looking further up, Guhan was completely stunned. On that incredibly strong body, there was actually the head of a woman, looking just like an ordinary woman, even a bit delicate. Is this a woman? What are you looking at? The woman warrior seemed a bit annoyed. I'm asking you, did you see this person or not? No. Remembering the man's earlier plea, Guhan inexplicably shook his head. I haven't seen him. What about you? The woman looked at Asha. No. Asha was so frightened that she quickly hid behind Guhan. I didn't see anything either. The woman warrior ignored the two and rested the purple gold hammer on her shoulder, saying fiercely, just you wait. When I find you, I will definitely skin you alive. Boom, boom. As her voice fell, she took long strides, moving at a speed that was inconsistent with her size, and soon disappeared without a trace. After a while, the ground slowly stopped shaking. Guhan had a blank expression. The events of the day could not be described as lucky or unlucky. Young master, Asha was still in shock. She left. Guhan dared not linger. If he stayed any longer, he feared he would encounter even more strange people. Late at night, in a beast cave, the bonfire illuminated the cave like daylight, and the cave's owner was being roasted over the fire, sizzling with oil. Huh. Guhan exhaled a breath of turbid air and slowly opened his eyes. Not only had his fatigue vanished, but he had even made some progress in his cultivation, though at the cost of losing quite a few essence crystals. Beside him, Asha was staring at the beast meat, her mouth glistening. Hungry? Guhan smiled and was about to take down the beast meat. So fragrant. Just then, an abrupt voice came, and before Guhan could react, a figure had already appeared in the cave. Who? Guhan's heart tightened, and he instantly stood up. It's you? The newcomer was the young man he had encountered during the day. Don't be nervous. The young man waved his hand. I mean no harm. I just came to thank you, little brother. As he spoke, he was not polite and tore off a beast leg, beginning to feast. This beast meat is quite good when eaten occasionally. Asha glared at him, seeing that he had no intention of attacking. Guhan relaxed a bit but still remained vigilant. Why are you back again? Hee hee. The young man grinned slyly. This is called a feint. You all thought I went deeper, but I actually didn't go far at all. Saying this, he finished gnawing on the beast meat and reached out again. That's mine. Asha finally couldn't help but jump out to protect her food. Cough, cough. He awkwardly withdrew his hand. Little girl, why are you being so stingy? With so much meat, can you finish it all by yourself? Little brother, you are quite impressive. As if to cover up his embarrassment, he turned to Guhan. That purple crystal vine's poisonous mist can even be a big problem for people in the Gathering Yuan realm. I didn't expect you to be unharmed. No wonder you dared to wander around in this wild forest with a little girl. Purple cristal vine. Guhan's heart sank. He had indeed been seen. Don't be nervous. I, Shun Xian, would never do something despicable like killing and robbing. Guhan felt a bit relieved. That person he wanted to say girl. But thinking of her muscular figure, he couldn't say it. Is she the one chasing you? Yes. Mentioning the woman warrior. Shun Xian's face showed a mix of sadness and anger. She is my junior sister. Guhan was speechless. A junior sister chasing a senior brother? And threatening to skin him? What kind of grudge is this? Or do both of them have problems? What does she want with you? Shun Xian glanced at Guhan with a hint of gloom. Wants to marry me. Puffed. Beside him, Asha, who was fully focused on devouring a beast leg, suddenly couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Sorry, I didn't mean to. Her little face turned red, seemingly a bit embarrassed. Guhan almost couldn't hold back either, but his self-control was much stronger than Asha's, so he managed to suppress it. Opposite them, Shun Xian wore a resentful expression. At this moment, Guhan's hostility towards him faded a bit, even feeling a bit sympathetic. Putting himself in Shun Xian's shoes, if there were such a woman warrior insisting on marrying him, he would definitely run 10 times faster than Shun Xian. You poor thing. He didn't even know how to comfort Shun Xian. Isn't that so? Shun Xian looked aggrieved. I can't defeat her, so I can only run. Saying this, he seemed to have been holding in his frustrations for too long and began to vent to Guhan. Little brother, you be the judge. Even if I grew up with her and we have mutual feelings, she can't force me to marry her. I, Shun Xian, am a man of dignity. How can I wait? Guhan felt a bit dizzy. Grew up together? Mutual feelings? You like her? Of course. From the first time I saw her, I liked her. Actually she likes me too. Guhan wanted to say crazy. Since you both like each other, and she wants you to marry her, why do you need to avoid her? Little brother. Shun Xian sighed. You might not understand. She wants to marry me, not the other way around. She wants to marry you? Guhan finally understood. Yes. Shun Xian's face was heavy. A real man is born in this world. If anyone marries, it should be me marrying her. How can I go to her Murong family as a son-in-law? Even if it kills me, I won't agree. Guhan confirmed that Shun Xian was truly crazy, and quite seriously so. Boom! Boom! Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground. Shun Xian. That bell-like voice rang out again. You bastard. Making me go in circles. Come out now. Chapter 26. Being polite has become distant. Call me sister. Oh no. Shun Xian's face changed drastically. She found me so quickly. Boom. Boom. In an instant, the ground shook even more violently. Little brother. Shen Xian's face turned pale. I have to leave quickly. We shall meet again. Just as he finished speaking, he disappeared without a trace. Young master. A Sha approached. Why did he run? That sister doesn't seem like a bad person. Guhan had a blank expression. These two are just bored out of their minds. Bang! Suddenly, a sound much more violent than before shook the ground, and amidst the tremors, the beast cave could barely hold up, directly collapsing. Crazy. Guhan cursed under his breath and quickly pulled a Sha to run out. As soon as they reached the outside, he froze. In front of him, in a pit several feet deep, Shen Xian lay at the bottom, a purple gold hammer pressing down on him, struggling to move even an inch. Not far away, the woman warrior strode over with bold steps, arriving at the edge of the pit in just a few steps. Why aren't you running? She wore a cold smile. Why aren't you running now? Murong Yen. Shen Xian's face was filled with anger. Don't push me. I, Shen Xian, am also a person with dignity. I absolutely will not agree to this marriage. Murong Yen? Guhan had a strange expression on his face. Such a delicate and gentle name was simply too fitting for this female warrior. Hee. Murong Yen snorted coldly. Today you either go back with me, or you can lie here forever. You killed me, and I won't go back. You like those others? Think I'm ugly, right? That's not true. Stop making trouble. Let's go. Seeing the two arguing endlessly, Guhan had no intention of staying any longer and prepared to take Asha away. Kid. Suddenly, Murong Yan's voice came from behind. Do you also think I'm not worthy of him? Guhan helplessly turned his head back. No, I want you to speak your true feelings. Murong Yan seemed very dissatisfied with Guhan's answer. Guen Luke to her comedy. That is my true feeling. Murong Yan fell silent for a moment. She could sense that Guhan was not lying. But for some reason, facing such heartfelt words, her earlier boldness seemed to vanish, and her expression became somewhat awkward. You see, I don't look good. Does how you look have anything to do with whether he likes you or whether you are worthy of him? Murong Yan was stunned. This was the first time she had heard such a statement. Doesn't it matter? If you like him and he likes you, then you are worthy of him. How outsiders see it is their business. Their opinions have never been important. Well said. In the pit, Shen Xian couldn't help but cheer. Guhan's words hit home for him. Murong Yan fell silent again. Although she appeared rough on the surface, because of her looks, she naturally felt some inferiority deep down. The reason she clung to Shen Xian and forced him to marry in her family was merely to hold on to the last bit of pride in her heart, wanting to prove to others that she was not unloved. But Guhan's words suddenly made her realize that doing so actually had no meaning at all. Asha. Guhan seemed to understand her thoughts and turned to look at Asha. Has anyone ever told you that you are silly? Asha nodded. Many people. Do you care? Not all. She hugged Guhan's arm. Because I have my young master. After a pause, she added, and chicken legs. Look, Guhan smiled. My Asha is much clearer than you think. Murong Yin could naturally see that Guhan's eyes were clear, and what he said was heartfelt. What's your name? Guhan. Guhan. Bang. Bang. Suddenly, Murong Yin took a few steps forward, quickly approaching Guhan, raising her big hand high and heavily landing it on his shoulder. Brother Gu. Hiss. Guhan felt half of his body go numb, as if a giant rock had pressed down on him. The Murong Yin in front of him was actually a head taller. Looking down, he found that his feet were already deeply sunk into the ground. He began to doubt whether Murong Yin was taking revenge on him. What you said makes a lot of sense. Murong Yin seemed unaware and patted Guhan's shoulder a couple more times, although her heart had not been completely unraveled by Guhan's few words. It had dissipated quite a bit, and in her moment of excitement, she naturally exerted a bit too much force. Sister. Asha was so anxious that she started to cry. Stop hitting. The young master is almost as tall as me. Huh? Murong Yin finally realized and quickly grabbed Guhan's shoulder, pulling him out of the ground like pulling a radish. Sorry, Brother Gu. Actually, after listening to you speak just now, I suddenly understood a bit, and I got too excited for a moment, so... Guhan had a dark expression. If it weren't for the thick spiritual power in his body, those slaps could have knocked him apart. At the same time, he was secretly astonished. Not to mention anything else. Murong Yan's strength was the greatest he had ever seen, bar none. No wonder she could easily crush a fourth-tier monster. Subconsciously, he glanced at the purple gold hammer that pinned Shen Xian down. This was definitely an extraordinary treasure. Senior brother. Just then, Murong Yin waved her hand and retracted the purple gold hammer. You can come out. I won't force you to marry in anymore. I know you truly care for me. In the past, I was too concerned about what those people thought, which is why I pressured you so much. I won't do that anymore. Junior sister. Shun Xian crawled out of the pit, covered in dirt, and was so excited he wanted to cry. You finally figured out. Brother Gu, thank you so much. He was naturally extremely grateful to Gu Han. Just a few words had significantly healed Murong Yan's long-standing heartache. It was simply a surprise on top of a surprise. If it weren't for the presence of others, he would have almost knelt down to Gu Han. It's a pity we met too late. If he had shown up earlier, I wouldn't have had to hide and live in constant fear. Hiss. Gu Han rubbed his swollen shoulder. You too, if there's nothing else. Brother Gu, where are you taking this young lady? To the Great Qi Martial Academy. Asha said proudly. My young master is the most talented person in Tianwu City. The Martial Academy? Shun Xian was taken aback for a moment, then suddenly laughed. Good. Isn't this a coincidence? But with Brother Gu's abilities, a small martial academy can't hold you. When the time comes, we will meet again. Gu Han glanced at his shoulder. My bones are about to break. Meeting again? Sorry. It would be best not to meet again. With no sincerity, he cupped his hands and pulled Asha away. Brother Gu, wait. Just as they hadn't walked far, bang. Behind them, Murong Yin chased after them again. Hiss. Gu Han's mouth twitched, and he quickly sidestepped. If she hits me again, I'll really fall apart. Brother Gu, take this. Unexpectedly, Murong Yin handed over a palm-sized dark iron token. Yuanjing pills and such things are too common. I won't give you those. Take this token. When you go to the Great Qi capital, you'll find it useful. As long as it's a store opened by my Murong family. With this token, you will be the most esteemed guest. Gu Han was speechless. In fact, Yuanjing pills and such were quite good. However, he didn't want to refuse the other party's kindness and had to accept it. Then thank you, Miss Murong. You're welcome. The more Murong Yin looked at Gu Han, the more pleasing he appeared to her, pretending to be displeased and saying, We're not strangers, just call me sister. Yes. Gu Han's face twitched again. Sister Murong. He gritted his teeth and called out, just wanting to get far away from this odd couple. So he hurriedly left with Asha. TSK. Watching Gu Han walk away, Shun Xian approached. Not simple at all. What is not simple? This Brother Gu, at such a young age, has a temperament more stable than you and me, and can say such words. He is either a reincarnated great being or has experienced hardships that ordinary people cannot imagine. Whichever it is, he is a rare talent. Indeed, those useless disciples in the sect can't compare to him, right? Murong Yin reacted. Senior brother, are you thinking? Don't rush. Shun Xian smiled. Let him hone his skills at the Martial Academy first. When the sect opens its doors, we will bring him back together. This idea is not bad. But speaking of which, junior sister, you just gave away that token. If Elder Murong finds out, she might get furious. Murong Yin glared at him. The token is in my hands. I can give it to whoever I want. Besides, I trust this Brother Gu. All right. Shun Xian felt a bit of a headache. You can give it to whoever you want. I won't interfere. Just saying this, he suddenly felt a bit uncomfortable. Junior sister, let us not mention the marriage matter again. After we go back, how about I ask Master to propose to Elder Murong? Although I can't marry into the family, I can still marry you. Besides, those two are arguing about our matters all day long, and it's quite annoying to watch. Senior brother, Murong Yan's eyes turned red. I want to hit you again. In a moment of emotion, she tightly hugged Shun Xian. Shun Xian's face turned red as he struggled. It's broken. Junior sister. My bones are broken. Let go quickly. Under a 10-jong tall ancient tree, Asha carefully applied medicine powder to Gu Han, looking distressed. Meanwhile, Gu Han held a rather heavy dark iron plate, turning it over and over. The craftsmanship was somewhat rough. There was a character Mu on the front and a character Rong on the back. Is this it? He pouted. It's still a distinguished guest? It's not as good as taking out a few thousand yuan crystals. Young master, the medicine powder is applied. Asha glanced around. Shall we continue searching for spiritual herbs? Spiritual herbs? Gu Han was taken aback. Right? I was so focused on Murong Yin that I almost forgot about the purple crystal vine in my hand. From Shun Xian's tone, this thing is indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, his expression changed as he looked into the distance. Young master, what's wrong? Someone. He had a keen sense and naturally heard the faint footsteps in the distance. Moreover, it wasn't just one person. He slowly stood up, holding his sword, gently protecting a Sha behind him. Moments later, the footsteps grew closer. Just then, a staggering figure appeared in front of him, looking like they had sustained serious injuries. Is it you? Gu Han was taken aback upon seeing the newcomer. This injured person was none other than Chen Ping, whom he encountered in front of Dr. Shue's clinic that day. Little brother? Chen Ping was obviously also stunned. Hurry and go. As if recalling something, he hurriedly urged. They're catching up. After saying that, in order not to implicate Gu Han, he changed direction and plunged into the dense forest. Where'd he go? He is so badly injured he can't run far. Search. Be careful. Don't let him become desperate and destroy the pills given by Dr. Shue, or we'll have worked in vain. As the voices spoke, 4 or 5 figures chased over from not far away, coincidentally bumping into Gu Han. Chapter 27, Ambush. Meeting Chen Ping again. Is it you? The few people instantly recognized Gu Han. They were the other managers from the Merchant Association who had been guarding outside Dr. Shue's clinic that day. Young master. A Sha tugged at Gu Han's sleeve. It's those bad guys. Hee. The leader sneered. What a coincidence. I didn't expect to meet you here. Gu Han's expression was emotionless. He had already guessed the truth of the matter. It was nothing more than that Chen Ping had obtained Dr. Shue's pills that day. And these people, out of jealousy, had the intention to ambush him on the way. Let us go. One person on the opposite side urged. It's more important to find Chen Ping. Don't mind him. Don't mind? The leader shook his head. Don't forget, he knows Dr. Shue, and he must have a lot of pills given by Dr. Shue. Besides, he saw what we did. We definitely can't let him go. But he knows stewardly. The wild forest is so big. Every year, countless people die. If you don't say it, I want to say it. How could Stewardly possibly know? Right. The person beside him suddenly realized. That makes sense. Kid, since we've run into you, then it's your bad luck. Bang. Just then, a figure suddenly flew out from the dense forest, landing on the ground and coughing up blood incessantly. It was Chen Ping. Immediately after, 3 figures slowly walked out of the forest and joined the 5 people. We have captured him as promised. Remember your promise. Rest assured, the leader smiled proudly, pointing at Gu Han. No rush, take this kid down too, and I'll add 50% to the price. These 3 were the rogue cultivators they had hired. Song Chao. Chen Ping looked at the leader with a face full of grief and indignation. I didn't expect you to be so despicable. If the Gathering Treasure Pavilion finds out about this, they won't let you go. Hee. Song Chao sneered. Every year, several managers from major merchant associations get lost. Do you think they would care about your life with your status? You. Dr. Shue's pills are good things, but you absolutely do not have the qualifications to take them. Chen Ping was silent for a moment, then turned to look at Gu Han with an apologetic expression. Little brother, I'm sorry. You helped me, and I've implicated you. Implicated? Gu Han nodded. You indeed implicated me. Remember, he patted a Sha's head to calm her slightly nervous emotions. You owe me a favor. Hee. On the opposite side, Song Chao wore a mocking expression. What? You can't even protect yourself, and you still want to save someone? What a joke. After saying that, he was about to signal everyone to attack. Wait. Suddenly, one of the rogue cultivators, staring at Gu Han, said uncertainly, Are you Gu Han? Gu Han frowned slightly. You know me? The rogue cultivator didn't speak, but his back was already soaked with sweat. Indeed, it's really him. That killing god. I give up on this mission. He was from near Tianwu City. And that day he had happened to see Gu Han going on a killing spree in the wild forest from a distance. What did you say? Song Chao's expression turned cold. If you want to leave, then the things. I don't want them. In the bewildered gazes of everyone, that rogue cultivator turned and left without hesitation. That day he could kill 6 people in the Enlightenment realm. Now he could naturally kill 8. Stop. Unexpectedly, Gu Han suddenly called out to him. What is it? The rogue cultivator paused. You've injured someone. Gu Han pointed at Chen Ping. It's a bit unreasonable to just swagger away like this, right? What? Everyone was stunned. What does this mean? Do you still want him to compensate? What a huge joke. However, something surprising happened. Without any hesitation, the rogue cultivator immediately took out a storage bag and threw it to Gu Han. There's 80,000 yuan crystals and a few bottles of healing pills. Is that enough for compensation? Not bad. Gu Han nodded and looked at Chun Ping. I'll help you keep this for now. You don't mind, right? As he spoke, without waiting for Chun Ping to respond, he stuffed the storage bag into his own bosom. Chun Ping's mind was already in a whirl. Is this a matter of whether I mind or not? The person is about to die. What use are these external possessions? Seeing the rogue cultivator leave, Gu Han slowly raised his sword and walked towards the opposite side. Can you still move? Yes. Chun Ping struggled to stand up. Today, I will fight alongside you, little brother. No. Gu Han shook his head. There is no need to fight to the death. You just need to protect a Sha well. Chun Ping looked puzzled but still complied. Oof. On the opposite side, Song Chao and his group finally reacted. Playing tricks. Gu Han? Who has heard of him? Just a nameless nobody trying to scare us with this kind of trick, dreaming. Although they didn't know why the rogue cultivator was so afraid of Gu Han, among the 7 of them. The highest cultivation level was the 5th layer of the Enlightenment Realm, and the lowest was the 2nd layer of the Enlightenment Realm. Dealing with a person in the opening Meridian Realm was already using a sledgehammer to crack a nut. Go! Seeing Gu Han getting closer, Song Chao grinned savagely. First, kill this kid, then deal with Chun Ping. As for that little girl, hee, she looks alright. She could sell for a good price. Gu Han suddenly stopped in his tracks. What did you say? I said I will kill you first, then sell you. Swish. Before he could finish, a bright light suddenly flashed. Song Chao's expression instantly froze there, a thin line of blood gradually spreading from his forehead. What was that? The remaining few felt a jolt in their hearts, as if they vaguely understood why the previous loose cultivator was so afraid of Gu Han. Although he was only at the opening vein stage, his combat power was terrifying. Quick, everyone attack together. If we don't kill him, we'll be the ones in trouble. Anyone who dares to hold back, don't blame us for being rude. They naturally understood. At this point, if they didn't kill Gu Han and Chun Ping, what awaited them would be endless trouble. Suddenly, one person broke away from the encirclement and flew quickly towards the severely injured Chun Ping and a Sha. Chun Ping's heart tightened, and he hurriedly blocked in front of a Sha. In the blink of an eye, that person was only a few meters away from Chun Ping. However, he was fast, but the dinosaur Chi was faster. A bright light suddenly pierced into his back, creating a splash of blood mist, disappearing without a trace. That person only felt darkness in front of him and instantly fell to the ground, silent. Gu Han took a deep breath, his killing intent no longer hidden. Indeed, you deserve to die. Before he could finish speaking, he had already charged into the crowd. In an instant, various magical treasures and divine abilities flashed one after another. Accompanying them were screams, wails, and pleas for mercy. Not far away, Chun Ping was stunned. He originally thought Gu Han's actions were like a sheep entering a tiger's den, but unexpectedly, it was a tiger entering a flock of sheep. No matter how many sheep there were, how could they fight against a fierce tiger? Moments later, everything returned to calm. Gu Han stood proudly in the field, like a god of death. Young master, a Sha, disregarding the heavy smell of blood, ran up to Gu Han. You're injured. Looking at the several wounds on Gu Han's body, she felt heartbroken. It's just flesh wounds. Gu Han curled his lips, not caring at all. To end the battle quickly and not let anyone escape, he naturally chose a hard-hitting approach. Besides, these injuries were nothing compared to the few slaps that Murong Yin gave him. Chun Ping was still in shock. He seemed to understand why the previous loose cultivator was so terrified when he saw Gu Han. Gu Han was so strong that it was incomprehensible. Little brother. After calming down, he staggered over to Gu Han and bowed. Thank you for saving my life. With your little strength. Gu Han glanced at him and shook his head. You dare to enter the wild forest alone? One sentence left Chun Ping speechless. I'm at least at the aperture opening stage. You're only at the opening vein stage. Shouldn't I be the one asking you that? However, thinking of Gu Han's strength, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Little brother, you don't know. I originally hired 2 loose cultivators to accompany me, but they were all scared off after being intimidated by those few people. If it weren't for meeting you today, he quickly found it hard to continue. Not far away, Guhan was swiftly moving back and forth, cleaning up the battlefield. His methods were too skilled. Chun Ping suddenly shuddered. Here, suddenly, a tender little hand reached out, holding a pill that was as white as jade and exuding a fragrant aroma. You seem to be injured, a Shah said with concern. Thank you. Chun Ping felt warmth in his heart. He recognized at a glance that this pill came from Dr. Shui and was not an ordinary item. Just as he was about to reach out to take it, how much are you going to pay me? Huh? Chun Ping was taken aback. You still want to charge? I don't want to charge you, a Shah explained seriously, but my young master is very poor, and I need to help him make money. This made Chun Ping's mouth twitch. Watching such a naive and innocent little girl earnestly doing business, he felt a bit awkward. The pills refined by Dr. Shui were naturally worth a fortune. He wanted to say that with his little financial power as a steward, he simply couldn't afford it. You're a good person. A Shah tilted her head and thought for a moment. And you look very poor. So how about I charge you 100 yuan crystal? 100? Chun Ping breathed a sigh of relief. This price was indeed as low as it could get. After all, he had spent most of the yuan crystals he brought just to ask Dr. Shui for 3 bottles of pills, which cost tens of thousands. This shows how valuable Dr. Shui's pills really are. 100 yuan crystals were still quite a lot. A Shah had no cultivation and couldn't use a storage bag, so the previous pills were taken out by Guhan in advance. In a pinch, she held them in her arms, and just looking at her crescent-shaped eyes, one could tell how happy she was. A Shah. Guhan walked over and rubbed her head. So happy. He naturally heard their conversation and felt both amused and touched inside. Young master. A Shah proudly held up the spirit crystal in front of Guhan. I help you make money. Good. Guhan smiled. It wasn't just because of a Shah's actions, but also because of the gains from his encounter. These business association stewards were too wealthy. As he reflected, Guhan looked at Chun Ping with a somewhat fiery gaze. Little brother. Chun Ping felt a bit uncomfortable under his gaze. What are you? It's nothing. Guhan naturally wouldn't make a move against him. After thinking for a moment, he took out a fist-sized, clear, and transparent orb that seemed to have mist swirling inside. Do you know what this is? Spirit source? Chun Ping was a bit surprised. Chapter 28. Another breakthrough. Beast Rampage. Spirit source? Guhan was taken aback. What is that? It's normal for little brother not to know. Chun Ping patiently explained. When cultivators practice, using yuan crystals and pills as support will greatly increase efficiency. However, yuan crystals are born from mineral veins and naturally carry a lot of impurities from the earth's veins. If used excessively without moderation, one must refine the impurities in their body regularly, or it will put huge burden on the meridians and in severe cases, even affect the foundation. The spirit source, on the other hand, extracts the spiritual energy from the yuan crystals, refines the impurities, and retains only the purest spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Using it naturally won't have any future problems. However, this item is precious. Ordinary loose cultivators not only can't use it, but haven't even heard of it. For example, the one in Guhan's hand. Although it's just the lowest tier spirit source, it requires over 1,000 yuan crystals to refine, and if you add the refining costs, the price would double. Double the price? Guhan curled his lips. Isn't that a huge loss? In fact, his meridians were unique and could naturally filter out all impurities. So this thing was like a useless item to him. However, for an ordinary cultivator like Chun Ping, this could save them a lot of cultivation time and was an extremely precious cultivation resource. Of course, given Chun Ping's financial situation, he generally wouldn't be willing to use it. However, Guhan glanced at a Shah. A Shah indeed could use it. After days of teaching, a Shah had successfully developed a sense of qi and was about to officially begin her cultivation. Using the spirit source for cultivation would naturally prevent any future issues. Little brother. Chun Ping was a bit curious. Looking at the direction you're heading, it seems you're going to the royal capital? That's right. Guhan didn't hide it from him. I'm going to the Martial Academy. I see. Chun Ping felt a bit envious. I was foolish. With your talent and cultivation, the small Tianwu city would naturally limit your development. I am Chun Ping. My little brother saved my life. When you arrive in the capital, if you have any orders, feel free to come to the Treasure Gathering Pavilion to find me. Treasure Gathering Pavilion? Guhan thought for a moment. You should accept beast cores and spirit medicines, right? Ah. Chen Ping was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized. The 5 managers that Gu Han had killed each carried a large amount of resources. Considering his own situation, roughly calculating, it was probably worth at least tens of thousands of crystal coins. This is a huge fortune. Of course, I would accept it, but I don't have that many crystal coins on me. It wouldn't do to buy on credit. Chen Ping was caught off guard again. That's not what I meant. He hurriedly explained. When you arrive in the capital, my little brother can come to find me, and I am willing to purchase at a price 20% above the market rate. This price, he wouldn't just not make a profit, but would actually incur a loss. It was merely his intention to repay Gu Han's life-saving grace. 20%? Gu Han's eyes lit up, and he even changed how he addressed him. Brother Chun, you really are a straightforward person. My efforts to save your life were not in vain. Chen Ping couldn't help but smile wryly. This little brother is great at everything, but he seems to place too much importance on money. The medicinal pills from Dr. Xue are indeed extraordinary. Just half a day later, Chen Ping's injuries had healed significantly, so he no longer lingered and bid farewell to Gu Han. Gu Han did not try to keep him. Chen Ping following him was indeed quite inconvenient, especially since Asha's abilities were too eye-catching. With one less person knowing, their safety would be more assured. Time flew by, and another half-month passed. During this time, aside from some fierce beasts, Gu Han did not encounter anyone else. Thanks to Asha's abilities, he found another 7 or 8 spirit medicines. Although they were far from comparable to that purple crystal vine, it was still a considerable harvest. Meanwhile, Asha was also on the verge of drawing in Qi and stepping into cultivation after his continuous guidance. Do you remember? In the cave, Gu Han gently placed the spirit source in Asha's hands. The routes of spiritual energy I mentioned? Yes, I remember. All right, let's begin. Asha obediently closed her eyes and slowly drew the pure spiritual energy from the spirit source into her body according to Gu Han's teachings. After about half a day, her eyelids trembled lightly, and a layer of spiritual light suddenly appeared on her body. This was a manifestation of reaching the first level of Qi condensation. So fast, Gu Han was secretly amazed. Back then, it took him 3 full days to progress from drawing in Qi to the first level of Qi condensation, and even then, he was considered a rare genius in Tianwu City for decades. So, isn't Asha a once-in-a-century talent? No wonder she possesses the bloodline of the Eye of Breaking Illusions. In awe, he saw that Asha had already entered a state of focus and smiled silently. He then sealed the cave entrance and took out the resources on his body. There was still a month until the Martial Academy opened, and he had already traveled most of the way, so there was no need to hurry. Before reaching the capital, he wanted to raise his cultivation to the Qi opening realm. Slowly closing his eyes, the mountain of crystal coins beside him shone for a moment, and the spiritual energy mixed together and violently surged into his body. Earlier, he had already opened over 300 meridians. He was just a little short of reaching the 9th level of Qi opening. With such abundant spiritual energy supplementing him, the spiritual liquid in his meridians continuously surged toward the remaining branches. 1, 2, 10, and finally, he reached the 9th level of Qi opening. Feeling that the external spiritual energy was somewhat insufficient, he didn't hesitate to take out a large number of crystal coins, casually grabbed 2 spirit medicines, and stuffed them into his mouth. In the blink of an eye, the spiritual energy became violent again. As the branches were opened, he could faintly sense the star mist hidden at the ends of the branches. However, there seemed to be a membrane between the star mist and the branches, and even with his sensitive spiritual awareness, he couldn't fully perceive the specifics of that star mist. He understood that this star mist represented the body's acupoints, corresponding exactly to 360 branches. As long as he broke through this membrane and infused spiritual power into it, he would reach the Qi opening realm. Moreover, for every acupoint that was opened, the amount of spiritual power that could be stored in his body would increase. By the time he reached the 9th level of Qi opening, his spiritual power would be twice that of the Qi opening realm. Just then, the last branch in his body was also opened. Now, he tightened his mind. When the meridians were completely opened and the spiritual power within his body was in harmony, an immense force would be generated in an instant, and this would be the best moment to break into the Qi opening realm. If he missed this opportunity, it would undoubtedly be much more difficult to break through later. Boom! Without any hesitation, he focused his thoughts and guided the impact force to slam against the membrane. Crack! A light sound seemed to resonate within him. The membrane ruptured, and like a vast ocean, the spiritual power surged into the acupoints. At this moment, although the impact force had weakened, it was still present. Crack! Crack! He pressed on, breaking through 27 layers of membrane in one go, and only then did the impact force completely dissipate. However, the spiritual power continuously pouring into the acupoints had thinned out significantly. Next, to break through the membrane again would require painstaking effort. The Qi opening realm was also a level where ordinary cultivators spent a lot of time. In fact, for ordinary people, the impact force would at most break through 7 or 8 layers of membrane, which was already the limit. But Gu Han had cultivated to the extreme, and his spiritual power had transformed into a liquid state, naturally far surpassing ordinary people. Phew! He let out a light breath and opened his eyes. The next stage of cultivation would not be something that could be achieved in one go, and besides, there wasn't enough time left. Beside him, Asha stared at him with her big eyes. The spirit source in her hands had already been partially consumed, and her cultivation had already reached the 3rd level of Qi condensation. Gu Han felt somewhat gratified. Who would have thought that a naturally somewhat silly little girl would have such high cultivation talent? Let's go. He slowly stood up. It was about time. While cultivating, he had also divided a portion of his mind to calculate the time. At this moment, there were 10 days left until the academy opened, and with his speed, he could easily make it. Just as he was about to reach out, his expression suddenly changed. A wisp of dust fell from the stone blocking the cave entrance. Something's not right. His heart raced. Soon, more and more dust fell, causing the stone to tremble. Young master, even Ashan noticed something was wrong. Let's go. Without hesitation, Gu Han struck the cave entrance with his palm and rushed out with Asha. At this moment, not just the cave, but even the ground beneath them began to tremble. Suddenly, a faint roar echoed from deep within the wild forest, filled with brutality and madness. This sound was not from a beast, but from a human. This is bad. Gu Han's expression changed drastically as he directly picked up Asha and fled. Although he couldn't guess who the owner of the voice was, he had a vague premonition that continuing to stay would undoubtedly lead to great danger. Roar. As if to confirm his guess, countless beast roars erupted behind him, filled with rage, restlessness, and even a hint of fear. The beasts were going wild. Boom, boom. The tremors of the earth intensified, and Gu Han was horrified to discover that the fierce beasts were actually chasing after him. Bad luck. He cursed inwardly, and his spiritual power surged wildly as he weaved through the dense forest. Even though he was now at the Qi opening realm, if he fell into the beast tide, it would basically mean a certain death. His peripheral vision swept across. From all directions, shadows kept darting out of the dense forest, fleeing forward in a frenzy. He was not the only one being chased. Roar. The beast's roar echoed again, filled with even more agitation and fear. Gu Han seemed to understand something. Perhaps these monsters were not chasing him at all. It seemed they were also being pursued. And the reason they were running in this direction was simply to escape the wilderness forest, just like him. And that person was the instigator of all this. Chapter 29. Competing against each other, the mysterious fatty. Soon, the crowd was forced to huddle close together, with no more than 3 zhang between them. Normally, they would be cautious. However, at this moment, no one cared about that. All that filled their minds was one word: run. The faster, the better. Roar. Suddenly, another roar erupted. This time, it was extremely close to the crowd. Gu Han instinctively glanced back. A beast over 10 zhang long, covered in dark scales, stared at them with blood-red eyes, crashing through countless giant trees as it approached the group. Suddenly, a scream rang out. A cultivator at the back was hit directly by the beast, instantly turning into a mist of blood. Run. Run fast. This is a 5th-tier beast, the iron-armored beast. Someone recognized the monster and felt despair. 5th tier. Gu Han's heart sank. Looking at the beast's size and speed, it was definitely among the top ranks of 5th-tier beasts. If it hit him and he couldn't escape in time, he would be completely engulfed by the beast tide. Clenching his teeth, he increased his speed by another third. Ah, help! From behind, screams continued to ring out. But everyone was too busy taking care of themselves. How could they help others? He didn't know how long it had been. The screams gradually became sparse. The once massive group of dozens was now reduced to just over 10, with the lowest cultivation level being the 6th layer of the Qi opening stage. Those with insufficient strength were either smashed to pieces by the iron-armored beast or swallowed whole by it. However, they were now all at the end of their strength. The spiritual power within them was nearly exhausted, yet they dared not stop to take pills, relying solely on their survival instincts to desperately squeeze out the little spiritual power they had left. The only one still with some energy was Guhan. The extreme liquid spiritual power within him was several times thicker than that of cultivators of the same level, so he was far from exhausted. Of course, even so, he was slightly panting, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, clearly not at ease. On his back, Asha tightly clutched his collar, her small face full of worry. Whoosh! Just then, a figure suddenly sprang out from the side of the forest. It was a fatty. Seeing the iron-armored beast chasing closely behind the crowd, he couldn't help but wail. Why is it here too? Complaining aside, his speed was not slow at all. Although his figure was bulky, he moved very nimbly. In just a few breaths, he surpassed the others, only slightly slower than Guhan, and he wasn't even out of breath, looking as if he had plenty of energy left. This brother, the fatty glanced at Guhan, a flicker of surprise passing through his eyes, and actually started to greet him. What's your name? Guhan ignored him, focusing on running. The fatty felt a bit awkward and looked at Shah. Little girl, has anyone told you that you are very pretty? Oomph. Asha glared at him and instantly turned her head away. The fatty, feeling embarrassed, stopped speaking. Kill. Suddenly, that voice that had been silent for a long time rang in everyone's ears again. Even though it was far away, they could still feel the brutality and killing intent in the voice. Hiss. The fatty gasped in shock, muttering nonstop. No way. Is this the robbery of Fatty's people? Roar. As if stimulated by that voice, the iron-armored beast suddenly went berserk, its speed increasing by several points. Whoosh. It seemed to think the crowd ahead was a hindrance. With a sweep of its long tail, it charged forward. Puff. Puff. In an instant, several people were swept away by the giant tail, not even making a sound before exploding into a mist of blood. This is bad. Feeling the fierce wind behind him, Guhan's scalp went numb. He gritted his teeth, and his spiritual power surged violently, leaping a full 10 zhong forward. This leap narrowly dodged the giant tail's attack. However, while he escaped, the fatty was not so lucky. A scream erupted as he was directly hit by the iron-armored beast's massive tail. Bang! With a loud crash, a round, plump object fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Asha couldn't bear to look anymore. Guhan had no time to glance back, directly leaping over the deep pit. Just then, a chubby hand suddenly reached out from the pit, pressing down lightly, and the ball-like body quickly sprang out, catching up to Guhan again. Huh? Asha was a bit surprised. You didn't die? The fatty's face was pale, and he stole a glance at the iron-armored beast behind him. Dream on if you want Fatty's life. Guhan was secretly astonished. That blow from the iron-armored beast was definitely comparable to a full-force strike from someone in the spiritual profound realm. Yet the fatty only suffered a minor injury. How could his body be so strong? Hee. Noticing Guhan's gaze, the fatty wanted to show off. This brother. Roar. Just as he was about to speak, another roar came from the iron-armored beast, which was once again chasing them. The fatty's face turned white, and he lost the desire to boast. His round, chubby face flushed red as his speed suddenly increased significantly, instantly surpassing Guhan. Guhan instantly sensed his intention. At this moment, all the other people had perished, leaving only the 3 of them. The fatty's actions were obviously meant to have Guhan attract the iron-armored beast's attention from behind. Dream on. He cursed inwardly, frantically urging his spiritual power, ignoring the pain that kept coming from his meridians. Of course, the effect was significant. His speed immediately caught up, leaving the fatty behind once again. Damn it! The fatty glared at Guhan, his expression unfriendly. Just because you run fast? Fatty isn't slow either. He gritted his teeth and mimicked Guhan, desperately increasing his speed. For a moment, the two seemed to be competing, repeatedly chasing and overtaking each other, gradually building up a fiery rivalry. Behind them, the iron-armored beast was getting farther and farther away. However, neither of them was paying attention to the iron-armored beast anymore, having already become engrossed in their competition. Their gazes met, sparks flying, neither willing to back down, determined to determine who was superior. As for Asha, she only felt the wind rushing past her ears, making her little face hurt, completely unaware of why the two were competing so fiercely. After an unknown amount of time, whoosh, the three of them suddenly saw a light ahead. They had completely run out of the wilderness forest. After running several more dozen miles, the towering giant city of the Great Qi Kingdom was in sight. Wait. The fatty finally couldn't hold on anymore. Fatty can't take it anymore. Let Fatty rest for a moment. Huh? Guhan's eyes were red. Are you ready to admit defeat? You still have a ways to go to compare speed with me. Thud, thud. Both of them sat down on the ground. It wasn't that they didn't want to run. They simply couldn't anymore. Young master, seeing Guhan panting heavily, Asha shot a fierce glare at the fatty. Of course, it had no deterrent effect at all. Nonsense. The fatty still held his ground. If it weren't for Fat Lord, cough cough, could you outrun me? Hee, I carried a person, and you still couldn't outrun me. Yet you have the face to say that? While speaking, both of them stuffed large handfuls of spirit medicine into their mouths. After finishing, they stared at each other fiercely. From their looks, if they could still move, they probably would have already pinned each other to the ground and given a good beating. After a while, seeming to regain some cultivation, the fat man stood up. Brother, I see you're still a bit unconvinced. Likewise, Guhan's expression was unfriendly. I think so too. You are quite a punchable person. Boom, boom. Just as the two were eager to give each other an unforgettable lesson, the ground beneath their feet shook again. Along with it came the roars of many demon beasts. Oh no, Guhan's expression changed drastically. Those demon beasts are coming after us. Let's go. He ignored the fat man, hoisting Asha and running towards the giant city ahead. That is the capital of the Great Qi Kingdom, with many experts. There must be a way to deal with this demon beast crisis. Damn fat man. Out of the corner of his eye, seeing the fat man still trailing behind him, Guhan's face darkened. What are you following me for? Nonsense. The fat man exclaimed angrily. Stop flattering yourself. Within a radius of hundreds of miles. That place is the safest. If Fat Lord doesn't go there, where else could I go? I can go wherever I want. Why should I explain to you? They argued as they naturally moved quickly. In just a moment, they arrived at the foot of the towering giant city. The city appeared grayish-blue, with countless runes engraved on bricks about 10 feet long, and under the drive of the elemental crystals, a faint milky white halo covered the city walls. On the city walls, rows of city guards in standard armor held heavy crossbows, their eyes fixed below, standing ready. At this moment, not just Guhan, but under the pursuit of the demon beasts, more and more people gathered at the foot of the city. There were loose cultivators, residents of the city, and others like Guhan, who came from all over to attend the martial academy. Just one look, and everyone was filled with anger. The city gate, towering several feet high and made of exotic metal, was tightly shut, showing no intention of letting anyone in. Boom! Boom! The demon beasts behind were getting closer, and even those with sharp eyesight could see the general outlines of the demon beasts. Young master, Asha's little face turned pale. What should we do? The city wall. Guhan stared at the grayish-blue city wall, his expression slightly darkened. If they don't open the door, we'll go up from here. Before he could finish speaking, several quick-reacting individuals had already dashed out. Leading the charge was that fat man. Ha. This brother. The fat man turned back to look at Guhan, his face full of pride. Fat Lord is going first. The mountain doesn't turn, the water does. We will meet again when fate allows. Before he could finish speaking, he let out a scream. His round body was directly bounced away. It turned out that a transparent barrier had risen 3 feet beyond the city wall without anyone noticing. The fat man, unfortunately, was the first to crash into it, falling in a disoriented state, and those following behind him fared even worse, with everyone suffering broken bones. lying on the ground and wailing, unable to stand up again. Damn it! The fat man jumped up, pointing at the city wall and cursing. Do you want to kill Fat Lord? Roar. At that moment, another roar came, only a few miles away from everyone. For the demon beasts, this distance, if not instantaneous, was almost the same. Please, open the door. I am from the Hongyuan Merchants Association. Let me in. Open the door quickly. I am the son of the city lord of Wooding City. My second uncle is a teacher at the Martial Academy. Everyone was anxious. Please, threats, and curses rose and fell. However, the city gate remained unmoved. Chapter 30. Surviving a death crisis, the chaos settles. Meanwhile, above the city wall in the clouds, 3 people hovered in the air, not glancing at the chaos below, only staring at the wild forest with serious expressions. Strange. The first to speak was an old man with graying hair. The wild forest has been calm for decades, but now it has erupted into chaos again because of this person. Who on earth is he? Could it be? Beside him, a man in green frowned slightly. Has a demon beast transformed? No way. The old man shook his head. The commotion caused by a demon beast transformation isn't this significant. Moreover, judging by the reactions of these demon beasts, they are clearly more frightened than submissive, which is very unreasonable. We will know if we go take a look. In the middle of the two, a middle-aged man in heavy armor with an imposing demeanor said lightly, "Protecting the royal capital is our responsibility. Since we already know this person is the root cause of the demon beast riot, we just need to capture him, and this farce will naturally come to an end. I wonder what you two think." Indeed, the old man nodded. What Commander Zhou said makes sense. We should not delay. Let us go take a look. But the man in green hesitated for a moment. If those people all die outside the city, it might be hard to explain. Let them die then. Commander Zhou's expression was emotionless. My duty is to guard the royal capital against demon beast intrusions. The rest has nothing to do with me. You. The man in green was somewhat angry. All right. The old man hurriedly intervened to mediate. Feng Gongfu, Commander Zhou is also doing his duty, so don't say more. However, he changed the subject. Among those people, loose cultivators are one thing, but the rest are all closely related to those in the city. If they all die, it might not be good for Commander Zhou. Commander Zhou fell silent for a moment. Fine, then we will open a gap. Whether they live or die depends on their fate. Below, boom. Boom. The ground shook more violently, and from all directions, many demon beasts gradually surrounded them. From the aura on their bodies, the lowest was at least 4th rank, and the highest had already reached 6th rank. It's over. In the crowd, the fat man turned pale. Fat Lord ISNT facing a human tribulation. Dying among these demon beasts. What kind of human tribulation is that? Young master. Asha trembled. Tightly gripping Guhan. Don't be afraid. Guhan gripped his sword tightly, the spiritual power in his meridians surging like a tide. The great yin sword qi building up and ready to go. We must not die here. We definitely cannot. Look, just when everyone was in complete despair, a voice full of surprise came from ahead. Over there is an opening. With this voice, the crowd erupted in joy. Great. Finally, there is hope. Hurry, or it will be too late. Hundreds of people immediately went madly towards that portal. An opening? Guhan looked in the direction of the sound, only to see a portal several feet high had appeared on the transparent barrier over 1,000 feet away. Hurry! He felt a surge of joy. His internal spiritual power erupted instantly as he rushed forward. No! Help me! Save me! At that moment, the fierce beast behind had also charged to the base of the city wall, trampling and crashing, causing several people to die on the spot. This scene horrified everyone. Whoosh! The fat man was closer to that portal and rushed in at the first opportunity. Watching Guhan's figure far away, he felt a lingering fear. Fortunately, lucky. Boom! Boom! The demon beasts crashed madly against the transparent barrier, shaking the city wall. Naturally, many people died in the collisions. Hurry! We need to hurry! Guhan heightened his senses, carefully maintaining distance from the demon beasts, continuously moving closer to the front. Regardless of whether it's in front or behind, everyone has lost their sanity, leaving only the instinct to survive. Get out of the way. Let me in first. My father is the Lord of Wooding City. My second uncle is a teacher at the Martial Academy. My life is more important than yours. In front of Guhan, a young man wielding a long sword with red eyes chopped down everyone in his way. Almost at the same time, he and Guhan arrived at the entrance. Get lost. I'll go in first. He was already blinded by rage. And the cultivation of the third level of the Qi transformation realm erupted completely as he swung his sword towards Guhan. The two were very close. If this sword hit solidly, not to mention Guhan, Asha would definitely lose her life. Seeking death. A hint of coldness flashed in Guhan's eyes, and the surging spiritual power instantly flooded into his long sword, counterattacking. Crack! A crisp sound. The young man's sword was instantly sliced in half, and a wave of sword energy entered his body. Thud! He didn't even make a sound, collapsing instantly to the ground. However, it was precisely because of this momentary delay that an abnormality occurred. A giant tail, several meters long and covered in dark scales, suddenly swept over, taking the lives of many cultivators along the way. And in the blink of an eye, it was in front of Guhan. Young master, Asha exclaimed. Instinctively, she was about to use the power of the Eye of Broken Illusions. Get in first. In that moment of life and death, Guhan instinctively grabbed Asha and threw her into the entrance. At this moment, the giant tail was only a few feet away from his body. TSK, TSK. Inside the barrier, the fat man smacked his lips and watched the excitement. This is tough. The next moment, clang, a sound of metal ringing out. It was Guhan, at the critical moment, blocking the giant tail with his long sword. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out. He felt as if his body had been crushed by a giant stone, and he didn't know how many bones had broken. However, it was also because of this immense force that he instantly crossed several feet and crashed into the barrier. What a lucky guy. Not far away. The fat man, watching the excitement, turned pale. Don't be damned. Before he could finish his words, Guhan's body crashed heavily onto him. Bang! The fat man was instantly sent flying and crashed hard against the city wall behind him. Outside the barrier, a group of monsters roared continuously, and the impact became even more violent. Boom! Boom! The sound of explosions kept coming, and this layer of barrier began to become unstable. Hurry! On the city wall, a lieutenant's face changed drastically. Close that gap, or this barrier can only exert 50% of its defensive power. Buzz! As his voice fell, the open portal instantly closed. In an instant, the shaking barrier stabilized completely. No matter how the monsters crashed into it, it could no longer be shaken at all. No, I haven't gone in yet. Please, just open it for a little longer, just a little. Outside, many who hadn't made it and shouted desperately. However, the lieutenant remained unmoved. Let go. He waved his hand and issued another command. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Long crossbow arrows, each several feet long and engraved with runes, turned into a rain of arrows, continuously falling towards the outside of the city. Roar! Although these crossbow arrows did not cause much harm to the monsters, they completely provoked their ferocity. Unable to break the barrier, they instantly turned their attention to those left outside. You are so ruthless. I will not let you off. Accompanied by curses and wails, the outside turned into a bloody hellscape. Soon, the barrier was no longer transparent, but covered with a faint layer of blood. Inside the barrier, thud, thud. Guhan and the fat man both fell to the ground, lying motionless. Young master, Asha ran over like crazy. Cough, cough. Guhan spat out another mouthful of blood, forcing himself to sit up. I'm fine, I want to die. Medicine. Asha hurriedly took out all the healing pills sent by Dr. Shui and stuffed them into Guhan's mouth without saying a word. There is no need for this many. Guhan said helplessly. I'm actually not that badly injured. While speaking, he cast a lingering glance at the gray city wall. If he had crashed into it lightly, it would definitely have resulted in serious injuries. But now he looked at the fat man lying on the ground, weak and powerless, and secretly felt relieved. Fortunately, there's a meat shield. Young master, Asha, still shaken, hugged him tightly. Just now, if Guhan had been even a moment slower, he definitely wouldn't have survived. She couldn't imagine what the meaning of living would be without Guhan. I said. Suddenly, the fat man spoke up, his voice filled with anger and grievance. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Oh, Guhan glanced at him. Thank you. This expression of gratitude naturally carried no sincerity. In a flash, the fat man suddenly jumped up, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and glared fiercely at Guhan. What do you mean? Thank you. You bastard. How dare you set me up? Then I won't thank you. You. The fat man trembled with anger. Give it to me. He stretched his chubby hand in front of Asha. Fat also got injured. No. Asha glared at him and directly put the pills away. Little girl. The fat man lamented. Can't you see? I got hurt saving him. How can you be so ungrateful that you won't even give me a pill? So stingy, really too stingy. No. Asha remained unmoved. You were just mocking the young master. I saw it. The fat man was on the verge of tears. Is this the retribution for watching the fun? Hurry. Hurry and look. Suddenly, someone pointed outside the barrier, excitedly incoherent. They retreated. Those ferocious beasts are retreating. Outside, under wave after wave of crossbow arrow attacks, the monsters began to suffer casualties, and after a long time unable to break the barrier, they had no choice but to retreat. After a while outside, there were only severed limbs and no trace of any monsters. Creak. The always closed city gate finally opened. Huh. Everyone let out a long sigh of relief. The sound that usually made their teeth ache now sounded like heavenly music. Fat man. Guhan glanced at the fat man beside him. We'll meet again. After saying that, he ignored the fat man's reaction, pulled Asha along, and followed the crowd into the city. Behind, the fat man's face froze. Meet again, my ass. Fat has never suffered such a loss in his life. Just wait. I will definitely get back at you. At the same time, many people also ran out of the city, looking at the bloody scene outside. Some were angry, some were sad, and everything in between. Among them, a middle-aged man stood beside the corpse of the young man killed by Guhan. In his hand, he was holding a broken sword. Who did this? Looking at the wound that pierced through the young man's heart, the anger in his eyes was about to erupt. How dare you kill my nephew? Chapter 31. Want to bully me? But I have never liked being bullied. The capital of the Great Qi Kingdom is, of course, much larger and more prosperous than a small place like Tianwu City. At this moment, everyone was discussing the sudden riot of the monsters outside the city. Why did the monsters suddenly go berserk? I heard that it was because a shape-shifting big monster appeared in the wild forest. Huh. I heard there was a treasure emerging. No. A person glanced around, looking mysterious. Do you know? Not long ago, Commander Zhou and 2 other attendants went deep into the wilderness forest for an investigation. But they returned injured. It's because a peerless, fierce person appeared there. Is it true? I heard it from our shopkeeper, so it should be quite credible. Even if it's true, there is no need to worry. Don't forget, the restrictions in our royal capital were bestowed by the upper sect. Whether it's a beast riot or a peerless, fierce person, as long as they dare to come, they will surely return with nothing. So let us not worry unnecessarily. That makes sense. On the long street, Guhan and Asha walked side by side. After experiencing that thrilling calamity outside, they naturally had no mood to appreciate the prosperity within the royal capital. Young master, Sha looked up. Are we going to the martial academy now? Not yet. Guhan's face still looked somewhat pale. According to his plan, he intended to travel while searching for spiritual herbs. In 10 days would be just enough to reach the royal capital. However, after the beast riot, he had fled all the way, and along the way, he had been competing with the fat guy in speed, so he arrived here in just 3 days. There are still 7 days until the academy opens. Let's find a place to stay first. Both he and Asha had exhausted too much energy over the past few days, so they naturally needed to rest well. Having made up his mind, he led Asha towards an inn. However, as soon as they entered, the innkeeper approached them with cupped hands and an apologetic expression. Full. Guhan was somewhat surprised. Yes, the innkeeper sighed. Originally, with the martial academy opening, there were already a lot of people in the royal capital. With the beast riot, many scattered cultivators came from outside the city, so the accommodations have become a bit insufficient. Guhan had no choice but to change to another place. Unsurprisingly, it was also full. The 3rd, 4th, and they changed to 8 or 9 inns in a row, all receiving the same surprising response. The scattered cultivators who were close had naturally arrived early in the royal capital to take refuge, and Guhan was among the last batch. So it was only natural that he couldn't find a place to stay. Young master, Sha looked worried. Are we out of places to stay? Guhan was speechless. It can't be that bad, can it? Just arrived, and we have to sleep on the street? How about asking if the seventh prince and steward Li have returned? Just then, someone beside him reminded, why not check the inner city? Inner city? Yes, that's the center of the royal capital. Most of the largest shops are there. If you have enough spirit crystals, you might find a place to stay there. Thank you. Guhan learned the route and immediately left with the Shah. He naturally didn't know that just outside, a middle-aged man was holding a broken sword, gripping a scattered cultivator by the collar, demanding relentlessly, the young man, who killed him. I don't know. It was too chaotic at the time. I didn't see clearly. Say it again. The middle-aged man exerted a bit of force, instantly crushing the cultivator's shoulder. Spalma. The scattered cultivator begged for mercy and pain. I think it was a young boy. Yes. There was a little girl following him. What did he look like? I really didn't see clearly. Useless. The middle-aged man then threw him aside, his expression dark. A boy. A little girl? No matter who it is daring to kill my nephew, I will make sure to tear you apart. In the inner city, it was naturally much quieter compared to the outer city, with rows of buildings standing tall on both sides, some grand and majestic, others splendid and luxurious, each with its own characteristics. The people here mostly wore luxurious clothes and had proud expressions. Young master, a Shah's eyes were wide with wonder. What imposing place. Yes, Guhan sighed, finally understanding why scattered cultivators were rarely seen here. It's too poor. Let us go. Seeing a Shah's excited expression, he smiled and walked directly into the largest, most lavishly decorated building. Inside the shop, a person who looked like a steward raised an eyebrow slightly at Guhan's attire. Gentlemen, is there something you need? A place to stay, as Shah asked eagerly. You shouldn't be full, right? Of course not, the steward nodded, his expression neutral. However, the B and C grade rooms are fully booked. There's only one A grade room left. Are you sure you want to stay? What do you mean? Guhan naturally picked up on the condescension in his words. It's nothing. The steward smiled self-importantly, sizing Guhan up again, confirming he hadn't misjudged, and then said slowly, this a grade room has a gathering spirit array and has a calming effect. Cultivating inside can reach 5 times the efficiency compared to outside. As for the charge, it's not much, only 1,000 spirit crystals per day. Guhan's expression darkened. No matter where I go, I can encounter this kind of condescending nonsense. Gentlemen, the steward lifted his eyelids. Have you made up your mind? Stay or not? Of course we'll stay. Guhan naturally wouldn't give him a good face. But before he finished speaking, he was interrupted by voices from outside. Lu Shimi. A man spoke, his tone filled with fervor. You are at a critical moment of breaking through, and this grade room is the best training place in the royal capital. If paired with the spirit source you have, you will surely stabilize your realm before the academy opens. Thank you, senior. A female voice responded, cold and charming, mixed with a hint of joy. No need for such words. The man was almost captivated. Master Lu and my father are old friends. Now that Shimi has come to the royal capital, I naturally want to show my hospitality. Rest assured, this a grade room. You can stay as long as you want. As they spoke, a man and a woman entered, both smiling brightly. The man's identity was unclear, but the woman was actually Lu Ying. Seeing Guhan and a Shah, her expression froze, and her face quickly turned cold. As for Guhan, he looked quite disgusted. Lu Gongzi? Upon seeing the man, the steward's eyes lit up, and a smile spread across his face, his attitude changing drastically. What brings you here? Just looking around, Lu Gongzi replied dismissively, but his gaze remained fixed on Lu Ying. Is there still an A grade room? Yes. All right, prepare. Halfway through his sentence, he noticed the change in the beautiful woman beside him. Shimi, what's wrong? Do you know them? Saying this, he cast a light glance at Guhan, frowning. I know. Lu Ying took a deep breath, seemingly suppressing her frustration, which made the man beside her nearly have his eyes pop out. He is also from Tianwu City. Oh, the man instantly lost interest. A country bumpkin from small place, not like Lu Ying's beauty. He naturally couldn't be bothered to look at him. Prepare. He glanced at the steward. My Lu Shimi will stay here for a short while. Good. The steward's smile grew wider, almost bowing and scraping. He naturally understood that this Lu Gongzi came from a distinguished family, generous with his spending, and every time he came here, he could gain a substantial benefit, making him a true esteemed guest and wealthy patron in his heart. As for Gu Han, he had already been completely forgotten. Wait, he had not forgotten. You said? He coldly stared at the steward. There's only one A grade room left, right? Correct. Facing Gu Han, the steward naturally reverted to his previous tone, mixed with disdain. I just said, Gu Han said seriously, I want to stay. Is that so? The steward wore a fake smile. I didn't hear clearly. Now, do you hear clearly? I'm sorry, but it's gone now. You. Asha was somewhat aggrieved. Clearly, we arrived first. The person in charge remained unmoved. So what? Have you paid the Yuan Jing? No. Then this room is unowned, and I can let whoever I want stay here. Lu Tong, standing nearby, glanced disdainfully at Gu Han. Lu Shimi, it seems you don't understand the rules at all. He's always like this. Lu Ying's expression was indifferent. She never seems to see the gap between reality and imagination, doing things beyond her capability just to attract attention. I see. Lu Tong's eyes lit up. With your looks, Lu Shimi, you must have countless admirers. And this kid is definitely one of them, right? That makes sense, but... He shifted his tone and glanced at Gu Han again. In life, one must have self-awareness. If you want to show off and assert your presence, you must first weigh your own identity and see what kind of place this is. My great Qi capital is not a poor place like Tianwu City. Of course. As he said this, he glanced at Lu Ying's expression and smiled with satisfaction. Today, I'll give Lu Shimi some face, considering your connection with her, and 1T hold your offense against you. But this A-class room is not something you're qualified to occupy. Disappear from my sight within 3 breaths, otherwise I'll be very unhappy. And believe me, not many can bear the consequences of provoking my displeasure. First, Gu Han took a deep breath. I arrived here first, and I also booked this A-class room first. Second, you say I admire her? Why don't you ask her who was following me back then, calling me Brother Gu and almost throwing herself at me, right? Asha quickly echoed. I saw it with my own eyes. She was incredibly attentive to our young master. Lu Ying's expression changed drastically. Back then, when Gu Han was still that spirited genius, she was indeed very close to him, almost showcasing her charm completely. However, although Gu Han often met her, he always maintained a distance between them, which became a thorn in her heart, deepening every time she saw Gu Han, causing her immense pain. This was also the reason she targeted him after his cultivation was restored. At this moment exposed, she was almost ashamed to death. Seeing Lu Ying's expression, Lu Tong understood that Gu Han was speaking the truth. Gu Han's words turned him, who had been fawning over Lu Ying in recent days in hopes of winning her favor, into a complete laughingstock, while feeling humiliated and heartbroken. His perception of Gu Han shifted from disdain to jealousy, even harboring an inexplicable bitterness. Also, Gu Han ignored him and continued speaking. Whether I have the qualifications to stay here is not for you to decide. Gu Han. Lu Ying was so angry she nearly ground her teeth. You will definitely pay the most painful price for your arrogance. Arrogance? Gu Han sneered it. No, that is not it. It's just that you are so used to bullying others. But unfortunately for you, I have a strong backbone and have never liked being bullied. So, you picked the wrong target today. I changed my mind. Suddenly, Lu Tong spoke up. He was burning with jealousy, his face somewhat twisted, staring fiercely at Gu Han. Today, you can't leave. Chapter 32, this is a distinguished guest of the Murong family. Apologize to him. The commotion in the inn naturally attracted many onlookers. It seems this person has offended young Master Lu. Who is he to be so bold? I don't know, but from the bloodstains on his clothes, he seems to be one of those who just came in from outside the city today. No wonder he doesn't recognize young Master Lu. TSK. This person is really unlucky. Just returned from the brink of death and then got into such big trouble, offending young Master Lu. It seems he won't be able to die easily. The crowd pointed and whispered, all wearing expressions of amusement. They all recognized Lu Tong. His cultivation was mediocre, and his talent was average. However, he was a cousin of the current crown prince, and because of this identity, he thrived in the capital, gradually developing a haughty and vengeful character. Those who offended him often faced dire consequences. Aside from few, no one dared to provoke him lightly. In recent years, Guhan was the first to dare to challenge him. Leave? Under such pressure, Guhan was naturally very angry and would not back down. I was going to stay. Why should I leave? Stay? Lu Tong sneered. Song, the manager. Young Master Lu, please instruct. This is quite coincidental. I, Lu Shimmy, want to stay. And he says he wants to stay too, but there's only one A classroom. What should we do about it? Two of you. Manager Song's eyelids twitched as he glanced at Guhan. You heard it. Our inn is currently full. If you want to stay, you'll have to wait until next time. How about that? Having regained some of his composure, Lu Tong's resentment slightly eased, and he looked at Guhan with a provocative gaze. Whether you have the qualifications to stay, I say it counts. Moreover, with his character, it was impossible for him to let Guhan leave easily. Neil, you just offended Lu Shimmy. Apologize to her. Otherwise, you want to leave the capital alive today. Upon hearing this, everyone immediately turned their gaze to Guhan. Do you think he will kneel? I say kneeling is better. At least he can save his life. Hee. Young people are arrogant and competitive. This kneel will probably greatly damage his pride. Without pride, his future cultivation path will be extremely difficult. Indeed, young Master Lu is quite something. In the discussions, they were extremely eager to see how Guhan would respond. Kneeling means losing dignity. Not kneeling means keeping dignity but losing his life. Meanwhile, Luing also stared at Guhan, her eyes hiding a hint of excitement. As long as Guhan kneels, the thorn in her heart could be completely pulled out. However, Guhan's reaction was destined to disappoint her. He took a deep breath, suppressing his inner fury and killing intent, gently stroked the head of the tearful Asha beside him with his left hand, while his right hand flipped and took out a tattered long sword from his storage bag. What? The crowd gasped in shock. What is he doing? No way. He actually chose to fight? Foolish. Too foolish. This way, there's no room for easing the situation. This kid really doesn't fear death. They could never have imagined that Guhan would make such a crazy choice. You want me to kneel? Then I will take your life. Seeing Guhan like this, Luing felt somewhat disappointed, but then her heart filled with joy. This is not Tianwu City, and Lu Tong is not some small character without background like the Gu family. Offending him means Guhan will surely die today. I've said it before. Guhan ignored the crowd's reactions and coldly stared at Lu Tong. I have a strong backbone. My knees won't bend. At this moment, Lu Tong's face was one of disbelief. You dare to draw your sword at me? Do you know who I am? I don't know. As he spoke, Guhan's figure quickly flashed out. He could clearly see, although Lu Tong's cultivation was slightly higher than his aura was unstable, his foundation was weak, and he had no combat experience to speak of, clearly a realm forced out by pills. Dealing with such a person, he only needed a moment of time. Hiss! The crowd gasped. This young man had a great killing intent. Opposite him, Lu Tong was like a wooden chicken. His identity was special, from childhood to adulthood. Very few dared to go against his will, let alone draw a sword against him. For a moment, he was at a loss. Although the sword was broken, the cold light on the tip flickered, and the great yin sword Qi was ready to strike, about to poke a few holes in him. Bold! Just then, a furious shout suddenly rang out. Before the words fell, a figure had blocked in front of Lu Tong. At the same time, a surge of spiritual power instantly erupted, transforming into a fist the size of a foot, directly colliding with Guhan's attack. It was the steward's song. Ding, ding, ding. After all, Guhan had not fully recovered from his injuries. After forcibly breaking that fist, he was pushed back repeatedly by the immense force, his blood surging, and a trace of fresh blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. Young master, Asha hurried over to support him. Are you okay? Not dead? The steward's song was somewhat surprised. His cultivation was at the 7th level of Gathering Yuan, and although that strike was a bit hasty, it still condensed half of his cultivation. Moreover, he used the high-grade yellow rank skill, Mountain Shaking Fist. He thought that even if Guhan did not die, he would lose his ability to resist, but he never expected that the opponent had only suffered minor injuries. However, he had no time to delve deeper. Not to mention the benefits he had received on ordinary days, just Lu Tong's identity alone. If he died here, it would also be a considerable trouble for him. Moreover, from the beginning, he instinctively had some aversion to Guhan. At this moment, having the opportunity, he naturally would not easily bypass Gu Han. You really are tired of living. This is the territory of the Murong family. Is it a place where you can go wild? Murong family? The crowd was stunned. Which Murong family? Does our Wang have this family? Which Murong family could it be? The one from the upper sect. Hiss. The crowd was horrified. So that's it. It really is that Murong family. No wonder. Otherwise, how could this be located in the most conspicuous and prosperous place in the inner city? Moreover, with Steward Song's high cultivation, it would be more than enough for him to serve as a chief guest in a medium family. Why would he be stuck in an inn as a small steward? No wonder this and has such a big background. TSK, that kid is done for. The crowd was gloating. He even offended the Murong family. The young man did not know the heights of heaven and earth. This time he would take a big fall. Isn't that so? We just need to watch. Let alone he has no background. Even if the royal family comes, it will be hard to save him today. Amid the discussions, Lu Tong also came back to his senses, his face flushed and his eyes filled with resentment. Just now, he truly felt the crisis of death. Steward Song, thinking of his disgraceful appearance falling into the eyes of so many people, he wished he could tear Gu Han into pieces. Help me capture him. I will definitely reward you generously. Young Master Lu is joking. Steward Song was secretly delighted, but on the surface, he remained indifferent. This kid disregards the rules of the Murong family and dares to commit murder here. Today, I will definitely not spare him. Kid. He looked at Gu Han with a chilling expression. You brought this upon yourself. Do not blame me for acting against you. To everyone's surprise, Gu Han suddenly regained his calm, even having a hint of a strange look in his eyes. Do you know Murong Yin? Presumptuous. Steward Song narrowed his eyes. The name of the eldest lady is something a person like you can utter. Boom. Before he finished speaking, he once again fully mobilized his cultivation at the 7th level of Gathering Yuan and swung a punch at Gu Han. In an instant, a suffocating sense of oppression rushed towards him. It's over. The crowd secretly shook their heads. With this punch, the boy was likely to become a puddle of meat paste on the spot. Beside him, Lu Tong wore a face of delight and resentment. Meanwhile, Lu Ying looked at Gu Han, who was about to die, with a somewhat complex expression, even faintly feeling a sense of relief. Young master, as the fist energy was about to hit, a Sha was about to block in front of Gu Han. Don't move. Gu Han tightly hugged her, flipped his palm, and took out a pitch-black iron plate. In the blink of an eye, Steward Song's fist momentum came to an abrupt halt. Upon seeing this iron plate, his pupils shrank sharply, not caring about the backlash from forcibly stopping his cultivation. His face turned pale. Where did you get this thing? Gu Han also subconsciously breathed a sigh of relief. If the iron plate was useless, he would have to block this blow with all his strength and then escape with a Sha again. Fortunately, Murong Yin did not deceive him. This thing was indeed very useful. Steward Song? Lu Tong saw him suddenly stop and became somewhat anxious. Get moving. Rest assured, after I go back, I will immediately send someone to deliver a generous reward. I will not shortchange you at all. However, the previously very enthusiastic Steward Song now seemed to have not heard, staring blankly at the iron plate. Meanwhile, Lu Ying's expression changed unpredictably, feeling a bad premonition. Outside, the crowd exchanged glances. What exactly is this inconspicuous little iron plate that even Steward Song seems to be wary of? No, looking at his expression, it is clearly fear. You worthless thing. Suddenly, a dignified voice, like a great bell, instantly reached everyone's ears, shaking their minds. By the time everyone reacted, another person had appeared in the venue. A middle-aged man in a purple robe, with an imposing demeanor, his aura obscure and difficult to discern, making it hard to see his depth. Upon seeing the newcomer, Steward Song hurriedly bowed. Boss, why did you come out? Song Xing. The man had no expression on his face. Have you forgotten your identity? I dare not. I dare not. Swish. Steward Song felt his scalp tingle, and his whole body was instantly drenched in sweat. Dare not. The man did not look at him once from beginning to end. Then when did you have the right to question the affairs of my Murong family? Subordinate. Subordinate. Steward Song's body trembled uncontrollably, but he could not even utter a coherent word. Foolish. The man continued. As a dog of my Murong family, You dare to bite back at the most honorable guest of my Murong family. Tell me, what punishment should you receive? Spare me. With a thud, Steward Song's knees softened, and he instantly knelt on the ground. Boss, I was blind and did not recognize the noble guest. Please spare me this time. Silence. Not only Lu Tong, but even the onlookers outside were dumbfounded. The Steward Song, who had just been imposing and arrogant, was now kneeling on the ground like a dog, begging for mercy, not even daring to explain half a sentence. Who on earth is this man? Moreover, when did this and get a boss? Before they could figure it out, an even more shocking event occurred. The man with unfathomable cultivation had the frost and coldness on his face transform into a warm smile, even cupping his hands to Gu Han, speaking in an extremely polite and cordial tone. It turns out that a noble guest has arrived. Forgive Murong Chuan for not welcoming you in time. I hope the young brother will not take offense. Chapter 33. Repaying virtue with resentment? No, I prefer to repay resentment with straightforwardness. Murong? Hearing these two words, everyone felt a chill in their hearts and suddenly realized. This middle-aged man turned out to be a member of the Murong family, which had deep roots and was revered even by the Great Qi dynasty. No wonder Manager Song would be so afraid. Don't be fooled by his imposing demeanor in front of outsiders. In front of Murong Chuan, he was ultimately just a mere servant. And Gu Han, everyone looked at him, their expressions somewhat complex. Why did this seemingly naive young man suddenly transform into a distinguished guest in Murong Chuan's eyes? Was it just because of that inconspicuous broken iron plate? On the ground, Manager Song was still kneeling there, trembling and afraid to lift his head. Not far away, Lu Tong's face was pale, and in his eyes, besides resentment and unwillingness, there was also a trace of barely perceptible fear. As for Lu Ying, her heart had already cooled. The scene was so similar to the one in front of Dr. Shui earlier. She suddenly felt a bit of pain in her face. Senior, Gu Han said, feeling somewhat puzzled by Murong Chuan's politeness. It's just a small matter. Murong Chuan waved his hand, clearly not taking the situation seriously, but instead asked another question. You just mentioned the young lady's name. I wonder what your relationship is with her? Young lady? Murong Yen? Exactly. She coughed, feeling embarrassed to say the word sister. She asked us to call her sister. Fortunately, Asha helped him out just in time. Sister? This time, it was Murong Chuan who was stunned. Yes. Asha's small face was full of seriousness. Sister Murong is very nice and enthusiastic towards us, but her strength is a bit too much. She almost knocked the young master apart. Gu Han faintly felt his shoulder starting to hurt again. Siblings addressing each other? Murong Chuan's eyelids twitched. The relationship between Gu Han and Murong Yen turned out to be even closer than he had imagined. No wonder she could give away this precious and highly significant token from the family. Manager Murong, Lu Tong said, somewhat unwilling. Of course, his posture was extremely low. Today's matter, Junior. Murong Chuan directly ignored him and looked back at Gu Han. I see that you seem to have sustained serious injuries. You must have just gone through that beast riot. You should quickly calm down and recuperate to avoid leaving hidden dangers. Behind him, Lu Tong's face instantly flushed red. However, he didn't dare to explode. Although he acted flamboyantly and arrogantly, he wasn't foolish. He understood that the Murong Chuan in front of him was someone he couldn't afford to offend. Let alone him, even if his cousin, the Crown Prince, came, it would be useless. But Asha glared at Lu Tong. She naturally couldn't forget how aggressive he had been earlier. This person said that our young master isn't qualified to stay in the A classroom. Gu Han felt somewhat pleased. Asha had indeed become smarter. Not qualified? Murong Chuan sneered. Nonsense. As my Murong family's most distinguished guest, let alone a small A-class room, even a heavenly classroom would be perfectly fine. As soon as these words came out, everyone exchanged looks. Heavenly classroom? Why have I never heard of that? Yeah, isn't the most expensive room here the A-class room? I have heard that the heavenly classroom is never open to the public. It's reserved for the most distinguished guests. The lowest qualification to stay there is at least the level of a royal family's offering. Everyone was shocked. The few offerings had unfathomable strength and rarely showed themselves. They were some of the highest-ranking individuals in the Great Qi dynasty, aside from the sovereign. After the discussion, there was silence. The young and reckless boy they had seen earlier had suddenly transformed into the most distinguished guest of the Morong family. The huge contrast made them feel mixed emotions. It was quite a bitter taste. You. Morong Chuan finally glanced at Lu Tong. Is it Lu Tong? Manager Morong, I don't need to say much. You have offended my Morong family's distinguished guest, which is equivalent to offending my Morong family. How about this? I won't use my cultivation to make things difficult for you. Just kneel and apologize to this young brother, and today's matter will be over. Otherwise, no one can save you today. These words were almost identical to Lu Tong's earlier threats towards Gu Han. Instantly, everyone's expressions became quite interesting. They never expected the reversal to come so quickly. The person who had previously wanted Gu Han to kneel was now in a position to kneel to Gu Han. Gu Han, however, had a strange expression. He understood now that all the talk about not being able to receive him was just an excuse. Morong Chuan had probably seen everything from the beginning to the end. He just hadn't shown himself. If it hadn't been for Gu Han timely presenting the token and mentioning Morong Yan's name, Morong Chuan would have been too lazy to care about such trivial matters. Lu Tong felt humiliated and furious. At this moment, his situation was exactly the same as Gu Han's. He finally experienced the feeling of being in a dilemma, which was even more uncomfortable than death. Kneel or not kneel? Morong Chuan felt somewhat displeased. If the young brother's injuries worsen because of your delay, then it won't just be a simple matter of kneeling. Outside, everyone began to discuss again. What do you think? Is young Master Lu going to kneel, or... Before he could finish his sentence, a clear sound of kneeling suddenly reached everyone's ears. That person froze. This young Master Lu surrendered way too quickly. Lu Tong was not Gu Han, nor did he have Gu Han's hard backbone. People who like to bully the weak are certainly very afraid of the strong. I have offended greatly today. These words were almost bitten out one by one. Gu Han said nothing, deep in thought. He was now certain that Morong Chuan could make the previously arrogant Lu Tong kneel with just one sentence, which was enough to show that the Morong family's strength and heritage far exceeded his imagination. Seeing that Gu Han didn't even glance at him, Lu Tong clenched his fists tightly, his eyes bloodshot. He no longer spoke, but directly got up and left, even neglecting the goddess in his heart, Lu Ying. As for Lu Ying, the pain in her face was already gone. She had lost all face. She took a deep breath, trying to suppress the shame and anger in her heart, and was about to leave. Wait, Guan Suden Lu Spulka. What is it? Lu Ying stopped, facing the strange gazes of the crowd, wishing she could find a crack in the ground to hide in. Remember, Gu Han's expression was very serious. This is the last time. Next time, don't blame me for being rude. Today's matter, although just a coincidence, would not have developed to this point without her provocation. Gu Han let her go purely because of that little bit of past affection. Of course, after today, that affection would be completely exhausted. After hearing this, the thorn in Lu Ying's heart dug deeper. She did not respond, directly walking through the crowd and disappearing from everyone's sight. Young Master, Asha frowned. Why has Miss Lu become so annoying? Not surprising, Gu Han shook his head. Actually, this is her most authentic side. Young brother, at this moment Morong Chuan spoke again. This ungrateful thing has offended our distinguished guest. How should we deal with it? He was referring, of course, to Song Xing. Please spare my life. Song Xing was terrified. Manager, I've followed you for so many years. I may not have any achievements, but I've worked hard. Please show mercy and spare me just this once. He had been so glorious earlier, and now he was so embarrassed. Song Xing, Morong Chuan shook his head. Over the years, you have filled your own pockets and secretly engaged in many shady dealings, earning a fortune. I have actually seen all of it. And the only reason I haven't moved against you is because of the feelings we've built over these years. But today's matter is different. You should know the significance of that token. So begging me is useless. Little brother. Song Xing suddenly looked at Gu Han, pleading endlessly. It was my fault for not recognizing the great mountain. I was blind. You are a distinguished guest of the Morong family. Please say a word to the shopkeeper and spare me this time. I will never dare again. Senior. Gu Han remained expressionless. This is a family matter of the Morong family. It is not appropriate for an outsider like me to intervene. Oh, Morong Chuan was somewhat surprised. Then according to little brother's meaning, Simple. Just follow the rules of the Morong family. No need to ask me. I understand. Morong Chuan sighed softly. Take him away and send him back to the clan for punishment according to clan rules. Upon hearing this, Song Xing's face turned ashen, filled with despair. His body was like a pile of mud, directly taken away by two expressionless black-robed men, and what awaited him would be the most severe punishment from the Morong family. I thought. Morong Chuan smiled bitterly. Little brother, you would repay kindness with kindness and let him go. His original intention was to spare Song Xing, which is why he handed the right to deal with him over to Gu Han, thinking that Gu Han, being young, might not have the heart to refuse after Song Xing's plea. However, he did not expect Gu Han to completely reject the offer and throw the right back. In this way, due to the clan's rules, even if he wanted to show favoritism, it was impossible. Repaying kindness with kindness? Gu Han shook his head. Others might do that, but I prefer to repay hatred with hatred. Repaying hatred with hatred. Morong Chuan pondered these 4 words and suddenly laughed. At this moment, he somewhat understood why Morong Yen regarded Gu Han highly. Forget it. He no longer felt conflicted. Song Xing's fate was naturally self-inflicted, and he could not blame others. If he harbored resentment because of this, it would seem a bit foolish. Outside, as the grand performance concluded, the crowd gradually dispersed. It wouldn't be long before today's events spread rapidly throughout the royal capital. Not to mention Gu Han, Lu Tong's name would soon become known to all. Little brother, Morong Chuan made a gesture of invitation. Come with me. This Tianzi room has been vacant for several years, almost as if it was waiting for you. Senior, Gu Han was somewhat tempted. I wonder how much it costs to stay in this Tianzi room. Morong Chuan was somewhat puzzled. Just for lodging. It's not very expensive, only 10 spirit sources a day. If you want to use other functions, it will be calculated separately. Senior, Gu Han suddenly interrupted him. I think the Jiazi room is also quite good. Why? Do you know how many people want to stay in this Tianzi room? Senior, Gu Han suddenly felt a bit embarrassed. I don't have that much money. 10 spirit sources a day. That would be at least 10,000 crystals. And that's just the basic fee. Even if he poured all his savings into it, he couldn't stay for many days. Right. Asha quickly agreed. My young master is very poor. Morong Chuan was speechless. Little brother, you don't think you'd have to pay for staying in the Tianzi room, do you? Gu Han's eyes lit up. No chari? Ha ha ha. Morong Chuan laughed heartily. He suddenly found Gu Han to be a very interesting person. It seems little brother still doesn't realize how heavy the token in your hand is. Chapter 34. Brother, please be cautious. Heavy? Gu Han was somewhat surprised. Earlier, he heard Morong Yen say that holding this token means being a distinguished guest of the Morong family, and everything he experienced today verified her words. Otherwise, how could an inconspicuous little cultivator like him make a mysterious and powerful figure like Morong Chuan protect him so fiercely? Isn't that enough? Can I also eat, drink, and stay for free in the Morong family? Little brother, Morong Chuan suddenly brought up another matter. You should know about the 10 kingdoms, right? I know. Gu Han did. In the world, there is naturally more than just the Great Qi dynasty. The Great Jin, Great Qin, Great Chu, Great Yin, Great Wei, and the Great Qi dynasty together are called the 10 kingdoms, located in the eastern wilderness. However, Tianwu City is too small, and Gu Han had never traveled far, so he naturally knew very little about the other 9 countries and had never seen anyone from them. He only knew that within the 10 kingdoms, each had a martial academy, and the borders of the 10 kingdoms were all adjacent to the wild forest. So, Morong Chuan smiled. Little brother should know that these 10 kingdoms are actually all vassal states of the Yuqing sect. Yuqing sect? Vassal states? Gu Han's expression showed mild surprise, but he was not particularly shocked. Morong Chuan secretly nodded. If it were someone else of the same age, upon hearing such news, they would either be greatly shaken or take a long time to digest this information. However, Gu Han remained so calm, not to mention anything else. Just this composure surpassed most people. For a moment, he regarded Gu Han with a higher opinion. In fact, he had no idea that there was a demon lord residing in Gu Han's consciousness space, who came from beyond the heavens. In comparison, the fact that the 10 kingdoms are vassal states of a Yuqing sect is nothing significant at all. Could it be? Guhan seemed to think of something. The sect everyone speaks of is referring to the Yuqing sect? Exactly. Murong Chuan smiled and said, although the Yuqing sect is very large, it has its own rules and rarely intervenes in the operations of the vassal states, which is why the sect's name is seldom known. Then Guhan's heart stirred. The purpose of establishing martial academies in each country is naturally to regularly supply outstanding talents to the Yuqing sect, such as someone like Little Brother. I understand. Guhan knew did. Murong, Yin should be a disciple of the Yuqing sect, right? The reason these people fear the Murong family so much is also because of her. It's not that simple. Murong Chuan smiled. The eldest miss is indeed a disciple of the Yuqing sect, but these people are truly afraid of my Murong family. It's because my ancestor is one of the 3 supreme elders of the Yuqing sect. Supreme elder. Du as suddenly realised. No wonder. Lu Tong, such an arrogant person, would be so fearful. With such an ancestor around, the Murong family is almost equivalent to half of the Yuqing sect, not to mention a small royal capital noble. Even if you combine the entire Great Qi dynasty, they would absolutely not dare to provoke the Murong family. Looking at the token in his hand, Guhan suddenly felt that this gift was a bit too heavy. To be honest, Murong Chuan felt somewhat emotional. The token in Little Brother's hand is solely held by my ancestor. Even the clan leader does not have the right to touch it. Since the establishment of the clan, this kind of token has been given out only 8 times by the ancestor, and the one in Little Brother's hand is the 9th. Solely held? Guhan was taken aback. Then why? This? Murong Chuan felt a bit awkward. Actually, the one in the eldest Mrs. hand, cough, is naturally because the ancestor favors her and made an exception to grant it. He did not tell the truth. This token was obtained after Murong Yin persistently pestered and almost tugged all the hair from her ancestor's beard. So if that's the case, on the side, Ashab blinked his big eyes. Could we stay in this Tianzi room for free? That's just a side benefit. Murong Chuan's expression grew serious. This token has another purpose. Another purpose? Indeed, if the token holder encounters difficulties, they can use the token to summon all the powerful clan members of the Murong family nearby to assist them. This is the greatest function of this token. This secret is known to very few, apart from the members of the Murong family, even within the Yuqing sect. Make a move? Guhan was taken aback for a moment. Any task, even if it means going to die? Of course. Murong Chuan said solemnly, this is the rules set by our ancestor. The orders of the token holder must be unconditionally obeyed by the members of the Murong family. Otherwise, it will be dealt with according to family regulations. Now, Little Brother should understand why the ancestor only sent out 8 tokens, right? If entrusted to the wrong person, it would undoubtedly be a disaster for our Murong family. Guhan fell silent for a moment. The remaining 8 tokens over the years. No matter what request the token holders made, whether big or small, difficult or easy, our Murong family has fulfilled them all as promised. To this day, only the one in Little Brother's hand remains, and only you, Little Brother, can command the members of the Murong family to do something for you, including me. For instance, at this point he suddenly laughed. If Lu Tong has offended you, and you want me to take action to destroy his entire family, just wait here for a moment, and in a quarter an hour, I will deliver the heads of everyone in the Lu family to you. Destroy his entire family? Guhan's heart tightened. Lu Tong should have some background. Aren't you afraid they will come after you? Trouble? Murong Chuan showed some disdain, let alone a small Lu Tong. Even if I were to slay a few from the royal family, they wouldn't dare to do anything to me. His confidence was evident in his words. How about it? He continued to tempt, whether it's Lu Tong or anyone else, as long as someone in the capital intends to harm you, you can use this token. Rest assured, aside from that cough, no one in this capital is my opponent. You can destroy whoever you want. Guhan saw through him. This is an old fox with ulterior motives. This token falling into the wrong hands is always a considerable hidden danger for the Murong family. And if he could be made to use this opportunity early, that would be the best. Senior, he said cautiously, I think there is nothing wrong with repaying virtue with kindness. After realizing the weight of this token, he understood how significant the gift Murong Yin had given him was. Not to mention anything else, having this token means he essentially gained another life, so he naturally wouldn't squander it carelessly. Murong Chuan was somewhat speechless. Repaying virtue with kindness? How do you have the face to say such things? Forget it. Seeing that his temptation bore no fruit, he chuckled and didn't take it to heart. He just mentioned it casually. If it worked out, great. If not, he would have to follow the Murong family's rules. As for secretly using force against Gu Han, he naturally wouldn't dare, not to mention the ironclad laws of the Murong family. Simply the fact that Murong Yin would know about this matter would mean he wouldn't get away with it easily. Murong Yin. Thinking of this somewhat eccentric young lady, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. Thankfully, it was her. If it were another family member who casually handed out the token, they would have likely been slapped to death by the furious ancestor long ago. Meanwhile, inside the Lu residence. How outrageous! Lu Sun looked at Lu Tong, who stood below with a face full of unwillingness and resentment, with a dark expression. This is simply too much. Father. Lu Tong's eyes were bloodshot. I can't swallow this anger. If you can't swallow it, then you must. Lu Sun glared at him fiercely. What kind of power does the Murong family have? Don't need to tell you, let alone you and me. Even that person from the royal family wouldn't dare to offend them easily. So we just let go? Naturally, we can't let it go. Lu Sun's gaze shifted to the somewhat dazed Lu Ying beside him. Niece, I heard that this kid also came from Tianwu City? Huh? Lu Ying finally reacted. Yes, his name is Gu Han. Immediately, he recounted Gu Han's background and experiences to the two. It turns out, Lu Sun's expression turned cold. Just a lucky bumpkin. I thought he had some great background. Humph, daring to make my son kneel to him. He is simply asking for death. Lu Tong knelt down, and with it, his face lost all its dignity. Uncle. Lu Ying hesitated to speak. But now, no problem. Lu Sun waved his hand. I don't believe he can hide in an inn for the rest of his life. Didn't you say he also wants to go to the martial academy? Unless the Murong family follows him closely. Otherwise, once he goes to the martial academy, we will have plenty of opportunities to act. All right. Saying this, he stood up. For the next few days, you shouldn't go out. Stay home and keep the niece company. Everything will be discussed when the martial academy opens. By then, your cousin will also join the martial academy. Cousin? Lu Tong was taken aback. Wasn't he already predetermined to be a disciple of the upper sect? Why? You don't need to worry about that. Lu Sun shook his head. He has his reasons for going there. With him around, it will be easy to deal with that kid. After saying this, he seemed to intentionally create space for the two to be alone and left directly. Younger sister. After Lu Sun left, Lu Tong looked at Lu Ying, hesitating. There is no need for you to be like this, elder brother. Lu Ying, suppressing her inner annoyance, comforted softly. I remember everything you did for me, but today's incident was too sudden, so you can't be blamed. Younger sister. Looking at the stunning beauty, Lu Tong was mesmerized, his hands instinctively reaching out to grasp her delicate hands. Elder brother. Lu Ying quickly dodged, somewhat annoyed. Please be proper. Hey. Lu Tong's inner restlessness was unbearable, his face flushed red, completely captivated by Lu Ying, having long forgotten about the humiliation he suffered today. Younger sister. Don't worry. He patted his chest in assurance. With my cousin around, as long as that kid enters the martial academy, I can make him wish he were dead. On the main street, a fat man was wandering around aimlessly. A human calamity, a human calamity. His small eyes kept scanning the surroundings, mumbling to himself. What is my human calamity? Damn it, I shouldn't have listened to that old man back then. What nonsense human calamity. And I almost got fed to a monster. If I had known this, I wouldn't have come out for anything, and I would have been comfortable at home as a young master. I isn't that better. While he was mumbling, the conversation of a master and servant nearby suddenly caught his attention. With your talent, you will surely shine in the martial academy this time. Ha, that's for sure. I've been training hard in Yu Mountain City for this day. Huh. The fat man's eyes lit up. Martial academy? Sounds interesting. Since there's no clue about the human calamity, why not go play for now? After saying that, he fixed his gaze on a spirited young man not far away, squinting his eyes into a slit, chuckling softly as he quietly followed behind. This brother, you and I have quite the fate. Chapter 35. Did you see clearly? It was him who killed my nephew. Sure enough, inside a spacious and bright courtyard, Gu Han was filled with emotion. This top-tier room is expensive for a reason. Young master. Asha took a deep breath with a look of ecstasy. So comfortable. Although the spiritual energy in the courtyard is high, it is only 5 or 6 times out of the outside, far from the concentration when Gu Han used the essence crystals. However, the spiritual energy here is extremely pure, containing almost no impurities, which, while not very useful for him, is a dream come true for Asha and ordinary cultivators. What is even more precious is that there is a faint medicinal fragrance wafting through the courtyard. As the spiritual energy entered his body, Gu Han felt invigorated, not only eliminating the fatigue accumulated from days of travel and battle, but even slowly healing the injuries left in his body under the nourishment of the spiritual energy. This top-tier room, it is indeed a sacred place for cultivation, spirit nurturing, and healing. Young master, she was filled with excitement. I feel my cultivation is about to break through again. So soon? Gu Han was somewhat surprised and instinctively patted her head, smiling. Asha is indeed a genius in cultivation. It seems I, your young master, need to work harder, or else it would be quite embarrassing if you surpass me casually. Hee. Asha squinted her eyes in comfort. Young master, well, my cultivation is high. I will protect you. Good. Gu Han's tone was somewhat complicated. The operation of the heavenly way is unpredictable and hard to find. With the eye of breaking illusions being so against the heavens, and the bloodline growing to be nearly invincible, yet having such a fatal flaw, it's hard to tell if it's a good thing or a bad thing for Asha. Thinking of this, he secretly made a resolution. Once his injuries recover, he would seek enough spiritual herbs to repair her soul. He must not let her get into trouble. Outside the inn, most of the day had passed. The crowd of onlookers had long dispersed, and the long street had returned to its previous quietness. At this moment, a middle-aged man, holding a broken sword, with a cold expression, slowly approached the inn. During this time, he had interrogated several people who had fled from outside the city and finally confirmed one thing. The one who killed his nephew was that young man, who also brought a little girl. They actually hid here. The combination of the young man and the little girl was naturally quite eye-catching, and after some inquiries, he easily found this place. Of course, he was solely focused on finding his nephew's killer and was unaware of the commotion Gu Han had caused. This guest, upon entering the inn, was greeted by a tall and thin steward who apologetically clasped his hands. I'm sorry, but the inn is fully booked. I don't care. The middle-aged man was about to respond when he suddenly froze. Who are you? Where is Steward Song? Although he wasn't familiar with Song Xing, they were somewhat acquainted. This guest, the tall and thin steward, naturally would not explain the underlying circumstances to him, only smiled. I am Qian Lu, and from today on, I am responsible for everything in this inn. I see. The man had no interest in inquiring further. I ask you, is there a young man who brought a little girl staying here? Young man? Little girl? A flash of unusual color passed through Qian Lu's eyes. I don't know. You clearly know. The man naturally noticed his abnormality, and his expression darkened. Where's he? Guest. The smile on Qian Lu's face vanished. This is an inn. I'm only responsible for receiving guests. As for who stays here, should I check everyone's identity? If the guest wants to gather information, it seems you have come to the wrong place. You. The man's tone faltered. I want to go in and take a look. As he spoke, he attempted to move forward. Get lost. Suddenly, a cold shout came out. Bang. With a loud noise, the man's figure was suddenly sent flying out. Before his body landed, he had already spat out a mouthful of blood. Morong Chuan. The man instantly understood who had made the move, horrified in his heart, cursing himself for being blinded by hatred and wanting to act out on Morong's territory. Steward Morong. He didn't care about his injuries and quickly bowed. It was my rudeness. I hope Steward Morong will forgive me. If there is a next time, I will cut you down. Yes. Yes. The man felt as if he had received a great reprieve. Thank you, Steward Morong, for your generosity. I will leave now. I will leave now. After saying this, he dared not delay for a moment and instantly vanished from Qian Lu's sight. Steward. Qian Lu was somewhat puzzled. This person seemed to be looking for trouble with that young brother. Why did you let him go? Very simple. Morong Chuan's voice came again. This is my Morong family's territory. If someone wants to cause trouble for the guests, I will naturally take action. As for outside, I am not his protector and cannot take action for him every time. nor can I kill every one of his enemies. Do you understand? Understood. When I see him later, I will explain this matter clearly to him, and how to decide will be up to him. Yes, outside the city of Wangdu, in a remote corner, the fat man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his eyes shimmering with a ghostly light. Opposite him, the young man and his servant had dazed expressions, as if their souls had been drawn away. Remember, the fat man's face was full of pride. From today on, I, Fat Lord, will be called He Zheng, understood? The young man looked somewhat struggled. You are called He Zheng, what am I called? It doesn't matter what you are called. The fat man was somewhat impatient. Any name will do, such as a cat, a dog, big fool, or a second fool. Just pick one. Hurry up, don't waste time, take out the Martial Academy certificate for Fat Lord. The young man's struggle was even more pronounced. However, in the end, he did not wake up. After hesitating for a moment, he took out a jade token from his storage bag. This is it. The fat man happily accepted it. Get lost. Where to? Go wherever you want. The fat man's small eyes turned. Although this great Qi dynasty is a small place in a corner, it's enough for you to wander for a year and a half. Remember, don't come back until you have stepped on every inch of this country's land. Understood? All right. The master and servant nodded stiffly, dazed and confused, leaving like walking corpses. Who? After watching the two leave, the fat man wiped the sweat from his forehead. Em exhausted. Bah, what nonsense person robbery. My cultivation has dropped to this state. Even performing a small soul capture technique is so difficult. Martial Academy? He glanced at the jade token in his hand with some disdain. The name is good, but it's just a bunch of small shrimps. Well, he felt a surge of confidence. With Fat Lord here, you group of mediocre ants can just wait to tremble and wail, crawling at Fat Lord's feet. Ha ha ha. Time flew by. In a blink, 5 days had passed. In the Tianziho room, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. Under the nourishment of the strange, spiritual energy here, not only had his internal injuries fully healed, but he also broke through the barriers of 4 more acupoints, adding to the previous 27, reaching a total of 31. And his cultivation had officially entered the 2nd level of the Qi passage. Too slow. He shook his head, feeling somewhat troubled. Only 4. In fact, his speed of cultivation was already far superior to others, but compared to the previous breakthrough, it felt far too slow. The concentration of spiritual energy here is still not enough. For him, the higher the concentration of spiritual energy, the better, while the purity didn't matter much. No matter how mixed the spiritual energy was, as long as it entered his body, it would be completely purified by his unique meridians. Forget it. He suppressed his somewhat anxious thoughts. Haste makes waste. My adoptive father said that the most important thing in cultivation is to avoid impatience and let things take their natural course. He glanced at Asha. She was still immersed in cultivation, her aura stronger than before, and she was about to enter the 4th level of Qi condensation. Zulfast. He sighed and slowly got up. There are less than 2 days until the Martial Academy opens, and he still has a lot of materials and beast cores on him. So he naturally needed to exchange them for spirit crystals first, and also buy some spiritual herbs to replenish his soul power. The Ghost Doctor's elixirs only had the last one left. He didn't dare to gamble on how long this elixir could sustain Asha. Everything must be prepared early. Thinking of this, he did not disturb Asha, quietly opened the restrictions of the small courtyard, and went to the outside. This time, Muron Chuan did not appear. What greeted him was Qian Lu. Gathering Treasure Pavilion? Upon learning that Guhan was going to sell materials, he felt somewhat regretful. Speaking of which, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is the top business in the royal capital, and the power behind it is not to be underestimated. It's a pity that the Muron family shop selling alchemical materials is located in another country. Otherwise, with your identity, little brother, you would definitely enjoy the best discounts. Discounts? Guhan's eyes lit up. Are they free? Qian Lu was instantly choked up and let out a dry laugh. Half price, cough, cough, it's all half price. I don't understand. Guhan's heart ached a bit. It was a feeling of watching countless crystal coins slip away without being able to do anything. Why not do this profitable business? Qian Lu hesitated. Due to certain agreements within the sect, with the presence of the treasure gathering pavilion, we cannot interfere in this business. Guhan's heart stirred. Could it be that the treasure-gathering pavilion also has influence from the Yuqing sect? It seems that the Murong family is not the only dominant force in the Yuqing sect. They also have competitors. With this thought, he secretly made up his mind. He must visit all of the Murong family shops. Being so poor, he wouldn't miss such a great deal. Little brother, seeing Gu Han about to leave, Qianlu seemed to think of something and quickly recounted the earlier incident with that man, reminding him, this person seems to come with ill intentions. Although he has already been injured by the shopkeeper, I don't think he will let it go easily. Little brother, be very careful when you go out. Thank you. Gu Han's heart tightened. I will be careful. However, vigilance aside, he wouldn't just hide in the inn and not go out. If the other party went too far, he wouldn't mind inviting Murong Chuan out to give him a bloody lesson. Watching Gu Han's departing figure, Qianlu frowned slightly, seeming a bit confused. How is it? Behind him, Murong Chuan's voice came over. What do you think of this young man? Shopkeeper. Qianlu quickly bowed. Glancing at Murong Chuan's expression, he pondered his words. This little brother seems, cough cough, rather ordinary. Why has he caught the young lady's attention? Ordinary? Murong Chuan did not respond. At first I thought so too. That's why the young lady's vision is better than ours. The treasure-gathering pavilion, located on the other side of the inner city, seems intentionally distanced from the Murong family's inn. Along the way, Gu Han could hear the discussions of the crowd everywhere, and the main characters were none other than himself and Lu Tong. Of course, it was mostly about Lu Tong. The people of the royal capital had often been oppressed by him, and upon learning that he had suffered such a big setback, they almost cheered and applauded in joy if it weren't for their fear of his background. Gu Han's sense of vigilance intensified. Could that earlier man have been sent by Lu Tong? Stop! Just as he was thinking, a middle-aged man suddenly blocked his path, dragging along a half-dead cultivator. Oh no! At the first sight of this person, Gu Han's hair stood on end. This man's appearance was somewhat similar to that of the young man he had killed a few days ago. Moreover, with his strong spiritual awareness, he had not detected how this person appeared in front of him, which was enough to indicate that the person before him was much more powerful. In an instant, the words of that young man flashed vaguely in his mind. It seemed that his second uncle was an instructor at the martial academy. Could this be the person before him? Who are you? Thinking of this, he appeared calm on the surface, but secretly became alert. Why are you stopping me? Look closely. The middle-aged man glanced at the cultivator he was holding. Is it him? Previously, after receiving Murong Chuan's warning, he naturally did not dare to cause trouble at the inn, but he was unwilling to let go of the grudge for killing his nephew. So he captured a loose cultivator not far from the inn, and once Gu Han came out, he would be able to recognize him without fail. Yes, the loose cultivator had already been tortured to the brink of death. Yes, good. The man grinned wickedly, casually tossing the cultivator aside and fixing his gaze on Gu Han. You dare to kill my nephew, you have guts. What nephew? Gu Han's sense of crisis grew heavier. I don't understand what you're saying. Still daring to quibble. Boom! Confirming without a doubt. The man would no longer give Gu Han a chance to speak. His aura surged, and he directly slapped towards Gu Han. His cultivation was far beyond the gathering essence realm. Give me my nephew's life. At this moment, in the outer city on the long street, a fat man was looking around and complaining endlessly. What a broken martial academy. Do they have to pick a day to open? They kept me waiting for several days. What audacity! Just wait. Once I, the fat lord, pass the tribulation and recover my cultivation, the first thing I will do is tear down this broken place. As he was walking, suddenly, there was a commotion in the distance. Something happened. What is going on? It seems that Instructor Yu from the Martial Academy is chasing a young man ahead. His Instructor Yu. That S.A. great master of the spiritual profound realm. Who offended him? Let's go see, right? Yes, let us hurry. Huh? The originally listless fat man, as eyes lit up upon hearing the discussions, instantly becoming energized. There, S.A. commotion to watch? Great. I, the fat lord, love to join the fun. While speaking, he dashed off at a speed that didn't match his physique, leaving the crowd far behind as he ran towards the source of the commotion. Chapter 36, Street Chase, pulling the fat man into the water. In the blink of an eye, Instructor Yu's fierce palm landed right in front of Gu Han. Clang! A sound like metal rang out. It was Gu Han, having secretly prepared who took out his long sword in advance and blocked it in front of him. And Instructor Yu's palm struck the sword perfectly. However, even though the long sword was incredibly tough and managed to block the attack, that tidal wave of spiritual power, carrying boundless strength, still crashed down on him. Poof! A mouthful of blood spurted out, and he didn't know how many bones in his body broke as he was instantly sent flying backwards. Bang! Momins latte. He crashed heavily to the ground. Dead? Of course. With Instructor Yu's cultivation, he would definitely be dead. At this moment, many people were attracted by the commotion, and although they dared not approach due to Instructor Yu's ferocity, it didn't stop them from watching from a distance. I think I know this person. Know him? Who? He asked the one who made Lu cough, young Master Lu, suffer a setback. It's him. What background does this person have? Being so bold to offend young Master Lu first, and now also offend Instructor Yu? Huh. He is not dead. Someone shouted. The crowd instantly turned their gaze to Guhan. Cough. Not far away, Guhan leaned on his sword, swaying as he stood up. Although he was covered in blood and looked utterly miserable, his eyes were shockingly bright. Wow. The crowd became agitated. He really isn't dead. Instructor Yu is a great master of the spiritual profound realm, and he didn't die from a single palm. This young man is remarkable. What a pity. Some people sighed. No matter how talented he is, he definitely can't withstand Instructor Yu's second palm. Be cautious. Instructor Yu is still here. Seeing Instructor Yu's expressionless face, the murmurs quickly quieted down. Do you know? Instructor Yu, expressionless, slowly approached Guhan. The young man you killed was the only male descendant of my Yu family. Do you know how much effort and cost my brother and I invested to cultivate him? You killed him, and you must pay with your life. I don't know. Guhan wiped the blood from his face randomly. He killed me, so I killed him. Are you stupid? You don't even understand this simple logic? Good. Instructor Yu nodded. Today you must die here. Guhan took a deep breath, slowly raising the long sword in his hand. Then let today be a fight to the death. Sigh. Everyone's mood is a bit complicated, not to mention anything else. This young man faces death without fear and has the courage to fight to the death. Just this point alone surpasses over 95 of people. What a pity. Then I will fulfill you. Instructor Yu did not hesitate, and a surge of spiritual power flowed wildly within him, condensing a layer of faint spiritual light on the surface of his body. Huh. Suddenly, Guhan seemed to see something and his expression brightened. Manager Morong, you're here? Oh no. Hearing this name, Instructor Yu's heart jumped twice, his spiritual power stalled, and he instinctively turned to look. Morong Chuan's pressure on him was simply too great. But behind him was completely empty, where was even half a shadow. When he turned back, Guhan had already fled far away, moving so fast that he didn't seem like a seriously injured person at all. Everyone looked at each other, a bit dumbfounded. He actually ran away? Wasn't he dying from serious injuries? How could he still be so lively? And he said he would face death without retreating. This young man is not a principled person at all. Run? Instructor Yu's expression darkened. Today you must die. As soon as he finished speaking, he moved, instantly chasing after him. On the long street, Guhan's speed had reached its peak, almost turning into a fleeting shadow. Although he was struck by Instructor Yu's palm and his internal organs were severely injured, with most of his bones broken, that strange meridian was completely unaffected, which was why his cultivation still remained at its peak. Of course, pushing his spiritual power to such a reckless extent also further aggravated the injuries to his internal organs. Running while spitting blood, this was his current state. Behind him, Instructor Yu was rapidly closing in. Guhan gritted his teeth and increased his speed again. The direction was clearly toward the city gate. As for the inn, he couldn't go back at all, whether intentional or not, the moment Instructor Yu appeared. He completely blocked the path back to the inn. Fortunately, he felt a bit relieved. He didn't bring a child. Otherwise, today would definitely be a dead end. Oh, suddenly, a voice came from ahead. This brother, it's only been a few days. Why do you look so disheveled? Huh? Glancing in the direction of the voice, Guhan instantly spotted a very eye-catching, gloating fat man in the crowd. It's you. It's me, Fat Lord. The fat man crossed his arms, looking quite pleased. I never expected that you would have today. Ha ha. Truly the laws of nature, karma is swift. Let us see how you continue to be arrogant in front of Fat Lord. Fat Man, Guhan suddenly shouted. The matter from that day has been exposed, run. The loud voice instantly spread across half the street and naturally reached Instructor Yu's ears not far away. What the hell? Although he didn't understand what was going on, the Fat Man suddenly had a bad premonition. Sure enough, Instructor Yu's murderous gaze instantly landed on him. You killed my nephew. Are you also involved? Aye. The Fat Man turned pale and hurriedly explained. Don't listen to his nonsense. I don't even know your nephew. Fat Man. Guhan's voice came again. Stop explaining. Just run. He has figured all out. We were seen fighting that day. Hearing this, the Fat Man's heart completely sank. He wished he could slap himself twice. He was just watching the fun. Why did he have to provoke this black-hearted guy? Now it's over. Since you're also involved. Instructor Yu fixed his gaze on the Fat Man. Then you shall die too. With a whoosh. The onlookers, fearing they would get caught up in it, immediately scattered, leaving only the lonely Fat Man behind. You. The Fat Man was still trying to explain. You can't really believe him, right? Better to kill wrongly than to let one escape. What the hell? The Fat Man instantly exploded with rage. You pig-headed idiot. You believe whatever he says. If he says I'm your father, will you believe that too? Boom. In response, it was Instructor Yu's full power palm. Damn it. The Fat Man saw he couldn't dodge, gritted his teeth, and under the frantic operation of his spiritual power, a layer of faint golden light enveloped his body. Fat Lord will fight you. Halfway through his words, he let out a scream and was sent flying far away. Whether it was because he was too fat or due to that layer of golden light, when he landed, his body actually bounced twice. Gulp! Without waiting for Instructor Yu to strike again, he bounced back up as if nothing had happened and swiftly followed Guhan. Everyone was once again dumbfounded. Not dead again? How is that possible? The crowd secretly observed Instructor Yu's reaction. Could it be that his cultivation in the spiritual profound realm is fake? Meanwhile, Instructor Yu's face grew increasingly grim. With his cultivation, a full-force strike could easily turn a Qi accomplishment realm cultivator into a puddle of mush. But now, both Guhan and the Fat Man not only didn't die, but were running faster than ever. Although it had something to do with his injuries from Murong Chuan a few days ago, he still couldn't accept this outcome. Losing face. The grudge for killing his nephew. Either way, it caused his killing intent to surge. Without hesitation, he moved swiftly, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant, leaving behind a sentence full of killing intent. Today, none of you will escape. At this moment, outside the city gate. I'm back. Looking at the familiar city wall before him, the seventh prince's tone was somewhat excited. I, Jiang Feng, have returned. When he left the city, he was suffering from a severe cold, with little time left, filled with despair. This was also the reason he left the royal capital to go to Tianwu City. Upon entering the city, he had officially embarked on his cultivation journey, and not only was he progressing rapidly, but he also possessed a special physique that everyone envied, with an unlimited future ahead. In stark contrast, even with his personality, it was hard to avoid a bit of loss of composure. Your Highness. Beside him, Steward Li also had a smile on his face. Jiang Feng had grown up under his watch. For over 20 years, Jiang Feng had rarely shown a smile, let alone today, as ease and happiness. Given some time, His Highness will surely become the number one among the young generation of our great Qi. The number one? Jiang Feng laughed softly. With him around, how could that title belong to me? Besides, ISNT, they're also Brother Gu? Steward Lian usually did not refute. Guhan could casually take out a heavenly level technique, which was enough to demonstrate his extraordinary fortune and blessings, far exceeding everyone's imagination. Moreover, it was precisely because of Guhan that Jiang Feng was able to have today's spirited demeanor. So Steward Li's hostility and resentment towards him naturally diminished by more than half. Speaking of which, Jiang Feng felt a bit worried. Brother Gu left before us. He might just catch up with the earlier beast riot, and I wonder if he is all right. Your Highness, don't worry. Steward Li thought for a moment. That little cough, young Master Gu, is resourceful and powerful, so naturally, there won't be any danger. In fact, what he wanted to say was that he was thick-skinned and cunning. He just changed his wording temporarily for fear of making Jiang Feng angry. That's right. Jiang Feng chuckled. I overthought it. Brother Gu acts with prudence and is far beyond his peers. How could he encounter any danger? Your Highness. Suddenly, Steward Li seemed to see something, and his expression instantly became extremely vivid. I think I see him. His cultivation far exceeds Jiang Feng's, so he naturally noticed the unusual situation in the distance. Who? Jiang Feng was taken aback. Brother Gu? Could it be such a coincidence? It's him. Ha ha. It really is Brother Gu. Strange. What is he doing here? Is he planning to leave the city? Manager Li's mouth twitched a couple of times. He is being hunted down. Chapter 37. Brother, Fat Master will block him for you. You hurry and run. On the long street, 3 figures moved as fast as lightning, creating gusts of wind wherever they went. Those who wanted to follow and watch the excitement could hardly keep up. In less than a moment, everyone could no longer see their figures. At the front was Gu Han, who naturally took the opportunity to widen the distance. At the back was Yu Jiaoshi, whose murderous intent surged, vowing to eliminate the two. And in the middle was the Fat Man, who had been severely tricked by Gu Han and suffered an unwarranted disaster. Bastard! Like Gu Han, he was spitting blood and running with all his might while also shouting with a loud voice. Are you not ashamed? Ashamed my ass. Gu Han's voice came from far away. Who told you to make fun of me? I. The Fat Man's face was trembling with anger. Damn it. With so many people watching, why did you have to choose me, Fat Master? Nonsense. Gu Han was naturally determined to trick him to death. That incident was something we did together. We can't involve others. You. The Fat Man instantly broke down. Involve your grandpa. Dirty-hearted, not human, bastard. Dog day. In a moment of urgency, he blurted out more than 10 different curses without repeating any. Save some strength. Gu Han kindly reminded him. Run faster. He is about to catch up. The Fat Man stopped talking. He had already realized that Yu Jiaoshi was only a few steps away from him. Bastard. Seeing the two of them still lively, and even having time to argue and curse at each other, Yu Jiaoshi was almost furious to the point of lung explosion, his murderous intent nearly solidifying. He naturally understood. Today, he encountered 2 freaks. Gu Han, though his cultivation was low, had a depth of spiritual power far exceeding that of other cultivators of the same realm. And the Fat Man, although he didn't look impressive, had terrifying physical defense. Die for me. Thinking of this, he no longer hesitated, gathering all his power in his right palm and striking toward the Fat Man's back. Today, he absolutely cannot let the two leave. Damn it. Feeling the chilling, killing intent behind him, the Fat Man knew he could no longer dodge this palm. Gritting his teeth, he simply stopped. Brother. With red eyes, he shouted hoarsely, actually facing Yu Jiaoshi. You hurry and go. I'll block him for you. Hearing this, Gu Han's heart skipped a beat, and his pace slowed. Come on. The Fat Man glimmered with golden light and charged forward, shouting. The person was killed by Fat Master's brother. Fat Master took the hit. Let everything come at Fat Master. Boom. With a loud bang, Yu Jiaoshi's full-powered palm landed solidly on the Fat Man's chest. A mouthful of fresh blood spurted out. The Fat Man, however, didn't even have a chance to scream, instantly flying back over Tianzhong, rolling on the ground twice, and then no longer moving. From the looks of it, he was in grave danger. Fat Man. Gu Han's expression was complicated, a surge of indescribable guilt rising in his heart. Could it be that he really got him killed? Earlier, the reason he brought the Fat Man along was naturally because he was mocked and felt somewhat indignant. Moreover, he had personally witnessed the Fat Man's incredibly strong defensive ability. He was a natural meat shield, perfectly suited to slightly hinder Yu Jiaoshi. But at this moment, seeing that the Fat Man seemed to have truly been tricked to death by him, he felt an immense regret. This time, seeing him somewhat dazed, Yu Jiaoshi leaped several times and blocked in front of him again. Let us see where you run. Gu Han understood. This time, there was no way to escape. I'm sorry, Fat Man. Not far away. The Fat Man's face was ashen, unmoving, clearly unable to hear Gu Han's words. Kid, Yu Jiaoshi slowly approached. At this point, are you regretting it? Unfortunately, it's too late. I said it. Gu Han raised his sword horizontally, his internal spiritual power ready to burst forth. If he wants to kill me, then I will kill him. You are the same. This time, he was truly prepared to fight to the death. Stubborn. Yu Jiaoshi suddenly stepped forward, his aura rising sharply. I'll send you to the west. Just as he was about to make his move, an unexpected change occurred. Over 10 zhang away, the fat man, who had seemingly become a corpse, suddenly bounced up again and ran away. Yu Jiaoshi was stunned. Gu Han was also stunned. What the hell? At this moment, he couldn't help but curse. Fat man, you're not dead? Nonsense. The fat man ran further away, sounding somewhat smug. What kind of identity does Fat Master have? How could I die in such a small place? There are plenty of people who want to kill Fat Master. He has not even qualified. You bastard. This sentence was directed at Gu Han, daring to trick Fat Master. You messed up. Fat Master is waiting to see how you die. Wahahaha. Amidst the laughter, he had already disappeared without a trace. Damn, being toyed with like this by the fat man. Yu Jiaoshi completely erupted. You all deserve to die. Boom. As he spoke, his cultivation at the 6th level of Lingxian erupted completely. And just the pressure from that aura forced Gu Han to retreat repeatedly. First, I'll kill you. Then I'll kill him. None of you will escape. Gu Han didn't speak, and his internal spiritual power surged out instantly, condensing a 3-inch sword light at the broken tip of his sword. This time, he didn't hate the fat man anymore. On the contrary, seeing that the fat man was not dead, he felt relieved. If you want to kill me, then, suddenly, he seemed to see something, and his expression turned somewhat astonished. Manager Li, you're back? Nonsense. Yu Jiaoshi sneered, his palm wrapped in heavy might. Instantly arriving in front of Gu Han. Kid, do you think I'll be fooled again? Bang! In the blink of an eye, a hand suddenly stretched out from the side, blocking Yu Jiaoshi's strike. The two palms collided, and Yu Jiaoshi's figure instantly retreated over 10 zhang. A stream of extremely feminine spiritual power surged within him, directly aggravating his previous injuries, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Hee. A somewhat sharp voice came over. You say my family is nonsense, then what do you count as? Manager Li. Yu Jiaoshi stared fixedly at the slightly hunched figure in front of him. Is it really you? What? Did my family leave for a short while, and you no longer recognize us? This kid. Yu Jiaoshi glared at Gu Han darkly. What is your relationship with him? Just because of you? You have the qualifications to question my family? Yu Jiaoshi suppressed the anger in his heart. Do you know that he has a blood feud with me? Then do you know that this brother Gu is my savior? Suddenly, another voice came over. 7th Prince. Jiang Feng. This is bad. Yu Jiaoshi's heart sank sharply. Although he didn't know why Gu Han became the 7th Prince as savior, he understood that today, wanting to kill Gu Han was no longer possible. Not to mention that Manager Li's cultivation far surpassed his. Just the identity of the 7th Prince made him quite wary. Even if he was suffering from a terminal illness, he was still not taken lightly. But he still carried royal blood. His status was not something a mere martial academy instructor could shake. What's wrong? Manager Li seemed somewhat dissatisfied. Seeing His Highness. You still don't bow? Yes. Even though he was unwilling, Yu Jiaoshi still cupped his fist. I have seen His Highness. Suddenly, he noticed something was off. At this moment, Jiang Feng was completely different from a few months ago. Not only had the dead aura between his brows disappeared, as if he had been reborn, but there were also faint fluctuations of spiritual power around him. The 7th Prince has actually gained cultivation. Teacher Yu. Jiang Feng maintained a blank expression and glanced at him indifferently. This brother Gu has saved my life. If you insist on taking action against him, you are essentially attacking me, and you should understand the consequences. Teacher Yu's heart tightened. He did not expect Jiang Feng to block his escape route. In this case, unless he no longer wanted his life, he would have to think twice before taking action against Gu Han again. What? Chief Steward Li sneered. Are you deaf? His Highness is talking to you. Yes. You better remember this and not entertain any crooked thoughts, or else, we will take action to eliminate you. Although he was burning with anger, Teacher Yu did not dare to erupt. Otherwise, it would give Chief Steward Li a reason to act. Get lost, get lost. Don't block my view here. Farewell. Teacher Yu took a deep look at Gu Han and left without hesitation. Gu Han understood. He and Teacher Yu had deep-seated enmity, and neither side could easily let it go. This matter was far from over. Brother Gu. Seeing him covered in blood, Jiang Feng was somewhat worried. Are you okay? I'm fine. Gu Han shook his head. Just minor injuries. I'm not going to die. That's good. Jiang Feng felt a lingering fear. If it weren't for me and Chief Stewardly returning just in time, something big would have happened today. Chief Stewardly, Guhan clasped his fists. Thank you for your help. TSK, TSK. Chief Stewardly was in a good mood. It's not easy to hear you say thank you. Really? Guhan Dolkit. Then I want to thank you. Speaking of which, seeing the two starting to bicker again, Jiang Feng secretly felt a headache and quickly tried to mediate. Where's that silly girl? She's at the inn. She didn't come out with me. What about your friend? Friend? Guhan was taken aback. What friend? A fat guy. It seems. In a secluded corner of the street, the fat man's face was pale, stumbling forward, nowhere near the spirited appearance he had just moments ago. Ouch. This hurts so much. Just wait. I'll remember you. This promised grudge, I will definitely get back one day. Bastard. Thinking of Guhan, the culprit, he felt rage boiling inside him. Every time I see you, nothing good happens. Last time could be considered settled, but this time is even worse. If it weren't for the fact that I still have some trump cards, I would have been done for today, you know? Halfway through his thoughts, his expression changed drastically. No way, the old man said before. He seemed to recall something and muttered incessantly. Human tribulation arises from people, 10 deaths and no life. Could it be that this bastard is my human tribulation? Chapter 38, Fire Spirit Body, First Talent. Hearing Guhan's account, Jiang Feng looked speechless. For some reason, he suddenly felt a bit sympathetic towards that unseen fat guy. To be put in such a deadly situation and still survive, that life is truly extraordinary. If it were him, he would have probably died 8 times over. Meanwhile, Chief Stewardly was secretly on guard. Why do I suddenly feel that His Highness's situation has become even more dangerous? No. After returning, I must tell His Highness to stay away from this guy. Otherwise, who knows when he might get killed by him? Let us not mention him. Guhan shook his head and suddenly asked, that person just now, is he a martial arts academy instructor? Indeed. Jiang Feng nodded. His name is Yu Hua, one of the martial arts academy instructors, with a cultivation level at the 6th level of Ling Xian. Among the instructors, his strength is considered above average. Brother Gu, what exactly happened between you and him that made him disregard everything and chase you down the street? Actually, Guhan narrowed his eyes. It was our first meeting. He briefly recounted his recent experiences to the two. Of course, he was vague about the secret of the token. Not because he didn't trust them, but because once this secret was exposed, it would be a huge trouble for him and the Morong family. Beast riots. Lu Tong, Morong family. Yu Hua. The two listened in shock. They could not have imagined that in just a short month's absence, Guhan had experienced so much. The level of excitement was simply unheard of. They instantly felt that the fat guy's life was far less valuable than Guhan's. That person is named Yu Hua. After a long while, Chief Stewardly seemed to digest this information and said quietly, he is indeed a martial arts academy instructor, and I have heard that Yu Hua's family is not very prosperous. You killed his nephew outside the city, so it's no wonder he wanted to chase you down. Actually, Jiang Feng sighed. The martial arts academy is the foundation of our great Qi, and there are rules to abide by. He is just an instructor and does not dare to act recklessly. Moreover, as long as Brother Gu stays with me after entering the martial arts academy, nothing will happen. Chief Stewardly felt a chill run down his spine. Your Highness, think carefully. Following this guy is like jumping into a fire pit. Are you going to? Guhan was a bit surprised. Your cultivation has opened the meridians? Indeed. Jiang Feng nodded. The cultivation method of Brother Gu is highly compatible with mine. Plus the accumulated cold energy over the years, my cultivation has naturally progressed quite rapidly. Speaking of which, his expression darkened a bit. My mother's wish before she passed was for me to study at the Martial Arts Academy and join the upper sect. Unfortunately, now that I have the opportunity, she cannot see it. Your Highness, Chief Stewardly quickly comforted him. You now have a special physique, along with a heavenly level cultivation method, and your future is limitless. The royal family will surely value you. The princess will be at ease if she knows. Value? Jiang Feng smiled self-deprecatingly. With my elder brother around, how could they possibly value me? Your elder brother? Guhan was somewhat curious. Who is he? Him? Mentioning this elder brother, Jiang Feng's expression became somewhat complicated. He is a natural fire spirit body and was accepted as a disciple by a senior from the upper sect years ago. hailed as the first among the younger generation of Great Qi. The first? Guhan raises eyebrows. I wonder if he truly has the ability. Whether he has real ability is another matter. Chief Steward Li couldn't help but interject. Do you know that this first prince has another identity? Identity? Guhan was taken aback. Why identity? The Lu Tong who knelt before you is the first prince's cousin. Cousin? Guhan frowled. No wonder this person acts so arrogantly. It turns out he has a big backing. But our little grudge shouldn't alarm that first prince, right? Chief Steward Li was speechless. In front of everyone, he knelt before you. Is this grudge small or not? Don't you have any self-awareness? TSK. Thinking of this, he spoke with a hint of mockery. That Lu Ying is really not a good thing. And that day His Highness still, cough cough. Jiang Feng's face flushed. Don't say that. I was just appreciating her, Meanwhile, Chief Steward Li and Guhan exchanged glances, and surprisingly, their opinions were in complete agreement for once. In the Martial Arts Academy, since it hasn't opened yet, it appeared particularly deserted. On a Bluestone Avenue, an elderly servant, hunched over, was constantly sweeping the fallen leaves on the ground. Get lost. Suddenly, a cold shout startled him. Teacher you? Seeing the newcomer, he quickly saluted. You have returned. Yu Hua. However, did not even glance at him and walked straight past. Sigh, the old man is not angry. While continuing to sweep the leaves, he muttered to himself nonstop, narrow-minded, full of resentment. You won't go far on this path of cultivation. In the distance, Yu Hua did not hear these words. At this moment, he was only thinking about how to deal with Guhan. Brother Yu? Just then, someone called out to him. How'd it go? Don't mention it. Yu Hua's expression darkened. Just as I was about to take action, the seventh prince disrupted the situation. A man named Jiang, also a teacher at the Martial Academy, who usually has a good relationship with him, naturally did not hide anything and briefly explained the matter. The seventh prince? Teacher Jiang frowned slightly. If he is there to protect him, it will be difficult for you to take action again. This enmity made Yu Hua grit his teeth in anger. I must take revenge. Actually, I have a method. What method? Why not meet with the first prince? Him? Yu Hua was greatly disappointed. What kind of person is the first prince? Whether he would meet me is debatable, and even if he does, how could he possibly go against his own brother for an outsider like me? Brother? Teacher Jiang laughed. The royal family is the most heartless. Where is there any brotherly affection? If there were, why would the other princes, aside from the seventh prince, have gone far to the frontier and never returned to the capital? Moreover, you might not know that the first prince is coming to the Martial Academy soon. What? Yu Hua was somewhat confused. Hasn't he already been designated as a disciple of the Supreme Sect? What does he want at the Martial Academy? I heard. Teacher Jiang looked around and lowered his voice. The first prince wants to take complete control of the Martial Academy before entering the Supreme Sect. This is likely the intention of that person from the Supreme Sect. You mean? That's right. Teacher Jiang nodded. Now is a perfect opportunity to align ourselves with him. As long as we cooperate well and help him take charge of the Martial Academy. By then, how could the seventh prince dare to stop you when you seek revenge? Good. Yu Hua's eyes brightened more and more. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Jiang. I'll go to meet the first prince right away. In the inner city, at the center, a magnificent building stands out, which is the residence of the first prince. Zhang. Inside the hall. Cousin. Lu Tong had a face full of grievance and unwillingness. I've never lost such a big person since I was a child. You must help me take revenge. Understood. The one speaking was a young man sitting at the top. The first prince, Jiang Hong. He has red hair and red eyebrows, with an extraordinary appearance and a fiery aura circulating around him, raising the temperature in the hall significantly. After the Martial Academy opens, I will teach him a lesson. Thank you, cousin. Lu Tong was overjoyed. Your Highness. Next to Lu Tong, Lu Ying slightly bowed and pointed out that Guhan has the support of the Murong family. Will this action? No problem. Regarding Lu Ying, Jiang Hong was clearly much warmer. It's no wonder he was like this. With Lu Ying's beauty, more than 90 of men would be moved. He, of course, was no exception. In the Murong family, he is a distinguished guest. Outside of the Murong family, he is nothing. Moreover, with my master around, I believe the Murong family will give me some face. In his words, he did not regard Guhan as a concern. Miss Lu. He stared at Lu Ying, unabashedly expressing his admiration and amazement. I wonder if you're interested in going to the Supreme Sect? The Supreme Sect? Lu Ying was taken aback, her voice trembling with excitement. Do I have a chance to go? Her aptitude, while not bad, was still far from the talents like Jiang Hong. Relying on Lu Yuan to enter the martial academy was already her limit. Wanting to join the Yuqing sect was not only unlikely, but also as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Of course, seeing her interest, Jiang Hong smiled. If it were through ordinary channels, the hope would indeed be very slim. But Miss Lu should not forget that my master is in the Supreme Sect. As long as he speaks, taking in another disciple is no big deal. Your Highness. Lu Ying's face turned slightly red, and she momentarily lost her composure. If I could join the Supreme Sect, With Lu Tong beside her, she ultimately kept some face and did not finish her sentence. But Lu Tong was not foolish. He understood. From this moment on, the beauty beside him would no longer be his. For a time, he felt jealousy in his heart. But due to Jiang Hong's power, he could only suppress the bitterness within, not daring to reveal any signs. Good. Jiang Hong was naturally very satisfied. Since that is the case, then, Your Highness. Just at that moment, a servant appeared at the hall's entrance. The martial academy teachers, Yu Hua and Jiang Yi, request to see you. Them? Jiang Hong, who was initially displeased at being interrupted, suddenly smiled. Well, they have already received the news. In that case, let them in. Inside the inn, Qian Lu was somewhat distracted. The commotion caused by Yu Hua chasing Gu Han was enormous, and he naturally wanted to know the outcome. Just as he was thinking, a figure walked in from outside. This guest, he instinctively wanted to greet. You, little brother, is it you? Are you all right? In front of him, Gu Han was covered in dried blood. Although his injuries were serious, they were not life-threatening. Qian Lu was secretly shocked. Earlier, he had indeed underestimated him. I'm fine. Gu Han shook his head. It's just a pity. There was a bit of a mishap, and I couldn't go to the gathering treasure pavilion. Qian Lu was speechless. That's not the point, is it? What you should be talking about now is being chased. Why are you so calm? Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in front of the two. Morong Chuan, Senior. Gu Han cupped his fists. Thank you for the reminder today. This gratitude was sincere. If it weren't for Qian Lu's warning, coupled with Morong Chuan injuring Yuhua a few days ago, he might not have been able to hold on until stewardly made his move today. I thought. Morong Chuan smiled. You would blame me. No. Gu Han shook his head. I have only met Senior once. You have no obligation to help me. Moreover, you have already helped me a lot, my adoptive father said. In life, one should not be too greedy. Oh, Morong Chuan raised an eyebrow. Your adoptive father is quite a character. He has passed away. What a pity. Morong Chuan shook his head and then asked, how about it? This person harbors great resentment towards you. Do you need me to take action? For free. Of course. It requires a token. Then forget it. Gu Han decisively shook his head. I think I can hold on. Besides, with your strength, using it to kill a teacher from the martial academy would be a loss no matter how you look at it. Nearby, Qian Lu was dumbfounded. How can a matter of life and death be treated like a business deal? Your life is almost gone, and you still care about whether it's a loss or not. Then fine. Morong Chuan could naturally see that Gu Han had some trump cards and did not press the issue. If you need anything, just come find me. Senior. Gu Han thought for a moment. Speaking of which, I do have something I want to ask of you. What is it? If I'm not around, I hope Senior will take care of her a bit more. Today's incident has made him vigilant. It's fine within the capital, but if he goes out of the city, he absolutely cannot bring Asha with him. This girl, Morong Chuan was somewhat curious. Is she very important to you? More important than my life. Morong Chuan, rarely silent for a moment, suddenly laughed. Rest assured, as long as this girl is in the inn, even if the king of hell comes, he won't be able to touch a hair on her head. This is my personal promise. No token needed. Thank you, Senior. Guambu seriously. I will remember this favor. You're kind. Morong Chuan didn't mind. At this moment, he naturally did not know how significant a favor from Gu Han would weigh in the future. In the capital, the streets were buzzing with discussions about this chase. Of course, only a few people knew the final outcome. The rest relied on speculation. That young man was beaten to a pulp by Teacher Yu, and his death was tragic. Nonsense. He is not dead at all. With that fat guy taking the blame, the instructor couldn't catch up with him. and he escaped into the wild forest. Is that so? Cough, cough. I was quite far away that day, so I probably saw it wrong. It should have been that fat guy who got turned into meat paste. Such discussions can be heard everywhere, almost sweeping through the royal capital. However, as another explosive piece of news broke out, the discussions about Gu Han came to an abrupt stop. The long-absent, naturally gifted fire spirit body, the #1 genius of the Qi, the first Prince Jiang Hong, is coming to the Martial Academy. Chapter 39. The opening of the Martial Academy. Choosing instructors. Time flew by, and it was already the day of the Martial Academy's opening. Young master. In the Tian character room, Sha looked at Gu Han, who was slowly getting up, her small face filled with worry. Your injury. Don't worry. Gu Han sighed. He already felt a bit regretful for telling her about the previous day's events. It's nothing serious. Although his injury wasn't life-threatening, it wasn't light either. Even though the Tian character room was a healing sanctuary, it would be difficult to fully recover in just one day. Young master, can we not go to the Martial Academy? Asha mustered her courage. Asha, Gu Han smiled. In the path of cultivation, the most taboo thing is to harbor fear in your heart. There has always been the principle of facing difficulties head-on. How could one retreat in the face of challenges? But don't worry, with the 7th Prince-in-Chief stewardly around, that person wouldn't dare to do anything to me. You can focus on cultivating here. Seeing her expression a bit dejected, Gu Han patted her head and comforted her softly. When I come back in a few days, I'll take you to eat chicken legs. No. Asha, for the first time, lost interest in chicken legs. I just want you to be well. All right. Gu Han nodded. I promise you. Don't lie. I won't lie. As Gu Han left again, Asha stared blankly, as if she had lost her soul. Young master. After a while, she suddenly clenched her fists. I must help you. As she spoke, 2 almost invisible glimmers flashed in her eyes. Daqui Martial Academy. It opens once every 5 years, accepting only the elite of the younger generation. Aside from a few lucky ones selected by the upper sect, the rest are absorbed by the Qi court. Some enter the court, some go to the military, and, at the very least, they can become a city lord of a border town like Lu Yuan, living a life of luxury without constraints. Therefore, for those young people wanting to join the upper sect, or looking to hone themselves, or seeking an opportunity to rise rapidly, the Martial Academy is an unavoidable place. However, the Martial Academy has strict rules. Apart from those with special backgrounds, others must rely on their true abilities to enter. At this moment, the originally quiet Martial Academy became extremely lively. 100 or 200 young people from various cities gathered together, either in small groups or alone, making this academy with over 100 years of history appear vibrant and full of energy. Good. Great. Not far away, a hunchbacked, elderly janitor leaned on a broom, smiling widely at the sight of so many young talents, his wrinkles bunching together like a blooming chrysanthemum. They are the future of the Qi. Of course, there were many janitors like him in the Martial Academy, and no one cared about the ramblings of this nearly senile old man. Outside the Martial Academy, those watching the excitement packed the several-foot-wide bluestone road, their eyes filled with envy, jealousy, and longing. However, no one dared to actually go in and take a look. The Martial Academy has its own rules. Non-students who intrude will be heavily punished. When Gu Han arrived at the scene, he saw such a crowded spectacle. He looked speechless and forced his way in. Let me in. Let this fat lord through. Almost at the same time, a familiar voice reached his ears. It was the fat guy. Unlike Gu Han, he didn't care at all. Relying on his extremely strong physique, he charged through, pushing people aside as he went. Stupid fat guy, what are you doing? Squeeze, squeeze, squeeze. Are you in a hurry to reincarnate or something? Stupid fat guy, I warn you if you anger me. Don't blame me for being rude. His actions naturally drew a barrage of curses from the crowd. Hee. The fat guy naturally didn't care, puffing out his rotund body, striding confidently to the front of the crowd. Then he spotted Gu Han not far away. Fat guy. Gu Han greeted him. Good to see you again. It's you. The fat guy's expression stiffened. You're not dead? Of course not. Gu Han's face darkened. Can you speak properly? You. The fat guy cautiously asked. Are you also coming to the Martial Academy? Of course. Gu Han showed him the jade token in his hand. By the way, fat guy, you ran pretty fast that day. You almost got me killed. You still have the face to bring that up. When it came to this, the fat guy exploded in anger. You bastard, cough, cough. Forget it, forget it. I want to hold it against you. Halfway through his words, he seemed to think of something and swallow the rest down. Then, as if deliberately avoiding Guhan, he hurriedly entered the Martial Academy after showing his jade token to the guards. Huh? Guhan frowned slightly. This fat guy has changed his attitude? Based on his understanding of the fat guy, he was someone who would never back down. In the past, he would have argued with him for half a day. But today he directly admitted defeat? Forget it. He didn't think too much about it. After handing over his jade token for verification and walking into the Martial Academy under the envious gazes of the crowd behind him, he heard a warm greeting as soon as he entered. Brother Gu, Jiang brother. Guhan smiled and walked over. Jiang Feng was his only friend in the royal capital. And even in Qi, where's Chief Steward Li? He noticed Jiang Feng's expression suddenly became strange. Cough, cough. I didn't let him come. Remembering how Chief Steward Li kept advising him to stay away from Guhan before he left, he shook his head secretly. Chief Steward Li is overthinking it. What bad intentions could Brother Gu have? What's wrong with you? Nothing, nothing, Brother Gu. Jiang Feng quickly changed the subject. Which instructor are you planning to choose later? Choose an instructor? Guhan was a bit surprised. His understanding of the Martial Academy was limited, and after arriving in the royal capital, he had no time to inquire about the academy's rules due to Lu Tong and Yu Hua. That's right, Jiang Feng patiently explained. This is a rule established by the founding ancestor. Martial Academy students are the future of the Qi, so they naturally need to have more choices. Of course, each instructor also has the right to refuse. Students choose instructors, and instructors will also choose students. I see. Guhan understood. He suddenly smiled. What if I choose instructor you? Brother Gu. Jiang Feng's heart skipped a beat. You can't be serious. Don't worry. Guhan patted his shoulder. I was just joking. It doesn't matter which instructor I choose. In fact, he had no interest in the secret martial arts techniques hidden in the Martial Academy. The only things that attracted him were the generous treatment of the Academy's students and the opportunity to spar with the geniuses of the 10 Kingdoms martial academies. In a distant, secluded corner, the fat guy watched Guhan and Jiang Feng chatting and laughing, his expression fluctuating between dark and light. He was already 50% sure that Guhan was his personal calamity. Personal calamity. It arises from people, mysterious and unpredictable, impossible to fathom. This person could be an enemy, a friend, or more likely, someone completely unrelated. What to do? His mind raced. Should he stay away from him and never see him again? No, no. If that were the case, the meaning of his own tribulation would be lost. And if he couldn't overcome this tribulation, all his cultivation would be for nothing. As for becoming his adversary, there's a high chance that he would die at his hands. As for being his friend, even if he was tough-skinned and thick-fleshed, he couldn't withstand this bastard's repeated attempts to ruin him. For a moment, he sighed deeply, feeling incredibly conflicted. At that moment, a voice filled with age came from beside him. It was the old handyman. He was holding a broom and staring at the chubby boy with a kind smile, his words thought-provoking. Don't be self-deprecating. Don't care about others' opinions. Remember, anyone's ridicule will only become your motivation for growth. The chubby boy's mouth twitched. Old man, what do you mean by that? The old man glanced at him with a sigh. I was also a chubby boy, so... Shut up. The chubby boy finally reacted, his face trembling with anger. Which of your eyes saw me being self-deprecating? Do I need you to teach me how to act? Go sweep your own floor. And what I have is called a prosperous physique, not being fat. You don't understand a thing. After saying that, he glared fiercely at the old handyman and left angrily. Sigh. The old man shook his head. The world is getting worse, and people's hearts are not as they used to be. Today's young people really lack any manners. Silence. Just as everyone was discussing enthusiastically, a dignified voice suddenly echoed. It started off small, but when it reached everyone's ears, it sounded like thunder, causing their eardrums to ache. Everyone's heart tightened, and they instantly fell silent. Moments later, a dozen figures appeared before them. Although they didn't deliberately display their cultivation, the invisible aura they emanated created a significant sense of pressure on everyone. Among them, the three at the forefront had the most frightening presence. These three, Jiang Feng whispered to Guhan, are all vice presidents of the Martial Academy. The one in the middle wearing armor is Captain Zhou of the City Guards, known for being strict and highly trusted by the king. The one on the left is Old Wu, whose strength is unfathomable. And the one on the right is Senior Feng, whose background is somewhat mysterious. Both of them serve the royal family. Guhan naturally didn't know that these three were the ones who appeared outside the city during the Beast Riot. Vice President? He was a bit confused. What about the President? The President of the Martial Academy is our Great Qi's founding emperor, my great-grandfather. Jiang Feng spoke with reverence. However, he became invincible among the 10 kingdoms decades ago and, seeking breakthroughs, has been traveling the world ever since, never to return. I grew up listening to his legends, but have never seen him in person. At this point, his expression was filled with regret. Guhan felt little about it. Invincible? Unbeatable? What are you bragging about? I still have a demon lord living in my head. Although he is not exactly a good person, he doesn't go around shouting about being invincible. Speaking of which, it's been a long time since I last checked on him. Huh? Just as he was thinking, Guhan suddenly sensed a sharp gaze fixated on him. He looked up and found Yu Hua staring at him, with an undisguised, killing intent in his eyes. Guhan's expression turned cold. It should be the Martial Academy instructor. That's right, Jiang Fin, la Qingguam Fan Spiritual Awaranas. Naturally didn't notice the unusual atmosphere and continued to introduce excitedly. There are a total of 10 instructors at the Martial Academy. Yu Hua, 7th level of Spirit Profound Realm. Jiang Yi, 5th level of Spirit Profound Realm. Chun Feng, 7th level of Spirit Profound Realm. An Fu. When he mentioned one of them, Jiang Feng's gaze became somewhat fervent. 9th level of Spirit Profound Realm, the highest among the instructors. Over the years, he has had the most students choose him. However, his requirements are too high, only looking at talent, and very few people can stay by his side. Of course, with your talent and strength, I believe he would be very willing to accept you. As for this one, Jiang Feng's expression suddenly became strange when he introduced the last person. Unlike Yu Hua and the others, this individual had a face full of sorrow and stood far at the back, appearing out of place compared to the other instructors. Brother Gu, he suddenly swallowed hard and earnestly advised, you can choose anyone later, but just don't choose him. Chapter 40. His name is Mei Yun. He is a natural disaster, nicknamed the Celestial Calamity Lone Star. What's wrong? Guhan naturally noticed the unusual expression of that instructor and was somewhat curious. Why does he look like that? Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. Today, it's very likely that no one will choose him. Why? Is it because his cultivation is very low? 3rd level of Spirit Profound Realm, the lowest among the 10 instructors. That shouldn't be the case. Guhan shook his head. Even if his cultivation is low, guiding cultivation doesn't solely depend on high cultivation levels. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng hesitated. Do you know he actually has a nickname? A nickname? Comet Star. Suddenly, accompanied by an aged voice. A broom that had been worn down to a shine appeared before the two. The identity of the person was naturally self-evident. Huh? Guhan was taken aback. Where did this old man come from? This person was named Mei Yun. The old man sighed and introduced himself. I came to the Martial Academy as an instructor 15 years ago. When I first arrived, 26 people chose me. By the end of 5 years, 7 died, 10 were crippled, and the remaining 9 lived their lives in obscurity, not deserving the title of Martial Academy students. Guhan was speechless. Mei Yun, who in the world would name someone that? And then, the old man shook his head. This person's name has the character Yun in it. Yet he has no luck at all. Guhan rolled his eyes. The name may have luck in it, but you also have to look at his surname. 10 years ago, fewer people chose him, but there were still 9. However, this time, before the 5-year period was up, all 9 perished in a wilderness training session, with not a single one surviving. 5 years ago, the old man shook his head. Only 3 people chose him, and this time, nothing unexpected happened. The 3 of them managed to survive the 5 years, but when the period was up, all 3 went insane. Insane? Guhan was dumbfounded. This is not just a comet star. This is clearly a true celestial calamity lone star. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng looked helpless. Now you know why I didn't want you to choose him, right? I feel. Guhan sighed deeply. He should change his name, no. He should even change his surname. Isn't that right? The old man nodded in agreement. Because of this, he has been excluded from the martial academy, and even his nickname of Comet Star has spread throughout the 10 kingdoms, even catching the attention of higher powers. Speaking of which, he can be considered unique. Guhan was speechless again. It seems that being unlucky to this extent can also lead to fame. Of course. The old man glanced at Jiang Feng and shifted the topic. This talk of luck is elusive, and one should not completely rely on it. The path of cultivation is like rowing upstream. If you don't advance, you will retreat. Therefore, which instructor you choose is not important. What matters is having the unwavering belief to contend with heaven, earth, and people. Otherwise, even if you are extraordinarily talented, your path will be fraught with difficulties, and you may not achieve great things. His words made Jiang Feng's face flush. Old man, he quickly bowed. I've learned a lot today. Hearing your words was like a sudden enlightenment. Previously, I had been too obsessed. Not bad, not bad. The old man laughed, his wrinkles all coming together. A child can be taught. Seeing Jiang Feng being led around in circles, Guhan couldn't help but ask, Old sir, who are you? Hee. The old man waved his hand, looking quite pleased with himself. I can't claim to be anything divine. I've only been sweeping the floors at the Martial Academy for 30 years. 30 years. Jiang Feng was filled with respect. But Guhan was puzzled. Isn't sweeping for 30 years still just a sweeper? What's there to be proud of? In the distance, a group of vice presidents led by Captain Zhou remained silent, just watching everyone whisper among themselves, seemingly waiting for something. Suddenly, Captain Zhou squinted his eyes and looked into the distance. As his words fell, the crowd outside the Martial Academy began to stir. Quick, make way. The Crown Prince is coming. Everyone step aside. Oh my. The last time I saw the Crown Prince was a few years ago, and I finally have the chance to see him again. Hiss. The Crown Prince's fire spirit body must be fully developed by now. Even from 100 meters away, I can feel that scorching energy. Amidst the discussions, everyone willingly made way. Into Qi, especially in the royal capital, Crown Prince Jiang Hong was undoubtedly regarded as a prodigy by everyone. Elder brother? Jiang Feng was somewhat shocked. Hasn't he already been accepted as a disciple by the Supreme Sect? Why is he still coming to the Martial Academy? Your elder brother? Guan suddenly really see it. No wonder there's such a grand scene, making so many people wait for him. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng said with some concern. Although my brother may not be intentionally coming for you, you should still be cautious. Really? Guhan's tone was slightly mocking. A dignified crown Prince wouldn't lower himself to deal with a nobody like me, right? You don't understand him. Jiang Feng's expression was somewhat complicated. My brother is exceptionally talented and has a strong personality. Since childhood, few have dared to go against his wishes. Seeing his expression, Guhan secretly shook his head and patted him. You don't need to be like this. Before he could finish, he was suddenly interrupted by the old man beside him. Young man, he said, shaking his head. His fire spirit body is indeed powerful, but that doesn't mean you must be worse than him. Right now, he may be ahead of you, but the future is uncertain. He can't always leave you behind. Everything depends on yourself. Old sir, Jiang Feng's expression shook as he murmured to himself. Do I still have a chance? The old man glanced at Guhan. What do you think? Me? Guhan couldn't help but roll his eyes. What else can I say? You finished speaking for me. Do you really enjoy lecturing others on principles? Please continue, he said with a stiff smile. The old man, however, fell silent, sizing Jiang Feng up a few times, a hint of appreciation flashing in his murky eyes. At that moment, amidst the envious and respectful gazes from the crowd outside, 3 figures walked into the Martial Academy. Leading them was naturally Jiang Hong, and beside him were Lu Tong and Lu Ying. In an instant, everyone's attention was drawn to them. It was simply because Jiang Hong and Lu Ying were too eye-catching. One held a noble status and was born with an extraordinary appearance, while the other was enchanting and breathtakingly beautiful. As for Lu Tong, he appeared rather ordinary. However, at this moment, he had no thoughts to consider such matters as his gaze swept around, seemingly searching for something. There weren't many people inside the Martial Academy, so he quickly spotted Guhan's figure. With a cold snort, he strode over. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng's heart sank. He's coming. Just as he spoke, Lu Tong had already arrived in front of the 7th prince. He glanced at Jiang Feng, his tone devoid of any respect. I didn't expect you to come to the martial academy too. Lu Tong. Jiang Feng took a deep breath. Your highness. Lu Tong showed him no courtesy. I hope you won't meddle in the grudge between me and him. Otherwise, seeing his rudeness, Jiang Feng instantly clenched his fists. We meet again. Lu Tong stared at Gu Han. Surprised? Surprised? Not really. Gu Han naturally wasn't intimidated. Just a bit nauseous. Oomph. Lu Tong's expression darkened instantly. I still remember the humiliation from that day very clearly. Remembering is good, Gu Han said flatly. Consider it a lesson learned. You. A hint of resentment flashed in Lu Tong's eyes. Even if you act tough, just wait and see. Lu Tong. Just then, a faint voice came from the side. It was Crown Prince Jiang Hong speaking. Come back. Yes. Lu Tong naturally didn't dare to defy him. This is the Martial Academy, not the Murong family. Let's see who can protect you here. After saying that, he returned to Jiang Hong's side. This little brat. The old man shook his head repeatedly. There's no saving him. Old sir, Gu Han urged. Haven't you been sweeping here for 30 years? Surely you have some connections? Since this brat is beyond saving, why not use your connections to eliminate this trouble completely? I think many people would be grateful for your kindness. About that, the old man chuckled awkwardly and directly took his broom to leave. Cough, cough. Let's talk about it later. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng's expression was not too pleasant. Lu Tong is ruthless and petty. With my brother here, I'm afraid. Let's wait and see. Gu Han understood that with Lu Tong and Jiang Hong's relationship, his days at the Martial Academy would not be easy. Subconsciously, he touched the storage bag at his waist. At worst, I could just ask Murong Chuan for help. At this moment, Jiang Hong and the other two had reached the front, standing alongside the vice presidents and instructors. In front of him, everyone naturally dared not assert their identities. Even Captain Zhou showed an unprecedented hint of a smile. Among them, Lu Tong and Yu Hua naturally gathered together, whispering to each other and occasionally glancing at Gu Han. After a moment, Captain Zhou spoke softly. How is it? Behind him, an instructor smiled and said, aside from the 13 who died in the beast rampage that day, the remaining 135 students from the other cities are all here. Good. Captain Zhou nodded, his gaze sweeping over the excited young people. You all understand the rules. I won't say much more. Time is limited. Let's begin. Everyone understood this was about to start selecting instructors. Almost in unison, a full third of the people instantly stood in front of Han Fu. The remaining people didn't want to, but they thought their qualifications were limited and wouldn't catch Han Fu's eye, so they simply chose other instructors without wasting effort. In that moment, in front of the various instructors, more or less, some people stood, except for Mei Yun. Gu Han was a special case. He didn't understand his situation, but the others knew his background clearly. What a joke. Who would dare to choose him? Isn't that asking for trouble? At this moment, Mei Yun's expression was even more sorrowful. If he couldn't recruit a single student this year, he would have no face left to stay as an instructor. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng suppressed the unease in his heart. Let's go choose Instructor Han. With his royal status, he can naturally choose any instructor without being refused. Bringing me along is purely for my sake. Seventh brother. At that moment, a voice came from afar. It was Jiang Hong. What? He fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng, his tone gentle. Are you not going to greet your elder brother? Chapter 41. I, Mei Yun, have struck it rich. Seventh brother? Everyone's heart skipped a beat. Isn't that the seventh prince? In an instant, many people regretted not having approached him earlier to establish a connection, if only they had known his identity. However, those from the royal capital who were aware of the situation secretly shook their heads. Did they really think the princes were all friendly with each other? That would be a huge mistake. Elder brother, Jiang Feng, cupped his fists. I just returned and haven't had the chance to pay my respects to you. No worries. Jiang Hong waved his hand. I heard that your cold poison has been cured, seventh brother, and you've officially begun your cultivation? Thanks to Elder Shui. Jiang Feng naturally wouldn't tell the whole truth. Indeed, Jiang Hong nodded. If there is a chance, I will surely express my gratitude to him. He has already left to Qi. I see. Jiang Hong didn't mind. But since you have begun your cultivation, it's a good idea to come to the Martial Academy. You must know that in cultivation, the worst thing is to go astray. Since you've just started, you naturally need a reputable master to guide you. Gu Han frowned deeply upon hearing this. Jiang Hong's words were loaded. He was definitely not a good person. Sure enough, how about this? Jiang Hong's smile grew wider. As your elder brother, I can help you choose a mentor. How about that? Elder brother. Jiang Feng was momentarily taken aback. In my opinion, Jiang Hong ignored him, his gaze sweeping around before landing directly on Mei Yun. Mei instructor would be a good choice. What? Everyone gasped in shock. Instructor Mei. That jinx? The crown prince couldn't be joking, could he? At this moment, the only one happy was Mei Yun. How can this be? He was almost unable to contain his laughter. Your Highness, with your esteemed self, how could I, Mei, have the ability or confidence to teach you well? Everyone secretly looked down on him. Do you have any idea? This isn't about teaching well or not. It's a matter of whether you can survive. Sigh. In the distance, the old servant leaned on his broom and shook his head. Brothers harming each other, a bunch of bastards. Elder brother. Jiang Feng's face instantly turned bright red. Why? He understood. With Jiang Hong's prestige, since he had designated Mei Yun, the other 9 instructors, regardless of what they thought internally, would certainly give him face on the surface. In other words, Jiang Feng had no choice left. 7th brother, Jiang Hong's smile gradually faded. I heard you made some dubious friends during your outing. With your status, how could you do something so damaging to the royal family's dignity? This is not good. Very not good. Everyone was bewildered. But Gu Han understood. It turned out Jiang Hong's true target was himself. Elder brother, Jiang Feng naturally understood as well. Anxious, brother Gu isn't. 7th brother, Jiang Hong's tone grew heavier, directly interrupting him. If you can recognize your mistakes and correct them, as your elder brother, I can give you a chance. Aside from Instructor Mei, you can choose from the other 9 instructors, even including the 3 vice deans. What? Everyone gasped in shock. But more importantly, they were excited. In the past, there had never been a precedent for selecting instructors. If they could receive their teachings, it would be a tremendous honor. Upon hearing this, Wu and Feng, the 2 elders, slightly furrowed their brows. Meanwhile, Captain Zhou remained expressionless, not revealing what he was thinking. Huh? Mei Yun was momentarily stunned, turning back to a long face. No, wasn't it agreed that the 7th prince would let me teach him? How can he change his mind? Brother Jiang. Gu Han fell silent for a moment. He naturally understood that for Jiang Feng, this was not merely a matter of choosing an instructor. Offending Jiang Hong would surely make his future days difficult. Moreover, the 3 vice deans were a huge temptation for someone like Jiang Feng who had just started his cultivation. You really don't have to. Instructor Mei. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng showed no hesitation at all. Taking a deep breath, he bowed to Mei Yun. From now on, I will trouble you a lot. Mei Yun was overjoyed. This matter had truly gone through many twists and turns. Fortunately, the outcome was still very good. Oh my. He hurriedly rushed over from a distance to assist Jiang Feng. You flatter me. Your Highness, you can rest assured. I, Mei Yun, swear to the heavens that I will not hold back and will teach you everything I know. Everyone was grinding their teeth in disbelief. Teach everything? One still had to be alive to learn. Brother Jiang, Gu Han couldn't help but feel moved. You made a choice. Jiang Feng felt as if a weight had been lifted from his heart and began to smile. You saved my life. If I betray you again, how am I any different from a beast? Besides, we are friends, aren't we? Friends, Gu Han smiled as well. Yes, we are friends. Instructor Mei. As he spoke, he suddenly cupped his fists and bowed to Mei Yun. What? Mei Yun was stunned, unable to believe it. You too. In the future, I hope Instructor Mei will guide me more. This left Mei Yun so excited that he didn't know where to put his hands. What a pleasant surprise. Ha ha. Get up, get up. There's no need for so many formalities between us. He was being so polite, naturally worried that Gu Han might suddenly change his mind. Whether it was a misconception or not, upon hearing his hearty laughter, Gu Han suddenly felt a layer of gloom enveloping him. Good, good, good. In the distance, Jiang Hong expressionlessly repeated good 3 times, then turned his gaze aside, no longer looking at the 2. As for Lu Tong and Yu Hua, their excitement was hard to contain. You brought this upon yourself. Don't blame others. At this moment, the selection of instructors was nearing its end. Han Fu naturally could not take everyone in, but had only selected 9 with the highest cultivation and best talent, gently closing his eyes. As for the other instructors, the most standing around were over 20, while the least had about 10. Except for Mei Yun. He looked at Jiang Feng on the left, then at Gu Han on the right, with a satisfied expression. That's enough. One should not be too greedy. Since that's the case, Captain Zhou spoke softly. Then let us. Wait. Suddenly, Elder Wu pointed to a corner in the distance. There's still one here. Huh? Everyone was stunned and turned to look, only to find a plump figure standing far away, seemingly lost in thought. Huh? Under the gaze of so many people, the fat man instantly snapped back to reality. What's wrong? You little guy. Elder Wu, with a good temper, didn't he get angry and explain the situation to him? Selecting people? The fat man was taken aback. Then he noticed Gu Han standing beside Instructor Mei. Forget it. After thinking for so long, he seemed to finally reach a decision. This bastard is thick-skinned and cunning. He definitely cannot be his enemy. To be safe, it will be better to stay by his side for a while and observe. Thus, under the strange gazes of everyone, he directly walked over to Mei Yun and casually said, "You're also an instructor, right? I'll choose you." Mei Yun was stunned. This. Everyone gasped in shock. This fat man was also fearless. Fatty. Gu Han explained the fat man's identity to Jiang Feng, feeling a mix of emotions. Your eyesight is really good. Of course. The fat man, not understanding, felt a bit annoyed. My vision has always been impeccable. I'm asking if you agree or not. Just give me an answer. Agreed. Agreed. Mei Yun was almost overwhelmed with happiness. Just to be clear, you can't go back on your word. Of course not. The fat man waved his hand. Fat Master says, a spit is a nail, and I will keep my word. All right, it's settled. Mei Yun's mouth was almost laughing crookedly as his gaze swept over the other instructors, suddenly becoming assertive. Who said I, Mei Yun, can only have bad luck? Step forward. Wait a minute. The fat man suddenly realized something was off. Did you call it bad luck? Young man. Mei Yun pretended to be displeased. I, Mei Yun, am still your instructor. How can you call me by my name directly? After saying that, he seemed worried that the fat man would be unhappy, quickly adding, of course. If you are willing, you can call me Brother Mei. It's over. The fat man blinked, standing there dumbfounded. Although he didn't know much about Mei Yun, just hearing that name made his heart sink. Sure enough, being with that bastard has never brought any good. What you just said. Mei Yun continued to chatter endlessly. You can't go back on your word. The fat man wanted to cry, but had no tears. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng curiously sized him up. Is this the fat man with the lucky fate? He didn't know. He looked at Mei Yun again. Can he dispel this Mei instructor's bad luck? All right. Captain Zhou spoke again, interrupting the whispers of the crowd. Since the admission ceremony is over, then, wait a minute. Suddenly, Jiang Hong, who had not spoken for a long time, spoke up. Your Highness. Being interrupted, Captain Zhou was not the least bit angry. What is your command? I think. Jiang Hong's gaze swept over everyone. This is a bit too boring. Boring? That's right. Jiang Hong smiled. The rule of the Martial Academy is that the strong are respected. Now that the Martial Academy is opening, these people are all elites of our great Qi. Why not take this opportunity to let them spar a bit? The instructors can also choose the best to train carefully, and later, in the competitions with the other 9 nations, we can gain a slight advantage. Wu Gongfu frowned. In half a month, it will be the Martial Academy's trial. It seems unnecessary to compete at this time. That's right. Feng Gongfu nodded. Moreover, our Martial Academy has no such precedent. That's fine. Captain Zhou shook his head. Your Highness's words are reasonable. Although our Martial Academy has abundant resources, they are not meant for useless people. Naturally, whoever has the bigger fist gets priority. What do you all think? The instructors naturally agreed. They also wanted to know what kind of quality these young people under their tutelage had. Seeing that everyone agreed, Wu and Feng's expressions were somewhat unsightly, but they did not voice further opposition. Your Highness, Captain Zhou asked again, how should we compete? Simple, Jiang Hong said lightly. The 10 instructors will naturally be divided into 10 groups, and their subordinates will challenge each other. The one who wins the most matches will be considered first. With a swish, everyone instantly turned their gaze to Mei Yun. Even a blind person could see that this was intentionally targeting him. Of course, Jiang Hong continued. In a competition, there must be rewards. The person who wins the most matches can choose any low-grade mysterious technique from the armory, and I will personally gift them a top-grade spiritual weapon. Are you all satisfied? A top-grade spiritual weapon is worth at least tens of thousands of crystals, and a low-grade mysterious technique is among the top in the Great Qi dynasty. In an instant, the already eager crowd's eyes suddenly became fiery. Your Highness! Unlike the excitement of the crowd, Mei Yun had a bitter face. This seems a bit unfair. I finally gathered 3 people, each one a precious gem. If they get hurt or injured, won't I be heartbroken? Instructor Mei. Jiang Hong glanced at him. How can a cultivator have a heart of fear? If they are afraid to compete, why come to the martial academy? They might as well leave early to avoid embarrassing our great Qi. Ma Yun was instantly silenced. Oh, the fat man couldn't hold back. He was already full of grievances, and seeing Jiang Hong target him like this, he fired back. Who is this red-haired guy? Instantly, there was silence. Red-haired? The fat man. Gu Han leisurely said, Be careful with your words. He is the crown prince, born with a fiery spirit body, very powerful. Powerful? The fat man pretended to be surprised. Who said that? I don't know. Maybe he said it himself. TSK. Would you say you are powerful? I wouldn't, and you? I definitely wouldn't either. Then, the fat man deliberately glanced at Jiang Hong, who would shout about how powerful they are all over the world. At this moment, Gu Han and the fat man seemed to have a tacit understanding, exchanging glances and simultaneously saying, Despicable. Chapter 42. If you can't do it, bring someone who can. Everyone was dumbfounded, except for the old servant hiding in the corner, quietly watching the fun. What a gutsy move. He looked at Gu Han and the fat man, feeling emotional. It's been years since I've seen such daring young people. It reminds me of those youthful days. At this moment, everyone was wide-eyed, looking at the two. Did they just insult the crown prince? Yes, they did insult him. Where did they get such courage? You. Lu Tong trembled as he pointed at Gu Han and the fat man. You dare to insult my cousin. Oh, the fat man, naturally, was the kind of person who would infuriate others without remorse. Who is this again? I can't see clearly. Gu Han shook his head. Looks like a dog? No wonder. The fat man suddenly realized. Dogs rely on their masters. I wondered why they barked so fiercely. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had completely fallen into a daze, and Mei Yun blinked, somewhat not reacting. Are these two sure they aren't here to take my life? Seize them. Lu Tong's face turned pale with anger. Come and capture these two. I want them to suffer, unable to seek life or death. You scoundrel. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and a figure appeared before the two. Yu Hua. He wanted to kill Gu Han and the fat man. Now that he had the chance, he would not miss it. Insulting his highness. He did not hesitate and directly attacked. Death penalty. Boom. As he spoke, he waved his hand, and a massive amount of spiritual power instantly pressed toward the two. Instructor Yu. Ma Yun was shocked. Let's talk this out, don't act. Although these two guys were a bit bold, they were still his precious gems. Whoosh. Just as he finished speaking, he had already blocked in front of Gu Han and the others, taking Yu Hua's blow. However, his cultivation level was lower than Yu Hua's, so he naturally struggled a bit, retreating several steps. Mei Yun. Yu Hua's expression darkened. You dare to shield them. Mei Yun secretly cried out in distress. It's over. Something big is about to happen. Damn it. The fat man glared at Yu Hua, his expression unfriendly. This is the second time. Do you really think Fat Master is easy to bully? Say less. Mei Yun almost wanted to kneel down to the fat man, looking at Captain Zhou and the others for help. 3 Weisteins, what do you see? Insulting his highness. Captain Zhou's expression was emotionless. According to the rules, they should be punished. How to decide specifically still requires your highness's decree. Insulting? The fat man sneered. He can deliberately target us, and we can only endure. We can't even say a couple of words to vent our anger, just because he is the crown prince? What kind of nonsense is that? The Martial Academy respects the strong? TSK. I don't believe it. It should be respecting identity and background. Fat man. Gu Han pretended to be displeased. What big truth are you speaking? Oh, the fat man cooperated seamlessly. Sorry. Fat Master is just straightforward. I accidentally spoke the truth. In the distance, being insulted and squeezed like this. Even an ordinary person can't stand it, let alone someone as proud as Jiang Hong. Commander Zhou. He looked deeply at the two of them. Don't rush to take them down. Suddenly, Wu Gongfeng, who had been silent all along, spoke up. In my opinion, this matter is not that serious. The two little ones have been wronged and, in their frustration, complained a bit, which is only natural. Your Highness doesn't need to take it too seriously. That's right. Feng Gongfeng nodded. If that's the case, it's bound to lose grace. Jiang Hong's face instantly turned ashen. He had naturally noticed that Wu and Feng, the two Gongfengs, were extremely resistant to his presence in the martial academy. Rather than saying they were defending Gu Han and the Fat Man, it would be more accurate to say they were intentionally trying to make things difficult for him. Old man. He cursed inwardly, but didn't he explode? These two had been in the martial academy for many years and had many supporters. Ignoring their opinions would be very detrimental to his goal of completely controlling the martial academy. The master's big matter is more important. I'll deal with these two slowly later. Well, with this thought, he took a deep breath. Since the two seniors said so, I can't be too petty. Let's put this matter aside for now. Next, he glanced at Commander Zhou. The matter of the competition will be left to you. Good. Since Jiang Hong did not pursue the matter, Commander Zhou naturally did not bring it up again. Next, the competition officially began. Beside Jiang Hong, Lu Ying bit her lip. He escaped again. Gu Han, how come your life is so big and your luck is so good? Oomph. Seeing the result like this, Yu Hua looked unwillingly at the two and then left. Pa! The Fat Man spat heavily. I'll kill you sooner or later. Good idea. Gu Han's eyes lit up. You too, seeing the two of them so audacious, Mei Yun's heart that had just settled down rose again. Looking pitiful, low-key. Can you be a little more low-key? I'm begging you. Brother Mei. The Fat Man patted him on the shoulder. Don't worry, I'm the most low-key person, right? Gu Han also looked serious. I never like to cause trouble. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng fell in a deep thought. Perhaps what Manager Li said is right. Your Highness. Returning to Jiang Hong's side, Yu Hua whispered, these two are not a concern. Jiang Hong said lightly, since he said that the Martial Academy respects strength, then I will see how capable they are. Your Highness. At this moment, among the few students beside Yu Hua, a girl with an indignant expression stood up. I'm going to teach that fat guy a lesson. She came from the royal capital and naturally admired Jiang Hong immensely. Seeing him insulted, she was almost furious. Moreover, her cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Qi opening realm, making her one of the best among more than 100 people. So she certainly wouldn't think much of an ordinary fat man. Don't be reckless. Yu Hua's brows furrowed. These two are powerful, Fat Man. He hadn't finished speaking when the girl had already rushed out. Get out here. Yu Jiaxiu, don't worry. Lu Tong, however, was unclear about Gu Han and the Fat Man's abilities and comforted with a smile. How powerful can these two be? Can they be stronger than my cousin? Besides, there are so many students in the Martial Academy. Even if one by one, we can drag them to death. I hope so. Yu Hua sighed, clearly still a bit uneasy. At this moment, as the first person to compete, the girl became the focus of the entire venue. Although her appearance was far from Lu Ying's beauty, she was still above average, and her well-proportioned figure naturally attracted a lot of hot gazes. Remember, in the distance, Mei Yun was constantly reminding the Fat Man. They will definitely use will tactics to exhaust your cultivation. You must not force it if you feel unable to continue. It's fine to admit defeat. Losing face is better than getting hurt. Enough already. The Fat Man impatiently shrugged him off. Fat Master lose? What a joke. Saying this, he walked straight up to the girl, clasped his hands behind his back, and said lightly, Little girl, you're not my opponent. Besides, I, the Fat Master, am the most tender-hearted. Hurry up and step down. Let someone else come up. Otherwise, if you get hurt by the Fat Master, then you'll be a dead pig. The girl was furious. What are you yammering about? If you're afraid to fight, then kneel down and apologize to His Highness. You, the Fat Man's small eyes suddenly narrowed. What did you call me? The girl sneered. Aren't you just a dead fat pig? Swish. Before she finished speaking, she felt a blur in front of her, and a robust figure appeared before her. Everyone's hearts tightened. In that brief moment, they had not even captured the Fat Man's movement. Slap. The Fat Man reached out a big hand, directly grabbing the girl's neck and lifting her up. From childhood to now, he had a grim expression. I hate those 3 words the most. While speaking, He raised his big hand, swinging left and right, and repeatedly slapped the girl's face. In the distance, is that it? The old servant looked disdainful, still claiming not to feel inferior. Slap, slap. The venue fell silent. The sound of slaps clearly audible. Everyone looked on in disbelief. Is this what you call tender-hearted? Are you confusing the terms tender-hearted and harshly destroying flowers? Under the strange gazes of the crowd, the fat man slapped the girl dozens of times before finally stopping. Go take a look in the mirror. Looking at his masterpiece, he was quite satisfied. Between us two, who looks more like a pig? The girl stammered, unable to say half a word. It wasn't that she didn't want to speak. It was that she couldn't. Her face had swollen to 3 times its size, almost turning into a pig's head. How could she manage to say a complete sentence? Catching the eyes of the crowd, she rolled her eyes and fainted instantly. Not from pain, but from anger. Ugly monster. The fat man then threw her down, disdainfully clapping his hands, and returned to the dumbfounded Mei Yun's side. For a moment, all the women in the venue subconsciously touched their faces. This fat man. When I see him in the future, I'll avoid him as far as possible. Even Commander Zhou and the 3 vice deans couldn't help but glance at the fat man. The fat man. Guhan was also dumbfounded. This is your tenderheartedness? Exactly. The fat man looked completely justified. Otherwise, do you think she could withstand 2 slaps from me and still be fine? Impressive. Guhan gave a thumbs up. Indeed. Yuhua looked at the girl being carried back, his expression gloomy. This fat man is definitely not an easy opponent. Cousin. Lu Tong glanced at Jiang Hong. What now? Change someone else. Jiang Hong's expression revealed no joy or anger. His gaze shifted to Jiang Feng. First teach my useless younger brother a lesson. As for that fat man, I will deal with him personally later. Good. Yuhuan naturally understood his meaning. He waved his hand to summon another person and whispered a few instructions. I understand. The person nodded excitedly, not hesitating, and directly went down, bowing to Jiang Feng from afar. 7th Prince, please give me guidance. Upon hearing this, Wu and Feng, the 2 Gongfengs exchanged glances, their brows furrowing deeply. This is outright bullying. Good. Having previously refused Jiang Hong, Jiang Feng had already prepared for being targeted by him. Seeing the man challenge him now, he wasn't surprised, took a deep breath, and was about to step forward. Your Highness. Mei Yin panicked. Why not admit defeat? Your strength. The person opposite is at the 4th level of the Qi opening realm. Although Jiang Feng has an extremely cold body and also has the assistance of a heavenly level technique. He has only been practicing for a short time and is only at the 2nd level of the opening pulse realm. The gap in strength is obvious. Forget it. Jiang Feng fell silent for a moment and shook his head. If you want to deal with me, there are certainly many ways to do so. Even if I escape this time, I won't escape next time. Wait. Guhan suddenly stopped him. Don't go, I'll go. Brother Gu. Jiang Feng was somewhat helpless. He doesn't dare to hurt me. The fat man sneered. He doesn't dare to hurt you, but he might embarrass himself, and very badly. TSK. This red-haired guy is quite insidious. So, Guhan's eyes narrowed. This is a sign of his anger. I'll play with him. Don't be reckless. Mei Yin heard this and was terrified. You just said you don't like to provoke trouble. Yes. Guhan was non-committal, but now he's provoking me. As he spoke, his figure leaped, and in an instant he was in front of the man. Who are you? The man felt slightly displeased. I clearly challenged the 7th Prince, you swish. A flash of light passed. A tattered long sword was already pointed at his brow. The man instantly broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't even see how this person drew his sword. You're useless, Guhan said expressionlessly. Bring someone who can fight. Chapter 43 in this martial arts academy. There isn't a single capable fighter. The faint pain in his brow made the man feel a deep horror. What exactly? The same words. Guhan pushed the sword forward half an inch. In an instant, a trickle of blood flowed down. I don't want to repeat myself. I concede. The man's face turned pale, and he hurriedly said he conceded, retreating back to the instructor's side. Facing Guhan, he couldn't muster any fighting spirit at all. The arena, once again, fell silent. Those who come to the martial arts academy are certainly not fools, nor are they stupid. They could see that Guhan's sword was very fast. Fast enough that they couldn't catch it at all, and Guhan's strength was so strong that they had no confidence in defeating him. At this moment, the instructors looked at Mei Yun with somewhat strange expressions. This jinx has struck gold, and it's two of them. Mei Yun felt both happy and worried. The happy part is that these two treasures are indeed treasures. The worried part is that it probably won't take 3 days for these two fearless guys to create a hole in the martial arts academy. That sword. The fat man stared at the sword in Guhan's hand, deep in thought. Quite interesting. Indeed, Mei Yun deeply agreed. Such a broken sword in his hands has such great power. If he had a divine weapon, his strength would surely rise to another level. The fat man rolled his eyes. The names sound bad enough. But on top of that, the strength is weak. And if it's weak, it's weak. The vision is also a complete mess. What? In the arena, Guhan scanned everyone. Not a single capable fighter? No one answered. In the distance, Jiang Hong and his group had terrifyingly dark expressions. While Lu Ying looked at Guhan, who overshadowed all the elites, her pretty face turning pale. The one who wants know, the current Guhan is far more powerful and harder to fathom. I can't believe it. Han Fu, beside him, had an unkind expression. He's too arrogant. Among the students of the martial arts academy, he has the highest cultivation, being at the 7th level of the Qi Passage realm, which is why Han Fu took a liking to him and kept him by his side. No need to go. Han Fu, who originally had high hopes for him, shook his head at this moment. You're not his opponent. What? The young man was shocked. Is he really that powerful? Yes. A hint of regret flashed in Han Fu's eyes. This person is deeply hidden. I misjudged him earlier. Then I want to give it a try. The young man, however, was not discouraged. In the path of cultivation, one must never harbor fear. Even if I lose in a battle with him, I have nothing to say. Good. Han Fu looked him over a few more times. It's great that you have this courage. Just be careful later. Yes. The young man bowed and leaped forward. Instantly standing opposite Guhan. Hizong, please give me guidance. Everyone suddenly became alert. Apart from the first prince, Hizong is the highest in cultivation among them. If he can't defeat Guhan, then no one can. You? Guhan frowned slightly. I'm not looking for you, and you're not my opponent. Arrogant. Hizong shouted angrily, swiftly drawing a steel knife over 4 feet long, with spiritual energy surging within him, enveloping the blade in a layer of earthy yellow light, and slashed directly at Guhan. Why bother? Guhan shook his head and met the attack with his sword. In the blink of an eye, the knife and sword touched and separated. Their figures instantly crossed each other. Hizong maintained his stance with the knife. Glancing down at the 3-inch long wound on his chest, his expression somewhat dim. I lost. Your strength is all right. Guhan, having no grievances with him, naturally did not speak harshly, but instead gave a very fair evaluation. But I'm stronger. Is that all? Hizong's gaze dimmed, and he cupped his hands towards Guhan before returning to Han Fu's side. How is it? Han Fu asked. Terrifyingly strong. He can be considered invincible in the same realm. He held back against you. I know. Hizong let out a bitter laugh. He is a respectable person. Oh dear. In the distance, the fat man stroked his chin, looking regretful. If I had known such a show-off was happening, I would have gone myself. Mei Yun wanted to cry, but had no tears. Fat master, please calm down. Don't pull any more tricks on me. At this moment, seeing Hizong defeated, the glimmer of hope in everyone's hearts instantly shattered. This person is too strong. Is there anyone among the younger generation who can match him? Instinctively, everyone turned their gaze to Jiang Hong. Perhaps only this pride of the Qi, the first prince with a natural fire spirit body, could truly challenge his sharpness. You. Not far away, Lu Tong suddenly looked at someone. Go. Consume his energy for me. I refuse to believe that no matter how powerful he is, he won't tire out eventually. This person is one of the students selected by Yu Hua, with a cultivation level of the 4th level of the Qi Passage realm. That person hesitated, but upon seeing Lu Tong's vicious gaze, he gritted his teeth. Yes, no need. Unexpectedly, Guhan directly fixed his gaze on Lu Tong. My time is very precious, and I don't want to waste it on useless people. How about this? You come over, and we'll have a match. Lu Tong's face turned bright red. In terms of real strength, he is even inferior to the woman who fought earlier. How could he dare to face Guhan? What? Guhan raised an eyebrow. Afraid? It seems you're also useless. Lu Tong was filled with shame and indignation. It was as if he had returned to the day he knelt before Guhan. He lost all face. Better than death. All right, with so many people watching, he couldn't bring himself to say that he conceded. I concede. The one who spoke was Jiang Hong. Cousin, I concede. Jiang Hong said calmly. You have no chance of winning against him, and he definitely won't let you off easily. He could see that everything Guhan did was to vent Jiang Feng's anger. If Lu Tong faced him, it would not simply be a matter of losing. I concede. Lu Tong seemed to use all his strength to utter these words. He understood. From today on, he had completely lost his dignity and face. Useless. Guhan didn't even glance at him, turning instead to meet Jiang Hong's gaze, suddenly smiling. How about you come? You want to fight me? What, scared? Good. Jiang Hong stepped out, his red hair billowing without wind, a faint mist-like spiritual energy swirling around him. In an instant, the temperature in the arena rapidly increased. Hiss! He actually dared to fight the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince was a chosen disciple designated by the upper sect, and among the younger generation of the Qi, no one was his match. This kid is incredibly arrogant. One person stared at the fiery red spiritual energy surrounding Jiang Hong. Was the Crown Prince's cultivation level now? Can't see through it. Of course, if you could see through it, wouldn't you be stronger than the Crown Prince? Even though they knew Guhan was formidable and that He Zhong, who was at the 7th level of the Aperture Realm, had been defeated by him, no one still looked favorably upon him. The fire spiritual body was unique in all of the Qi. Who could compare? Brother Gu. Even Jiang Feng was somewhat worried. Don't worry. They glanced at him dismissively and said, if he can't even handle this red-haired guy, he might as well die. At this moment, the 3 leaders, Zhou, each had their own thoughts and remained silent, but their eyes never left the 2 of them. In the arena, Guhan's challenge was precisely what Jiang Hong wanted. In fact, the stronger Guhan was, the better it was for him. That way, after defeating Guhan, he could leave an invincible impression in everyone's mind, which would greatly benefit his control over the martial academy. I want to hold back. He coldly stared at Guhan. Life and death are up to you. You talk too much. Guhan brandished his long sword, pointing at him from afar. Come, let me see how capable you, the number 1 genius of the Qi, really are. As you wish. Boom. As soon as the words fell, the fiery red spiritual energy around Jiang Hong suddenly thickened several times. The temperature in the arena instantly rose to a level intolerable for ordinary people. Under the full force of his explosion, Jiang Hong's cultivation was clearly sensed by everyone. The 9th level of the Aperture Realm. Swish. As the battle began, Jiang Hong showed no hesitation. With a sweep of his hand, he instantly took out a dark red long spear. With a leap, he aimed the spear directly at Guhan. At this moment, Guhan was experiencing for the first time the peculiarities of a special physique. The extraordinary power derived from the bloodline nearly doubled Jiang Hong's own strength. The distance between the 2 was still about 10 feet, but under that intense fiery intent, Guhan's hair was already slightly curling. Fire spiritual body? He no longer concealed his own cultivation. His spiritual energy erupted in an instant. It was precisely to counter the fire spiritual body. Boom! In an instant. A powerful momentum that was no less than Jiang Hong's rose from Guhan. His surrounding spiritual energy was clear and transparent, containing a sharp intent. The next moment, the 2 figures collided in an instant, creating an invisible wave of energy that forced those nearby to retreat repeatedly. At the center of the battlefield, the 2 colored spiritual energies clashed incessantly, seemingly trying to completely suppress the other. Meanwhile, outside the martial academy, although the onlookers could not see the scene inside, the loud noise clearly reached their ears. Why is there such a big commotion? Could it be that the students are sparring? Nonsense. Which student would be that powerful? It must be the instructors who are making a move. The crowd discussed among themselves, itching to rush in and find out. However, seeing the 2 rows of expressionless guards at the entrance, they could only helplessly suppress their impulses. Make way. Suddenly, a furious shout came from afar. A figure with extreme speed rushed into the crowd, scattering everyone and heading straight for the entrance of the Martial Academy. Stop! The guards immediately stepped forward to intercept. You can't trespass in the Martial Academy. Get out of the way. The person looked somewhat anxious, waving a big hand, and an unmatched force instantly spread out, knocking the guards to the ground. Anyone who dares to block a member of the Morone family is tired of living. Before the words fell, he rushed into the Martial Academy. Boom, boom, boom. Inside the Martial Academy, the clash of spiritual energies between Guhan and Jiang Hong grew stronger with each exchange. It was evident that despite the enhancement from the fire spiritual body, Jiang Hong's spiritual energy was gradually falling into a disadvantage. Impossible. The crowd was shocked. Under the enhancement of the fire spiritual body, Jiang Hong's momentum and spiritual strength were almost comparable to the 5th or 6th level of the Gathering Element Realm. How could such a strong spiritual energy not surpass his opponent? Something's wrong. Elder Wu clearly noticed something amiss. He was clearly only at the 2nd level of the Aperture Realm. How could his spiritual energy be so thick? That's right. Elder Feng seemed to have realized something. This kid is just an ordinary body. Such strong spiritual energy cannot possibly come from him, unless Leader Zhou did not continue speaking. However, the three of them obviously had an answer in their hearts. Hee. In the distance, in a corner, the old servant looked at Guhan's figure in the arena, and the wrinkles on his face seemed to deepen. Extreme Realm? The younger generation is truly formidable. Chapter 44. Fire Spiritual Body? It's precisely to counter the fire spiritual body. Unexpectedly, upon seeing Guhan's overwhelming strength, they suddenly realized, this bastard actually cultivated to the extreme realm? No wonder he can stand toe-to-toe with me, the TSK. To achieve such results in this remote place, he has quite a talent. Jiang Feng pretended not to hear the insults towards Guhan and asked curiously, may I ask, what is the extreme realm? Yes. Next to him, Mei Yan also had a face full of curiosity. What is the extreme realm? He stood with his hands behind his back, exuding an air of authority. The extreme realm, well, it's not a great secret. Of course, your perspectives are limited, and it's understandable that you don't know. Listen well, the so-called extreme realm in the end, he couldn't help but insult Guhan a few times. Looking at the thickness of his spiritual energy, he clearly cultivated to the extreme realm of the Qi condensation stage. But, well, he can only show off in this small place. Of course, it's more than enough to deal with that half-baked fire spiritual body. After a round of explanation, the two listened with great admiration. Unexpectedly, Mei Yun shined bitterly. Just the extreme realm of the Qi condensation stage is so dangerous. What about afterward? That is not right. Halfway through his sentence, he suddenly realized, staring at them with suspicion. I just saw your jade token. You're He Zheng from Fanding City, right? How do you know? He wanted to say, are you the instructor? Or, am I the instructor? How come you know more than I do? No need to be surprised. The casually fabricated. My family has an ancient book that records many strange tales. I read it from there. Jiang Feng became interested. May I borrow it to read? Not a chance. They shrugged. A few years ago, I got bored and burned it. Jiang Feng. At this moment, the battle in the arena had reached a white-hot state. Boom, boom. The clash of spiritual energies continued, and before the raging spiritual energy that scattered around, the hard bluestone ground seemed as fragile as paper, instantly shattering. The figures of the two had long been covered by endless dust, making it difficult for anyone other than the three instructors to see clearly. Unexpectedly, within the dust, you actually have such strength, Guhan said with a hint of mockery in his tone. It seems your fire spiritual body isn't that useful. At this moment, he unleashed all his cultivation, forcing Jiang Hong's fiery red spiritual energy to retreat steadily, almost unable to resist. However, under that terrifying scorching intent, he also sustained quite a few burns. Oof. At this point, Jiang Hong finally recognized Guhan's formidable nature, his level of importance towards him rising several levels. Not useful? You'll see soon. Roar. As his words fell, a roar filled with fury suddenly erupted from within him. Accompanied by the roar, Jiang Hong's fiery red spiritual power seemed to undergo a transformation, as if it had come to life, instantly climbing up to the spear in his hand. In the blink of an eye, a creature about half a zhang long, somewhat blurry in shape, appeared before Gu Han. It was a fire dragon. With the boost of the fire dragon's power, Jiang Hong's momentum surged sharply. With a twist of the spear, he broke through Gu Han's spiritual power suppression. At the tip of the spear, the fire dragon's eyes glowed a fiery red, its intense heat almost spilling out. As it opened its mouth wide and lunged toward Gu Han's throat. What is that roar? Why do I feel the temperature rising even higher? This is His Highness's trump card. One person seemed to know some inside information, their eyes filled with excitement. His Highness has a natural fire spirit body, and a senior from the upper sect specifically sought out a top-notch mystic-level cultivation method for him, called the Fire Dragon Technique. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to witness it today. The Fire Dragon Technique? My goodness, look at that momentum. Who can withstand it? The crowd was buzzing with discussion, their eyes fixated ahead. The Crown Prince has revealed his trump card. This person is bound to lose. What to do? Meanwhile, Elder Wu clearly sensed Jiang Hong's murderous intent and felt a bit worried. This little guy has reached the extreme realm. He is also a once-in-a-generation genius. With him around, our great Qi has gained quite a bit of opportunity in this 10 Nations Martial Academy competition. Such a talent absolutely cannot be in danger. Well said. Elder Feng also developed a fondness for talent. If he loses later, should we step in to preserve his life? What is this? Before he could finish speaking, his expression changed drastically. He had already gathered his divine consciousness, so he could naturally sense that sharp aura that suddenly appeared on the battlefield. This seems to be sword energy. Not good. Captain Zhou's previously calm face suddenly showed a ripple. His Highness is in danger. As he spoke, his figure flashed out. Roar. The fire dragon let out another furious roar, just a few feet away from Gu Han. In an instant, Gu Han's hair and clothes actually caught fire. Flashy. He didn't care at all, fully channeling his cultivation, and instantly merged into the long sword. Still useless. Swish. As his voice fell, he swung his long sword down towards the fire dragon. 5 beams of light suddenly flashed. The Great Yin Sword Qi. The sword energy intertwined in one place. How sharp was it? In just a moment, it directly dispersed the imposing fire dragon and flew towards Jiang Hong's forehead. Impossible. Jiang Hong's face turned pale, unable to believe it. At the same time, a sense of death crisis suddenly surged in his heart. Am I going to die? At the critical moment, a figure suddenly landed in front of him, extending a large hand to directly grasp that beam of light, squeezing it forcefully. Enough! A commanding voice reached everyone's ears. The match ends here. It was indeed Captain Zhou. He waved his large sleeve, dispersing all the dust, and Gu Han and Jiang Hong's figures reappeared in front of everyone. It's over? Everyone was confused. Who won? Of course, can't you see with your eyes? That person's hair and clothes are burned, looking so disheveled. How could he win? Exactly. How could His Highness be so strong and possibly lose? Listening to the crowd's discussions, Jiang Feng was very worried and hurried over. Brother Gu, are you okay? What are you worried about? The chubby guy leisurely walked over. You should ask that red-haired guy if he's okay. With his fire spirit body? A generation of geniuses? Just this? Saying this, he glanced at Gu Han again. If I, Fat Master, had gone up myself, I definitely wouldn't have gotten into such a mess. Fatty. Gu Han shook the sword in his hand. Got time, want to spar a bit? Ahem. The chubby guy's expression changed slightly. This sword of yours is not bad. Let me take a look. Get lost. Gu Han ignored him and looked at Jiang Hong, who had a confused expression. Are you convinced? A thud. Everyone's hearts jumped. What does this mean? Could it be that the result of this match is not what they imagined? Enough. Captain Zhou frowned slightly. This matter ends here. There is no need to continue the match. No more matches? Gu Han was not surprised. What about the promised rewards? Someone will take you to the armory to choose later. Good. Gu Han smiled. Although he looked down on the low-grade, mystic-level cultivation method, selling would naturally yield quite a few spirit crystals. By the way, he seemed to think of something. You won't go back on your promise about that top-grade spirit tool, right? He understood that under everyone's gaze, he would have no chance to kill Jiang Hong and did not dwell on the matter of Captain Zhou intervening. Of course, he was still very concerned about the benefits he was supposed to receive. No, Jiang Hong struggled to speak, squeezing out 2 words with great difficulty. It's over. Seeing this situation, everyone understood that the invincible crown prince in their hearts had lost. So decisively, so cleanly. He even needed Captain Zhou to personally intervene to preserve his last bit of dignity. In an instant, everyone hung their heads, feeling a mix of emotions. It seemed that Gu Han's sword not only defeated Jiang Hong, but also slashed away their faith. Cousin. In the distance, Lu Tong was in disbelief, muttering to himself. Sister, didn't you say he had no background? Why? Why did my cousin lose to him? Lu Ying remained silent. The bitterness in her heart was something only she could understand. This person must not be left alive. Beside her, Yu Hua had a blank expression, but the killing intent in his eyes could not be concealed. Enough. Seeing the crowd's spirits low, Captain Zhou frowned deeply. This matter? Who is so bold as to dare to barge into my martial academy? As he spoke halfway, his expression suddenly turned cold as he looked into the distance. The next moment, a figure appeared before everyone, moving extremely fast from far to near. Who are you? Captain Zhou was about to question, but he was cut off. The manager Murong sent me. One sentence directly blocked Captain Zhou's next words. Manager Qian? Upon seeing the newcomer, Gu Han's heart sank. What are you doing here? Little brother. Qian Lu's face was anxious. That silly girl has run into trouble. What? Gu Han, who had always been calm in the face of any situation, suddenly changed his expression, and even his tone trembled. I have to go back and take a look. Before he finished speaking, he had already dashed far away. Seeing this, Qian Lu directly followed. While the other people in the arena, he didn't even bother to glance at. TSK. The chubby guy curled his lips. Who is this person speaking so arrogantly? Be careful. Mei Yun was startled and quickly grabbed him, explaining in a low voice. The Morong family? The chubby guy became even more disdainful. In terms of background, Fat Master has never been afraid of anyone. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng's brow was tightly knitted. What exactly happened to that silly girl? Your Highness. Captain Zhou looked at the dazed Jiang Hong. I want to find Uncle Du. Jiang Hong suddenly spoke, a strong unwillingness flashing in his eyes. Elder Du? The captain was taken aback. He said that a few days ago, his uncle secretly went to the capital. What? Elder Du came to the capital? Why? The capital is just a small place to him. This is arranged by the master. Jiang Hong shook his head. It's inconvenient to tell you the specifics. But after leaving the martial academy, I'll seek him for pills and make a full breakthrough to the gathering element realm. I will personally reclaim the humiliation of the martial academy trial in half a month after losing to Gu Han. His reputation and self-esteem were directly thrown away by more than half, and it would be much more difficult to control the martial academy than before. The only solution was to compete with Gu Han in front of everyone once more, to defeat him head-on, and even kill him, to regain the face lost today. Commander Zhou hesitated to speak. At this moment, no one noticed that the palm that had caught Gu Han's sword energy had already become a bloody mess. Only he knew how strong Gu Han, who possessed the extreme realm, truly was. He did not have high hopes for Jiang Hong. In the distance, seeing the severely impacted Jiang Hong, the 2 offerings, Wu and Foam, exchanged glances, their hearts blooming with joy. Defeating the crown prince, possessing the extreme realm, and having impressive swordsmanship, such a talent was not only a treasure for Mei Yun, but also a treasure for the martial academy. This child has a great future. Indeed, with him here, it is truly a blessing for our martial academy. Perhaps he has the chance to confront that prodigy of Dechu. Indeed, there is a great opportunity, but is it a bit hasty to place him under Mei Yun? Upon reaching this point, the 2 felt a jolt in their hearts, suddenly giving rise to the idea of violating the rules of the martial academy to take Gu Han from Mei Yun. After all, the reputation of this jinx was too loud. If such an extraordinary genius were to be ruined, wouldn't that be a tremendous loss? At this moment, in a corner of the martial academy, after watching the commotion, the old servant picked up the broom again and continued to sweep the fallen leaves on the ground. This little guy is quite interesting. It's a pity you are not the person I need. In the Tianzi room, Murong Chuan looked skyward, lost in thought. Strange. Too strange. Just then, A momentary fluctuation from the external barrier indicated that Gu Han was on his way back. Asha, seeing the scene before him, his heart instantly sank. Chapter 45. That young girl is in trouble. On the soft couch, Asha was sleeping deeply, but from her constantly trembling eyelashes, it was evident that something was wrong with her state. Little brother. Upon seeing Gu Han return, Morong Chuan sighed. This young girl seems a bit off. Her soul power appears to be. This is the soul deficiency syndrome. Gu Han helped Asha sit up, took out the last pill, and carefully placed it in her mouth. Only when he saw the pain on her face lessen did he let out a gentle sigh of relief. She needs constant replenishment of soul power. Upon seeing the golden pill, Morong Chuan's pupil shrank, and he rarely lost his composure. This pill, it was personally refined by the ghost doctor. Gu Han did not hide it from him. It was a gift from Senior Shui that day. Shui Mao? Morong Chuan was taken aback. You know him? Is this Senior Shui's name? Yes, I have met him a few times. This pill. Morong Chuan's expression became somewhat peculiar. I roughly know where it came from. Senior knows? Back then, Morong Chuan reminisced. When the ancestor went out, he accidentally fell into a place of absolute danger, barely escaping with his life, and brought back a strange spiritual herb, the greatest effect of which was to replenish the soul of a cultivator. The ancestor treasured it as a precious item, secretly stored it in the clan treasury, never allowing anyone to see it. But, ghost doctor? Gu Han's heart stirred. Did he get that spiritual herb? That's right. Morong Chuan smiled bitterly. The pill in your hand was likely refined by the ghost doctor using that spiritual herb. But, Gu Han was somewhat puzzled. Wasn't it said that Senior Morong treasured it as a precious item? Why would he be willing to give it to the ghost doctor? Of course, he was reluctant. Morong Chuan said helplessly, but the ghost doctor held the token as leverage. No matter how much the ancestor cherished it, he did not want to go back on his word, so he had to give that spiritual herb to him. What? Gu Han was taken aback. The token? That's right. The 8th token is held by the ghost doctor. Speaking of which, after that incident, the ancestor suffered a great loss and has never given out any tokens since. While the one in your hand was purely an accident, Gu Han remained silent. The coincidences in this world are truly remarkable. According to the ancestor, Morong Chuan glanced at him. That spiritual herb is extremely rare, and the pills refined from it are even more extraordinary. Just looking at the miraculous effects of this pill, if someone in the divine realm were to take one, they could easily break through several small realms, saving countless years of hard work. The value of this pill cannot simply be measured by yuan crystals. I didn't expect him to be willing to give such a precious pill to you. It seems that Shui Mao's relationship with you is not ordinary. It was only at this moment that Gu Han truly understood how significant the ghost doctor's goodwill was. Senior, he buried this gratitude deep in his heart and then asked, I wonder if there are any more spiritual herbs like this in the Morong family? None. Morong Chuan shook his head. Spiritual herbs that can replenish the soul are already scarce and hard to find. If it weren't for coincidences, how could ordinary people encounter them easily? Gu Han still did not give up. Then does Senior know if there's a way to temporarily seal a person's soul and prevent the loss of soul power? Seal. Morong Chuan was taken aback. The soul can be sealed? This is truly unheard of. Not to mention me. Even my ancestor may not know. Although he vaguely guessed the result, Gu Han still felt a bit disappointed. He had roughly deduced that while the ghost doctor's pill could stabilize Asha's soul, its effectiveness would last at most 3 months. Now the last pill was gone. 3 months later, her life would be in danger. Could it be? He glanced at the sleeping Asha, his heart aching. Is there really no other way? Perhaps. Morong Chuan seemed to think of something, hesitating for a moment. There is another method that can be tried. What method? Gu Han seemed to have grabbed onto a lifeline. A few days ago, Morong Chuan slowly said, in the wild forest, the beasts went rampant, and the master of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion took advantage of the beast outbreak to find a falling ghost fruit in the nest of a 7th-tier beast. Falling ghost fruit? Gu Han naturally understood. Morong Chuan would not mention this matter without reason. Could it be? That's right. Morong Chuan nodded. This falling ghost fruit naturally has the effect of benefiting the soul. Although it is far inferior to the spiritual herb the ancestor brought back then, it is still a precious spiritual herb that is hard to come by. Using it on this young girl would surely be helpful. Haha, that guy really has incredible luck. Senior. Guhan naturally heard the deeper meaning in his words. You and he. Morong sneered. I don't have any major grievances with him. It's just that we don't see eye to eye. Haha, this master is certainly not a person of integrity. Even so, Guhan remained silent for a moment. I still need to go there. Do you need me to step in? No need for that, Senior. Guhan shook his head. I will find a way for this matter myself. He knew very well that Murong Chuan had a conflict with that master. Asking him to step in would only put him in a difficult position and inevitably lead to other accidents. You yourself? Murong Chuan raised an eyebrow. The value of the falling ghost fruit is extremely high. I understand. Very well. Seeing that Guhan seemed prepared, Murong Chuan no longer said much and finally reminded him. Be mentally prepared. If you want to obtain the falling ghost fruit from him, the price you may have to pay could far exceed your imagination. Guhan glanced at Asha with a gentle expression. I am willing to pay any price. After saying that, he bowed to Murong Chuan, not daring to delay for a moment, and hurriedly left. If he were late and that spiritual fruit fell into someone else's hands, he would regret it for a lifetime. Go check. As Guhan left, Murong Chuan's eyes flickered, and he suddenly instructed. What exactly happened at the martial arts academy today? Yes. Someone responded in secret. Guhan looked disheveled, and Murong Chuan naturally noticed. It seems that he gazed into the distance, somewhat emotional, thinking that the day I take action is not far off. Haha, old monster. After decades, I wonder how much strength you have left? What? The 7th prince's residence. Chief Stewardly almost jumped up, startling the few maids in the residence into pale faces. Your Highness, you're not joking, are you? Chief Stewardly, Jiang Feng forced a smile. When have I ever joked with you? It's over. Chief Steward Li's face turned white, and he sat down heavily on a chair. It's over. The princess, he said, tears streaming down his face. I, an old servant, couldn't even protect your only heir. I truly am useless. I said. Jiang Feng's companion, the fatty, had a strange expression. Isn't your Highness doing fine? Not a single hair missing. Why are you crying like a funeral? You know nothing. Chief Stewardly glared at him fiercely. You have no idea how powerful that Mei Yun is. My Highness is finished following him. Your Highness, this old servant will go to the Martial Arts Academy immediately. Even if I have to risk my life, I must find you a new instructor. Useless. Jiang Feng sighed. With my elder brother around, I can only choose Teacher Mei. Chief Steward Li's eyes flashed with despair. And he said sternly, he isn't going to push to the extremes, is he? Chief Stewardly, Jiang Feng was taken aback. What do you mean by that? Nothing. Chief Stewardly realized he had let something slip and hurried to remedy it, saying that the eldest prince is going too far. You still don't understand him? Jiang Feng shook his head. If it weren't for my terminal illness, I'd probably have been sent to the frontier like the other brothers long ago. How could I have the chance to stay in the capital? Your Highness, Chief Stewardly hesitated. I've said before to keep your distance from him. Why don't you listen? Chief Stewardly, Jiang Feng's expression darkened. There is no need to say such things again in the future. Brother Gu has great kindness towards me. If I were to distance myself from him, wouldn't I be worse than a beast? Moreover, even without Brother Gu, my elder brother might not tolerate me. TSK. The fatty sighed. It seems that red-haired guy really isn't a good person. He wants to harm even his own brothers. If he were my family, he would have been slapped to death long ago. Looking at the fatty who had grown familiar, following Jiang Feng back, Chief Stewardly looked down on him. Uninformed, how can your little family compare to the royal family? Chief Stewardly, feeling that his words were a bit harsh, Jiang Feng softened his tone, saying, I know your intentions, but now that the wood has been cut, we can only accept it. As for Teacher Mei, let fate decide. After talking for a long time, the fatty was somewhat confused. It seems you are all very afraid of that Mei Yin. This person is quite ordinary, timid, and apart from having an unfortunate name, there's nothing special about him. Right? Brother Fatty Hezheng, you don't know. Jiang Feng sighed and recounted Mei Yun's story once again. What? After hearing this, the fatty jumped up. It's over. The next moment, his face turned pale, resembling Chief Steward Li just moments ago. It's over. I, Fat Grandpa, cannot escape this calamity. seemingly wanting to compare. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion was even more magnificent than the Murong family inn, boasting 5 full floors. On the first floor lobby, it was extremely lively. Various cultivators came and went, highlighting the prosperity of this Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Before coming, Guhan had already taken the time to change into a new outfit. Otherwise, with his previous disheveled appearance, he couldn't guarantee he wouldn't encounter more troubles. Now, apart from the falling ghost fruit, he didn't want any other unexpected events to happen. This guest, upon seeing Guhan enter, a middle-aged man warmly approached him. "I am Fan Shi, the manager of Gathering Treasure Pavilion. If the guest has any needs, feel free to tell me. Whether it's magical artifacts, elixirs, or some heavenly materials that are difficult to find in the royal capital, our Gathering Treasure Pavilion has it all." Guhan glanced at him. His cultivation level was in the opening spirit realm. It seems that although there is also the influence of the Yuqing sect behind this Gathering Treasure Pavilion, it is clearly weaker compared to the Murong family. "I'm looking for Chunping." Shaking his head, Guhan ignored his enthusiasm. "I heard he is also a manager here." Chunping, seeing the business slipping away, Fan Shi's politeness instantly vanished without a trace. He lazily pointed to a corner. "Over there. Go by yourself." By the way, Chunping is no longer a manager. Looking in the direction he pointed, Guhan's brows furrowed immediately. In the corner, Chunping had a dejected look with a pile of oddly shaped stones in front of him, some as small as a fist, while others were as tall as a person. However, most of the people in the pavilion came for elixirs and magical artifacts and didn't even glance at those strange stones. Chapter 46. Enhancing Soul Power. Falling Ghost Fruit. Brother Gu? Upon seeing Guhan, Chunping was naturally overjoyed. "You're here?" He hurriedly stood up from that pile of stones, excitedly coming to Guhan's side, warmly asking, "When did you arrive in the royal capital? Where's that little girl? Why didn't she come with you? How was today's visit to the Martial Arts Academy? Which instructor did you choose?" A series of greetings made Guhan feel warmth in his heart. "Brother Chun." He pointed to the stone pestle beside him. "What is this thing? I just heard him say you're no longer a manager." This Chunping forced a smile. "Sigh. It's really a long story," letting the little brother laugh at me. "What happened?" Guhan was somewhat surprised. "Didn't you bring back the elixirs from Senior Shui? Logically, you should have been rewarded. Why were you stripped of your managerial position and left with this pile of broken stones?" "Little brother." Chunping was startled and said in a low voice, "Be cautious with your words. Nowadays in Gathering Treasure Pavilion, never mention the name of Divine Dr. Shui." "Why?" Guhan's brows furrowed even more. "Follow me." Chunping pulled Guhan and went to a corner, glancing around to ensure no one was paying attention to them before letting out a sigh of relief. This matter has to start from 3 days ago. It turned out that when Chunping returned to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion that day with Divine Dr. Shui's elixirs, it was naturally a great achievement, and he received considerable rewards, even being promoted to the position of manager temporarily, gaining much acclaim. However, the good times didn't last long. 3 days ago, a mysterious person suddenly arrived at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Upon learning that Chunping had purchased Divine Dr. Shui's elixirs, he immediately stripped him of his position and demoted him to an ordinary errand boy. Mysterious person? Guhan's heart tightened. This person seems to harbor a grudge against Divine Dr. Shui. Could he be his rival? But why had he never heard Chief Steward Li and the others mention it? "Little brother," Chunping sighed. "Encountering such matters, I consider myself unlucky, but I feel somewhat sorry for you. The price I promised you for those items is now unlikely to be fulfilled." "It's fine." Guhan naturally wouldn't hold a grudge over such trivial matters. "I didn't come this time to buy materials. Then you falling ghost fruit." "What?" Chunping was startled, glancing instinctively at Fan Shi in the distance. "The pavilion master acquired this item without making it public. I only learned of it after being promoted to manager." "How did you find out, little brother?" "Brother, don't ask." Guhan shook his head. "This item is of great use to me. I need to buy it. Do you have a way?" This Chunping hesitated for a moment. "I will take you there." Saying this, he took Guhan directly to the 3rd floor. Compared to the lobby on the 1st floor, the items for sale here were significantly more valuable, making the place feel a bit desolate with very few visitors. Manager Wei arrived in front of a quiet room. Chen Ping respectfully said, "I have something to discuss." Chen Ping? A dissatisfied voice came from inside the quiet room. "What do you want? Didn't I tell you? If those mysterious stones aren't sold out, don't come see me." Manager Wei glanced at Gu Han, gritted his teeth, and said, "I have a friend who wants to buy a falling ghost fruit." "What?" A startled exclamation. In the next moment, the door to the quiet room swung open, and a tall, thin man with a gloomy face appeared before the two. Chen Ping. He didn't even look at Gu Han, staring coldly at Chen Ping. "You have quite the nerve. The sect master has repeatedly instructed not to disclose any information about this item, and you have nothing to do with him." Guan Puliat Tian Ping Asida. "I heard about it from somewhere else." "Oh." Manager Wei swept Gu Han with a glance and suddenly sneered. "I don't care where you got this information. Hurry back. This item is not for sale." Gu Han didn't move. "What?" Manager Wei's expression turned cold. "Did you not hear what I said? Although my Gathering Treasure Pavilion is a business place that values harmony and wealth, if you don't know what's good for you, don't blame me for being rude." As he spoke, the cultivation level of the third realm of Gathering Yuan was fully revealed. However, this level of cultivation naturally posed no threat to Gu Han. "Little brother." Chen Ping hurriedly ran over. "Isn't it better to think this through? Just name a price." Gu Han spoke again, showing no intention of leaving. "What?" Manager Wei narrowed his eyes. "I said, name a price." Gu Han met his gaze earnestly. "I need this item. Just name your price. Whether it's pills, spirit crystals, or magical treasures, I'll find a way to get them for you." This was a matter of Asha's life. He was determined to obtain the falling ghost fruit. Seeing Gu Han so serious, Manager Wei hesitated a bit. "You really want to buy it?" "Of course." "Wait." After a moment of hesitation, he didn't voice any further refusal. Gu Han's sincerity was too strong. Strong enough that, even with his position, he couldn't make a unilateral decision on this matter. Coldly dropping a line, he turned and left. "Little brother." Chen Ping sighed. "You shouldn't have said that. You don't know. This Manager Wei, you're going to suffer a big loss. Thank you for the reminder, brother." Gu Han understood. By openly stating his needs, he had indeed given the Gathering Treasure Pavilion a chance to raise the price. However, if he hadn't said so, he might have been kicked out and had no chance of buying the falling ghost fruit at all. On the 5th floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, looking down from here, one could almost see half of the inner city, making it an excellent viewing spot. However, since the establishment of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, this floor had never been open to the public and had become a meeting place for the sect master, Tian Heng. At this moment, he stood beside an old man in a black robe, showing great respect. "Elder Du, are you satisfied with this item?" "Not bad." The one speaking was an old man, who was also the master uncle mentioned by Jiang Hong. He was Du Teng from the Yuqing sect. He was thin and frail, draped in a black robe, and his eyes flickered with a green light. "This falling ghost fruit is extremely hard to find. I didn't expect you to seize it during the Beast Riot. Quite clever. This credit will be noted for you. And once my senior brother's big matter is accomplished, rewards will follow." In front of him, in a beautifully crafted wooden box, lay a fruit. The fruit had a strange shape, with a ghostly face on it, surrounded by faint black mist, looking quite eerie. "Thank you, Elder Du." Tian Heng quickly bowed. "I will do my utmost to fulfill your orders, but now that you are appearing in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, it won't be long before Mu Rongchuan guesses our secret." On the surface, the Gathering Treasure Pavilion's backing was an elder from the Yuqing sect. However, in reality, Du Teng's senior brother was also Jiang Hong's master, making him the true controller of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. "No worries." Du Teng sneered twice. "If he wants to know, let him know. With my nephew controlling the Martial Academy and me stationed at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, in the future, this great Qi dynasty will only listen to my senior brother. A mere Mu Rongchuan won't stir up any waves." Elder Du is right. Tian Heng smiled. With the talent of the Grand Prince and his status, controlling the Martial Academy will be as easy as pie. Today, as the Martial Academy opens, I'm sure he will give everyone a surprise. Indeed, Du Teng Shukud. My senior brother's eye for accepting disciples is truly remarkable. My nephew is indeed a rare talent. By the way, he seemed to remember something. What about the situation with the 3 shops? Rest assured, Elder Du Tian Heng hurriedly said. They were caught halfway ambushing our gathering treasure pavilion steward, and since they were in the wrong, plus your reputation, they naturally agreed to merge into our gathering treasure pavilion. Good. Du Thing nodded. Next, speed up and deal with that steward when the opportunity arises. With me here, there's no need for Shui Mao's pills. Yes. Hee Shui Mao. Du Tung looked out the window, sneering. I've heard of your reputation, disciple of the ghost doctor, peerless in alchemy. I'd like to compete with you to see whose pills are better, yours or my poison pills. What a pity. Tian Hung expressed some regret. That Shui Mao went out with the seventh prince and hasn't returned. I don't know why. He understood that if Du Tung publicly defeated the divine Dr. Shui, stepping on him to rise, it would undoubtedly greatly enhance the reputation of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Not back yet. Du Tung sneered. Then I'll wait for him here. Just then, Manager Wei's voice suddenly came from outside. Secmaster, what are you doing here? Tian Heng's expression darkened. Didn't I already instruct you not to let anyone disturb us? Secmaster. Manager Wei was already regretting reporting this matter, but it was too late. So he had to brace himself and say, someone is outside wanting to buy that falling ghost fruit. Falling ghost fruit? Tian Hung frowned deeply. Who wants to buy it? The fifth floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion had a barrier set up to prevent mental probing, to prevent certain special guests from exposing their identities. Therefore, even though he and Du Tung had high cultivation and already possessed mental abilities, they couldn't detect the situation on the third floor. Yes, Manager Wei explained the situation. What nonsense! Tian Heng's expression turned cold. A small Qi realm cultivator dares to be so brazen as to want to buy my falling ghost fruit? Tell him to get lost. Secmaster. Manager Wei trembled. He repeated Gu Han's words. Tell him to get lost. Tian Hung impatiently waved his hand. This item I have already, wait. Sudoni, Du Thing spoke up. Did he say any price? Yes. In that case, Du Thing Sudoni smiled. What harm is there in giving it to him? Elder Du Tian Hung was taken aback. But, no harm. Du Tung glanced at the falling ghost fruit and said pointedly, if he truly wants to buy it and can afford the price, then giving it to him is fine. A small Qi realm cultivator won't stir up any major waves. It's just temporarily stored with him for a few days. Do you understand? Brilliant. Tian Hung realized and praised. Elder Du, that's brilliant. Tell him. Du Ting was somewhat pleased. This falling ghost fruit is only for trade, not for sale. If he wants it, he must offer a profound weapon or a martial art of earth rank or higher. Otherwise, don't even think about it. Yes, yes. Outside, Manager Wei nodded repeatedly. Although he was unclear about Du Tung's true identity, he understood in his heart that someone who could make their own sect master so respectful must have a significant background. Don't worry, Senior. I will definitely handle this matter properly. By the way, Tian Hung spoke again. That Chun Ping, find a way to deal with him. Du Lao doesn't like him at all, understood? Yes, subordinate understands. In the third floor of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, little brother, looking at Gu Han, who had his eyes half closed beside him, Chun Ping could no longer hold back. With your current cultivation level, even though the falling shadow fruit is extremely valuable, you can't use it for now, so why bother? There are some things in this Gathering Treasure Pavilion that can't be explained to you, but you must be extremely careful. Brother, seeing him look so worried, Gu Han felt a bit touched. You're already a servant, yet you still have time to care about me? Me? Chun Ping was momentarily stunned, then smiled bitterly. Being a servant isn't all bad. It prevents envy from others, and at least I have a leisurely time. Besides, selling Xianstone is still a job. Xianstone? Gu Han then remembered that earlier there was a pile of stones in front of Chun Ping. Could there be a secret in there? However, before he could ask, footsteps came from upstairs, and it was Manager Wei coming down. You guys seem leisurely. Gu Han's heart stirred. Manager Wei's attitude naturally indicated some situations. Congratulations. Manager Wei smiled and cupped his hands towards Gu Han. This little brother, our secmaster, has agreed. The falling shadow fruit can be sold. However, while speaking, he did not take out the item. Say it, Gu Han naturally understood his meaning. What price? This little brother is indeed clever. Manager Wei fixed his gaze on Gu Han and slowly said, 1 piece of Xian artifact, or a cultivation technique above the earth level. If this little brother can't provide it, then please leave. What? On the side, Chun Ping couldn't help but exclaim. What's wrong? Manager Wei frowned. Chun Ping, do you have an opinion? Manager, this. Chun Ping glanced at Gu Han and gritted his teeth. Isn't this a bit too expensive? Unlike Gu Han. He had been a manager in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion for many years, and naturally had a rough estimate of the value of the falling shadow fruit. This item was worth at most 1,000,000 crystals. Yet both the mentioned by Manager Wei and the earth-level technique were worth 10 times more than the falling shadow fruit. Manager, Chun Ping sighed bitterly. This little brother truly wants to buy the falling shadow fruit. Our Gathering Treasure Pavilion has always valued integrity and should show some sincerity. Chun Ping, Manager Wei's face darkened. You traitorous thing. Are you still a person from our Gathering Treasure Pavilion? This is the sect master's decision. Can you question it? The falling shadow fruit is clearly something he wanted to buy forcefully. I didn't force him. Huh, you just said you'd pay any price. How come now that the moment has come, you want to go back on your word? Speaking, he glanced at Gu Han with a mocking tone. If you really can't take out something, it's simple. Just buy one of those below and open it. Maybe you'll get lucky and find a treasure. This. Chun Ping had a bitter expression. The probability of those yielding treasures was less than 1 in 10,000. Hee. Manager Wei looked extremely impatient. Since you can't afford it and aren't willing to open then hurry up and leave. My time is not for you to waste. Before coming, Gu Han understood that obtaining the falling shadow fruit today would not be too smooth. Whether it was the previous price hike by the Gathering Treasure Pavilion or Manager Wei's extremely unpleasant attitude, it was all within his expectations. Therefore, he didn't appear too angry. Instead, he became a bit interested in that pile of stones. Brother Chun, can those broken stones really yield treasures? Broken stones? Manager Wei sneered. It seems you don't even know what is. With such ignorance, you dare to shamelessly come to buy the falling shadow fruit? Little brother, Chun Ping explained in a low voice. While looking like ordinary stones, actually has its own mysteries. Beneath that ordinary exterior hides all sorts of strange things inside. Pills, magical artifacts, cultivation techniques, almost everything can be found, but the outer layer of stone is very special and can almost block all means of inspection from cultivators. Unless it is completely cut open, no matter how high your cultivation level is, you can never know what is inside. In the past, the gambling on stones was all the rage everywhere. Although these are buried deep underground and are rare and expensive, it still couldn't stop cultivators' enthusiasm. However, gradually, fewer and fewer people gambled on stones. Not to mention that most are empty, even if something can be opened. After years of washing, pills have long lost their efficacy. Magical artifacts lost their spirituality, and techniques are often incomplete, leaving only fragments. Of course, it's not that no one has opened good things, but to pay such a high price to gamble on a probability of less than 1 in 10,000, unless one is wealthy and using it for leisure. Ordinary cultivators can't bear it. Therefore, has changed from being snatched up to being ignored. Whoever buys it is a fool. After hearing his explanation, Gu Han's heart stirred. If it can block almost all means of inspection, then... All right. Just as he was thinking, Manager Wei's impatient voice came again. Since you can't take it out and don't have the guts to open then just get lost. Saying this, he turned and walked into the quiet room, no longer looking at Gu Han. Wait, Gu Han called out to him again. What do you want? Manager Wei's face darkened. Do you really think I'm an easy person to talk to? Who said I wouldn't buy it? Leave quickly. You can afford it? I can afford it. Gu Han's expression was calm. I'll come back after half a day. That won't do. Manager Wei shook his head repeatedly. What if you don't come back? Not to mention wasting half a day of my time. I can't explain it to the sect master. Gu Han realized that Manager Wei was deliberately making things difficult. This item, I'll give it to you. However, at this moment, he wasn't in the mood to argue. He took out a fist-sized purple flower bud from his storage bag and threw it into Manager Wei's hand. If I don't come back after half a day, this thing is yours. Purple cristal vine. Manager Wei's eyes lit up. TSK. I didn't expect this little brother to have such good stuff on him. Is it all right? Gu Han quietly looked at him. Of course, it's all right. Manager Wei was overjoyed, holding the purple crystal vine and playing with it endlessly, his greed completely unmasked. The purple crystal vine is quite rare, worth around 20,000 crystals, which is a considerable fortune even for someone at Manager Wei's level in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Sigh. On the side, Chun Ping secretly sighed. Even if this deal goes through, it seems difficult for the purple crystal vine to return to Gu Han's hands. All right. After getting a reply, Gu Han no longer hesitated and turned to leave. I'll be back after half a day. Hearing this, Chun Ping hurriedly followed. Hee. Watching the two leave, Manager Wei suddenly laughed. I'll gladly accept this purple crystal vine. He didn't believe that Gu Han, a mere chi-opening realm little cultivator, could take out an earth-level technique. Not to mention Gu Han, even that sect master wouldn't be able to produce one. Outside, Brother Chun. Gu Han bowed to Chun Ping. Thank you for today. I will remember this favor. Don't mention it, Chun Ping said, somewhat embarrassed. I wasn't able to help at all today. Gu Han shook his head. For him, Chun Ping's goodwill was more precious than successfully completing the task. Little brother. Chun Ping hesitated to speak. You seem a bit irrational today. He didn't understand how the Gu Han who was so calculating and attentive to every detail, even a single yuan crystal, had turned into this easy target today. Old brother, Gu Han didn't explain. We'll meet again in half a day. After saying this, he bowed to Chun Ping and turned to leave. Upon exiting the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, he didn't return to the inn but went directly to the outer city, finding a secluded corner where no one was around and stopped. Wei, the manager, was right. Gu Han was indeed broke, whether it was profound weapons or earth-level techniques. He had none, but he didn't have them. Someone else did. Taking a deep breath, he slightly closed his eyes, and his consciousness instantly sank to the deepest part. There lay a treasure that belonged solely to him. Damn it! Just as he arrived at the sword prison, Gu Han heard a familiar curse. It felt a bit nostalgic and somewhat endearing, just as he was about to greet. The next words from the shadow made his face turn as dark as a pot bottom. This little bastard, YISNT, he dead yet? Heh, he sneered. And with a thought, a sword chi flashed over the sword prison, piercing through the body of the demon lord. Who? The demon lord was furious. Which bastard? Cough cough, kid. You're here. Upon seeing Gu Han, he felt a bit guilty. He hoped his previous words hadn't been overheard. Of course he had. Otherwise, he would have acted without reason. Ugh, this little bastard was as insidious and cunning as ever. Speak. Gu Han looked at him coldly. Why aren't you talking? Kid. The shadow could no longer hold back. I'm stuck in this dark and gloomy place, more suffocating than a damn prisoner. Can I curse you a couple of times to vent my anger? As a cultivator, your perspective and mind should be broader. How can you take every little trivial matter too seriously and expect to advance further? His speech was righteous, and Gu Han even began to doubt if he was indeed too narrow-minded. Speak. Seizing the moment when Gu Han didn't react, he crossed his arms and said faintly, Were you looking for me for this time? Gu Han felt something was off, but at this moment, he wasn't in the mood to argue with the shadow over the matter of the falling ghost fruit. Techniques. He looked at the shadow seriously. I need techniques. What? The shadow sneered. You have another friend? No. Gu Han shook his head. This time it's Asha. That little girl? The shadow was genuinely eager to take her as a disciple, and his tone grew urgent. Did something happen to her? Yes. Gu Han recounted what happened to Asha. I need techniques to exchange for the falling ghost fruit. I told you earlier. Hearing that Asha could only hold on for 3 more months, the shadow was furious. Let me out, and I will find a way to save her. Kid, if something happens to you with the broken illusion eyes, heaven-defying bloodline, you will be the biggest sinner. So, Gu Han repeated, give me the techniques. The rest, I will figure out myself. The shadow's tone paused. He understood this was Gu Han's bottom line. Other matters could be negotiated, but not this one. I don't have earth-level techniques. He was filled with resentment. I've said before, I only collect quality. The lowest is sky level. Take it or leave it. You're lying. Gu Han narrowed his eyes. Earth-level techniques are fine. But sky level? Once you take it out, not to mention the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, even the people from the Jade Qingtian sect will definitely not let you off. You want to harm me? Well, there's nothing I can do. The shadow spread his hands. Earth-level techniques are trash. Just looking at them sullies my eyes. What's my status? Do you know? Before he finished speaking, a dozen sword chi suddenly shot out from the sword prison, locking him firmly. Do you know? The shadow seemed oblivious, still speaking with a tough tone. The demon soldiers under me back then practiced an earth-level inferior technique, the blood spirit technique. It's very trashy and quite unremarkable. Of course, if you really want it, cough cough, I can give it to you. After saying that, he and Guhan exchanged a glance for a moment. Bastard. Despicable. Both cursed inwardly at the same time. Moments later, the shadow happily handed over the technique, and Guhan subsequently retracted the sword chi. The two parties restored their apparent harmony once more. Damn it. After Guhan left, the shadow gritted his teeth in anger. This little bastard, why did he have so many tricks up his sleeve despite looking so young? Just wait. I'll see if you let me out when you're in a desperate situation. Half a day passed in the blink of an eye. In the gathering treasure pavilion. On the first floor, Chun Ping was somewhat distracted, glancing outside from time to time. Opposite him sat Wei, the manager, casually holding a bowl of spirit tea. He was also waiting for Guhan. He was curious whether this mere chi-opening realm cultivator could actually bring back a profound weapon or an earth-level technique. Casting a glance at Chun Ping, he secretly sneered. His own life was nearly forfeit, yet he still had the energy to worry about others. Once this matter was done, it would be time to take your life. Heh. Seeing that the time had come, he put down the spirit tea and slowly stood up. Indeed, he had overestimated that kid. However, having a purple crystal vine in his account wasn't a total waste of time. Little brother. Just as he turned to leave, he heard Chun Ping's surprised shout from behind. Guhan was back. Chapter 48, Greed and Betrayal. In fact, Guhan could retrieve this technique in an instant. However, he was worried about raising suspicions, which was why he had set this half-day appointment. Back. Wei, the manager, was somewhat surprised. He hadn't expected Guhan to actually bring something back. Little brother, he approached warmly. It seems you are a man of your word. I apologize for any offense earlier. I hope you won't hold it against me. In his words, he didn't mention the purple crystal vine at all. Clearly, he had no intention of returning it. The item, Guhan raised the jade talisman in his hand. I brought it. This talisman is specially made, very useful. It can record techniques, divine abilities, and images. Before I returned, I specifically sought one. Good. Wei's expression brightened, reaching out to take it. But little brother, where's the item I wanted? Guhan withdrew his hand. Wait a moment. Wei's smile grew even wider. I'll go report to the pavilion master. On the 5th floor of the gathering treasure pavilion, only Tian Heng remained. Du Tung had long since disappeared. Lost. Unlike the pride he had half a day ago. He now frowned, incredulous. How could the Grand Prince lose? Who was the one who defeated him? Not long after Guhan left, news from the Martial Academy reached him. The Grand Prince had actually lost to an unknown nobody in the competition. The moment he heard the news, Du Tung was filled with rage and no longer cared about the falling ghost fruit. He hurriedly gave a few instructions and directly left for the Grand Prince's mansion. Jiang Hong lost. It's not just him who lost, but also the plans of his senior brother, which were greatly affected. Sighing at this thought, Tian Heng quietly exhaled. Hopefully, old Du can think of a way to salvage the situation. Just as he was thinking this, the voice of Wei, the steward, came from outside. Master, that kid is back. What? Tian Heng was taken aback and overjoyed. After offering such a high price, he and Du Tung had actually not held much hope. They were just gambling on that slim chance out of boredom. Not to mention him, even for Du Tung, an earth-level artifact or technique was incredibly precious. Thinking of this, he hurriedly asked, where's the item? It's still in his hands. He said he would give it to me only after seeing the falling ghost fruit. What did he take? I'm not sure, but from the looks of it, it's either a technique or a divine ability. Good. The gloom in Tian Heng's heart was instantly swept away, and he was overjoyed. Give it to him. An earth-level technique or divine ability is extremely rare even in the Jade Qing sect. Although I am the master of the gathering treasure pavilion, I have never come across something of this level. In comparison, the falling ghost fruit seemed unimportant now. Master Wei, the steward, hesitated. After giving the item to him, he will follow him. Tian Heng's expression turned cold. Investigate his background thoroughly. I don't believe someone who can produce an earth-level technique or divine ability is just an unknown junior. Of course, if he really has no background. You know what to do with a small cultivator in the Qi transformation realm. At this moment, he naturally did not know Guhan's true identity. Understood. Wei, the steward. responded. What about Shun Ping? Although he works diligently, if old Du wants him dead, he will have to die. Tian Heng understood. Du Tong particularly disliked Dr. Shui. And Shun Ping's act of bringing back Dr. Shui's pills had just crossed his taboo, so he naturally had little chance of survival. In the hall, seeing that Gu Han had actually brought the item back, Shun Ping was extremely surprised. However, since it involved Gu Han's secret, he did not dare to ask further. Before long, Wei, the steward, came down again, sent Shun Ping away, and led Gu Han into a quiet room. Then took out the wooden box containing the falling ghost fruit. Upon seeing the fruit for the first time, Gu Han felt a slight dizziness. Instead of being surprised, he was overjoyed. This fruit must be useful for Asha. After confirming this, he readily handed over the jade talisman, waiting for the verification from the master of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Although the blood spirit technique was just an earth-level inferior quality, it was simple and brutal. It traded the burning of one's own essence and blood for a doubling of combat power within a quarter of an hour, and followed a legitimate demonic path. While the so-called garbage divine ability mentioned by the Shadow was, in Gu Han's view, a rather rare life-saving skill. A doubling of power. Aside from the Great Evolution Sword Classic, which he temporarily could not comprehend, this blood spirit technique was the most powerful divine ability he had ever seen. Little brother, you've waited long. Just as he was thinking, Wei, the steward, returned to the quiet room and gently pushed the wooden box in front of Gu Han. The master is very satisfied. This falling ghost fruit is yours. Gu Han did not hesitate and immediately put away. Is there anything else? As the matter settled, Gu Han did not leave, but instead reached out to him. What about my purple crystal vine? What? Wei, the steward's face stiffened. Little brother, you're being a bit unreasonable. To get you this falling ghost fruit, I went to great lengths and said a lot of good things to the master. Shouldn't I earn some pocket money? You said good things? Gu Han glanced at him. I don't believe it. Having obtained the falling ghost fruit, he naturally would not let Wei, the steward, take advantage of him anymore. Wei, the steward, had no intention of taking out the item. To be honest, anything that comes into my hands has never been returned. This purple crystal vine is my share from this transaction. If you have any objections, feel free to go to the master. However, the consequences then are beyond what I can know. That won't do. Gu Han stubbornly refused to give in. This purple crystal vine is quite valuable. If I give it to you for nothing, I'll suffer a huge loss. Wei, the steward, looked speechless. Earth-level divine abilities are incredibly precious. And you don't even blink when you say you'll give it away. This purple crystal vine is just a few tens of thousands of crystals. And you care about it? How about this? Gu Han changed his tone. I don't want the purple crystal vine anymore. I'll take something from the Gathering Treasure Pavilion as compensation. How about that? What item? Wei. The steward's face became wary. The Xian stone. Gu Han did not hide his intentions. I'm quite interested in that. The Xian stone? Wei, the steward, instantly relaxed. Those Xian stones have been piled there for many years, and not a single one had been sold. To the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, they were the most worthless items. If not for hoping to find a few fools, he would have almost moved those items to the warehouse, never to see the light of day again. Little brother, you have good taste. He outwardly praised. Those Xian stones are full of mysteries. If one can randomly produce a treasure, it's worth far more than the purple crystal vine. But in his heart, he looked down on him. Country bumpkin, want to open treasures? You won't find anything even after 8 lifetimes. Outside, in front of Shun Ping, a cultivator was holding a fist-sized Xian stone, turning it over and over, with a face full of struggle and hesitation. How much is this Xian stone? Shun Ping's heart leaped with joy. Could it be that this Xian stone is finally going to sell? Customer, he cautiously said, looking at the other person's expression. The price for the one you have is 10,000. Smack! Before he could finish, the cultivator threw down the Xian stone. 10,000? Why don't you go rob someone? Customer, Shun Ping was a bit anxious. If you really want it, I can give you 20 off, or even 30 off. Just think about it. Sighing as he saw the person walk further away, he exhaled. As expected, no one was buying the Xian stone. I want this one. Just as he was thinking, a very familiar voice pulled him back to reality. Little brother? Seeing Gu Han, his face brightened. Did it work out? It did. Gu Han nodded, holding a Xian stone and examining it closely. After looking for a while, he couldn't figure out anything. Little brother, behind him, Wei, the steward, approached. The Xin stone you have is worth 30,000, while that purple crystal vine is worth at most 20,000. What? Guhan glanced at him. Why don't you just return the purple crystal vine to me? Hee. Wei, the steward laughed dryly. Forget it, forget it. You can take this Xin stone. Consider it a way for our gathering treasure pavilion to make a friend. Beside him, Chun Ping understood everything clearly. Indeed, he sighed inwardly. With Wei, the steward's character, once that purple crystal vine was in his hands, it would be impossible to get it back. Brother. Guhan put away the Xin stone and had no intention of staying any longer. He cupped his hands to Chun Ping. Thank you for today's matter. We'll meet again another day. After saying that, he didn't even look at Wei, the steward, and left directly. Wei, the steward, stared at Guhan's back, his eyes flickering. Chun Ping. Huh, steward? Do you know this kid? This young brother Gu is from Tianwu City. Thanks to him, I was able to meet Dr. Shui that day. Not only that, but he also saved my life. Dr. Shui? Wei, the steward's heart stirred. So he has a connection with Dr. Shui. No wonder he can produce an Earth-level divine ability. Unfortunately, Dr. Shui is not in the royal capital now. Then you must be out of luck. With a cold sneer in his heart, he immediately followed him out. Oh no! Chun Ping's heart skipped a beat. He was well aware of the gathering treasure pavilion style and Wei, the steward's character. Little brother is in danger. Thinking of this, he hesitated for a moment, gritted his teeth, and followed suit. On the long street, Guhan's pace was neither fast nor slow, but the direction was not towards the inn, rather it was outside the city. With his powerful spiritual sense, far exceeding that of a gathering Yuan realm cultivator, he easily noticed Wei Zhushi hanging back behind him. Greedy, he could roughly guess the other's thoughts and sneered inwardly. He continued walking towards the city outskirts, fully playing the role of a qualified prey. Just as he reached the city gate, a figure suddenly jumped out from the side, blocking his path. It was Chun Ping, little brother. On this journey, he had been worried about running out of time, so he had exerted all his strength to find Guhan before Wei Zhushi did. Brother Chun, what are you doing here? Guhan was somewhat surprised. Wei Zhushi might be a threat to you. You. Guhan paused for a moment and suddenly laughed. You're this exhausted just to tell me this news? Chun Ping nodded. Little brother, you must be careful. Brother. Guhan glanced back and sighed suddenly. Do you know that Wei Zhushi has already discovered you? Huh? Chun Ping's face turned pale. He regretted it? A little. Let's go. Guhan smiled and patted his shoulder. Go where? Chun Ping asked with a mournful face. Outside the city. Guhan said helplessly. Brother, you really don't think someone can just take the purple crystal vine from me for free, do you? That is 20,000 yuan crystals. Chun Ping looked confused. He couldn't grasp Guhan's thoughts. This is a matter of life and death. Don't say 20,000, even 200,000 yuan crystals. Is it still important? But before he could think more, Guhan had already grabbed his shoulder and suddenly quickened his pace, directly arriving outside the city. A moment later, a gloomy-faced Wei Zhushi also arrived. Chun Ping, you traitorous scoundrel. Spying and reporting? Perfect. I'll take care of you together, saving me the trouble of looking for an opportunity. Chapter 49. I understand the rules. Always keep secrets. The Crown Prince's residence was currently shrouded in gloom. The maids and servants moving around were all cautious, afraid of making any noise that might anger the emotional master inside. In a quiet room, Jiang Hong stood with his hands down, a look of guilt on his face. Beside him were Yu Hua, Jiang Yi, and Chen Fong, 3 martial arts instructors who had secretly allied with him. Opposite them, Du Tong sat with a sullen face, silent. Uncle Master, Jiang Hong hesitated for a moment and spoke. This matter is all because of me. I was too useless to lose to him, which also delayed Master S' big plans. Disciple, Du Tong's gaze was deep. Do you know how much you lost with this defeat? Uncle Master, what do you mean? Over the years, Du Tong glanced at him. Senior brother has been secretly working for you to enter the Qingyun Pavilion. Before I arrived, this matter was already taking shape, and that person had agreed to give you a chance to test yourself. What? Jiang Hong's heart shook. Is what you said true? In his excitement, he even stumbled over his words. The Qingyun Pavilion, a mysterious organization that included all the talented disciples of the Yuqing sect, he actually had a chance to enter? Unfortunately, Du Tong shifted his tone. You are not competitive. Originally, with your foundational strength, aside from that monster from the Chu, no one in the 10 Nations Martial Academy could claim to defeat you. But now, you've lost to a nameless person. If he also had a special physique, that would be one thing, but he is just an ordinary body. This Qingyun Pavilion matter has become difficult. Jiang Hong's face flushed red and white, unable to say a word. At this moment, he felt a bit regretful. Why did he accept Gu Han's challenge that day and missed this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Though not knowing what the Qingyun Pavilion was, Yu Hua quickly stepped forward to express loyalty. This matter cannot all be blamed on His Highness. That kid is definitely not simple. I have fought him, and his spiritual power is the thickest I have ever seen. Even an ordinary Gathering Yuan 5th or 6th realm person is probably not his opponent, and moreover, his relationship with the Murong family seems to be quite unusual. The Murong family? Du Tong sneered. I don't care about his relationship with the Murong family. I don't care about his strength either. What I care about is what to do about Senior Brother's plan. Uncle Master. On the side, Jiang Hong gritted his teeth. Give me another chance. Please grant me some pills. I will surely break into the Gathering Yuan realm soon. At that time, I will definitely redeem my shame and complete Master S plan. Pills can be given to you. Du temps remède expressiones. But what if you lose again? Even if you win, you have already lost to him once. And people's impressions of you will not be as good as before. How can you smoothly take control of the Martial Academy? His words made Jiang Hong's face turn red with anger. Du Lao, Yu Hua stepped forward again. Actually, I have a method that can be tried. Oh. Du Ting glanced at him. Speak. Yes. Yu Hua suppressed his excitement. This time His Highness lost, and although his prestige has greatly diminished, he has you behind him, and that's senior in the upper sect. As long as you show your face in front of everyone and demonstrate some means, those student instructors, let alone Vice Dean Wu and Vice Dean Feng, would not dare to make any more small moves. Seeing Du Tong listening intently, he continued. Once His Highness breaks through again and defeats that kid, even killing him, he will surely regain most of his reputation. By then, with your support, taking charge of the Martial Academy will be easy and will not require much effort. You. Du Ting looked him over a few times. What's your name? Yu Hua. Good. Du Ting was quite satisfied. You are very good. A talent. Once Senior Brother's plan is completed, I will count it as your great contribution. Thank you. Zhu Lao. Thank you, Du Lao. Yu Hua was overjoyed and bowed repeatedly. On the side, Jiang Yi and Chun Fong were so jealous that their eyes nearly turned red. Having caught Du Lao's eye, their future prospects were boundless. This matter, Du Tong slowly stood up and looked at Jiang Hong. You go arrange it. I don't care about the process. I just want to see results. Yes. Jiang Hong quickly bowed. Uncle Master, don't worry. This matter will be left to me. Just a few days after the Beast Riot, the once bustling city outskirts now appeared somewhat desolate. If the Beast came again, wouldn't he, leaving the city, be like seeking death? Where do they go? Over 10 miles from the city gate. Wei Zhu stopped, his face dark. He clearly saw them come this way. Damn it. He felt a sense of unwillingness. The benefits he had in hand were gone. Are you looking for me? Suddenly, a voice came from not far away. Who? Wei Zhu was startled, and as he scanned the area, he saw Gu Han and Chen Ping walking out from the nearby woods. It's you? He was taken aback for a moment, then immediately overjoyed. So you were hiding there. Beside Gu Han, Chen Ping felt anxious. He didn't understand why Gu Han, who could have escaped Wei Zhu, was waiting here. Little brother, he lowered his voice. Wei Zhu is a master of the Gathering Yuan 3rd realm. I know, Gu Han said with a puzzled expression. What does this have to do with me getting back the purple crystal vine? Chen Ping was stunned. How could it not be related? Although you're now also in the open aperture realm, compared to Wei Zhu, you are at least one major realm apart. How can you get back the purple crystal vine? With your life? Wei Zhu. Gu Han no longer paid attention to him and calmly greeted him. It's so quick to meet again. Hee. Wei Zhu smiled with a fake grin. Stop pretending to be dumb with me. You should know why I'm here. The falling ghost fruit? Not bad, take it out. I don't understand. Go inside. I've already paid 10 times the price to you. Why are you still so greedy? You've made so much and still think it's not enough, insisting on cutting things off completely? You can only blame yourself. Wei Zhu sneered. It's your fault for not having enough strength and flaunting your treasures in public. Zhu Chen Ping quickly stepped forward. This matter, Chen Ping. Wei Zhu's expression turned cold. You traitor. How dare you inform on me? You really are an ungrateful wolf. It seems the master wants me to deal with you. And he was right. What? Chen Ping's face turned pale. Deal with me? Why? I have worked diligently in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I have no achievements, but I have put in effort. Want an answer? Wei Zhu's figure surged, and he slapped toward the two. I'll tell you in your next life. At a distance of more than 10 meters, Chen Ping felt a strong gust of wind rushing at him. Stand back. Beside him, Gu Han's eyes flashed with killing intent, directly pushing Chen Ping away, brandishing his sword, and unleashing all his cultivation. In an instant, a heavy, dignified spiritual pressure fell within Chen Ping's perception. His face turned pale, muttering to himself. So strong. He could see that Gu Han now was much stronger than when they met in the wild forest. And it was only a little over a month since they parted. This is bad. Opposite him, Wei Zhu naturally noticed Gu Han's anomaly, his heart leaping. Why? This kid clearly looks like he has just entered the enlightenment realm. But his spiritual power is incredibly thick to an absurd extent. I was careless. No wonder he was so calm. He was pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger. However, at this moment, the two sides were only a few meters apart. Even if he understood, he had no chance to escape. Die for me. A sense of death enveloped him. He gritted his teeth and pulled out a long sword from his storage ring. I want to. Before he could finish, several flashes of light instantly passed. Suddenly, pain shot through his chest. His internal spiritual power instantly stagnated, and his body softened, collapsing to the ground. He looked at the transparent hole in his chest, his face filled with disbelief. What is that? Want an answer? Slap. A long sword rested on his shoulder. I'll tell you in your next life. It was Gu Han returning his previous words verbatim. No. Looking at the expressionless Gu Han, a strong desire to survive suddenly surged in Wei Zhu's heart. Don't kill me. What about my purple crystal vine? Give it to me. As he spoke, he hurriedly took off the storage ring from his hand and handed it to Gu Han. Spare my life. I have some savings over the years. If you let me go, I'll give you everything. Storage ring? Gu Han took it. Compared to storage bags, storage rings have a larger space and are more convenient to carry, but they are also much more valuable. The most ordinary ones cost tens of thousands of spirit crystals. It seems you've scraped together quite a bit. Inside the storage ring, there were more than 300,000 spirit crystals, as well as many precious spiritual herbs and materials, and that purple crystal vine was among them. It's yours. Wei Zhu pleaded incessantly. It's all yours. Please spare me. I ask you. Gu Han did not answer. Who ordered you to ambush me? The master. Wei Zhu naturally pushed all the responsibility onto Tian Heng. It was him, and also Du Lao. To save his life, he naturally revealed everything he knew. Zhu Lao. In the distance, Chen Ping's face turned deathly pale. So it was him who wanted to kill me. At this moment, he felt a wave of fear. If he had harbored fear today and hadn't chased after Gu Han, he would have faced a very tragic end. And now, although he took a great risk to inform Gu Han, he inadvertently saved his own life. Every action has its consequences. This matter, Gu Han narrowed his eyes. It's not over. Wei Zhu's face turned ashen. I've already told you everything I know. These things were ordered by the master and have nothing to do with me. Please let me go. My matter. Gu Han glanced at him. It's temporarily confidential. Yes. Wei Zhu was overjoyed. I understand. Temporarily confidential. I will keep it secret forever. Good. Swish. A flash of sword light passed, and his head fell to the ground. In his eyes, there was still a trace of joy remaining. Not far away, seeing this scene, Chen Ping vaguely felt that the Gu Han in front of him was a bit unfamiliar and a bit frightening. Brother. Gu Han did not even look at the corpse and returned to Chen Ping's side, his expression returning to what it was before. As usual, the spoils will not be shared with you. Saying this, he raised the storage ring in his hand. Chen Ping chuckled bitterly. He really could never grasp this little brother's thoughts. Let us go. Gu Han yit. Where to? Chen Ping looked bitter. I can't go back to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Where to? Guhan found it somewhat amusing. Of course, I'm going to find you a better job. Not to mention Chen Ping helping him several times. Just because Chen Ping was implicated because of Shueshini, he couldn't just leave him alone. The matter of Shueshini is his matter. Guhan naturally did not know that during the time he was outside the city, all the students, teachers, and the 3 vice presidents of the Martial Academy received an invitation, signed by none other than Jiang Hong. Chapter 50, The Dream of the Fool. A corner of the future, in an elegant and quiet secret room in an inn. No wonder. Listening to the report of the black-clad man below, Murong Chuan suddenly realized there seemed to be a lingering fire intent on him. It seemed he had fought with Jiang Hong. I was negligent. I didn't think of this point. Amazing. He couldn't help but marvel. Just with the strength of the 2nd level of enlightenment, he could defeat the 9th level of enlightenment's fire spirit body. He must have extraordinary capabilities. The eldest lady's insight is indeed beyond my reach. I'm getting more and more curious about this little brother. Little did he know, Murong Yin gave Guhan the token purely because she found him pleasing to the eye, which had little to do with insight. There is one more thing. Below, the black-clad man suddenly hesitated. Say it. Murong Chuan waved his hand. Could he possibly destroy the Martial Academy? Not at all. The black-clad man paused. It's just that he chose Mei Yun as a teacher. What? The previously composed Murong Chuan instantly lost his composure. Mei Yun? How could he? Before he could finish his sentence, his expression changed, and his figure flashed, disappearing in an instant. In the hall, seeing Murong Chuan suddenly appear, Guhan was a bit curious. Why does this senior look like that? He had been here for several days, but had never seen him act like this. Senior. He cupped his hands. Thank you for this matter. Did you get the stuff? I got it. Guhan raised the storage ring in his hand. So fast. Murong Chuan was somewhat curious. Usually, he hadn't seen this person so decisive. What price did you pay? 10 times. 10 times? Murong Chuan was even more curious. He knew the value of the falling ghost fruit very well. Given Guhan's usual frugality, even asking if the inn was free, how could he obtain so many spirit crystals? Moreover, even with spirit crystals, the falling ghost fruit might not be available. However, since Guhan didn't say, he naturally wouldn't ask further. By the way, Guhan seemed to have thought of something and pulled Chen Ping from behind him to the front. Senior, would you mind helping me with a small favor? Small favor? Murong Chuan was taken aback, glancing at Chen Ping a few times with some confusion. Who is he? Chen Ping was completely bewildered. To be precise, after Guhan told him about the Murong family, he became dazed. He had been in the capital for many years and naturally understood the terror of the Murong family. The royal family had to stand aside before them. So it turns out that little brother Gu is actually a distinguished guest of the Murong family. So it turns out that the person who made Lu Tong kneel a few days ago, causing such a stir, is actually little brother Gu. So it turns out, how outrageous. Just as he was thinking, a furious shout suddenly pulled him back to reality. After listening to Guhan's account, Murong Chuan sneered repeatedly. I thought he was just an undignified person, but I didn't expect him to be so greedy and without any bottom line. Even a tenfold price can't satisfy his appetite. What do you think? He looked at Guhan. Do you want me to step in and take care of him for you? Guhan Lu kid speak this. I'm the one being hunted down. Why do you look angrier than I am? Senior, I don't want to use the token for now. Then forget it. Murong Chuan seemed a bit disappointed. The righteous indignation he had just shown was mostly an act. His disdain was real, but his anger was fake. Your name is Chen Ping? Seeing Guhan not taking the bait, he shifted his gaze to Chen Ping. Yes, facing the legendary Murong manager. Chen Ping could hardly speak clearly. I am Chen Ping. Good. Murong Chuan laughed. I've heard about your situation. Indeed, quite impressive. You are loyal, righteous, and responsible. TSK. Tian Heng must be blind to have missed a talent like you. Chen Ping was at a loss. It was the first time someone praised him as a talent, and the one praising him was this mysterious Murong manager. How about this? Murong Chuan pondered for a moment and said with a smile, I don't lack staff in my inn, but the pill shop in Dian is still short of a manager. You can go with Chen Lu first, let him tell you the rules, and I'll send a message to that clan brother of mine. You could take up the position tomorrow. Chen Ping was stunned again. The position of a manager and another manager are naturally not the same. The position of the Murong family's manager is absolutely worth more than that of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Many people would cry and kneel, but would have no chance at all. How could such a great opportunity fall on him? Brother? Guhan patted his shoulder. Are you dissatisfied with this manager position, thinking it's not enough weight? No, no, no. Chen Ping was extremely flustered. It's too high. Thank you, little brother, thank you. Manager Murong. He understood that this dreamlike opportunity was fought for by Guhan, and his gratitude towards Guhan had reached an indescribable level. Seeing Chen Ping being happily led away by Qian Lu, Murong Chuan felt a bit emotional. You have a warm heart. This brother's an honest man. Guhan Smi lid. Honest people shouldn't be bullied like this, right, senior? That's right, senior. Guhan thought for a moment. Actually, you're also an upright person. You never used the token to coerce me, which is commendable. There's no need for flattery. Murong Chuan said with a smile. I just act according to the clan rules. Besides, I, Murong Chuan, am not that petty. This small favor, I help you out of convenience, but if you really want me to step in, I still need to use the token. Old fox, little fox. The two exchanged smiles, both giving each other a quite honest evaluation. Senior. Guhan cupped his hands. I'll go check on Asha. She should be waking up soon. By the way, Murong Chuan's expression became a bit strange. Did you choose Mei Yun as the instructor? This Guhan steeled himself. Yes. Take care. Guhan. Heavenly room. Asha was sleeping soundly. A droplet of crystal-clear drool at the corner of her mouth made her seem a bit silly. Guhan gently stroked her head, and all his unhappiness and gloom were instantly swept away. It seemed Asha sensed Guhan's presence. Her eyelashes fluttered slightly as she slowly woke up. Young master. Upon seeing Guhan, she directly hugged him tightly, refusing to let go. What's wrong? Guhan noticed her unusual behavior. Young master. Asha buried her little head in Guhan's embrace. I dreamed again. Dreamed? Guhan's heart sank. This was the third time she mentioned this. The first two times, he didn't pay much attention. But this time, he vaguely sensed something was off. Suddenly, the words of the shadow from earlier flashed through his mind. The eye of Breaking Illusion's bloodline, when fully developed, can see the past and future and understand all causes and effects. Could it be that Asha saw a glimpse of the future? Asha. He suppressed the unease in his heart. What did you dream about? There were so many people. Asha raised her little face and murmured. So many people were chasing the young master. I was very angry, so I glared at them fiercely, and then I fell asleep. When I woke up, the young master was gone. Guhan fell silent. This dream was more detailed than the previous two. He found it hard to determine whether this was just a dream of Asha or a glimpse of the future. Young master. Asha hugged him tighter. I don't want to leave you. Silly girl. Guhan took a deep breath. It was just a dream. It can't be taken seriously. I can guarantee you that we will definitely not be separated. Silly girl, whether it's a dream or the future in this lifetime, I will never let you leave me. Even if the dream is real, even if you really will leave me, I will travel to every corner of the world to find you and bring you back. Are you hungry? Thinking of this, his emotions gradually calmed down. Let us go. I'll take you to eat something delicious. Okay. Asha also became a bit interested. Young master, I want to eat. Halfway through her sentence, her delicate brows suddenly furrowed, and she stared motionlessly at Guhan. Young master, why do you have a layer of black energy on you? Black energy? Guhan was taken aback. How is that possible? I never. Halfway through, he couldn't continue. In his mind, he suddenly recalled the uncomfortable feeling he had when he chose Mei Yun as the instructor earlier. No way. His face suddenly turned pale. Could this curse of star be true? Asha. He forced a smile. Can you look again? Did you see it wrong? No. Asha's little face was full of seriousness. It's a layer of black energy, just a bit faint. Seems like it doesn't affect the young master much. Who? Guhan instinctively breathed a sigh of relief. Doesn't affect much? That's good, that's good. Originally, he planned to wait until he got the falling ghost fruit, then return to the Martial Academy to communicate with Instructor Mei and also conveniently retrieve his reward. But now, he wouldn't go there even if he were beaten to death. The further away from this cursed star, the better. Asha made another discovery. Young master, you have a storage ring too? This. Guhan's heart stirred. Asha, can you see if there is anything inside? Saying this, he took out the fist-sized mysterious stone. Asha took a glance. There's a black thing, but I don't know what it is. After hesitating for a moment, Guhan slightly exerted force in his hand and directly crushed the mysterious stone. After shedding its stony exterior, a thumb-sized, dull iron block fell into his hand, which seemed to be a missing part of some kind of magical treasure. Looking again at the somewhat bewildered Asha, he couldn't help but feel a sense of emotion. I might make a fortune this time. Just as I was about to take Asha's hand and go out to hunt for treasures, a voice suddenly came from outside. Little brother, the seventh prince has arrived. Do you know Jiang Feng? Guhan was taken aback, then quickly reacted. Let him in. Saying that, he opened the barrier to the outside. Brother Gu. The first to enter was Jiang Feng, looking worried. You left so suddenly earlier. Did something happen? TSK. The second to enter was the fat man. He scanned the room and curled his lip. Is this it? Oomph. The third to enter was the dark-faced stewardly. He was fuming. Along the way, he had been bickering with the fat man and had lost repeatedly, naturally building up a lot of frustration. He never expected the fat man's tongue to be sharper than Guhan's, making it hard to counter. Before Guhan could speak, Asha noticed something was off. Young master, she quietly tugged at Guhan. The seventh prince seems to have dark energy too. Guhan was speechless. After spending so long with Mei Yun, how could he not have it? Upon seeing the fat man, Asha's eyes suddenly widened. He has it too. It seems to be more than you and the seventh prince. However, she glanced at Steward Li. He had none, just a darker face. Hearing this, Steward Li's face darkened even further. All of them had some cultivation, and even though Asha was speaking quietly, they still caught every word. Little girl. The fat man instantly lost his composure, his face pale as he forced a smile. What nonsense are you talking? What dark energy? Stop making trouble. No. Asha shook her head, her small face full of seriousness. I feel like you're about to die. Chapter 51. Guhan, the number one sucker? Miss. The fat man finally couldn't hold it in any longer. He had already been troubled by the matter of the human calamity, and now hearing Asha's words nearly made him cry. I'm begging you, say something nice. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng also felt something was off. What does Miss Asha mean? Nothing. Guhan naturally wouldn't reveal Asha's secret. Asha just woke up. She hasn't gotten her bearings yet. So don't mind her words. Speaking of which, he said, his expression a bit strange. Let's stay away from Mei Jiao, she in the future. A jolt went through everyone. No way. The astute fat man immediately sensed the hidden meaning in Guhan's words. You can't fool me. She definitely knows something. Make her clarify. Asha wasn't good at lying. I just looked wrong earlier. You have no dark energy, and you don't have to die. The fat man nearly collapsed. With Asha saying that, he became even more flustered. Meanwhile, Steward Li watched with great satisfaction. You deserve it, you fat idiot. Brother Gu, seeing that Guhan was unwilling to elaborate, Jiang Feng naturally didn't dare to ask further. If you need help, just say the word. Right? Stawart li nudda. As long as you make a request, our family will do everything we can to assist you. That's kind of you. Guhan felt a bit touched. But you can't help with this matter, so I won't drag you down. Although Guhan didn't say it explicitly, they understood. Asha's condition had flared up again. Although they didn't know what the soul deficiency disease was, not even the divine Dr. Xue could do anything about it. And even Guhan, who had easily cured Jiang Feng's extreme cold condition, was at a loss. They realized that this ailment was more troublesome than they had imagined. At this moment, only the fat man was still not giving up, chasing after Guhan to ask what Asha's words meant. Guhan ignored him and took Asha, pulling Jiang Feng along as guides, and they took a good tour of the capital. In the inner city, on a long street, Asha had a chicken leg in each hand, her eyes squinting with joy. Of course, what made her happiest was that Guhan had filled her storage ring with chicken legs. Behind them, the fat man, who had been ground down by Guhan, was not in the mood to enjoy it. You too, he said weakly. Are you done shopping? What is there to see in this broken place? Let's go. Seeing that Asha was having fun, Guhan also remembered the main business. It was time to go treasure hunting. Treasure hunting? The fat man's mouth twitched, barely holding back his anger. What treasure is here? Did I ask you to follow? The fat man fell silent. However, Jiang Feng and Steward Li were very interested in Guhan's so-called treasure hunting. After some twists and turns, Gu Han led them to a shop. Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Huh. Upon seeing Gu Han, Fan Shi quickly came over. Guest, you're back again? Earlier, he had seen even Master Wei come out. Knowing that Gu Han must have done a big business with the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Now that he was back, and with Qin Ping not around, he was naturally very eager to welcome this hidden wealthy guest. Don't mind me. Gu Han pointed at Xiang Feng. Just take care of him. Seventh Prince? And stewardly. Fan Shi then noticed the two figures and was so happy he couldn't close his mouth. It turned out that the guests were not one, but three. As for the fat man, he was automatically ignored. Asha, Gu Han pointed to a pile of neglected mysterious stones in the corner. Do you see any treasures? There are. Asha looked for a while and quietly pointed to a stone the size of a human head. It seems like there's a treasure inside. Really? Gu Han was delighted. He initially wanted to take Asha to have a look, but didn't have high hopes, as the chance of good things coming from mysterious stones was very slim. If not, he could just visit all the shops in the capital. But unexpectedly, there really was a pleasant surprise, and it was in the Treasure Gathering Pavilion. Thinking of the greed and ruthlessness of the pavilion master, he secretly sneered. This time, I must make you bleed. Not far away, seeing Gu Han and Asha staring at the pile of mysterious stones, Jiang Feng's heart sank. No way. Sure enough, what he was worried about happened. How much for this mysterious stone? Gu Han called out to Fan Shi. In an instant, the previously lively hall fell silent. Everyone had strange expressions. No way. Even the fat man couldn't bear to watch. Is this what you call treasure hunting? Brother Gu? Jiang Feng quickly walked over. The treasure hunting you mentioned, is it betting on stones? Betting on stones? Gu Han was taken aback. That name was indeed fitting. Don't worry, I'm just playing around. At this moment, the happiest was none other than Fan Shi. To him, Gu Han was no longer just a guest, but an absolute sucker. Guest. His enthusiasm grew even more. This mysterious stone is priced at 50,000. Gu Han turned and left. Hey, Fan Shi panicked. Guest, if you really want it, the price can be negotiated. 80% off, 70%, I'll give you 70%. His anxious tone was exactly like Qin Ping's before. If he missed out on Gu Han, this sucker, he didn't know when he would sell another mysterious stone. What about this one? Gu Han stopped and pointed at a mysterious stone that was taller than a person. This one. Fan Shi cautiously glanced at him. 300,000. It's over. Jiang Feng felt a chill in his heart. This is what you call playing around? Clearly, you're on a high. Just so you know, stewardly rolled his eyes. Our family doesn't have that many crystal coins. He was telling the truth. Over the years, in order to extend Jiang Feng's life, he has almost searched for all the precious spiritual herbs in the royal capital. The little resources distributed by the royal family have long been completely consumed, and even this is largely due to Dr. Xue's frequent assistance. As for Jiang Feng, he is also a downright penniless person. Fatty, don't look at me. He spread his hands. I never bring yuan crystals when I go out. That thing is too vulgar. Bah. The crowd looked at him with disdain. Brother Gu. Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Are you considering it again? Considering? Gu Anu did. Yes, it needs some thought. After saying this, he fell silent, seemingly lost in thought. Beside him, Jiang Feng looked tense, while Fan Shi appeared expectant. The onlookers were just watching like they were at a big show. I made up my mind. After a moment, Gwen spoke again. 2 pieces together, half price. Do you want to buy? Jiang Feng's heart completely sank. Due to his identity, the crowd wanted to laugh, but dared not, their mocking expressions revealing their thoughts. This is not a big sucker. This is the #1 fool in the world. Guest. Fan Shi was somewhat troubled. If you don't want to sell, that's fine. Gu Han grabbed Asha and was about to leave. Sell, sell, sell. Fan Shi panicked. Guest. Sell. Half price is half price. In fact, he was already laughing in his heart. The price at which these mysterious stones were collected was very low, and they had been piled here for many years, so they could be said to have completely become useless junk, not to mention half price. Even a tenth of the price would be a guaranteed profit for the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Selling these 2 mysterious stones would send his contribution points skyrocketing to the top. Seeing Gu Han take out so many yuan crystals from his storage ring, Jiang Feng's heart was bleeding. He felt pain for Gu Han. Jiang brother. Gu Han patted his shoulder. Don't worry, once I open the treasure, These yuan crystals will naturally earn back tenfold. Jiang Feng and Manager Li were left speechless. Treasure? Losing everything would be about right. They could not understand why the usually wise Guhan would be confused about such a trivial matter. Huh? Instead, Fatty looked at him with suspicion. This bastard is so cunning and crafty. Could he really do something that would result in a loss? He wouldn't actually be able to tell what was inside the mysterious stone, would he? How could that be possible? At this moment, the news of Guhan betting on stones spread like wildfire, instantly attracting a large crowd to watch, blocking the gathering treasure pavilion with layers of people, almost airtight. The reason was simple: curiosity. How many years had it been? There hadn't been such a foolish big sucker in the royal capital for years. So they naturally had to take a good look. Feeling the crowd's gaze as if they were watching a fool, Asha was somewhat dissatisfied. Young master will definitely be able to open a treasure. Someone couldn't help but laugh out loud first. Soon after, the whole place erupted in laughter. At this moment, Jiang Feng's identity could no longer intimidate them, and various discussions rang out endlessly. Treasure? I have to open my eyes wide and take a good look. Not bad. Not bad. If this little brother can open a magic treasure, then it will be a huge profit. A magic treasure? In my opinion, at least a heavenly level technique to start. Too conservative. With this little brother's ability, wouldn't he open an ancient immortal gold? Hearing the crowd's mockery, Jiang Feng and Manager Li's expressions grew increasingly ugly. What are you laughing at? Manager Li could no longer hold back, glaring at the crowd. Does this matter have anything to do with you? If you dare to laugh again, I'll have you all killed. In an instant, the crowd stopped laughing. However, the mocking expressions in their eyes only intensified. At that moment, an old man in a white robe came down from the upper floor. He was another person in charge of the gathering treasure pavilion, surnamed Ma. Manager Ma. Fan Chi hurriedly greeted him. Manager Ma waved his hand, smiling at Guhan. This guest, we have a rule at the gathering treasure pavilion. Once the mysterious stone is purchased, it cannot be returned. Naturally, he saw Manager Li and Jiang Feng there and was afraid that Guhan would regret it, so he came to back Fan Chi up. Yes. Fan Chi quickly nodded. No refunds, and it can't be refunded. Refund? Guhan looked at the two with a puzzled expression. Dream on. Then, Manager Ma can rest assured. He said, would the guest like to open it now, or take it back to open? Open. Facing the crowd's mockery, Guhan did not get angry and calmly said, sharpen your dog eyes and look clearly. Another round of laughter erupted. It was confirmed. This person was definitely a fool. Sigh. Jiang Feng looked troubled. Forget it. Just consider it a lesson for Brother Gu to spend money on. After suffering a loss, he'll know how deep the waters are here. Guhan ignored them, holding the human head-sized, mysterious stone in his hand and carefully examining it. As his spiritual power circulated, the stone skin on the mysterious stone continuously fell off. In the blink of an eye, that mysterious stone had shrunk to the size of a fist. The crowd was transfixed. Although they knew Guhan wouldn't be able to open anything, he successfully piqued their curiosity. The mysterious stone continued to shrink. A faint white color also appeared before everyone's eyes. Chapter 52. He actually opened a pill. What is that? No way, there really is something? Don't dawdle. Hurry up and open it. It's torturous. At this moment, everyone had no time to mock Guhan, all holding their breath, their eyes glued to Guhan's right hand. Crack. A light sound. The last layer of stone skin also shattered, and in Guhan's hand appeared a 3-inch long jade bottle. However, aside from a small part that still retained its original color, the rest of the bottle was mottled, making it almost impossible to see what it looked like when complete. TCH. Someone scoffed. What did I think it was? Turns out it's a useless pill. Just teasing us, leading us on. There is indeed something, but unfortunately, it's completely useless. This mysterious stone really can't produce anything good. Amid the discussions, disdain returned to the crowd's faces. However, subconsciously, they also breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. It was just a bottle of useless pills. Jiang Feng shook his head secretly. This kind of jade bottle was unheard of. However, without exception, after endless years of erosion, the medicinal power inside the pills had long completely dissipated, becoming worthless, useless pills. Ignoring the crowd, Guhan began to examine the jade bottle. There are characters? Suddenly, he noticed that the bottom of the jade bottle seemed to have a character faintly engraved on it. However, due to the ravages of time, the characters had long become blurred, leaving only a very small portion. After looking for a long time, Guhan finally determined from the remaining strokes that it was a small character. His brow furrowed. Small? What is small? At this moment, seeing Guhan's expression, Manager Ma almost couldn't suppress his laughter. Still too young. Guest, he deliberately comforted, you don't need to feel this way. Betting on stones has always been about gains and losses, nothing unusual. Although this useless pill is of no value, it also has some collectible value, which could be worth a few yuan crystals. That's right, guest, Fan Chi chimed in. Don't be discouraged, there's still a big one. Do you want to open it too? Open. It must be opened. Yes, the big piece definitely has something. Ha ha. Maybe there's another bottle of useless pills. For a time, mocking words were endless. Fatty listened with a curled lip. Sigh, what a shame. Useless pills? Guhan's gaze swept over the crowd, a cold smile on his face. Which of your eyes sees that it's a waste pill? He's anxious. He's really anxious. Then why don't you open it and take a look? Exactly. Once you open it, you'll be completely disheartened. The crowd erupted again. Well, Guanu did, exprofundes. Then let blind your dog eyes. With that, he directly opened the mouth of the jade bottle. In an instant, a refreshing fragrance wafted out. So fragrant. What does this smell? It feels like my cultivation bottleneck has loosened. In an instant, everyone forgot everything and was completely immersed in this strange fragrance. Beside Guhan, Jiang Feng and Steward Li looked incredulous. No way, did something really come out? This pill, meanwhile, the fat guy, had tears in his eyes. Good stuff, good stuff. As he spoke, he shook his body and squeezed the front of Guhan. Come on, let me see it, fat grandpa. Guhan didn't suspect anything and poured the pill into his hand, raising it in front of him. The pill in front of him was dark in color, having long lost its spiritual light, but at the top, there was a grain-sized area that was milky white, still retaining some medicinal power. And the fragrance was coming from this spot. Good stuff. It was almost drooling. Let me taste it first. As he spoke, he actually opened his mouth wide and bit toward the pill in Guhan's hand. What the hell? Guhan was startled. Fatty, are you a dog? Let me taste it. At this moment, the had lost all shame, begging. Just one bite, just one bite. Get lost. Guhan's face darkened. I'll hit you. At this moment, everyone slowly reacted. He really opened something, and it seems to be a miraculous pill from ancient times. What kind of dog luck did this guy have? Envy, jealousy, greed. Everyone stared fixedly at that pill, various emotions intertwined, and they couldn't express what they felt in their hearts. At this moment, Master Ma and Fan Chi were already dumbfounded. They regretted so much they could die. Such a pill, if placed in the treasure-gathering pavilion, would be a treasure of the pavilion, but now was actually sold by their own hands. 50%. Fan Chi looked like he was crying and laughing, murmuring, 50%, 50%. Just then, a figure suddenly appeared in the scene. It was Tian Heng, who had been attracted by the fragrance on the 5th floor. Pavilion Master. Master Ma quickly saluted. Aye, he looked bitter. What did I just say? It seems I said I couldn't return it? Useless thing. Disgustedly glancing at the somewhat foolish Fan Chi, Tian Heng's gaze instantly fell on that pill. His heart was also in pain. He had good insight and naturally understood. Although this pill had lost most of its medicinal power, it was still a rare treasure. Even Du Teng and Dr. Shui could never refine such a pill. This pill, he suddenly looked at Guhan. Let me see it. His tone had already taken on a hint of greed. See? Guhan retracted his hand. There's no need for that. What did you say? A cold light flashed in Tian Heng's eyes. Seeing his reaction, everyone knew that the value of this pill was probably greater than they imagined. Pavilion Master Tian. Beside Guhan, Steward Li said ominously, the item belongs to him. Whether to show it or not is naturally up to him. What you are doing is somewhat forcing him, isn't it? That's right. Jiang Feng also spoke. The item belongs to Brother Gu. How to handle it is naturally up to him. Tian Heng's expression changed unpredictably. On one hand, he was somewhat wary of Jiang Feng's identity. On the other hand, as the pavilion master of the treasure-gathering pavilion, if he publicly snatched this pill, The reputation of the treasure-gathering pavilion would be completely ruined. However, how could he be willing to let it go like this? At this moment, the atmosphere in the scene suddenly became tense. Only was still pestering Guhan incessantly. Fat Grandpa, I won't eat it. Just let me lick it, just one lick. Guhan felt goosebumps all over. Are you disgusting? Even Jiang Feng instinctively moved a little further away from the. It's almost gone. It had a mournful face. The medicinal power of this pill is continuously dissipating. Can't you see, you bastard? If you don't eat it soon, it will be too late. What? Guhan's heart sank. He scanned with his eyes and found that the milky white area above the pill had already shrunk a bit compared to before. Hurry! Tianheng instantly lost his composure. Give it to me. I have a way to preserve it. Give it to you? Guhan sneered it. Why should I? If you can't preserve it, then I'll eat it. As he spoke, he pinched the pill and directly split it in half. Yes. It was overjoyed. Hurry up and eat, or it won't be effective anymore. Don't worry. After eating half of your pill, Fat Grandpa will definitely remember this favor. Halfway through his speech, the smile on his face suddenly froze. Asha! Guhan completely ignored him and brought the pill to Asha's lips. Come on, eat it, this is a good thing. Oh! Asha obediently swallowed the pill. Immediately, amidst the heart-wrenching expression, he directly threw the other half into his own mouth. Chapter 53. Let Fat Grandpa taste it first, help you check the flavor. Did he really eat it? Everyone was heartbroken. Such a rare pill in the world. If left to some pill masters, perhaps they could deduce its formula. But now it was actually swallowed by him, just like that, wasting it. Gulp. The sound of the swallowing echoed clearly in everyone's ears. What does it taste like? He looked at Guhan eagerly. Guhan thought for a moment. A bit bitter. He was stunned for a moment. Bastard. The next moment, he suddenly went berserk. Fat Grandpa will fight you. Bastard. Bastard. Just then, an uncontrollably angry voice reached everyone's ears. It was Tianheng, whose face was turning green with anger. He had long regarded this pill as his own, and he had already thought of various countermeasures, threatening and enticing, secretly snatching it. He would find a way to get the pill back anyway. But now, Guhan was completely not playing by the rules. He directly ate the pill. He pointed at Guhan. Do you know how important this pill is to my treasure-gathering pavilion? Treasure-gathering pavilion? Guhan suddenly looked at. This pill is mine. What does it have to do with your treasure-gathering pavilion? Burp. Before he could finish his sentence, a sudden change occurred. Beside him, Asha suddenly burped. Immediately, a faint golden flame spewed out from her mouth, instantly enveloping her entire body. Young master, she looked a bit flustered. Asha, Guhan's heart sank. He had just started to speak when golden flames also appeared on his body. The situation was identical to Asha's. Immediately, an extremely surging spiritual energy suddenly surged into his body, merging with the original spiritual power in his meridians, crashing toward the various acupoint barriers. In just a moment, he had broken through more than 10 barriers, and compared to the increase in cultivation, the speed of his soul power growth was much faster. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the transformation of the two had quietly completed. Guhan gently exhaled a breath of turbid air and opened his eyes. Under the nourishment of the pill, his cultivation had reached the peak of the 3rd level of the Qi opening realm, and he was only 2 acupoints away from the 4th level. The crowd looked confused. Is that it? Is it over? They could naturally sense that Guhan's cultivation had improved, but not by much. Beside him, Asha was the same. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Meridian opening realm, which was quite good, but compared to the miraculous effects of that pill, it seemed rather insignificant. Is that it? Everyone exchanged glances. The thunder is loud, but the rain is light? I thought that pill was something extraordinary. Damn, maybe we had too high expectations. Converting those tens of thousands of crystal coins into resources would yield much greater improvements. Amidst the discussions, everyone secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That's good. Acceptable. You don't understand a thing. The fat man, who had consumed the pill and had been holding in a belly full of anger, immediately exploded upon seeing everyone's ignorance. That pill isn't meant to enhance cultivation at all. Damn it. At this point, he wore a face full of grievance. It is meant to enhance soul power. A bunch of fools. Just half of that pill could double his soul power. Soul power? Double? Everyone was utterly stunned. In the 5 major realms of Qi condensation, meridian opening, aperture connecting, yuan gathering, and spirit profound, a cultivator's practice was merely about honing oneself and striving to enhance their spiritual power intensity, which could be considered the most basic realm. Once they reached the subsequent divine communication realm, it was completely different. Enhancing soul power, condensing divine thoughts. This is the path a divine communication realm cultivator must take. Although this realm isn't difficult, it has stumped many cultivators in the world. The reason is simple. The spiritual medicines that enhance soul power are too scarce. Moreover, if one relies on their own spiritual power to slowly nurture it, the time required is extremely long, and the effects are limited. Many extraordinarily talented individuals enter the divine communication realm early, but due to the slow enhancement of their soul power, they spend their entire lives stuck in this realm, never breaking through to the next level until death. From this, one can understand how difficult it is to enhance soul power. Doubling it means laying down the most solid foundation for the divine communication realm. As long as there are no accidents, it will undoubtedly be a smooth path in the divine communication realm. Breaking through quickly and even entering the legendary Sky Sovereign realm is not out of the question. In fact, the fat man was mistaken. Guhan's soul power enhancement was not actually double. Having absorbed part of the Black Shadow's soul, his soul power was already extremely strong, and the enhancement from that unknown pill was not even close to double. Of course, if measured by the fat man standards, Guhan's soul power intensity was already more than 4 times that of cultivators of the same realm. In terms of soul power intensity alone, he could rival most divine communication realm cultivators. Not far away, Tianheng's heart was bleeding. Priceless treasure. This is a priceless treasure. But now it's gone. In an instant, he hated Guhan to the core and even had thoughts of wanting to skin Fan Shi alive. At this moment, even though he had gained such a great benefit, Guhan couldn't feel happy at all. Asha. He glanced at the spirited little girl beside him. How do you feel, young master? Asha's face was full of excitement. I feel better than ever. Really? Guhan sighed. If he had known that this pill had such an effect on soul power enhancement, he would have surely made Asha consume them all, but now it's too late. How could it not be good? The fat man pouted, his tone full of sourness. The medicinal power of this pill is already so minimal, yet it has such a great effect. Even in ancient times, it would definitely be rare. It's hard to find another one. Damn, he doesn't even know to share a bit with me. Everyone looked at him with disdain. Who is this fat man? So shameless. Speaking of which, this guy is not a fool. He just struck it rich. Huh? No, wait. Everyone suddenly recalled Guhan's earlier expression of certainty. Could it be that he can see whether there are treasures inside this mysterious stone? In an instant, everyone's hearts began to stir. If he can really see it, then that undoubtedly represents an extremely extraordinary ability, far more valuable than the pill he opened. This guy, a cultivator who had just mocked Guhan, felt a bit embarrassed. This young brother still has one left. Are you going to open it or not? With a whoosh, everyone's gaze instantly focused on Guhan. At this moment, they could no longer feel jealousy towards him. All that remained was endless curiosity and a slight fervor in their hearts. Even the fat man was staring intently at Guhan. Just so you know, if there's a treasure inside, you better tell me in advance. I missed out the first time. I can't miss out a second. Get out of the way. Guhan pushed him aside and walked straight to the mysterious stone that was bigger than a person. At this moment, even Tianheng's heart began to tighten. As if deliberately teasing the crowd, Guhan kept inspecting the mysterious stone, occasionally tapping it with his hand or even closing his eyes to sense it. Soon, everyone's patience reached its limit. Let us go. Just then, Guhan's expression suddenly changed dramatically, and before everyone could react, he directly put the mysterious stone away, not opening it. As he spoke, he waved his hand towards Jiangfeng, pulling a sha and preparing to leave. Chapter 54. 5 million crystal coins. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion will buy it back. Huh? The fat man was the first to notice Guhan's unusual behavior. Leaving? Why are you leaving? Suddenly, his expression also changed. Could it be that there's a big treasure inside? Shut up. Guhan covered his mouth, saying sternly, "What treasure? Don't talk nonsense. There's nothing inside. I don't want to open it anymore. That's all. Since you're not leaving, then stay." Saying this, he ignored the fat man and squeezed out. Right. The fat man also reacted. "There's no treasure. Nothing at all. Hurry up and leave." Everyone looked on, feeling incredulous. "No te asure? Are you kidding us? Do you think we're blind? Stop." Just then, a cold voice came from behind. It was naturally Tian Heng. He had been watching Guhan's reactions and would never believe that there was nothing inside that mysterious stone. "What are you doing?" Guhan's body paused, his expression wary. "Is there a rule in the Gathering Treasure Pavilion against stopping people?" Tian Heng took a deep breath. "I don't want to open it. There is nothing inside." Tian Heng was increasingly convinced. Guhan must have a way to know some information about the contents of the mysterious stone. Otherwise, he would deny it so decisively. After all, he was too young and impatient. "Your every word and action has already betrayed you." Tian Pavilion Master. Steward Li's expression darkened, and he immediately blocked Guhan's way. "What you're doing is a bit against the rules." Tian Heng's expression kept changing, seemingly weighing his options. He definitely couldn't let Guhan take the item away. Just by looking at Guhan's reaction, it was possible that what was inside was even more precious than that pill. Missing out on that pill had already caused him great pain. He absolutely had to obtain this remaining mysterious stone. After a moment, he seemed to have made up his mind. "Our Gathering Treasure Pavilion will not sell it. I will also return your crystal coins in full." "What?" Guhan hadn't spoken yet, but the fat man was the first to express his displeasure. "Not selling it? Why? Is there such a way to do business? You could take back what you sold? Are you running a black shop?" One sentence directly caused everyone's goodwill towards the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to plummet. This is going too far. It seems that the big shop bullies the customers. That is absolutely true. Ask him. Guhan wore a mocking expression and pointed to the manager. He just said that once something is bought, it can't be returned. "What? Now you're going back on your word?" "Aye." Manager Mal wished he could slap himself twice. Pavilion Master, seeing the murderous gaze of Tian Heng, he quickly remedied the situation. "Please think twice. If we do this, the reputation of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion will be completely ruined." "Then what do you suggest?" Tian Heng said expressionlessly. "What should we do?" In one day, he can't lose 2 treasures in a row, even if it costs the reputation of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. He won't let Guhan take the mysterious stone. This guest, Manager Ma looked at Guhan, almost pleading. "You see, can this mysterious stone be returned to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion?" "Of course, we absolutely won't let you suffer. We're only repurchasing, just repurchasing, not selling." Guhan sneered and turned to leave. "Stop." Tian Heng's voice came again. "Name your price." "I said it. I won't sell." Guhan was also furious. "You must sell." The murderous intent in Tian Heng's eyes boiled over. "I have said it. Name your price." 5 million yuan crystals. Guhan had a mocking expression. "Will you give it?" "Yes." Tian Heng's answer was decisive. "Hiss." Everyone gasped. 5 million. For their cultivation level, 50,000 yuan crystals were already a lot, and 500,000 would be a windfall. As for 5 million yuan crystals, they didn't even dare to think about it. "Give?" Guhan's expression was momentarily shocked. It seemed he didn't expect Tian Heng to agree so readily. "Then I won't sell." Saying this, he continued to push out, about to step out of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion's door. "Want to leave?" Tian Heng finally couldn't hold back. Boom! A terrifying aura suddenly surged from him, causing everyone to retreat repeatedly. Impossible. As he spoke, he reached out a big hand towards Guhan. "Do you think our house doesn't exist?" A sharp voice rang out. Manager Li immediately blocked in front of Guhan and took Tian Heng's palm solidly. Bang! It was a loud noise. Manager Li couldn't stop himself from retreating, and when he steadied himself, there was already a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. He was only in the Divine Connection realm, and compared to Tian Heng's Void realm, the gap was not small. Tian Heng, he had a grim expression, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. "I didn't expect you to be such a shameless person." Pavilion Master Tian, Jiang Feng's face was also extremely ugly. "I will report this to the royal family." "Do as you please." Tian Heng no longer cared. As long as he obtained this mysterious stone and opened the treasure, All the responsibility would be borne by Dutum. This mysterious stone, I want it. Ah, Spee. The fat man cursed. I've lived for so many years, and it's the first time I've seen someone so shameless. You say. He glanced at Guhan. What to do? Fat will listen to you. Even if it costs my life, I must protect this mysterious stone. But cough after the matter. You must give Fat half of the treasure. Fat man. Guhan's expression was emotionless. No te asure. Yes, yes. The fat man quickly nodded. No, nothing at all. You are Fat's brother. When a brother is in trouble, Fat naturally can't stand by. Bah, everyone secretly cursed. How can this fat man be so shameless? Let me tell you. Manager Lee stared at Tian Hung. He is a student of the Martial Academy. If you go too far, let's see how you explain it to the 3 vice presidents. Martial Academy. Tian Heng's pupils contracted. No way. After a moment, he still shook his head. The item must be kept today. Your Highness. Manager Lee glanced at Jiang Feng, took a deep breath. You all go first, I will block him. Hee. I actually want to see how much ability the Pavilion Master Tian has as a Void Realm. Manager Lee. Jiang Feng was shocked. Don't. Manager Lee. At this moment, Guhan's voice came from behind. Just give it up. Why? This person is clearly bullying. Heh. Guhan smiled bitterly. Can't you see it? It doesn't matter who comes today. He is determined to have this mysterious stone. You can't beat him, and if you forcefully keep it, you might endanger your life. Tian Hung sneered. You see it clearly. Our house is not afraid of death. Manager Lee shook his head. Our house has said, you save the prince. We owe you a life. This is your item. Even if we risk our lives, we will not give it up. Guhan Sayid. No matter how precious the item is, it is not more important than life. Your life is also a life, very important. Our house. Manager Lee's eyes were a bit moist. Thinking of the various slanders against Guhan before, he felt deeply guilty and could no longer face Guhan. The item. Guhan waved his hand and took out the mysterious stone. Here. Good. Tian Hung was overjoyed. Manager Ma, get him a yuan crystals. Tian Hung. Am not someone who doesn't make sense. 5 million is 5 million. Moments later, Manager Ma cautiously handed a storage ring to Guhan. A trace of eagerness flashed in Tian Heng's eyes, and then he put away the mysterious stone. Everyone leave or stay. Feel free. Go. Guhan took a deep breath, immediately pulled a sha, and left the crowd without looking back. The Gathering Treasure Pavilion bullies customers. Today, I have experienced it. Pavilion Master Tian. Manager Lee gave Tian Hung a deep look. Today's matter. Our house has noted. Saying this, he also took Jiang Feng and followed Guhan. The fat man had a conflicted expression, seemingly still reluctant to part with the mysterious stone. So I forget it. This treasure is not destined for Fat. Seeing several people leave, everyone lost interest and prepared to disperse. Although they did not sympathize with Guhan, the style of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion had chilled their hearts. For a moment, many people swore in their hearts that they would never step into the Gathering Treasure Pavilion again. Wait. At this moment, Tian Hung spoke again. Today's matter has disturbed everyone. It is our Gathering Treasure Pavilion's fault. How about this? At this moment, he had obtained the mysterious stone and naturally wanted to find a way to restore the reputation of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Next, within 7 days, all the elixirs, materials, and magical treasures of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion will be sold at half price. This is a small compensation from our Gathering Treasure Pavilion to everyone. Half price? Everyone was stunned. This is a huge opportunity we've never encountered. Instantly, they no longer wanted to leave. Not only did they not want to leave, but they also rushed towards each sales point, fearing they would fall behind and miss out on the goods. As for the style of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion, they had long forgotten. Pavilion Master. Manager Ma was full of emotion. Great, truly great. Tian Hung felt somewhat pleased with himself. For these low-level cultivators, if you give them a little benefit, they will act like this, completely unconcerned about what you have done before. These people are not hard to deal with. Do you know how to do it from now on? Yes. Subordinate understands. All right. Thinking of that mysterious stone, his heart warmed. Next, don't let anyone disturb me. I will personally open this mysterious stone. On the long street, Guhan was silent and moving quickly. This time, Manager Lee felt deeply guilty. It's our house that's useless. Sigh. The fat man also sighed repeatedly. A mere 5 million yuan crystals exchanged for that treasure. What a loss, a huge loss. If I had known you would sell it to Fat, I would have given you 50 million, not just 5 million. Manager Li looked at him with disdain. 50 million? If you can take out 500 yuan crystals, our house will share your surname. Gu brother. Seeing Gu Han still not speaking, Jiang Feng was a bit worried. Are you all right? Gu Han suddenly stopped, looked back. Seeing they were already some distance from the gathering treasure pavilion, he suddenly picked up a sha and swooped forward. The few people were instantly dumbfounded. Just at the moment they were stunned, Gu Han's figure had almost disappeared. Run! A shout came from afar. What are you standing there for? Chapter 55. An anxious Gu Han, a furious Tian Hung. He looked at Gu Han, who was gradually vanishing from sight. With a bewildered expression. What was he running for? He wondered. I don't know. Li Zong thought for a moment. Could it be that silly girl has made the same mistake again? Damn it. The fat guy, who had already suffered a loss once, turned pale. This scene felt familiar. Run. Although he didn't know what was happening, he had a premonition that if he stayed any longer, something big might happen. With a whoosh, he cursed and disappeared without a trace. You bastard. Stop right there. Did you do something wrong again? In the treasure pavilion, on the 5th floor. Hee. Tian Hung lightly stroked the surface of the mysterious stone, feeling extremely good. Compete with me? You're still too inexperienced. At this moment, he was extremely confident that Gu Han must have some special means to investigate the situation inside the mysterious stone. Young and reckless, unaware of hiding one's talents. If you hadn't been angry with others and had quietly taken those 2 pieces of mysterious stone back, no one would have known what you opened. But today's events will serve as a lesson for you. Unexpectedly, his gaze shifted back to the mysterious stone. Our treasure pavilion actually has such a precious item. Swish. As he spoke, he swept his hand, and the stone skin on the surface of the mysterious stone began to fall off. Let me see. His hands kept moving. What treasure is inside? Soon, under the wash of his spiritual power, the mysterious stone had shrunk to half its size. His mood was getting more and more excited. No matter what the treasure was, as long as he presented it, he would definitely receive a huge reward. His identity and status would not just be that of a small treasure pavilion master. After a few breaths, the mysterious stone was less than a third of its original size. It seemed, he secretly pondered, inside it might not be a magical treasure. It could be a pill or a cultivation technique. A cultivation technique would be even better. Before offering it up, he could take a look first. After a moment, the mysterious stone had shrunk to the size of a fist. He frowned slightly, vaguely sensing something was off. No matter. He forced himself to stay focused and continued to peel away the stone skin. There must be a treasure inside, in the treasure pavilion inside the hall. I want this bottle of Qi gathering powder. Don't snatch it. I saw it first. Nonsense. I got it first, so it's mine. Various voices of argument, noise, and haggling rose and fell, making the place more lively than a mundane market. In the quiet room, Master Ma had a cheerful expression. In his impression, the treasure pavilion had never been this busy. The pavilion master is skillful. I am far from his level. Just as he was shaking his head and sighing, suddenly, a loud noise reached his ears. The entire treasure pavilion shook violently. What happened? Why is it so noisy? Could someone be making a move in the treasure pavilion? In the hall, the cultivators were scrambling for pills and magical treasures changed their expressions, panicking. What are you afraid of? One cultivator seemed to have guessed something, with a face full of anticipation. This should be the pavilion master opening that piece of mysterious stone, causing a heavenly phenomenon from the treasurer's emergence. We are fortunate to witness this. No wonder. Everyone suddenly realized. They hadn't expected the treasure inside the mysterious stone to be so astonishing. What a pity. What a pity we didn't get to witness the treasure's splendor with our own eyes. It's too regrettable. With such a treasure. The treasure pavilion will surely become famous across the 10 kingdoms. Just as everyone was discussing and flattering, an angry voice filled with murderous intent suddenly rang out. You little beast! How dare you deceive me? I will tear you to pieces. Boom! Another round of shaking occurred, and everyone saw a streak of light fly out, disappearing in an instant. It looked like it was the pavilion master Tian. Confused, they all rushed outside. Upon seeing the scene, they were completely dumbfounded. The originally grand and magnificent treasure pavilion had become a scene of devastation, almost on the verge of collapse, and the most mysterious fifth floor had turned into ruins. What? In the Tian classroom, the fat guy jumped up. Is this fake? Otherwise? Guhan glanced at him. That pill was just an accident. Do you really think treasures inside the mysterious stone come one after another? If you find one, you should be happy. You don't really believe that, do you? The fat guy instantly exploded. You bastard. Your heart is indeed black, even deceiving us. Don't you feel guilty? There was no way out. Guhan had a helpless expression. Who knew the treasure pavilion was hiding such a treasure? I acted on impulse and didn't have time to tell you. Li Zhongwan. I'm really sorry this time. The one hurt the most is Li Zhongwan. At this moment, he was so angry that he was trembling, his face darker than a pot bottom, unable to say a coherent word. Li Zhongwan. Jiang Feng hurriedly tried to mediate. Don't be like this. You still have injuries. Li Zhongwan looked at him with indignation. Injuries? Our heart is very hurt. How infuriating. We were moved by his words earlier. What a load of nonsense. We should have thought of this. This kid has never been a good person, right? Guhan also felt a bit embarrassed. Let us heal first. This Tian classroom of the Murong family, not to mention anything else, has decent healing effects. Li Zhongwan turned to leave. You think you could just brush us off with a little kindness? Dream on. Li Zhongwan, Guhan kindly reminded if you go out now, you might just run into Tian Heng. We just tricked him out of 5 million crystal coins. What do you mean we? The fat guy was unhappy. It's you. You bastard. It has nothing to do with me. Same thing. Guhan waved his hand. They all saw it. We are in this together. Hearing this, Li Zhongwan paused. Thinking of Tian Heng's furious expression upon discovering he had been tricked, he felt a bit apprehensive. Li Zhongwan, after all, was foolish. He didn't know whether to stay or go, his face full of embarrassment, quickly looking for a way out. Come with me. Ha! Li Zhongwan showed Guam fan aglansa. I'll just give that little girl some face. As he spoke, he glared at Guhan fiercely and turned to walk in a nearby room. Guhan rubbed his nose and remained silent. This time, he indeed felt a bit in the wrong. Brother Gu, Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. I have heard much about Tian Heng's character. Why did you Guhan sneered. I paid 10 times the price to buy a falling ghost fruit. Yet he was greedy and wanted more benefits, even sending people to hunt me down. 5 million crystal coins were too cheap for him. Unexpectedly, Jiang Feng shook his head. This Tian Heng has such despicable character. Oh, the fat guy shouted again. You still have a falling ghost fruit? Show it to me. Show what? Guhan said impatiently. Do you want to taste it again? The fat guy pouted. It's just a broken fruit. If I don't see it, I don't care. But you? Where did you get so much money to pay 10 times the price? Why do you care? Wait. The fat guy had a suspicious expression. I think you have a secret. Mutual suspicion. I think you're not just any ordinary fat guy. Come here. The fat guy suddenly smiled and waved to Guhan. Come over. I have something to tell you. Seeing his lewd expression, Guhan suppressed the impulse to slash him with a sword and sneered. What a coincidence. I have something to tell you too. As Guhan approached, the suddenly became serious, his eyes suddenly flashing with a strange light, staring intently at him. What secret do you have on you? He never expected that before he could finish speaking, Guhan's eyes also revealed a strange light, looking even more eerie than the. In an instant, the stiffened, his face blank, standing like a puppet, motionless. Who are you? Guhan said in a deep voice. What secret do you have? A flicker of struggle crossed the S face as he stiffly replied. Fat Lord is called Fu. Before he could finish, he suddenly woke up. You also know soul control? How is that possible? And why is your soul power so strong? Guhan's expression turned unfriendly. Aren't you called Yizheng? Why are you suddenly surnamed Fu? The rolled his eyes. My father's surname is He. My mother's surname is Fu. Bah, I can have whatever surname I want. It's none of your business. Not far away, Jiang Feng glanced at then at Guhan and suddenly felt a shiver down his spine. These two seemed to be more dangerous than each other. Bang! Just as the two were arguing, a loud noise suddenly came from outside. What's going on? It was startled. Do I need to ask? Guhan shot him a glance. That Master Tian has come to find you. Outside, Above the inn, manager Murong, Tian Hung wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his expression dark. Are you really going to stop me? He had chased all the way here and naturally learned that Gu Han was living here. Of course, he and Murong Chuan usually didn't see eye to eye, and after a few words, they immediately started fighting. However, even though they were both experts in the Murong Chuan's strength was clearly much greater than his, so he was naturally no match. Master Tian. The commotion from the was so loud that Murong Chuan received the news immediately. At this moment, he felt very pleased. Very pleased indeed. He had never felt this good before. Not only did you break your promise, but you were also greedy and thought of such a sinister method as killing and robbing. Now that you have been retaliated against, you deserve it. You still have the face to cause trouble here? Manager Murong, Tian Hung was filled with hatred. Let me in, and today I owe you a favor. A favor? Murong Chuan scoffed. I don't need your favor. This is the territory of my Murong family, and I want to allow you to act recklessly. Of course, if you want to make a move, just right. I haven't stretched my muscles in a long time. You should know. Tian Hung gritted his teeth. The true owner of thee is not me. 500 million spirit crystals, plus that pill, this loss has already hurt the bones of the... If Du Tong finds out about this, he will definitely face severe punishment. I don't care. Murong Chuan said indifferently, if he is not satisfied. He can speak to my family's ancestor. But as long as I'm here, you can forget about stepping in here. You. Tian Hung almost couldn't hold back and wanted to fight him. All right. In the end, he didn't have the courage. Manager Murong. We have plenty of time in the future. This sentence was almost squeezed out from between his teeth. Murong Chuan waved his hand. No need to see you off. Watching Tian Hung leave with a reluctant face, Murong Chuan suddenly burst into laughter. So refreshing. This time, just take as a gift for you. Letting Tian Hung suffer such a big loss is impressive, really impressive. In the Martial Academy, a group of students were coming and going. Some were relaxed, discussing cultivation insights with their companions, while others hurried along, seemingly having difficulties to seek answers. However, none of this had anything to do with Mei Yun. Sighing, he looked at the group of students from a distance, feeling like crying. Ever since Gu Han and the others left yesterday, they hadn't returned, and he waited almost an entire day without seeing a single person. According to the rules of the Martial Academy, as an instructor, he had the right to punish the three of them. However, he simply couldn't bear to do it. If they don't come back. Thinking of the 3 invitations quietly lying in his storage ring, he gritted his teeth. As an instructor, I have to personally go find you. Chapter 56. Opening the acupoints. Extreme Realm. Time passed quickly, and 2 days had already gone by. During this time, Jiang Feng and the others naturally remained in the room, not stepping outside even once. Firstly, this place was perfect for cultivation and healing, making it the most suitable for Jiang Feng and Manager Li. Secondly, they were afraid of the enraged Tian Hung doing something irrational. Of course, their actions also made Murong Chuan feel disdain. Do they really think my Murong family is a charity? This room, they think they can just hang around? If it weren't for Gu Han, I would have kicked them out long ago. Crack! A light sound came from within Gu Han's body again. He had broken through another acupoint barrier. Who? He slowly opened his eyes. He was now at the 4th level of the opening acupoints realm. With the blood spirit technique and the great yin, sword chi, he was confident that even if Yu Hua came again, he wouldn't be as defenseless as a few days ago. Oh, not far away. The spoke with a hint of sourness. You broke through? TSK, that pill is indeed extraordinary. Gu Han's expression turned unfriendly. What are you sticking around here for? Do we know each other that well? He was already certain that they had a big secret. Just the fact that they easily saw that he had achieved the extreme realm was enough to prove his extraordinary background. Leave? They jumped up. Where do you want me to go? Do you know how dangerous it is outside? If I run into that shameless thing, will I still be alive? Gu Han was speechless. It seemed there was some truth to that. Brother Gu, at that moment, Jiang Feng approached, and, seeing Gu Han had broken through again, he looked envious. You've broken through again. Take it slow, you can do it. Gu Han could only comfort him like this. Me? Jiang Feng forced a smile. That silly girl entered cultivation later than I did, and her cultivation level is already far above mine. At this moment, he began to doubt whether his extreme cold body was real. What a pity. Speaking of the silly girl, Guhan felt a bit regretful. He had originally planned to help her reach the extreme realm, but unexpectedly, she broke through first. Extreme realm? He glanced at him. If you want her to die, just help her. Guhan fruvnid. What do you mean? You don't understand? The look puzzled. You should know how dangerous it is to reach the extreme realm right? To achieve it, you must spend years refining and polishing your meridians, then take various heavenly materials and earthly treasures to solidify your meridians. Even so, you must be extremely careful when breaking through. If you act rashly like you, helping her will definitely lead to a violent death. Violent death. Guhan's expression turned sour. And dead? Yeah. They looked even more confused. No one told you. How did you achieve the extreme realm? TSK. You have such a big life. At this moment, Guhan's face had turned as dark as a pot bottom. Wait for me. He gritted his teeth and closed his eyes. At this moment, outside the inside, big trouble. Is this something you can provoke? You all are fine. But you even led the seventh prince astray. While muttering to himself, Mei stepped into the inn. He inquired for a long time before finally discovering that Guhan and the others were staying here. He also learned that Zhu Baoge had been severely calculated against, leading to a humiliating situation. Upon hearing the description of the appearance of the few people, he understood that it must be Guhan and the fat guy who caused the trouble again. As for this guest, Qianlu had just arrived and naturally did not recognize Mei Yun, so he greeted him with a smile. Are you here to stay? Yao Mei Yun, a teacher at the Martial Arts Academy, and I need to find. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind rushed in and instantly pushed him out of the inn. Looking at the suddenly appearing Murong Chuan, Mei Yun was completely confused. Master Murong, what is the meaning of this? Don't come over here, Murong Chuan said with a dark face. Say whatever you want outside. Mei Yun felt wronged and wanted to cry. Brother Gu. Seeing Guhan open his eyes again, Jiang Feng was a bit curious. What are you doing here? Nothing much. Guhan waved his hand. Just teaching a lesson to a certain worthless thing. He secretly added a sentence in his mind, listening to the faint curses coming from the shadow in his consciousness space. He felt very relieved. So close. If it weren't for the abnormalities in his meridians, he would have been tricked to death. Fat guy, having suffered this hidden loss, he naturally did not dare to be careless. You know how to cultivate to the extreme of the Tongxiao realm, right? Huh. The fat guy was a bit surprised. You even know this? Of course, hurry up and tell me. The fat guy picked up a chair. If you don't say, I'll send you to Teacher Mei. Don't. The fat guy's face turned pale. Please don't. I'll tell you. After cursing Guhan in his heart, he didn't dare to keep it a secret anymore. You should know that there are 360 acupoints in a cultivator's body, right? That's right. Actually, that's not correct. The fat guy sighed. There should be 365. The extra 5 are called hidden acupoints. Hidden acupoints? Yes. These 5 hidden acupoints are extremely special, independent of other acupoints, and not connected to the meridians in the body. Their capacity is far beyond your imagination. If you can find all 5 hidden acupoints, then your spiritual power will double from its original foundation. Double. Guhan's heart trembled. He had reached the extreme of the condensation stage, with spiritual power about 5 times that of ordinary cultivators of the same stage. Doubling that would mean 10 times. In battle, even without using any divine abilities or secret techniques, he could crush his opponents with sheer spiritual power. Don't think about it. The fat guy seemed to know what Guhan was thinking and was a bit disdainful. 10 times spiritual power to crush opponents? Dream on. Do you have any idea how difficult it is to find the 5 hidden acupoints? If the extreme of the condensation stage emphasizes danger, then the extreme of the Tongxiao realm emphasizes difficulty. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to say it's as hard as climbing to the sky. How difficult? Guhan was a bit unwilling to give up. Let's put it this way. The fat guy's expression suddenly became serious. Finding 1 hidden acupoint means you can claim to have reached the extreme of the Tongxiao realm. Finding 2 means you've struck gold. Finding 3 is like finding a phoenix's feather, for you can hardly find anyone in the world. As for finding all 5, that's unheard of. May I ask, fat brother, Jiang Feng, who was nearby, listened with excitement. Where exactly are these hidden acupoints? Here. The fat guy pointed at the limbs and then tapped his forehead. And here, each has one. The 5 hidden acupoints correspond exactly to the limbs and the forehead. Then how should we search? Guhan asked again. Spiritual awareness. The fat guy looked at Guhan as if he were an idiot. Have you never seen this before? Do you think that the enhancement of your soul power only benefits future divine realm cultivation? You're dead wrong. When your soul power increases, your spiritual awareness and perception abilities will also improve accordingly. At that time, the success rate of finding hidden acupoints will naturally be dozens of times greater than. He pointed at Jiang Feng. Greater than him by dozens of times. Jiang Feng looked embarrassed. Why drag me into this? Guhan was silent for a moment and then sighed. The extreme realm was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 57 made teacher, stand there and don't move, keep your distance. Of course. The fat guy nodded. This extreme realm is a rare opportunity given to you mortals by the great Tao. It gives you a chance to compete with those unparalleled talents. You should understand that whether it's those against the heavens techniques or those special bloodlines and physiques, they can amplify their strength by several times, even dozens of times. Look at that red-haired guy, clearly with a terrible foundation, but relying on that ridiculous fire spirit body, he could last a few rounds under your extreme realm. Isn't it just because of his special physique? Meanwhile, Jiang Feng felt like he was being scolded again. You guys? Guhan looked a bit suspicious. What about you? Are you also a special physique? Of course. The fat guy said proudly. I, Fat Master, am a naturally shapeless golden. Cough, cough. Anyway, I'm very powerful. Countless times better than that red-haired trash fire spirit body. Got it. Thinking back to the fat guy's earlier performance, Guhan nodded. So you're tough. Nonsense. The fat guy exploded in anger. What do you know? If my physique were fully developed with your broken sword, I'd just stand there and let you chop at me. And you wouldn't be able to break through my defense. No wonder. Guhan suddenly realized it. You have such thick skin. Hey, fat guy. Are you really at the Tongxiao realm? Although the fat guy seemed to only have the cultivation of the 3rd layer of Tongxiao, Guhan could vaguely sense a hint of danger from him, a feeling he hadn't even sensed from Murong Chuan. Just consider it. Thinking of the human tribulation, the fat guy instantly lost interest in boasting and lowered his head, dejected. I won't talk about it anymore. My life is really hard. Fat brother. Jiang Feng was a bit curious. Have you also reached the extreme of the condensation stage? Well, the fat guy blinked. Partially completed. Partially? What do you mean? It hurt too much, so I gave up. Guhan. Jiang Feng. At that moment, Qian Lu's voice came from outside again. But there was a strange tone in his voice. That Mei teacher is looking for you. What? The 3 of them changed their expressions drastically. Outside the inn, Mei Yin looked eagerly at the inn, waiting anxiously. But he did not dare to go in. Murong Chuan was still watching him from above. Seeing Guhan and the others finally appear, he was so happy he was almost in tears. You finally. He was halfway through his sentence when he quickly straightened his face and pretended to be displeased. What kind of behavior is this? As students of the Martial Arts Academy, not going to the academy is punishable. Causing trouble outside is also punishable. Moreover, not bowing to the teacher when seeing him is even more punishable. Hey, don't go. Seeing the 3 about to leave, he couldn't hold it in anymore. I'm still your teacher. We have to get along for several years. Are you guys going to keep avoiding me every day? I think, Guhan said expressionlessly. It's better to keep some distance. Right. The fat guy nodded vigorously. The farther, the better. Stand even further away. Mei teacher. Jiang Feng felt a bit embarrassed. This is quite good. Mei Yin showed a face full of despair. Clearly, I have students, but it feels like I don't have any at all. Sigh. He didn't dare to push too hard. Forget it. This matter needs to be considered in the long run. But right now, there's something that can't be delayed. Saying this, he took out 3 golden invitations. The Crown Prince is hosting a banquet. After hearing his explanation, the 3 frowned simultaneously. Banquets are never good. The fat guy was the first to speak. That's right. Guhan's eyes narrowed. The banquet is a pretense. Establishing authority is the real deal. So, Jiang Feng swallowed hard. Should we go or not? Of course we should go. Mei Yin was anxious. Everyone has to go. This is the order from the two vice deans. Moreover, there will be important figures from the upper sect at this banquet. This is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. You are so talented. If you catch their eye, you might even be brought into the upper sect early, just like the crown prince. Seeing that the three of them were still hesitant, he began to persuade them earnestly. Don't worry, Vice Deans Wu and Feng have privately spoken to me, telling you to go ahead. If anyone gives you trouble, they will take care of it. Especially you. He pointed at Guhan. The two Vice Deans have instructed that you are the future of our martial academy, and they won't let anyone harm a hair on your head. Is that so? Guhan seemed to understand. It seems that they have discovered his cultivation has reached the extreme and are paying attention to it. What does the banquet start? In less than an hour. Good. Guhan Nu did. Mei Jiaoshi, you go first, and we will follow shortly. Huh? Mei Yin was taken aback. We should go together. Whoosh. The three of them disappeared in an instant. Mei Yin, the Tianzi room. Are we really going? The fat guy frowned deeply. You know he has bad intentions. Go. Guhan shook his head. This kind of thing will come up sooner or later. You can hide for a moment, but you can't hide for a lifetime. As he spoke, he summoned a Shah, who was in the middle of cultivating. Let us go. Young master will take you to the banquet. All right. Upon hearing the words to the banquet, a Shah's saliva uncontrollably flowed down. On the other side, Jiang Feng also called over the injured Stewardly. Umph. Upon seeing Guhan, Stewardly still had a grim expression. Although his injuries were almost healed, the wounds in his heart had not yet mended. After the group left, Murong Chuan appeared again. Someone from the upper sect? He was somewhat puzzled. How come I didn't he know? Go. Check who it is that has come to the royal capital. Yes. Someone responded in the shadows. Why do I feel like? Murong Chuan frowned slightly. Something seems off. On the way, Guhan and his group naturally felt apprehensive, fearing that Tian Heng would suddenly jump out to chase them. Fortunately, until they arrived at Jiang Hong's residence, they did not see Tian Heng appear. The few of them breathed a sigh of relief. They did not encounter any trouble. After handing over the invitation, they were respectfully invited inside. Of course, most of the credit was due to Jiang Feng's identity as the seventh prince. Guhan naturally did not know this. At this moment, the Tian Heng he was worried about was being severely reprimanded by Du Teng. You scoundrel, how would you handle this? With such a huge loss, how am I supposed to explain it to the senior brother? Elder Du. Tian Heng's face was filled with fear. This matter is really... He stammered for a long time, but couldn't he explain it? How to explain? Say that his greed led to the current situation? As soon as he said it, the blame would undoubtedly be heavier. Oof. Du Teng coldly glanced at him. If it weren't for you bringing back that divine ability, you would have had some merit. With senior brother-esque temperament, he certainly wouldn't spare you. Yes, yes, yes. Thank you, Elder Du. Thank you, Elder Du. Tianga Master. Du Teng on the right side, Jiang Hong frowned tightly. Are you saying that person is with the seventh prince? And there's a fat guy with him? Yes. Jiang Hong exchanged glances with Yu Hua and others. It's him. Who? Du Teng's kid. His name is Guhan. Jiang Hong instinctively clenched his fists. It's the one who defeated me. It's him? Du Teng was furious. Good, good, good. He has repeatedly ruined my plans. I will definitely not spare him. Originally, he did not regard Guhan highly, but at this moment, he hated him to the core. Guhan's actions not only caused the Gathering Treasure Pavilion to suffer huge losses, but also disrupted his plans. Your Highness, at this moment, a servant came to report. The seventh prince has arrived, and the Guhan you asked me to pay special attention to, along with that fat guy, has also come. Yes, here? Du Teng slowly stood up. Let me see what this kid is really capable of. Tian Heng was about to follow, but was given a cold glare by Du Teng. You don't need to go. The current reputation of the Gathering Treasure Pavilion is all your responsibility. No matter what, you must find a way to restore our reputation. Otherwise, yes. At this moment, in the banquet hall, a group of students were tasting spiritual food, drinking spiritual tea, and laughing merrily. The focal point was naturally Lu Ying. Except for a few like He Zhong who were engrossed in cultivation, almost everyone else was captivated by her beauty, surrounding her and fawning over her. Lu Ying also played to her strengths, with her graceful movements. Although she didn't say much, the glances she cast made everyone feel a sense of illusion. She is paying attention to me. She has a good impression of me. Unintentionally, she looked outside, and the faint smile on her face suddenly stiffened. Sister. Noticing her abnormality, Lu Tong asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Guhan. Lu Ying's gaze was deep. He.s. here. Chapter 58, To the Banquet, Useless Lu Tong. Guhan. Following her gaze, everyone soon spotted Guhan and his group not far away. The once lively and cheerful atmosphere in the hall suddenly fell silent. Facing Guhan, their feelings were somewhat complex. The previous battle left them with too deep an impression. The crown prince actually lost to an unknown nobody, but he is no longer an unknown nobody. It won't be long before his name spreads throughout the royal capital, throughout the 10 kingdoms, and even to the upper sect. Jealousy, envy, and unwillingness mixed together, leaving them speechless. At this moment, the happiest one was undoubtedly Mei Yun, who was standing alone at the edge of the crowd, looking at a place. He smiled and approached. "You really made me wait a long time, young master." Seeing Mei Yun coming over, Asha shrank back in fear and whispered, He doesn't seem like a human. Asha. Guhan was also a bit flustered. "What do you mean?" Asha mustered his courage to take another look at Mei Yun. "He has too much dark energy on him." Mei Yun's smile froze on his face. "What a pretty little girl. Why does she curse as soon as she opens her mouth?" "Little girl." He forced out a friendly smile. "Look at me." In an instant, the few of them took a step back in unison. "You." Mei Yun was annoyed. "This is too much. I'm still your instructor. Stop right there." The fat guy couldn't take it anymore. "Instructor Mei, you could just stand there and say what you need to say, but please don't come over." "Yes." Guanu did. "We can hear you clearly." Mei Yun. Steward Li had a wary expression. "Stay away from my prince. Otherwise, we want to be polite." Mei Yun felt a belly full of grievances, opened his mouth several times, but ultimately said nothing, looking dejected as he returned to his original position. Only then did the few of them breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other. Has instructor Mei become this terrifying? TSK. The fat guy patted Jiang Feng, looking disdainful. "You are both princes. Look at your shabby house. Then look at that red-haired guy. There is no comparison." Steward Li wanted to hit him. "Fat brother." Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. "My big brother's treatment is naturally not something I can compare to." At this moment, Asha was drooling, attracted by the pile of spiritual food in the center of the hall. "Young master, it smells so good." It seems that Jiang Feng sighed. "My big brother must have spent a lot this time." These spirit dishes are crafted from the most refined parts of demon beasts, carefully cooked with various precious spirit fruits. Not only are they incredibly delicious, but they also provide great benefits for cultivators, sometimes even more effective than elixirs. Of course, they come at a hefty price. "Eat up." The fat man nudged his lips. "Attending a banquet without eating and drinking, what kind of banquet is that?" "Go ahead." Guhan patted her head. Asha nodded, not minding the grease, and happily hugged a beast leg that was a full foot long and exuding a savory aroma, with a look of bliss and satisfaction on her face. "Whose wild girl is this?" Suddenly, a voice filled with disdain rang out. "No manners." Though the voice was soft, it sounded exceptionally clear in the now quiet hall. Asha hesitated for a moment, silently placing the beast leg back down. She didn't care about others' ridicule, but she didn't want to tarnish Guhan's reputation. Soon, everyone discovered the owner of the voice, Lu Tong. "What?" "In the Grand Prince's residence, Lu Tong is fearless." "Am I wrong?" "Isn't she just a wild girl with no upbringing?" "Young master." Asha lowered her head, feeling a bit sad. "I'm sorry, silly girl." Guhan shoved the beast leg back into her hand. "What are you apologizing for?" The fat man is right. A banquet is for eating and drinking. So go ahead and eat. As he spoke, he stepped forward, walking toward Lu Tong. "Guhan." Lu Ying's heart skipped a beat. "What are you going to do?" "Get out of the way." Guhan glanced at her, his expression emotionless. Lu Ying fell silent. She understood Guhan's intention. If she didn't step aside, she would also face trouble because of Lu Tong. "You dare." Facing Guhan, despite feeling timid, Lu Tong pretended to be tough. "Do you know where this is?" "Young Master Lu." To everyone's surprise, Guhan didn't strike, but instead patted Lu Tong's shoulder. "Tell me." He pointed at the pile of spirit dishes. "What are these for?" As he spoke, he applied a bit of force with his hand. Lu Tong winced in pain. Although his cultivation seemed on par with Guhan, in terms of true strength, He was no different from an ant in Guhan's hands. Let go of me. Deaf. Guhan frowned slightly and increased his grip. I'm asking you, what are those things for? Let go of me. Not going to say. Accompanied by a scream. A clear sound of bones cracking reached everyone's ears. The crowd was secretly alarmed. This guy not only had great strength, but his courage was also extraordinary. Alas, Mayan wanted to come out to mediate several times, but held back. He understood that Guhan wouldn't listen to him. Yeah, only the fat man stood there excitedly, egging him on. Hurry up and say it. If you don't, you won't have that arm anymore. Just then, a sharp female voice rang out. What audacity! This is the Grand Prince's residence. Young Master Lu is the Grand Prince's cousin. Oh, the fat man grinned. An old acquaintance. The speaker was the woman he had slapped hard the other day. What? He swayed slightly and instantly appeared in front of the woman, grinning. Is your injury healed yet? Does your face still hurt? Seeing the fat man raise his hand again, the woman trembled in fright. Her eyes rolled back, and she fainted. The fat man curled his lip. What are you afraid of? Fat Master is a person who cherishes the fair sex. Bah! The crowd secretly cursed. Cherishing the fair sex, my foot. On the other side, Lu Tong was howling in agony. He could feel that his bones had already been crushed by Guhan. He was sweating profusely from the pain, immediately admitting defeat. It's for eating. Did you hear that? Guhan glanced at Asha. Hurry up and eat. Asha's heart was instantly filled with happiness as she happily began gnawing on the beast leg. Beside her, Lu Ying saw Asha's expression and suddenly felt an inexplicable emotion arise within her, difficult to articulate, yet it caused her extreme discomfort. Bold! Suddenly, a voice filled with murderous intent shouted from outside. Dare to harm my son, I'll kill you. Dad! Hearing the voice, Lu Tong's face brightened. Quick, save me. In the next moment, a figure suddenly flashed in from outside, striking toward Guhan with a palm. The spiritual energy radiating from him, making the crowd feel a sense of breathlessness. Everyone's hearts tightened. This person's cultivation was at least at the 4th stage of gathering yuan. Let go of him. Your son? Guhan's expression turned cold. Just in time for me to teach him a lesson. Boom! As he spoke, the spiritual energy within him surged, and he instantly turned around, meeting that palm with his own. The violent spiritual energy pressed down, forcing everyone to step back continuously. Bang! In an instant, the two palms collided. A scream sounded, and that rather powerful figure was sent flying out at an even faster speed than he had come in. From start to finish, the crowd didn't even see what he looked like. Among them, only Hezhong barely caught a glimpse of Guhan's movements. He had become even stronger than a few days ago. His tone was filled with bitterness. Don't compare with him. A faint voice came from behind him. Han, Jiaoshi? Hezhong quickly turned around, only to find that Han Fu had appeared behind him. Why? He felt somewhat unwilling. Han Fu said nothing more, only sighed. Comparing with him, you'll feel despair. At this moment, besides Han Fu, the other instructors were also arriving one after another. The last to enter were Vice Presidents Wu and Feng. The crowd quickly bowed in greeting. Wu and Feng waved their hands and began to converse privately. What do you think? No doubt, it's an extreme talent. After so many years, our Qi Wu Academy finally has a good seedling. Just now, the scene where Guhan acted naturally caught their attention. That one is not bad too. Wu Gongfeng glanced at the leisurely fat man, somewhat hesitant. The two exchanged glances and instantly came to a conclusion. He asked, just a bit shameless. What do you think? Feng Gongfeng secretly shook his head. Does he have confidence? Let us see. Wu Gong sighed. At least it's better than our so-called #1 genius of the capital, the Grand Prince. Speaking of which, Feng Gongfeng frowned slightly. I wonder which one of them came to the sect this time. No need to guess. Wu Gong shook his head. It's probably someone related to him. It seems the Grand Prince is quite determined to take control of the Martial Academy, not only pulling in Captain Zhou and the others, but also inviting a powerful backing. Alas, what a tumultuous time. Not far away, Guhan was carefully wiping the grease off Asha's mouth. Beside him, the fat man kept urging. Is that it? If it were me, I couldn't just let it go. TSK. Why did you only break one of his arms? Why not be more decisive and just kill him? Guhan's expression turned unsightly. Is that what you call decisive? That is just asking for death. Just then, A group of people walked out from behind the screen in the center of the hall. Leading them was none other than Du Tong. Following closely behind him were Jiang Hong and Yu Hua among others. Cousin. Seeing Jiang Hong, Lu Tong, whose face was pale from pain, seemed to have grasped a lifeline. You finally came. This person is so audacious. He actually injured me like this. Shut up. Jiang Hong shot him a fierce glare. Useless thing. Lu Tong dared not speak again, but the resentment and hatred in his eyes grew even stronger. Did you do this? Jiang Hong's gaze swept over, instantly landing on Gu Han and the fat man. He didn't need a guess. The only two people who had enmity with him and dared to do such a thing were these two. Red Hair, the fat man, who was carrying the blame, quickly interjected before Gu Han could speak. Don't talk nonsense. This has nothing to do with Fat Master. Huh? Gu Han glanced at him. This fat man had become shrewd. However, this time he didn't plan to let the fat man take the blame. It was me. Reason? This person lacks family education. I'm just teaching him a lesson on behalf of his father. As soon as these words came out, the entire venue fell silent. Chapter 59. If you defeat me, do as you wish. At that moment, a weak voice came from outside. Lu Sun, severely injured and pale, was being supported as he staggered in. He looked at Gu Han with a face full of resentment. This person is ruthless and extremely arrogant, and he attacked without cause. Your Highness, you absolutely cannot spare him. I regret it. Gu Han suddenly shook his head. That slap just now was too light. Beside him, the fat man rolled his eyes, looking as if he had advised him, but he didn't listen. You. Lu Sun spat out 2 more mouthfuls of blood in anger. Do you know? Jiang Hong took a deep breath. You're very arrogant, and those who are too arrogant usually don't live long. Arrogant? Gu Han shook his head. No. They want to bully me. I'm just forced to defend myself. Everyone was speechless. They looked at Lu Tong and then at Lu Sun. You call this self-defense? Today, Jiang Hong said lightly, I won't let you off like last time. Big brother. Jiang Feng was a bit anxious. This matter, 7th brother. Jiang Hong shot him a cold glance. Do you have the right to speak here? Jiang Feng's face turned red, and he clenched his fists. Meanwhile, Stewardly quietly stood guard. Although he was still angry with Gu Han, if Gu Han truly encountered danger, he wouldn't hesitate to protect him with his life. He was a person who understood gratitude. No need for that. Gu Han patted Jiang Feng and then looked at Jiang Hong, puzzled. I have a question. When you say such things, are you speaking as the crown prince or as Lu Tong's cousin? In the distance, Wu and Feng, the 2 deputy deans, brightened up. This kid is not reckless at all. Jiang Hong didn't expect Gu Han to take the initiative. Is there a difference? If it's the former. Gu Han glanced at him. You're the crown prince with a big background and high status. You can bully anyone you want. I might not be convinced, but I'm too weak to do anything. If it's the latter, I hurt your cousin, and as a cousin, you should stand up for him, which is reasonable. So, at this point, he suddenly smiled. It's fine if you cripple me or kill me, as long as you can defeat me. Do as you wish. With one sentence, Jiang Hong found himself in a dilemma. If he relied on his identity, it would mean admitting he was inferior to Gu Han, which was unacceptable for someone who wanted to control the martial academy. But if they fought again, he was not Gu Han's opponent and would only lose face in front of everyone again. The crowd gasped in amazement. They didn't expect Gu Han to be not only highly skilled, but also extremely clever. Only the fat man looked disdainful. Just a little cleverness. Isn't it all learned from me, Fat Master? Hee hee. At that moment, a cold laugh rang out, breaking the tension for Jiang Hong. Such a young age, so sharp-tongued. It was Du Tong, who had been watching from the side for a long time. Seeing the flickering green light in his eyes, everyone's heart skipped a beat. Could he be the one mentioned in the invitation from a sect? In the distance, Wu and Feng frowned slightly. They had long realized Du Tong was from the Yuqing sect, but didn't know his specific identity. Now seeing him challenging Gu Han, they couldn't help but feel worried. You, Du Tong's eyes glowed even greener. You call Gu Han? Yes. Was it you who bet on stones at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion? That's right. Then let me ask, are you the one who deceived the Gathering Treasure Pavilion out of 5 million crystal coins? Not deceiving, Gu Han shook his head. They owe me. Gasp. The crowd's expressions changed again. The news of Tian Heng being deceived had spread widely in the past 2 days. They had only vaguely heard that the seventh prince seemed to be involved, but they didn't expect the culprit to be the person in front of them. Not to mention the 5 million crystal coins. Daring to set up a trap for a master at the Void Realm was unprecedented in all these years. It's you? Then, Du Tong smiled coldly. Capture him. Yes. Beside him, Yu Hua had been waiting for this opportunity. Hearing this, he flashed forward and directly struck Gu Han with a palm. This palm was full of power. The aim was to take Gu Han's life. You instructor. In the distance, Mei Yin was horrified and rushed over to stop it. Show mercy. Guam Fan Zanji Surja. And he was about to activate the blood spirit technique to fight back against Yu Hua. Yu Hua, if you dare to kill him, I will have you executed. Suddenly, a sharp scream rang out. Stewardly leaped up and directly blocked in front of Gu Han. Yu Hua's expression was filled with hatred. Get out of my way. I will destroy you. Bang. As he spoke, a loud sound shook the hall, causing it to tremble slightly. Yu Hua, being at the spirit profound 7th level, was naturally no match for the God-communicating level stewardly. He was forced to retreat continuously, a hint of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth, already seriously injured. Stop! At that moment, the furious shouts of Wu and Feng, the 2 deputy deans, came over. You little eunuch! Du Ting naturally wouldn't give them any face. His murderous intent surging as he struck out towards Steward Li and Gu Han. How dare you be so arrogant? Seeking death. Boom! A surge of spiritual power, faintly glowing green, instantly approached the two. Good heavens! The fat man's face changed, and he hurriedly ducked far away. This is bad. Smelling the pungent odor, Gu Han's heart sank. This spiritual power is poisonous. He quickly threw the nearby Asha towards Jiang Feng, but in doing so, he was also contaminated by the toxic spiritual power. His vision spun, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Meanwhile, Steward Li was in no better condition, about to meet his death under Du Tong's palm. Impossible. In a critical moment, Wu and Feng arrived just in time to barely intercept Du Tong's strike. Even so, Steward Li was affected by the poison, his face turning pale and his body trembling slightly. Young master, Steward Li. Asha and Jiang Feng rushed over, worried. Me fine. Gu Han shook his head. The dizziness gradually faded, just like when he harvested the purple crystal vine. The toxic substance that just entered his body was completely absorbed by his meridians and refined into a strand of the purest spiritual power. Cough, cough. However, Steward Li had clearly suffered some discomfort from the poison entering his body. Steward Li, Gu Han sighed. Thank you. Huh. Steward Li glanced at him. My intervention was for the promise made that day, but it doesn't mean I forgive you. That matter is not over. Jiang Feng smiled bitterly. Even in this situation, you still refuse to back down. All right. Gu Han, surprisingly, didn't retort. You can hit or scold me. Do as you please. After saying that, he glanced at Du Tong not far away. Perhaps it was time to use that token. Chapter 60. The Furious Du Tong. At this moment, Du Tong was filled with uncontrollable rage. He stared intently at the 2 people in front of him. You dare to stop me? May I ask if you're Elder Du? At this moment, the 2 had already guessed the identity of the person before them from the poisonous spiritual power. Within the Yuqing sect, there was only one person skilled in poison. Du Teng. Oomph. Du Teng sneered. Knowing it's me, you still won't step aside? Elder Du. Wu Gongfeng shook his head. Let the young ones play. There's no need for you to intervene. It would be beneath your dignity. That's right, Feng Gongfeng nodded. Moreover, this kid is very important to our Great Qi Martial Academy. Important? Du Teng was unimpressive. What does that have to do with me? He caused such great losses to the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. I will not let him off. Elder Du, Wu Gongfeng's brow furrowed. This Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Oomph. It belongs to my senior brother. The 2 frowned deeply. This is troublesome. They originally thought that the Gathering Treasure Pavilion belonged to an elder of the Yuqing sect, but they did not expect the true owner to be Jiang Hong's master. And Gu Han's actions undoubtedly stomp hard on his face. How could he not be furious? Kid, Du Teng glared coldly at Gu Han. You should have thought of today's outcome when you tricked the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. 500 million crystal coins are not that easy to earn. Tricked? At this moment, Gu Han had already figured out the identity of the person in front of him from the titles used by the others. It was indeed Elder Du that Wei Zhu spoke of. You should remember that falling ghost fruit, right? Was it you? Du Tang was momentarily stunned. That thing was bought by you? Bought? Guhan's tone was slightly mocking. You offered 10 times the price for the falling ghost fruit. This is nothing. In business, it's a mutual agreement. Since I wanted to buy it, I wasn't afraid of your high price. But you shouldn't have been so greedy, sending people to hunt me down after gaining so many benefits. Taking your 500 million crystal coins is already letting you off easy. Everyone suddenly realized. They did not expect that Guhan had such a grudge with the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. Wu and Feng exchanged glances and secretly shook their heads. They believed Guhan's words. Having lived in the royal capital for many years, they knew very well what kind of person Tian Hong was. He was capable of such actions. Nonsense. Du Teng's eyes flashed with murderous intent. I will destroy you. Elder Du. Wu and Feng once again blocked him. You. Du Teng was furious. Dare stop me? Elder Du Wu Gongfeng shook his head. You cannot kill him. That's right. Feng Gongfeng's attitude was also very firm. This kid is very important to our Great Qi Martial Academy. Moreover, we have already reported his situation to the sect. Speaking of this, the two exchanged glances and secretly transmitted sound to Du Teng. What? A look of shock flashed across Du Teng's face. Qingyan Pavilion? This kid was actually valued by Qingyan Pavilion? For a moment, his gaze flickered, seeming to be indecisive. If only Wu and Feng were present today, he would naturally have no scruples and would kill Guhan no matter what. But Qingyan Pavilion. He understood that if he dared to act today, the consequences would definitely not be good. Those people would absolutely not care about his identity as the deputy dean of the Dan Academy. After a long while, he flicked his sleeve, took a deep look at Guhan, and left without saying another word. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Is that it? He was just furious a moment ago, insisting he wouldn't rest until he killed him. This senior from the upper sect seemed a bit unreliable. Phew. Seeing him leave, Wu and Feng also breathed a sigh of relief. If Du Teng insisted on making a move, they would naturally intervene to stop him. But doing so would inevitably offend him completely, which was not the result they wanted. Now this is best. Everyone is happy. Thinking of this, the two looked at Guhan. Indeed, capable people also bring headaches when they stir up trouble. At this moment, Guhan was also secretly puzzled. Could these two deputy deans be hidden experts? Just a few words scared the other party away. Just as he was thinking, the fat guy suddenly popped out from somewhere, looking sarcastic. I thought there would be a big commotion. Is that all? Fat guy. Guhan's face darkened. You hid fast enough. Of course. The fat guy rolled his eyes. I've seen through you. If I didn't hide, you would definitely drag me down with you. Smart. Damn. The fat guy was no longer calm. You really plan to do that? Are you even human? Hee hee. Meanwhile, despite being extremely weak, Manager Li still didn't forget to mock Guhan a couple of times. He is not human. Guhan, who? It was only then that the fat guy noticed Manager Li's unusual condition. Manager, why is your face green? Huh. Manager Li cursed. No ivory comes from dog's mouth. The fat guy looked at Guhan suspiciously. Why do you look like you're fine? Hee hee. I'm immune to all poisons. During the argument, Asha suddenly spoke up. Young master, one day I will stare him to death. Don't. Guhan was startled. You are my secret weapon. You don't need to deal with such a person. Don't worry. When my cultivation is higher, I'll chop him with one sword. If one day I meet someone I truly can't defeat, then you can make a move. Asha nodded seriously. The fat guy burst out laughing. Secret weapon. You've killed me with laughter. Even the approaching Wu and Feng were speechless. This little girl is quite pretty, but it seems her brain isn't very sharp. Two deputy deans. Guhan quickly saluted. Thank you both for your help this time. With Mei Yun's words in advance, he was not too surprised by their intervention. No need to thank us. Wu Gongfeng shook his head. We don't have that much influence. He was willing to back off for other reasons. Let's not talk about that for now. Feng Gongfeng sized up Guhan a few times. How strong do you think your strength is? Well, Guhan thought for a moment and answered honestly, I'm not sure. You don't know yourself? I really don't know. Guhan felt a bit helpless. These people from the Martial Academy were too easy to deal with. What about the first prince? That's who we're talking about. The two were speechless. Indeed, quite arrogant. You too. The fat guy was unhappy. Fat Master is also very strong. Why don't you ask me? You? Feng glanced at him. How strong? That red hair guy. The fat guy thought for a moment. Within 5 punches, if I don't beat him to death, I won't be surnamed he. Jiang Hong naturally didn't know that he, the dignified fire spirit body, had become a unit for Gu Han and the fat guy to measure their combat power. The two were quite troubled. Whether strong or not can be set aside for now. Just this shamelessness is absolutely the first since the Martial Academy was established. At this moment, Manager Li was unconvinced, his tone slightly sour. After His Highness cured the cold poison, cough, he also became the extreme cold body. Extreme cold body? The two were slightly surprised. After Jiang Feng returned, he hadn't made a move, so they naturally didn't understand. If it were usual, they would certainly be very pleasantly surprised. But now, they suddenly felt like commoners had struck it rich. Getting rich. With Gu Han and the fat guy as examples, the fire spirit body was no match. And this extreme cold body was just average, not worth mentioning. That's right. Very good. Hearing the two's insincere praises, Jiang Feng felt like crying. In the distance, Elder Du was somewhat unwilling. Is this matter just going to be settled like this? Shut up. Du Ting shot him a cold glance. This matter will be discussed later. Right now, we must focus on the important business. The important business he refers to is, of course, revealing his identity, gaining prestige, and try to restore some of the reputation of the Treasure Pavilion. Yes. Although he was puzzled, Jiang Hong suppressed his doubts and stepped forward. He glared sharply at the Liu family, who were about to speak, and said in a deep voice, "Everyone, the reason for inviting you here today is not just to attend a banquet, but to announce a significant matter." Upon hearing this, everyone instantly perked up. Chapter 61. This Elder Du, a master of alchemy and unparalleled in poison arts. Here he comes. Wu and Feng exchanged glances, but said nothing. They clearly understood that the earlier incident with Gu Han was merely a small interlude. The main purpose of today's banquet was to promote Du Tong. As everyone knows, Jiang Hong observed the expressions of the crowd. The Martial Academy of the Ten Nations is nominally a branch of the Upper Sect, but the Upper Sect rarely intervenes in the operations of the various national martial academies. Therefore, although they are of the same lineage, there are inevitable open and covert competitions among them. However, he shifted his tone. Ever since the founding ancestor left over the past few decades, our Great Qi Martial Academy situation has worsened day by day, and in various competitions, we have been in a weak position. Don't you all want to think about the reason? His words made the instructors flush with embarrassment, especially Mei Yun, who nearly wished to find a crack in the ground to hide in. Meanwhile, Wu and Feng frowned deeply. They had already vaguely guessed what Jiang Hong was trying to do. Too weak. Regarding the crowd's reaction, Jiang Hong was quite satisfied and continued. And it's not just individuals that are weak, but the overall strength, from the instructors to the students. Everyone is weaker than those from other martial academies. Upon hearing this, Mei Yun felt even more embarrassed. Among the instructors, his strength was indeed the weakest. Of course, seeing the effect was achieved, Jiang Hong softened his tone. Weakness does not mean your talent is lacking. It is merely due to the lack of external resources for cultivation. Yuan crystals, elixirs, and magical treasures are the most important means to enhance your strength nowadays. The crowd, initially a bit disheartened, felt a surge of hope. Right? We can't compare to others simply because we lack these things. TSK. The chubby guy curled his lip. Strength built up with elixirs and magical treasures is as fragile as paper. A poke, and it breaks. This red-haired guy has bad intentions. At this moment, the two vice presidents, Wu and Feng, along with Han Fu, furrowed their brows even more. While external resources for cultivation are indeed important and can significantly increase a cultivator's strength in a short period, relying too much on these things over time will inevitably create a dependency mentality and foster a habit of taking shortcuts, ultimately leading to becoming a waste with only superficial cultivation levels, losing both sharpness and combat power. The three were somewhat annoyed. Jiang Hong's intent to lead everyone down the wrong path undoubtedly undermined the foundation of the Martial Academy. Seeing that the timing was right, Jiang Hong stepped back and allowed Du Tong to step forward, speaking respectfully. "This is my Uncle Du. He is one of the 3 vice presidents of the Alchemy Institute of the Yu Qing sect, proficient in both alchemy and poison arts. Looking across the entire Yu Qing sect, there are only a few who can compare with him. Proficient in both alchemy and poison arts? The crowd's hearts stirred as they recalled Jiang Hong's earlier words. Could it be? Starting tomorrow, Jiang Hong scanned the crowd. My uncle will remain in the royal capital, overseeing the treasure pavilion. In the coming period, he will continuously refine a batch of true Yuan pills. And each student of our martial academy can receive 2 for free. True Yuan pills, rich in spiritual energy and effective for calming the mind, are the most suitable elixirs for low-level cultivators. Each one typically sells for 3,000 to 4,000 Yuan crystals, and with over 130 students in the martial academy, that amounts to nearly 1 million Yuan crystals. What a generous offer. The crowd gasped in amazement. No wonder he is from the upper sect. The scale and ambition are indeed different. In the distance, Gu Han's eyes flickered, as if hesitating about something. Brother Jiang. Suddenly, he looked at Jiang Feng with a serious expression. Help me with a favor. What? Jiang Feng swallowed hard, his face turning pale. Brother Gu, let's not. He thought Gu Han was about to cause trouble again. But Gu Han couldn't bear to watch and continued. When we receive the elixirs, make sure to get my portion too. I'm afraid they will hold a grudge against me and deliberately not give it to me. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Beside them, Wu and Feng nearly broke character on spot. I see it now. This little girl isn't very bright. It must be his influence. Do you have no shame? The chubby guy scoffed. What is the value of the true Yuan pill? You have hundreds of thousands of Yuan crystals on you. Do you really care about this? What? You don't care? Gu Han glanced at him. Of course not. The chubby guy said proudly, don't talk about 2, even if it were 20,000. I wouldn't look twice. All right. Gu Han clapped Jiang Feng on the shoulder again. Make sure to get his portion for me too. At this moment, everyone in the venue was all smiles. Although 2 true Yuan pills aren't worth much, who would refuse free goodies? Thank you, Elder Du. Everyone chorused. There's no need for thanks. Du Tong waved his hand and finally spoke, his tone filled with profound meaning. My nephew is deeply favored by my senior brother, and since he hails from Great Qi, as his uncle, I must take good care of him. This is bad. Wu and Feng felt a sinking feeling in their hearts. Such an overt scheme is something they have no way to stop. Sure enough, the crowd looked at Jiang Hong with a hint of reverence in their eyes. The mere true Yuan pill is nothing. Du Teng continued. Since my nephew is here, I might as well give you another benefit. Another? Everyone's hearts leapt with joy. In a few days, Du Tong said slowly, it will be the Martial Academy's trial. During that time, you will venture deep into the wild forest, and you will encounter some dangers. How about this? Aside from the true Yuan pills, I will also give each of you a poison pill. This pill, which I have carefully refined, will kill any beast below the 4th rank upon contact. Gasp! The crowd inhaled sharply. A 4th rank beast is equivalent to a human-level gathering expert. It will die upon contact? How powerful must this poison pill be? If the true Yuan pill was a small favor, then this poison pill is truly a valuable item. A treasure that can't even be bought with Yuan crystals. Elder Du is quite generous. Truly a master from the upper sect. Reste assured, Elder Du. We will follow the great prince's lead in the future. With a round of flattery, Jiang Hong's face brightened, while Wu and Feng's hearts sank completely. Yu Hua also took the opportunity to step forward and praise. If Elder Du's alchemy is unparalleled, then his poison arts can be deemed unmatched. Not to mention the royal capital, even across the 10 nations. If you gather all the wandering alchemists together, they wouldn't compare to even a strand of Elder Du's hair. Yes. Those people can't compare to Elder Du. That's right. In my opinion, only Divine Dr. Xue can be mentioned in the same breath as Elder Du. Divine Dr. Xue is also quite famous. Naturally, the crowd unconsciously began to compare him with Du Tong. Xue Mao, upon hearing this name, Du Tong's previously smiling face suddenly turned cold. I know this person. Just a name dropper, a hypocrite. Years ago, the dean invited him to my Alchemy Institute, but he flatly refused, simply ignorant of the goodwill. I had intended to seek him out for a discussion, but unfortunately, he has mysteriously vanished, which is quite regrettable. Elder Du. Yu Hua laughed and said, Xuan Mao refused the invitation from the Dan Institute. Naturally, it's his loss. Moreover, this time I fear he isn't missing for no reason, but rather has learned of old Du's arrival in the capital and is scared to hide away. The instructor you spoke reasonably. Dr. Xue is quite capable, but how can he be compared to old Du? That's right. Besides, it's always hard to get a single pill from Dr. Xue. While old Du is so generous and lavish, it's clear how both parties are. For a moment, many people followed Yu Hua's lead and continued to speak. They had already understood. Du Teng and Dr. Xue were at odds, and by belittling Dr. Xue a bit, they could win Du Teng's favor. They naturally wouldn't miss this rare opportunity. As for the truth, no one cared. At this moment, Jiang Feng's face was ashen, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes nearly spitting fire. Dr. Xue had stayed in the capital for 20 years, extending his life by 20 years. In his heart, Dr. Xue's status was irreplaceable. This bunch of scoundrels. He glared fiercely at those who slandered Dr. Xue. Shameless. To say such words, he was already furious to the extreme. Sigh. Both Wu and Feng sighed, suddenly feeling disheartened. With such a group of people, does the Qi Martial Academy still have a future? Young master. Even a Sha felt that the spirit food in his hands had lost its flavor. They were truly despicable. Grandpa Xue was not the kind of person they described. Guhan had a mocking expression on his face. They had already lost their shame. As he spoke, he was about to stand up directly. Kid. Wu and Feng were startled. What are you doing? Don't cause trouble again. The two vice deans. Guhan shook his head. I can't let these people slander Senior Xue. Do you know Xuan Mao? He has great grace towards me. But even if you stand out, what can you do? I could do a lot. Guhan thought for a moment. For example, I think there's a problem with the quality of this poison pill. It can't kill demon beasts at all. It's not Senior Xue who's seeking fame, but someone else. He deliberately said this in a particularly loud voice. For a moment, the entire venue fell silent. Swish. Wu and Feng broke out in a cold sweat. Someone? Can you be more specific? Goodness. The fat man was taken aback, looking at Steward Li and Jiang Feng, feeling quite emotional. Look at them. Then look at you guys, TSK. Now that's called having guts. Fatty. Steward Li's face darkened. What did you say? Saw the... The fat man had a wicked smile, lacking any sincerity in his apology, just a slip of the tongue. At this moment, Du Teng, who had been enjoying the compliments from everyone, suddenly turned extremely gloomy. It's you again. His eyes glowed green as he stared fiercely at Guhan. Kid, don't think I really dare to kill you. If you have the guts, repeat what you just said. Okay. Guhan nodded. Listen clearly. I think your poison pill has a problem. Killing demon beasts is just a joke. Can't kill. Du Teng Lao Kit and Anga. I've studied poison techniques for so many years, and you're the first to say such a thing to me. You say can't kill, so how about you try it? Sure. Unexpectedly, Guhan agreed without a second thought. Let's try it. Chapter 62. Your poison pill is impressive? How about I give it a try? Hiss. If the atmosphere in the arena was previously extremely silent, it was now somewhat eerie. What did he say? Try it? Does he think his life is too long? Even Du Teng was slightly dazed. He had originally said that out of anger. How could he have thought Guhan would really agree? You. He suppressed the joy in his heart. Are you really going to eat it? What? Guhan's tone was slightly mocking. Afraid? Afraid that your poison pill looks good, but is useless. And I'll expose you? Kid. Seeing Guhan's serious expression, Wu and Feng's faces changed dramatically. Don't talk nonsense. Gu brother. Jiang Feng was also sweating for him. I know you're doing this for old Xue, but this is not a joke. You don't need to go to such lengths. Even if he knows, he definitely wouldn't agree. That's right. Even Steward Li's expression became tense. He was the most aware of how powerful Du Teng's poison really was. What are you showing off for? This is a matter of life and death. Can it be played with? Young master. Asha was so anxious he was nearly in tears. Don't. It's too late. Fearing Guhan would regret it. Yu Hua was the first to jump out. This is what he said himself. He was full of excitement. What you say you must do. Otherwise, old Du won't spare him. I said. The fat man sneaked over. Are you serious? What else? Guhan looked at him strangely. Do you think I'm just looking for trouble? Don't dawdle. As he spoke, he looked at Du Teng. Take out your poison pill. Let's see if you truly have the ability or if you're just seeking fame. I'll find out. Good, good, good. At this moment, Du Teng laughed. The anger sparked by Gu Han's provocation completely dissipated. This is your own death wish. You can't blame me. As he spoke, he no longer hesitated, directly taking out a colorful and bizarre-looking pill from his storage ring. At the same time, a pungent and unpleasant smell spread throughout the venue. For a moment, besides a few instructors, the others who smelled this odor felt dizzy and nauseous. This pill, Du Teng glanced at Gu Han. It's called Heart-Eating Pill. I collected 13 kinds of highly toxic substances from deep in the wilderness to refine it. Even a fourth-tier demon beast that comes into contact with it will die instantly. Do you dare to eat it? He said this to see Gu Han's panicked and fearful expression. He was full of confidence in this pill. Regardless of whether it was the extreme realm or if there were hidden methods, he was certain Gu Han wouldn't be able to withstand the toxicity of this pill. Moreover, to ensure nothing went wrong, he had also added some ingredients inside the poison pill. Let alone a fourth tier, even a fifth-tier demon beast would die upon contact. He aimed to leave Gu Han with not a single chance of survival. However, Gu Han's reaction left him somewhat disappointed. Flashy and useless stuff. You, on the side. Jiang Hong's face suddenly turned red. Hee. Du Teng wasn't angry. Whether it's useful or not, you'll only know after you try. After saying this, he flicked his finger, directly sending the poison pill into Gu Han's hand. As the pill landed in his hand, Gu Han's body suddenly swayed twice. This was a sign of poison gas entering the body. Why? In the distance, He Zhong looked confused. He was clearly not a foolish person. Why would he choose to seek death? I don't understand. Han Fu also couldn't fathom Gu Han's thoughts. Let's wait and see. It's over. Not far away. Mei Yin felt heartbroken and nearly cried. He was grieving for himself. It seems that I, Mei Yin, cannot escape the curse of fate. There are only 3 of us. And how long has it been? One is about to die. Setting aside a few people, the rest were filled with excitement. This kind of person who was rushing to seek death might only be encountered once in a lifetime. They had to watch closely. Fatty. After examining the poison pill for a moment, Gu Han suddenly spoke. Do you think if I eat it, I'll die? How about? The fat man thought for a moment. You first give me that broken sword. That way, even if you die, Fatty holding it won't be a disgrace. Gu Han suddenly felt like giving him a good beating. Fatty, I remembered, aren't you some kind of golden body? You should be immune to all poisons, right? Why don't you taste it first? Damn. The fat man turned pale and jumped far away. Let me tell you, don't get any funny ideas. What's wrong? In the distance, Yu Hua had a mocking expression. At this point, are you afraid of dying? What a pity, too late. You just said it yourself. Hurry up and eat. How do you know? Gu Han frowned at him. Am I definitely going to die? You can't live. I think I can live. You're dreaming. The fat man couldn't stand it anymore. What's there to argue about? Why don't you just bet? Bet? Yu Hua sneered. I want to bet. But who would want to bet with me in a situation that's guaranteed to win? Want to bet? Gu Han quietly looked at him. Can I bet with you? You? Yu Hua scoffed. Why do you have to bet with me? What do you have to bet? Just this. Gu Han took off his storage ring. 5 million yuan crystals. I'll bet with you. Do you dare? How can I not dare? Yu Hua grinned maliciously. I'll put up 500,000. Oh. The fat man curled his lip and sarcastically said, 500,000? Betting against someone's 5 million? TSK, TSK, TSK. How thick-skinned do you have to be to say something so shameless? In the arena, he found Yu Hua the most displeasing, so he seized every opportunity to attack him. Yu Hua was furious, but he couldn't come up with a rebuttal. 500,000 yuan crystals is indeed too little, but it was all he had. You all. Gu Han suddenly looked around. Do you all think I'm going to lose too? The crowd was silent, but their eyes had already betrayed them. I know you're strong, but whether I die from eating the poison pill has nothing to do with this. Good. Gu Han did. Everyone present, one and all. You can all come and bet with me. If I die, the 5 million yuan crystals will all be yours. Hiss. Everyone's hearts warmed. 5 million. Even if the people present split it evenly, each person could get several thousand. Such a large sum of yuan crystals is worth far more than the true essence pills and that poison pill. This is a tremendous bargain. I bet 1,000 yuan crystals. You will definitely die. I bet 2,000 yuan crystals. I bet you will die. I bet 7,000. 9,000. In an instant, everyone started speaking, afraid of missing out on this great bargain. Don't rush, don't rush. The fat man was enjoying the excitement and took on the role of mediator. One by one, I'll remember all of you. In his heart, he naturally had his own calculations. If Guhan died just like that, it would mean he had made a wrong judgment. His tribulation person was not Guhan. But if Guhan didn't die, then he would have complete confidence that Guhan was indeed his tribulation. Since that's the case, suddenly a sinister voice rang out. It was Du Tung. Hearing the 5 million yuan crystals, his heart was bleeding. A part of that belonged to him as well. I'll bet 2 million yuan crystals, you will definitely die. Today, he not only wanted Guhan dead, but he also wanted to recover at least his portion of the losses from the treasure-gathering pavilion. Good. Zhang Hong also spoke up. Since my master uncle is interested, I'll accompany him and bet 1 million yuan crystals for fun. Lu Tong's resentful voice came over. I'll bet 900,000. His sentence was almost spat out through gritted teeth. If anyone in the arena hated Guhan the most, it was probably him. Besides Yuhua, Junior's sister. He looked at the side, at Lu Ying. How much will you bet? If you don't have enough yuan crystals, I can. No need. Lu Ying shook her head. I won't bet anymore. Since Tianwu City, she had witnessed Guhan create one miracle after another. And every time she thought he would definitely die, he would unexpectedly slap everyone in the face and become the final winner. Would he really die this time? At this moment, she had no confidence left. Chapter 63. I bet 5 million yuan crystals, betting that I won't die. I also bet. After a long silence, Jiang Feng suddenly spoke up. I bet my brother Gu will live. Seventh brother. Jiang Hong glanced at him. A few thousand yuan crystals. Don't embarrass yourself by bringing them out. Right, Jiang brother? The fat man looked curious. I remember you were broke. My residence. This time, however, Jiang Feng no longer looked down, but directly met Jiang Hong's gaze, worth 700,000 yuan crystals. I bet against you. Beside him, Manager Li surprisingly did not object, although he knew this was Guhan's choice and that Jiang Feng had a high probability of losing. Seeing so many people betting on Guhan's death still made him feel uneasy. Jiang brother. The fat man gave a thumbs up. You're great, a good friend. Bah. Manager Li wanted to hit him. Dead fat man. You're really something. Sai Wu and Feng both sighed. We are willing to each put up 500,000 yuan crystals, betting that he can live. Guhan was stubborn and didn't even give them a chance to stop him. So they did this just to show some people from Yuqing Zone that they had tried their best. As for whether Guhan could live, they didn't believe it at all. Sai, a good seedling, ruined. The two were somewhat disappointed and pained. At this time, except for a few people, almost everyone else participated in this shocking gamble, and the amount of yuan crystals involved reached a terrifying number, and such a huge sum had never been seen since the founding of the Great Qi. Good. The fat man was beaming, fully exposing his nature of loving to watch the excitement. Is there no one else? If there's no one, then wait. Suddenly, a weak voice came through. I. Hibet Kirti, Dhosand, Yuan Tristos. Mai Ya Okshi. The fat man's eyebrows raised, instantly recognizing the source of the voice. You're being a bit ungrateful. He lamented. After all, you're our instructor. How can you throw away your bottom line for a little yuan crystals? Mayan gritted his teeth. I'm betting that he can live. Huh? The fat man was stunned. Are you out of your mind? Dead fat man. Manager Li couldn't take it anymore. You, which side are you on? If you keep talking nonsense, I'll kill you. Sigh. Facing the mocking and derisive gazes of the crowd, Mei Yun didn't care. In fact, he was used to it. To be honest, I, Mei Yun, have never had good luck in my life. I know very well how my reputation is, and I don't blame you for avoiding me. But I just don't want to give up hope. Originally, he glanced at Guhan and the others. When the Martial Arts Academy opened, if no one chose me, I wouldn't have the face to stay. But that day, the three of you suddenly chose me. Although it wasn't sincere, I was still very happy. He let out a long breath, as if unloading a burden from his heart. You gave me hope, so I took out all my possessions to bet. It's not for these yuan crystals. I just want to prove that I, Mei Yun, can also have good luck, and that you are truly my hope. Guhan remained silent. He suddenly felt that he had been a bit excessive towards Mei Yun before. I also bet. Suddenly, another voice came through. 800,000 yuan crystals. Han Fu, you? The fat man looked at him. Betting he will die? No, betting he will live. Are you out of your mind? Cough, cough. You have such faith in him? Intuition. Han Fu coldly glanced at the fat man. The crowd was somewhat confused. Mei Yun was somewhat understandable. After all, he was Gu Han's instructor, so it made sense for him to stand on his side. Han Fu and Gu Han have no relationship whatsoever, and they haven't even exchanged a single word. How could he possibly bet on his survival? Han Jiaoshi. Yizhong was a bit anxious. You can't just watch, Han Fu said expressionlessly. My intuition has always been very accurate. All right, Du Tong said impatiently. The bet has been placed. The commotion has been made. Now he is staring at Gu Han. Immediately, right now, take the poison pill. All right, Gu Han sneered it. Then let me see what this pill, which is said to be able to poison a fourth-tier monster beast, is really made of. As he spoke, he was about to put the pill in his mouth. Young master, a Sha suddenly ran over and hugged him tightly. Don't eat it. His voice was choked, unable to say a complete sentence. A Sha, Gu Han sudden lu smeed. Do you remember that dream of yours? Yes, that dream must be true, so Your young master won't die today. A Sha dare not speak or look at him. Cough, cough. The fatty leaned in, looking strange. There's something I need to say. That broken sword. The fatty looked at Gu Han eagerly. Can you give it to me first, in case you know, get lost? Gu Han nearly exploded on the spot, swinging his sword at him. The fatty gave a sheepish smile and stopped talking. But he was already calculating in his heart if he should find a way to sneak the corpse away if Gu Han really died. Looking around, amid various gazes, Gu Han gently tossed the pill into his mouth. Huh. Upon seeing this, whether it was Du Tong, Jiang Hong, or Yu Hua, Lu Tong, and others, they all secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He ate it. He's doomed. Sure enough, as the poison pill entered his belly, Gu Han's face turned ashen, beads of sweat dripping down continuously. It hurts. It really hurts too much. The toxicity of the pill seemed to be erasing everything within him. And after the poison was fully absorbed, a strand of green spiritual power, about the thickness of a thumb, appeared within him, which was Du Tong's backup plan. This strand of spiritual energy had a toxicity several times stronger than that of the poison pill. In less than half a breath, Gu Han was already shaking all over from the pain. At this moment, the peculiar meridians seemed to sense his condition, suddenly glowing brightly. Each indistinguishable vortex operated with all its might, in an extremely domineering manner, attracting all the toxins within him. In an instant, the toxins had no power to resist and were completely eliminated. The remaining most refined spiritual energy then transformed into a part of his cultivation. Puff! Gu Han opened his mouth and spat out a ball of blood as black as ink. He's dead, Lu Tong shouted excitedly. He's gonna die, ha-ha. Heaven's mischief can still be lived through, but self-inflicted mischief cannot. Alas, Jiang Feng and Manager Li were secretly saddened, unable to bear to look any longer. It seems. Mei Yun's face was pale as he murmured, Mei Yun, am ultimately out of luck. Young master, whoa, a Sha cried out heartbreakingly. Dead. Lu Ying stared fixedly at the unmoving Gu Han. This time, is he really dead? Hee. Du Ting laughed heartily. Everything is his own choice. Now, even the crazy people from Qingyun Pavilion can't find fault with him. Enough. He glanced at Gu Han. This child sought his own death, so he can't blame anyone else. Right? Before he finished speaking, his expression suddenly changed drastically. How is this possible? At this moment, everyone also noticed something was wrong. Originally, Gu Han, who had his eyes tightly closed and was unmoving, not only did his aura not dissipate, but was actually slowly rising. What the hell? The fatty blinked, dumbfounded. This bastard is actually breaking through? Chapter 64, Do you think I'm a magnanimous person? Breaking through? No, absolutely impossible. Everyone found it hard to believe, completely dumbfounded. Gu Han. Lu Ying felt bitter in her heart. How many more tricks and secrets are you hiding from us? Not dead? Lu Tong's face was filled with despair. How is that possible? That was a poison pill. It was a poison pill refined by old Du. A pill that could even poison a fourth-tier monster beast. Why isn't he dead? Eating a spirit pill to break through is naturally a reasonable thing. But eating a poison pill to break through is absolutely impossible. Not to mention seeing it, even hearing about it, or even thinking about it is unthinkable. Subconsciously, Yu Hua and Jiang Hong glanced at Du Tong, and Du Tong instinctively looked at his storage ring. Did I not see clearly just now and took the wrong pill? Manager Li, at this moment, Jiang Feng was so excited he couldn't speak. Brother Gu didn't die. Ha! He's even broken through. Indeed, it's Brother Gu. Hee. Manager Li breathed a sigh of relief, but still put on a tough front. He is cunning and treacherous. Your Highness, we shouldn't have worried about him just now. In the distance, Wu and Feng exchanged glances, suddenly feeling a bit regretful. Did we put in a bit too few essence crystals just now? Ha! Just then, a hearty laugh echoed in everyone's ears. Not dead, haha, not dead. The grievances hidden for decades seemed to be released at this moment, making Mei Yun appear revitalized. You all. He pointed at everyone one by one. Every single one of you. From now on, if anyone calls me a broomstar, don't blame me for fighting back. Ha ha. As he spoke, he laughed heartily. I, Mei Yun, am truly going to have great luck this time. Young master. At this moment, Asha hugged Guhan even tighter. Alas, the fatty, however, wore a complex expression. Confirmed. This bastard is definitely my person's calamity. Just then, Guhan slowly opened his eyes. His cultivation was astonishingly at the 6th level of the Meridian opening realm. In fact, even if the toxicity of this poison pill was refined, the remaining spiritual energy was still extremely impressive. If it were someone else, it might have directly pushed their cultivation to the 8th or 9th level. But Guhan possessed liquid spiritual power, so the enhancement from this spiritual energy was much smaller for him. Even so, it was enough to leave everyone dumbfounded. In history, Guhan was probably the first person to break through after eating a poison pill. Really broke through? The fatty stared at Guhan, scrutinizing him. Are you still human? Nonsense. Guhan was too lazy to respond to him and turned to look at Du Tong. Do you have any more? Give me another one. Du Tenges face instantly tourné la chaîne. He never expected that this poison pill, which even a spiritual profound realm cultivator couldn't withstand, would not only leave Guhan unscathed, but actually allow him to break through. No matter what, he couldn't understand. At this moment, the hall was silent. Another one? What? Are you addicted to eating poison pills? Just this? Seeing Du Tong not speaking, Guhan shook his head with a face full of sarcasm. If even I can't be poisoned, how can you say it can poison monster beasts? What huge joke. This poison pill seems completely useless. TSK. The fatty naturally took the opportunity to provoke Yu Hua. Who said just now? A master of pill techniques? Unmatched in poison arts? Can't even poison a meridian opening realm cultivator? Fatty. Guhan Fruovnid. That's too much. This poison pill still has some use. Didn't it help me break through? Right. The fatty slapped his head. A poison pill that can help someone break through? Good. Truly worthy of being unmatched. Du Tong's killing intent surged in his heart. After today, this matter was likely to spread quickly throughout the Great Qi, the 10 nations, and even within the Yu Qing sect. At that time, others wouldn't care how Guhan resolved the toxicity. They would only remember that the dignified deputy dean of the Dan Academy, who had meticulously studied poison techniques for decades, a master of alchemy, ended up creating a poison pill that couldn't even kill a mere Qi opening realm practitioner. Du Tong would completely become a laughing stock. Of course, this incident also helped him build a reputation, even more effective than if he had been stationed at the Gathering Treasure Pavilion. It's just not the kind of reputation he wanted. At this moment, he suddenly had an impulse to kill everyone present, leaving no one behind to prevent the news from leaking. But it was just a thought. Even if he really acted, with Wu and Feng working together, he would definitely not come out unscathed. At this moment, Wu and Feng were naturally overjoyed. They thought they were about to be completely defeated today. But Guhan unexpectedly gave them a huge surprise. After this incident, the Crown Prince's hope of controlling the Martial Academy was nothing but a pipe dream. There was just a small regret. The amount of he wagered was indeed a bit too little, a slight flaw. With such a significant loss and unable to act casually, Du Ting naturally felt embarrassed to stay here. I noted it down. So then Li, Guhan spoke. Did you forget something? The fat man kindly reminded. You are a person of some status. You wouldn't think of defaulting on your debts, would you? I remember clearly that you wagered 200,000, right? Good. Good. Du Tung laughed in anger. Is yours. While speaking, he directly tossed a storage ring to the fat man. Also, Guhan hesitated for a moment. Are you still going to give out that true essence pill? Jiang Feng wore a strange expression. Brother Gu, why are you still remembering this? Hee hee. Du Teng smiled grimly. If you want it, just come find me. After saying this, he gave Guhan a deep look and left directly. Master Uncle, old Du, Jiang Hong, and Yu Hua were about to chase after him. What are you doing? The fat man was unhappy. Do you two also want to default on your debts? Not a chance. You, he pointed at Yu Hua, wagered 50,000. And you, he pointed at the crown prince, wagered 100,000. You wagered 60,000, and you wagered 20,000. Be 50. How could a dignified instructor be a poor ghost? By the way, this young Master Lu, it seems you wagered 90,000? He pointed at each one. The amounts, names, not a cent off. At this moment, the people whose names were called turned pale instantly. TSK, TSK. The fat man looked smug. It seems many people are going to go bankrupt today. He wasn't wrong. Earlier, no one could have imagined that Gu Han could survive after taking the poison pill, driven by the desire to seize a great opportunity. They had almost bet all their fortunes just to make a hefty profit. The process went smoothly. Du Tung's poison pill was indeed impressive, but the result left them in despair. Red hair. The fat man laughed wickedly. How about you go first? Oomph. Jiang Hong's face was ashen. He threw down a storage ring and left directly. As for the banquet, it had already been completely ruined. Next, the fat man's eyes turned to Yu Hua. It's your turn. Yu Hua's expression was also not good. He actually wanted to default, but seeing the distant gazes of Wu and Feng, even though his heart was bleeding, he had no choice but to honestly take out the. Then it was Chun Feng, Jiang, Yi Lutong. Finally, it was the turn of that group of Martial Academy students. Hurry up, the fat man urged continuously. Why are you dawdling? Where did that eagerness from earlier go? Although he looked down on, he enjoyed the feeling of collecting debts. It was exhilarating. You 8,000. You 12,000. Oh, you're quite wealthy, 5,000. He urged each one without getting tired. Finally, someone couldn't take it anymore. You guys. A student looked unwilling. You've taken all our. Are you really not leaving us any way to survive? A few days later, the Martial Academy trial would begin. After putting out the bets, the little they had left could only buy a few ordinary healing pills. And the wild forest was fraught with danger if they didn't have a few life-saving pills. Their situation was easy to imagine, right? This is too much. At least leave us half so we can get through the trial smoothly. We're all students of the Martial Academy. Is it really necessary to push us to the brink? As soon as he spoke, many people echoed, shouting continuously. Where were you earlier? The fat man looked disdainful. A bunch of shameless things. Exactly. Steward Lee rarely spoke up for the fat man. Our family looks down on people like you. Not far away, Wu and Feng exchanged glances, somewhat hesitant. Although they were disgusted by the behavior of this group, they were, after all, students of the Martial Academy. If they really collected all there, this Martial Academy trial would undoubtedly be the most disastrous one for the Great Qi Martial Academy. Kid, Wu the Elder looked at Gu Han, somewhat hesitant. How about we wait until after the trial? That's right, Feng the Elder advised. Or let them owe it first. And when they repay you in the future, charge interest. In an instant, everyone's gaze fell on Gu Han. Those who had lost all their fortunes felt their hearts leap. Gu Han's decision was related to their lives and deaths. Chapter 65. The showdown. I won't pretend anymore. I am the body that is immune to all poisons. Seeing so many people looking at him, Gu Han suddenly smiled. 2 deputy deans. Do you think I'm a magnanimous person? A jolt went through their hearts. The fat man and Steward Lee exchanged glances. Magnanimous? Please don't insult that term. Earlier, Gu Han's gaze swept over everyone. You all were betting on my death. I'm sure you all hoped I would die. I can understand. Wanting to earn some is not shameful. But, as he spoke, his eyes narrowed. Since you all hope for my death, why should I care about your survival? Clang. He drew out his long sword and stabbed it straight into the white jade ground. Today, not a single less. Dare to not give it? Try it. His tone was filled with murderous intent. Sigh. Wu and Feng exchanged glances, shaking their heads secretly, no longer saying anything. Originally, they were extremely disgusted by the behavior of these people. Moreover, Guhan's current status in their hearts was even higher. So much so that these people combined couldn't compare. Guhan looked at everyone, expressionless. With that sword present, even if these people were unwilling in their hearts, they had no choice but to honestly hand over there. Truly enjoyable. The fat man was beaming with joy, fully indulging in the thrill of collecting debts, casually tossing several storage rings into Guhan's hands. Next time there's this kind of thing, remember to call me Fat Master. Everyone nearly spat blood. Next time? There will never be a next time in this lifetime. So much. Guhan's gaze swept over, secretly shocked. Then several storage rings added up to nearly 800,000. Of course, he first put aside the 500,000 he won. Instrukturen. Guhan handed over a storage ring. This is yours, 100,000. Good. Han Fu was also straightforward, directly accepting it, making He Zhong envious to the point of nearly drooling. Brother Jiang. Guhan handed Jiang Feng another storage ring. This is yours, also 100,000. Jiang Feng felt a bit embarrassed. After all, he had wagered his own residence just to stand up for Guhan Ming, without any intention of making money. No. Guhan's eyes lit up. Then yes. How could I say no? Meanwhile, Stewardly was quick to snatch the storage ring. Your Highness, this is what we deserve. We can't let certain people benefit from it. Guhan touched his nose and looked at Mei Yun. May Instructor, this is yours. Guhan handed him 500,000. Hey. Mei Yun grinned widely. Winning so many spirit crystals was secondary. Mainly, he felt that his good luck was finally coming since Guhan didn't die this time. May Instructor. The fat man had a cautious expression. We need to make it clear. While we're making money, we still need to maintain some distance. Asha. Guhan hesitated for a moment. Do you really think he's not human? At that moment, Asha had recovered from his sadness, glanced at Mei Yun, and said firmly, Not human. Guhan fell silent. He initially wanted to say a few good words for Mei Yun, but now. Forget it. He would talk about it next time. I'm very curious. At this time, Elder Wu walked over, somewhat emotional and puzzled. That poison pill is indeed genuine. How did you do it? Deputy Elder Wu. Guhan said seriously. I'll tell you a secret. Actually, I also have a special physique. What? Elder Feng exclaimed in surprise. You too? Yes. Elder Wu looked excited. What kind of physique do you have? I am born with a body immune to all poisons. Hiss. The two gasped in shock. They truly believed it. After all, the facts were there. If he wasn't immune to poisons, how could he have eaten the poison pill and not only survived, but also broken through? This explanation was logical and reasonable. Meanwhile, the fat man was struggling to hold back laughter. However, seeing Guhan's murderous gaze, he swallowed it back. Unexpectedly, Elder Wu became emotional again. Our Qi Kingdom has produced a rare talent in a century. I imagine even the founding emperor would be no different. Deputy Elder Wu. Jiang Feng was somewhat excited. Have you seen the founding emperor? A few times. What was he like? Is he the same as in the portraits? Handsome and extraordinary? Cough, cough. Elder Feng's expression was somewhat strange. He was actually a fat man, and his appearance was quite ordinary. Jiang Feng was dumbfounded. Huh. The fat man's expression was unkind. What's wrong with being fat? Did I provoke you? Forget it. Let's not talk about him. Elder Wu shook his head and looked at Guhan. You should know that in 5 days, it will be the martial arts trial, right? Guhan blinked. He truly didn't know. Jiang Feng was somewhat worried. There was a beast riot in the wilderness forest not long ago. Would the trial be? No problem. Elder Wu waved his hand. The martial arts trial is a rule that cannot be easily changed. Moreover, Captain Zhou has been observing the movements in the wilderness forest during this time and hasn't discovered any abnormalities. On the day of the trial, we will also be present to prevent some people from acting against you. Of course, Elder Feng added, this is also to prevent those overly powerful beasts from interfering with your trial. Guhan understood. No wonder he hadn't seen Captain Zhou today. By the way, Elder Wu seemed to think of something and looked at Guhan mysteriously. You might face a test then. Test? Yes, don't worry. This test is naturally a great opportunity. Do you know that Jiang Hong dreams of having this test? Unfortunately, after losing to you, he will never have another chance in this lifetime. Who is testing me? Guhan was a bit curious. Qingyan Pavilion. Qingyan Pavilion? What is that? What the hell? The fat man disdainfully shook his head. Whether it's Qingyan Pavilion or Baiyin Pavilion. Isn't it just a test? We'll just deal with it. Let them come. This. Elder Wu felt a bit awkward. We only reported his situation, and the one being tested is only him. What? The fat man was furious. You two are blind. Just as he was about to curse, Jiang Feng, who was breaking out in cold sweat, covered his mouth. Elder Wu and Elder Feng had veins popping at their temples. This fat man was too unruly. Deputy Elders. Gu Han ignored the fat man's ruckus and asked, "Did they say what kind of test it is?" "Not clear." Elder Wu shook his head. This time, they only sent a message, and nothing else was said. Gu Han frowned slightly. Although he knew this test could be a tremendous opportunity, he didn't like the feeling of being completely uninformed and controlled by others. Don't think too much. Elder Feng smiled. This Qingyun Pavilion is very mysterious. Even we know very little about it. Only that it is an organization within the sect that specializes in collecting talents. Talents? The fat man was angry again. Am I not a talent? Before he could finish his sentence, Jiang Feng covered his mouth again. Forget it. Seeing the fat man about to stir up trouble again, the two were already tired of talking. There are only a few days left until the martial arts trial. You should go back and prepare well. All right. Since the matters here were settled, Gu Han naturally had no intention of staying longer and dragged the still indignant fat man out of there. Earlier, as Gu Han and the others walked further away, Elder Feng sighed. We underestimated him. Who would have thought that besides reaching the extreme realm, he also possesses a body immune to all poisons? I'm very curious about what would happen if he met that prodigy from the Chu. Compared to that, Elder Wu shook his head. I'm more concerned about whether he can pass this test. Why is he back? Outside, Gu Han, who had already walked far away, suddenly returned to the two again. Chapter 66. The Mysterious Qingyun Pavilion. In the puzzled gazes of the two, Gu Han's expression was calm as he nonchalantly stored the pile of almost untouched spirit food into the storage ring. This is good stuff. Seeing the two staring at him, he explained, we can't waste it. The corners of the two's mouths twitched violently. After a long time, sigh, Elder Wu forced a smile. This kid is really hard to figure out. Interesting. Elder Feng laughed heartily. I kind of like him now. Well, let's go back. Captain Zhou should be back by now. All right, that is not right. Elder Wu suddenly seemed to think of something, his expression somewhat strange. Did we forget something? Now that you mention